This Zhang Deshui even used 3 flame elves to depict a heartwarming scene. And the name of Yun Manqing. And without any mistakes, it shows perfectly. Is this something that humans can do? Manqing, come and see this surprise, do you like it? Lin Chen held Yun Manqing, walked in the air, pointed at the fiery heart, and asked with a smile. Yunman's sapphire hand lightly covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes shone. With a splendid splendor of hope, and infinite love flooded into her heart. I was stunned for a while. Not to mention Yun Manqing, even the presiding lady and elder were full of girlish hearts, and they forgot to announce Lin Chen's result while looking at the beautiful scenery from afar. The powerhouses of the older generation were fine, but all those young women were dumbfounded. If they could one day have such a godlike man standing in front of them, shielding themselves from the wind and rain, and presenting such a unique and creative surprise in this situation, they would be willing to die. It seems that we still underestimate him. This kid just managed to do it with ease, ha ha ha. It's weird, this son's behavior is astounding. How can I not influence the Zhongtiansong Academy to have this #1 person? Is it a newly recruited freshman? Isn't Tianga Academy still taking care of students in various regions recently? Impossible, a freshman can have the Qingsun class? In the history of Tianga General Hospital, no one has been able to become a Qingsun class student when they are admitted to the hospital. Several sectarian giants are becoming more and more curious about Lin Chen's true identity. In the past 1,000 years, they have never been so curious and looking forward to such a young warrior. Thank you, Lin Chen. Yun Manqing turned around and hugged Lin Chen, crying with joy. Seeing this scene, the presiding lady and the elders were relieved and announced immediately. The 12th couple, Zhang Deshui, Yun Manqing. Passing the first link, time. Less than a quarter of an hour. Yu Junxing was stunned in place as if struck by lightning. Less than a quarter of an hour? Wouldn't that be faster than him? It's so beautiful, I'm so envious of junior sister Manqing, to be able to find such a strange man. I'm looking forward to his true face more and more now. What kind of face will his mask look like? Will he look very, very handsome, as he said. All of you, what are you doing, Spring? They have junior sister Manqing, and it's not your turn to line up. Maybe people are amorous, senior sister, why do you care so much? Not all strong people have 3 wives and 4 concubines. The female disciples of the Sun Temple were chatting with each other, which made most of the male disciples of the Sun Temple feel angry. This is fucking shit. This kid has fascinated all the girls in the Temple of the Sun, and they are afraid that they won't even be able to drink soup in the future. Lin Chen held Yun Manqing's catkin and slowly descended from the sky. Accompanied by the fiery red light of the peach heart gradually spreading, the red light sprinkled on them, the two seemed to be immortal companions from the sky, envious of others. After landing in the pavilion, Yu Junxing happened to be not far from Lin Chen. Ah! Someone. Lin glanced at him. At this moment, no words were worth 1,000 words. Many people snickered secretly, but did not dare to laugh out loud. Just now, Yu Junxing threatened that he was the fastest person to pass the first link, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by others. Are you satisfied? You have to accept it if you don't. People are faster than you, more beautiful than you, and more handsome than you. If you don't accept it, you also go up to the whole peach heart. Damn, in the next session, don't let this young master encounter you, or I will kill you, you bastard, personally. Yu Junxing gritted his teeth, as if he had never been so insulted before. Next is the second link, the dragon and the phoenix battle. Xingyuan is the first. Please list 12 couples and draw lots to play each other. The winner will have a chance to advance to the third round. The beautiful woman elder smiled and waved her jade hand lightly. After the light of the nailing ring flashed, a delicate jade box appeared. 12 pairs of partners got up and stood up. Some of the male Tianjiao, who were powerful in combat and extremely confident in their own strength, finally felt a little proud, as if they were about to foresee their victory. Don't let me draw you, Zhang Deshui, or I'll let you know the top 3 strengths of this young master Hingyu Palace. Yu Junxing no longer had the pretentious calm demeanor he had at the beginning, and sneered a little sneeringly. There is a strong killing intent in his eyes. You're not handsome, but you're good at bragging. Do you think you're the only one who can brag? Lao Tzu's Qinglong can too. Lin Chen smiled and whistled, and the ancient Qinglong lying on the side of the mountain suddenly let out a long howl, and flew aggressively towards the 5-colored beetle over the mountain. Qinglong, let him see what is called bragging. Lin Chen laughed, and the ancient Qinglong stared at the 5-colored beetle with fierce light. And it happened that the 5-colored beetle was also a female, and was run over by the ancient Qinglong, screaming in fright. All the distinguished guests were stunned. Enough. Zhang Deshui, do you only dare to rely on external forces to be arrogant? Do you dare to fight with me? Yu Junxing couldn't get any advantage in Lin Chen's hands in any field. He finally became angry, and said angrily, no problem, if you can choose the target by name, then I will definitely choose the 2 of you. You 2 are the weakest in the game. Lin Chen's cynical voice made Yu Junxing angry every time, and he was always on the verge of violent attack. He suppressed his anger and clenched his fists at the beautiful woman in red. This elder, I would like to ask Yu Junxing to change our opponents to Zhang Deshui and Yun Manqing in this draw. Yu Junxing spoke in anger and issued a gentlemanlike invitation to a duel. No, according to the rules of the General Assembly, there can be no personal fights in the result of the lottery. Everything is based on God's will. I hope, young Master Yu, will not have this kind of thinking. The beautiful woman in red shouted sternly. Lin Chen immediately shook his head and laughed. Yu Jun was stunned, and stood back with gritted teeth. Now, start drawing lots in sequence. The 2 couples who draw the same number are opponents. The beautiful woman in red opened the jade box in front of each pair of partners. There were 12 star jades in it, and everyone took one away. Yu Junxing and Hong Ying drew a star jade engraved with the word 4, and the 9th couple, Lin Chen and Yun Manqing. Since Yu Junxing, want to fight so much, then we can't have stage fright. Lin Chen smiled strangely, and seemed to choose a piece of star jade for it. He flipped the palm of his hand, and it turned out to be number 4. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Lin Chen's words and actions seemed to be like seeing through the star jade in the jade box. There is a seal of war on it that even the sectarian giants have not been able to see through. How did this son do it? How is this possible? The beautiful woman in red was stunned, and saw through the seal of warfare set by the elder Taishang himself. Is this possible? Good guy, this kid saw through the seal of war on Xingyu. This is the seal set by that crazy woman in the Temple of the Sun. Even we can't see through it. Hidden very deep, this child is hidden very deep. This son seems to have a lot of secrets, and every time we find out, it's just the tip of his iceberg. Several sectarian powers once again entered a state of re-recognition of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's move surprised all four, even though the beautiful woman in red just said that she could not fight privately, but this is the battle lottery drawn, and the Temple of the Sun can't go back. It's really a narrow road for enemies, so they can get it. The beautiful woman in red gave the two couples a strange look, and then continued to hand the jade box to the people behind. Whether you see through it or not, I will make you regret this decision. Yu Junxing revealed his true nature and smiled cruelly. Regret? Who will regret it? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and said in a frivolous tone. Just the two of you? I'm sorry, with all due respect, I don't like both of you. Don't say I'll take action. One of us can single out the two of you. Lin Chen shrugged, the audience was in an uproar. One heads up too? Hong Ying is the top 5 disciples of the Sun Temple, and she has already cultivated in the heavenly astral realm at a young age. Yu Junxing is even more terrifying. He is the top 3 arrogance in Hingyu Palace, and his master is also the strongest supreme elder of Hingyu Palace, with endless background. In terms of cultivation, it is already the 2nd level of the heavenly astral realm. In terms of combat power, Yu Junxing is chasing the 3rd level of the Tiangang realm. With this lineup alone, is it a 1-2 match at the 9 levels of the Earth Demon realm? It's too arrogant, isn't it? A villain will be successful with a little strength? That's right, 1-on-2 is simply contempt. I think he's just a dandy disciple. Can he be able to pick 2 by virtue of his cultivation of the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm? It's not because of your mental strength, you are pulling a fart. Some male disciples of the Temple of the Sun who have been complaining for a long time are angry. Although Hong Ying's character is really not very good, she is still a member of the Temple of the Sun after all. Despising her, isn't it the same as despising the Temple of the Sun? Some old-fashioned powerhouses who originally had a little affection for Lin Chen suddenly felt a little disappointed in this young man at this moment. Isn't this a typical villain's success? Little guy, no. You can't deal with the 2 of them together. Let Manqing help you. Even the mother-in-law said bitterly. Lin Chen laughed lightly. Ha ha ha. Did you all do something wrong? Who said it was me, and them that it was my Manqing that was dueling with them? Lin Chen's smile shocked everyone even more. What? Yun Manqing singled out Yu Junxing and Hong Ying? Yun Manqing's strength and potential are recognized by the Sun Temple. If it was just a battle between women, she could fight against Hong Ying for 600 rounds without losing. But if you insist on winning or losing, Hong Ying alone is enough to beat Yun Manqing. After all, she is much younger than Hong Ying, let alone Yu Junxing. Isn't this pushing his own woman out to find death? Zhang Deshui, I don't know what medicine you sell in this gourd. Since you want your woman to die, I will fulfill you. Yu Junxing laughed in anger. Would he be defeated by a woman who was half a step in the sky? Joke. It's a big joke. Even in his dreams, Yu Junxing could not have imagined how such a thing would happen. How about it, Manqing, do you have any confidence? Lin Chen, who ignored Yu Junxing, smiled at Yun Manqing with a wink. With the mask behind him, no one could see what he was thinking. Well, what you say is what? Yun Manqing whispered softly, her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed in Lin Chen's eyes, her tenderness was like water. At this time, Yun Manqing had infinite tenderness towards Lin Chen and trusted him unconditionally. Even if Lin Chen said he could take off the moon dragon, she would believe it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Must be crazy. Isn't this harming junior sister Yun Manqing? Elder Hua, do you want to stop them? How can this be? Some male disciples anxiously asked the beautiful woman in red. Shut up. It's the two of them who participated in the battle. If Zhang Deshui insists not to shoot, then how can I force him to shoot? The beautiful woman in red scolded. In fact, even she was very curious. What exactly did Lin Chen want to do? I probably just wanted to show that I wouldn't take action at first. And then secretly attacked with mental power. I won't let you succeed in this kind of deed. Yu Junxing sneered and sneered. Lin Chen glanced at him, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry, I definitely don't need to attack with mental power, nor attack with combat energy, let alone attack with body refining methods. This makes everyone more curious. Did he really intend to let his partner die? The lottery has all been completed. Now please enter the battle arena, all of you. At the moment when the beautiful woman in red announced, the ground shook, and many attic buildings began to move. Then, a ring of hard golden granite rose from the ground and suddenly appeared in front of the distinguished guests. The arena is arranged in all directions on the top of the attic, and at a glance, it is as vast as a plain. Each sturdy ring has a powerful space enchantment, which can make the battle space more stable. The rules of battle are very simple. The two sides fight until they can't fight or surrender and admit defeat. As soon as the beautiful woman in red finished speaking, the partners jumped into the air and flew down to the arena where they had drawn lots. Yu Junxing took Hong Ying and jumped to the number 4 arena, turned to face Lin Chen's direction and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Lin Chen snickered in his heart, there will be a time when you cry. Let's go too. Pulling up the beautiful fair-skinned and soft weed, Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings unfolded, his figure flashed, and he appeared on the ring. The speed of Zihuang Wing still makes many people feel lingering fears. They still don't understand, if Lin Chen and Yun Manqing join forces, it must be a very exciting battle against Yu Junxing and Hong Ying. Why would he do such a stupid act of a heads-up? Almost 80% of the eyes of the audience were focused on the battle between Lin Chen and Yu Junxing. However, an even more bizarre scene appeared. After someone Lin arrived on the ring, he took out a soft chair from the nailing ring and placed it on the side of the ring in the corner. Then, he sat up relaxed and freehand, took out a pair of black sunglasses, and put it in front of his eyes, holding a glass of fine wine with crushed ice. With one hand and 2 fingers, so lazy that everyone's mouth twitched. Depend on. So calm? Are you here for a fucking convention or a vacation? Manqing, don't be too kind, it's enough to deal with them with 1/10 of your strength. Lin Chen waved his hand and said with a relaxed and freehand smile, as if he didn't care about the two of them at all. Many VIPs who watched the battle were talking about it. Depend on. 1-on-2 is already a lot of nonsense. Why are you only using 1/10 of your strength? This is no longer a question of contempt or not, this is simply ignorance. Right? Lin Chen's words seem to be light and light, but in fact they are so crazy. I'll beat your woman to the ground in front of you later, I'll see if you can. Smile so calmly. Yu Junxing smiled coldly and cruelly, revealing his murderous intent, and suddenly locked on Yun Manqing. Start. With the order of the presiding elder, the battle of the 6 big arenas started instantly. However, most of the people were paying attention to Lin Chen's battle, and everyone wanted to see what kind of dog skin plaster this kid was selling. Xintian 9 flashes. Rain of fire. Hong Ying and Yu Junxing shot together, the whole arena was full of fighting spirit, and the flaming raindrops poured down like a violent wind and rain. A streamer afterimage jumped faintly in the space, and between the next volley and turn, it moved in a blink of an eye, and the naked eye couldn't catch it at all. A very clever movement technique, at least the top-grade movement technique. In the top tier of youth. If this kid has no cards, his woman will be defeated by these two people in 10 rounds. As soon as the background of Yu Junxing and Hong Ying came out, many old-fashioned powerhouses immediately predicted the result, and already had a general idea in their hearts. The host turns on the rune stealth mode. The host uses the level 2 slowness rune, turns on the cycle use, consumes 20,000 points of rune energy, consumes 10,000 points of rune energy, and consumes 30,000 points of rune energy. At the moment when the system light screen pops up. Abrupt mutation. Brush. Shantian Jioshan's second flash had just been used, but Yu Junxing's figure had only moved less than 100 meters. Even 1/10 of the original power of the movement technique can't be exerted. The flaming showers that rolled down were even more thunderous and rainy, and just as the fighting spirit took shape, it turned into a faint afterglow, as if it was extinguished by the tide, and could not cause much destructive power at all. The hearts of the two were shocked, and a strange energy penetrated into their bodies, and the movement of the whole body's fighting spirit and even the movements became extremely slow. Xingho Inkong. Yunlin's sapphire hand waved lightly, and thousands of silver flames flickered with a little starlight, which were beautiful and shot out like sharp arrows. Chi. The silver starlight flames easily burned through Hong Ying's blazing rain. And Yu Junxing even forced the high temperature to perform his movements at full speed. He was still covered by a lot of firelight, and his body soft armor was burnt to some extent. What are you kidding me? I can't even dodge a half-step Tiangang realm attack? Yu Junxing looked at his burned arm in disbelief, and he was very slow to turn his fighting spirit to stop the injury. Boom. That strange energy has entered the bodies of the two of them again, becoming stronger and more terrifying. The jade hand was imprinted gracefully in the void, and the fierce fighting spirit swept towards the two of them like a gang of heaven, and with one palm, Hong Ying and Yu Junxing were blasted into the air. The slender jade finger flipped, and with a certain finger, Yun Manqing snorted. Tiandu Hongyan Town. A huge fire imprint of the heavenly capital was engraved with mysterious patterns, and the whole body was crimson red. Bang! The violent and terrifying high temperature set off a shocking heat wave on both sides, and the two were overwhelmed on the spot on the ring ground. Oops, the fighting spirit doesn't work. What is happening? The fire seal of Tiandu continued to suppress, and the two vomited blood on the spot. Not even taking any pills will help. Everyone suddenly stood up in shock. What's the situation? Yun Manqing's attack can be taken by any Tiangang realm first layer, obviously. They haven't used all their strength, but the two of them can't resist. What kind of sorcery is this using? It's slowing down, everything is slowing down. The fighting spirit and meridians in these two people's bodies don't seem to work anymore. Could it be that Lin Chen did the trick? Some sectarian powerhouses looked at Lin Chen carefully and found that he didn't make a move at all. Not to mention mental power, fluctuations in fighting spirit, he didn't even move from the chair. How can that be? Could it be that this little girl from the Temple of the Sun has such a miraculous means of restricting the opponent's movement of fighting spirit? But this is too evil. It's impossible for these two young people to use some Secret techniques to avoid our perception. Could it be that Zhang Deshuai's boy has a means that even we can't detect? Those sectarian powers and giants were all shaken in place. Even they didn't know what was going on. Could it be that a half-step heavenly astral realm and a 9-layer earth demon realm can suppress Yu Junxing and Hong Ying by avoiding the perception of so many people present? But if the two of them don't do anything, it doesn't make sense at all. Could it be that this son is from those noble families? Several sectarian giants looked at each other in shock. Only those ancient, aristocratic families might have such a method beyond common sense. People's fear comes from the unknown, and the means Lin Chen showed have completely deterred these older generation of powerhouses. No, stop fighting, we admit defeat, we admit defeat. Hong Ying was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, her face full of horror. And she kept begging for mercy. Yu Junxing was not much better, a kind of unprecedented fear quietly grew in his heart. The feeling of not being able to operate the fighting spirit is really terrifying. It's like throwing an eagle soaring in the sky with its wings suddenly broken, and throwing it into an abyss. This ever-expanding sense of fear is sometimes more tormenting than killing someone. We admit defeat. When Yu Junxing shouted in horror, Yun Manqing withdrew his fighting spirit. Ring number 4, Zhang Deshuai, Yun Manqing won the second round. The beautiful woman in red suddenly drank coldly, and announced the result. Immediately, in her beautiful eyes, there was already a trace of awe and fear. In her eyes looking at Lin Chen. Until the end of the battle, all the younger generations are still in a state of stunned expressions. What happened? What are they doing? How did the battle end? This time, the eyes of those old-fashioned sectarians looking at Lin Chen have all changed. In the situation just now, let alone Yun Manqing, a slightly stronger 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm might defeat the two of them. Lin Chen is at the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm, and he doesn't even need to take action at all, so he has taken care of 2 arrogances from first class forces. What is this concept? Effortless. It is effortless to slaughter the heavenly astral realm at the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm? In the void, the hoarse voice of the vicissitudes could not hide the shock. And he muttered to himself in awe. This son, he is astonished. At the VIP banquet, everyone felt lingering fears at the means that Lin Chen showed, which was completely beyond their imagination. If he only beats the duo one-on-one, everyone will be amazed at his high strength and potential at most. But what he showed was the most thorough crushing. Moreover, it is still a strength that no one dares to think about, and even many sectarian giants have not seen the trace of his shot. This has already proved that if Lin Chen wants to kill 2 people, it is as simple as finding things in a bag. If you want to completely suppress these 2 people, so that they don't even have the strength to fight back, it is difficult for even the powerhouses of the 4th level of Tiangang realm to do it. At this moment, Lin Chen's identity and background have been completely shrouded in a mysterious veil. Behind this veil, no one knows what he really looks like. Lin Chen glanced at his rune energy points, and there were still 5.85 million points. I didn't expect the 3 rune energy attribute light balls just now to have 2 million rune energy points. The background of this sect is really deep enough. With secret joy in his heart, Lin Chen still seemed calm on the surface. In the wave of suppression just now, Lin Chen consumed nearly 1 million points of rune energy, suppressing Hong Ying and Yu Jun to death, with no resistance at all. Through everyone's reactions, Lin Chen can be regarded as putting down a big stone in his heart. After this battle, I believe that no one in the Sun Temple will bully or make things difficult for Yun Manqing, and his rune energy is worth the money. Lin Chen, I'm so happy. When Yun Manqing held Lin Chen, she pressed her cheek and smiled lightly. Her youth was peerless. Look, you should smile more and look good. Lin Chen laughed shamelessly. Yun Manqing held his 5 fingers with great satisfaction, and clasped his 10 fingers tightly. The remaining 5 battles were boring to the distinguished guests, and no matter how exciting it was, it couldn't compare to the impact of the one between Yun Manqing and Lin Chen. The winning couple in this session can directly participate in the 4 high ranking places for the Holy Fire Baptism. Given that there are 2 pairs of couples who performed well in the first session, Lin Chen and Yun Manqing entered the 3rd session, but Yu Junxing and Hong Ying were not selected on the spot, which is intriguing. Although Yu Junxing was suppressed by Lin Chen, his performance in the first link was second only to Lin Chen. Although the second round was not a match for Lin Chen and Yun Manqing at all, but with his strength, it was reasonable to get a middle place in the 3rd round. Now it seems that this is already a statement of the Sun Temple to Zhang Dishui. They would rather give up Yu Junxing and Hong Ying than offend Lin Chen. How is it possible? We don't even have a middle place. Hong Yinghua's face was pale. She was sluggish in place. She was extremely remorseful. Why did she want to offend Yun Manqing, just because her excellence attracted the attention of the hall master? If I can be a little more generous, maybe it will be another scene now. This young master doesn't even have a middle place? Yu Jun was so angry that his veins were exposed, but he dared not speak. He was completely terrified of Lin Chen's strength. He didn't dare to have any more thoughts of resistance. Even if he was angry, he was just incompetent and furious. Now, please enter the holy fire space for the partners who are selected for the 3rd link. Remember, not everyone is suitable for the qualification of the holy fire purification. You must pass the holy fire space. If you can't pass, you can use this space. The beautiful woman in red flicked her fingers, and several firelights bounced, and a fiery red jade appeared in the hands of all the partners. Holding the jade stone in your hand, you can feel the space energy injected into it. This kind of energy stone that opens up the power of space is only qualified to make it at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. The beautiful woman in red waved her palm lightly, dissolving 5 spatial vortexes from the top of the attic. Inside the vortex of space is a world of flames, with countless flame steps extending to high places. Suddenly, someone Lin's eyes lit up. In the 5th space vortex, he saw the colorful light of attribute light balls. And all the attribute light balls were scattered on the flame steps. Especially at the top of the steps, a beam of attribute light shot up into the sky, and inside was a scroll of purple golden treasure chests surrounded by flames. Manqing, let's go. Lin Chen grabbed Yun Manqing's catkin and entered the 5th space vortex. First, a strange color flashed in the eyes of the beautiful woman in red and the mother-in-law. Although Lin Chen got the top spot for holy fire purification, the 5th space vortex is where the holy fire is the most intense and the most difficult. This kid actually recognized it at a glance and entered the first time. Is this a coincidence, or? After all the partners entered the sacred fire space, the space vortex twisted into a scene, showing the scene of all the partners in the sacred fire space. The holy fire in this holy fire space is completely different from that altar. The supreme elder of the 8 desolate hall touched his beard and frowned. I once remembered that the holy fire of the temple of the sun would move the whole body with one hair, and it is famous for burning the negative emotions of people's hearts. Before burning and purifying all the negative emotions, it will stimulate the whole person very violently, so emotional maintenance is required. The partners support each other by the side so as not to become insane. Another sect giant pondered, it seems that in the past, the Sun Temple had put an outstanding Tianjiao disciple into the sacred flame space alone. As a result, the disciple was arrogant and unwilling to withdraw in time and was burned by the sacred flame. Gray. It's starting, these little guys have become unstable under the test of the holy fire. A sectarian giant looked at the first and second sacred fire spaces, and the two couples inside had begun to be a little turbulent, their eyes were red, and their desires were rampant. The situation in the third and fourth sacred fire spaces was a little better, but they were also very slow to move towards the steps, their expressions were struggling and painful, and there was a sense of sight that they were about to collapse at any time. Hey, the will of the disciples this time is not as firm as before. I don't know if there are more than two who can get the complete baptism of the holy fire. In the void, an obscure old woman's voice sighed. However, as soon as the voice fell, someone at the VIP banquet exclaimed, "What? What's the situation?" Everyone looked at the sound. In the fifth sacred flame space, they saw an almost abnormal scene, and suddenly felt their scalps numb. In the fifth sacred flame space, Lin Chen took Yun Manqing with flying speed, rushed up several steps in one breath, then bent down and groped, not knowing what he was catching. The only thing that can be seen is that the two of them were not affected by the holy fire space at all. Lin Chen ran all the way and disappeared from everyone's sight together with Yun Manqing. Sigh. The image showing the holy fire space suddenly disappeared, which means that the two of them have reached the top of the holy fire space and successfully obtained the qualifications for holy fire baptism. The disciples of the Sun Temple in the audience were stunned in place. The host obtained 4.47 million points of battle spirit essence, 6.8 million battle spirit essence, and 8 million points of blood energy. Host gets 120,000 rune energy, 200,000 rune energy. The host obtains 210,000 points and 280,000 points of spirit essence. The host obtains 20,000 points of mental power, 40,000 points of mental power, and 1.2 million ignition energy. Lin Chen was like a duck to water in the sacred flame space. A large number of attribute light balls were constantly taken away by him, and the system popped up the light screen frantically, one after another, and it never stopped. On the other side, at the VIP banquet in the Sun Palace, everyone had a feeling of scalp tingling. It's only been a quarter of an hour. While the other partners were still holding on, Zhang Deshuai had already reached the top of the torch space. The holy fire will ignite all the negative emotions in the human race's 7 emotions and 6 desires. This kind of burning ignores the limitation of cultivation unless it is powerful enough to surpass the holy fire. Is this kid not a human? How can he run so fast? The elders and disciples of the Sun Temple opened their mouths so wide that they almost dropped an egg. Lin Chen's actions completely subverted their understanding of holy fire baptism. Apart from thinking that Zhang Deshuai is not a human being, they can't think of a second possibility at all. In the flame space, I didn't expect that this fantasy Sun Luo is really a good thing. Lin Chen stood at the top of the countless steps, stroking the silky pale pink satin between his neck, and said with great satisfaction, When entering this sacred fire space before, even Lin Chen felt a little bit troubled. But he didn't expect that the fantasy Sun Luo dropped by killing the illusory dream demon plate before could absorb the negative emotions emanating from him and Yun Manqing, allowing him to walk on the ground in this sacred flame space. Lin Chen was very satisfied and took the fantasy Sun Luo back into the nailing ring and looked around. Lin Chen, look, that's the holy fire ancestral altar. The place to be baptized by the holy fire. Yun Manqing pointed at a distance, and in the space in front stood a magnificent building. The two sides of the ancestral altar are in the shape of hooks, and there are two large seating platforms in the middle. Even if Lin Chen motivated Zijintong to create something out of nothing, he couldn't find out which spatial position the firelight emanated from. The light of the holy fire seemed to be shining from a dislocation of time and space, and Lin Chen was also surprised. Thinking of what was going to happen next, Yun Manqing's face was burning like a rosy glow, the tips of her delicate ears were red, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Lin Chen didn't notice the change in Yun Manqing, all his attention was on the purple gold treasure chest in front of the ancestral altar sitting on the stage. He walked up and opened the purple treasure chest. There was a red scroll in the void, which turned into a streamer and shot into Lin Chen's eyebrows. The light screen of the system pops up immediately. The host opens the purple treasure chest and obtains a special combat technique, 10,000 layers of fire net art. 10,000 layers of fire net art? What kind of thing is this? Lin Chen curiously released his mental power to investigate the secret scroll. This technique has neither rank nor description, nor does he know what it is. The 10,000 fire net technique, condensing one's own fire energy, weaving it into an endless fire net that is arranged inside the body, which can achieve the effect of blocking the outside world to detect one's own breath. Just a brief and rough understanding, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy, this 10,000 fire net technique can completely block the outside world from exploring my details. Good thing, this is the standard for pretending to be a criminal. Earn money, ha ha ha. Lin Chen was in a good mood. After putting away the 10,000 layers of fire net art, he looked up at the light of the holy flame above his head. Suddenly, Lin Chen asked, curiously, Manqing, let me ask a question. It is said that the ancient family owned the eternal holy fire that existed when the world was created. Is the holy fire of your sun temple the same kind? The red glow on Yun Manqing's cheeks disappeared a little, and she smiled sweetly. It's the same kind, but it's also different. The real eternal flame is not qualified for any power in Lingzhou, and even if it has it, it can't keep it. The holy flame of our sun temple, to be precise, should be a split fire from one of the many eternal flames. It can have 1% or a few percent of the power of the parent body. Lin Chen suddenly realized that feelings are a fire, not the source. A single fire can create a first-class force in Lingzhou, and support the heritage and development of a 10,000-year sect. If it is an ancient family that holds the source, I am afraid it will cover the sky with one hand. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The information he could contact with the ancient family was too little, and he could only infer and judge through some information. In this way, if I want to help Ning Qingxian, I am afraid there is still a long way to go. Accept the baptism of the holy fire first. I have already collected a massive amount of battle chi essence just now. Now it is not far from the Tiangang realm. As long as I break through the Tiangang realm, and I am below the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, Brother Chen, I have no taboos. After cutting off all distracting thoughts, Lin Chen walked to the 2 seats. Yun Manqing followed closely behind, fearful and nervous, with a faint expectation in her heart. Brush. The 2 walked to the front of the seat, and the fire in the void slowly shone down, forming 2 beams of light on the seat. Glancing at each other, the 2 entered the beam of light and sat cross-legged on the platform. The beam of light suddenly burst into bright rays of light, and wisps of holy light shone down from the void and poured into the bodies of the 2. The holy ray of fire is like a Daigo empowerment, sneaking into the 2 people's internal organs, limbs and bones, and even all the meridians from the cover of the 2 people's heavenly spirits. Chi. The wisps were burned into smoke and passed from the top of the head, and quietly disappeared. Those innate, splendid, and complicated energies hidden in the 2 people's bodies, bloodlines, and genes began to be completely washed away. These complex and useless energies cannot be removed by any top-quality medicinal pills that wash the tendons and cut the marrow. They are deeply engraved in the life gene of a living being. They are born from the same source and die from the same source. There is no means to eliminate them except the eternal holy fire that opened in the beginning of chaos. Boom. Lin Chen's consciousness has undergone an unprecedented evolution. His spiritual perception has improved several steps, and Zijin Tong has also risen a lot. Flesh shell, fighting spirit, bloodline. They are all excited. Lin Chen's whole life gene seems to be undergoing a transformation that terrifies the world. For the most intuitive example, if the human body is compared to a container for water, this container was originally capable of holding 10,000 liters of water, but after being purified by the holy fire, it can now hold 30,000 liters of water. And the most important thing is that the container itself that can withstand 30,000 liters of water has not expanded in volume, it is only its own quality. Putting the energy of 30,000 liters of water into a container that could only hold 10,000 liters of water, this almost heaven-defying thing can only be done by changing the original genes of the creature. Just when Lin Chen felt the transformation of his life genes, an evil fire quietly burst out from his lower abdomen, and he couldn't suppress it at all. Lin's expression changed, and he took a deep breath. I'm stupid, isn't it? There's still this one? Outside, in the mountains outside the Palace of the Sun, an ancient blue dragon was lying on the back of the mountain, its dragon eyes were tightly closed, and the whole body was burning with the holy fire of the sun that purifies the dragon's body. When the fire was shining, it caused many veteran powerhouses to look sideways, and they were amazed. Isn't this blue dragon Zhang Deshui's mount? Why did it suddenly become so much stronger? No. You see, its aura is getting purer, and the flames burning on it are not the flames in the holy fire space. The elders of the Sun Temple have a kind of fear in their hearts. This blue dragon didn't enter our holy fire space at all. How could it be baptized by the holy fire? Is it stealing our torch? How did it do it? Some heavenly astral elders immediately surrounded the ancient Qinglong, and they all showed their killing intent. The holy fire is the root and foundation of their Sun Temple. No matter who moves it, the Sun Temple must guard it desperately. Could it be that this Lin Chen is here to steal the holy fire of the Sun Temple? Just when the expressions of the sectarian giants became a little dignified, the obscure old woman's voice in the void slowly came out. Don't panic, they all returned to their original positions. This son should be baptized by the holy fire now. His ancient blue dragon is not the mount of that kid, but a creature of the same origin as him. In other words, it can be regarded as his body. Part of it, since the main body is already being baptized by the holy fire, this azure dragon is only supposed to enter the same state. The patriarch of the temple spoke in person, and the elders immediately evacuated, but the VIPs who were present had a storm in their hearts. This blue dragon is actually of the same origin as that kid. Is it a part of that kid's body? If so, it would be too scary. How can the two completely different lives of the human race and the dragon race achieve the unity of origin? The benefits of holy fire baptism depend on the limits one can bear and one's own potential. Lin Chen's foundation is already excellent, and there is also an ancient Qinglong whose life origin is in his dantian. The benefits he gets from the holy fire purification are far more than anyone who has entered the holy fire space before. But at this time, Lin Chen is facing an emergency crisis that is inferior to a beast or a beast. In the flame space, the beauty is like a lazy and soft cat scratching Lin Chen and spitting out Fang Lan. The hair is like waterfalls, and the skin is rosy and delicate. The tender blue eyes flashed with deep love and charm. Lin's clothes were almost torn, and he was overwhelmed on the platform with a dazed expression. Even himself, his face was red, and a strange evil fire burned in his body, more and more vigorously, stimulating his most primitive desires and reactions. Damn it! What's the situation? Does the holy fire baptism still have such side effects? Lin Chen recalled what Ling Ziki said at the beginning. The benefits of holy fire baptism are very many for you, not to mention that if you can really pass the conference, there will be a surprise waiting for you. You won't be able to laugh at that time. By the way, I want to go out on a mission. I won't go back to this conference. My sister will leave it to you. Fuck. It turns out that the so-called surprise is this. Lin Chen panted heavily, looked at the beautiful woman he was entangled with, and said if he was not moved, it must be fake. At this time, if you don't mind, then you are not a man. But I haven't thought about it yet to explain it here. Go up? Go up as a beast. If you don't go up, you're not as good as a beast. Come on. I can't stand it anymore. Is my big black dragon going to fly here? Lin Chen gritted his teeth fiercely, biting his lips to blood. Forcibly. Stabilize your mind and keep the last shred of sanity. It seems that I have to use my trick. Hey, this is. In the sacred fire space, the spring is full, and no one appreciates it, and the night passes. The next day, 2 pillars of battle air rose into the sky and swept across the entire sacred flame space. A large amount of spiritual energy was transformed into a vortex of flames, and then incorporated into the beautiful body. The most huge is the 9 energy vortexes of different colors, each of which contains stars, sun and moon, and with a slight turn, there are changes in the situation and the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy floating in the void was continuously transformed into his fighting energy, and finally formed into a funnel shape and incorporated into Lin Chen's body. Heavenly Astral Realm. Lin Chen officially entered the Astral Realm. Cultivation Base. Congratulations to the host for stepping into the first level of cultivation in the Astral Realm. The system has detected a new version. Please update the host. Tiandao Pickup. System version 3.0. The update time will be as long as 48 hours. The host. Cannot use any function of the system except picking up the attribute light. Ball. Please select the appropriate time period for the update. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the astral realm, the system immediately popped up 2 light screens. Oh? The new version is out. Lin Chen opened the system list, and various attributes were listed. Tian Dao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Heavenly Astral Realm, First Layer. Ultimate Strength, 16 Dragon Force. Chi and Blood Energy, 1,042,150,000 points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 798.11 million points. Mental Strength, 940,000 points. Cultivation Essence, 4.2 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 30%. Learn the exercises, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, Taisher Bible, 50%, God. Desolate 9 Techniques, 100%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 100%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 21,000 points, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Abilities Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 2, Charge Rune Level 2. Runic Power, 8.59 million points. The energy of each element, Fire, 12.95 million, Earth 9.11 million, Wood 8.72 million, Gold 10.58 million, Water 10.11 million. 8.71 million points of Thunder, 8.12 million points of Wind, 8.91 million points of Light, and 8.38 million points of Dark. The 9 Tribulations of Creation, the 9 Secrets of God's Desolation, the Holy Beginning Bible, and the True Flame Purple Phoenix Wing have all achieved unprecedented breakthroughs, because Lin Chen stepped into the astral realm. Lin Chen squinted a little, his figure suddenly flashed, tearing apart the void. Brush brush. The space was distorted, and several ripples and fluctuations appeared one after another. After a while, Lin Chen's figure returned to the ancestral altar. It only takes 3 breaths, and I can make a circle around the entire sacred flame space, and on the premise that I don't need to rely on the purple Phoenix wings, it's too much. The current me is several times stronger than the Earth Fiend realm. The baptism of the holy fire has increased my body refining realm a lot, and I feel that my body is so light. It feels so light that it doesn't feel like my own. Lin Chen's intoxicated silence was at this wonderful moment. Afterwards, he touched his nose a little embarrassedly, and took out a robe from the nailing ring and put Yun Manqing in his sleep. I didn't expect someone from Lin to pick flowers for the rest of my life, but I almost let the flowers pick me. She's still such a gentle and virtuous girl. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, his consciousness dived into the system. Again. System, I want to learn 10,000 layers of fire net technique. Consumes 1.8 million points of the spirit of the practice technique, and begins to inherit the cultivation memory of the 10,000 layers of fire net technique for the host. Even Lin Chen was startled by the amount of spirit energy that was consumed in one breath, more than when he practiced the 9 techniques of divine desolation. A secret method actually requires so many cultivation techniques. How many training steps are there? Before Lin Chen could finish his sigh, a huge amount of cultivation memories came flooding in. Lin Chen recruited them all. The many mysteries of the 10,000 layers of fire net art, the essence of concealing energy, all poured into Lin Chen's mind. The more memories of inheritance are integrated, the more Lin Chen sighs that The subtlety of this secret method is particularly peculiar. After another day and night, Lin Chen opened his eyes again, and a dense net of fire intertwined in his pupils. Lin Chen's dantian, all the meridians in his body, were all covered by the fire net made up of the endless fire element war qi. If he didn't look inside with fighting spirit, even Lin Chen himself couldn't see through his own reality by urging Zi Jintong. This 10,000-layer fire net can actually set up thousands of fire nets to cover up my aura. Even some extremely strong people may not be able to see through my details. No wonder it consumes so much spiritual energy. With an exclamation in his heart, Lin Chen's mind connected to the system one after another. He issued the second order. System, enter the update. The system receives it, starts to enter the update state, and suspends all system functions. Update progress, 0.01%. Lin Chen regained his consciousness. There was a whisper of a beautiful woman around him. Lin Chen, you're awake. Lin Chen turned to look at Yun Manqing and said with a smile. Suddenly, Yun Manqing seemed to think of something, her cheeks blushed. Suddenly, holding the wide robe that Lin Chen put on herself, her exquisite figure was looming with a touch of snow white. But in a blink of an eye, Yun Manqing was about to cry again, and asked with a weeping voice. Lin Chen, don't you like Manqing? No, absolutely no. Then why do you? It's just because I like you. Right, the girl I like must want to give her whole self to another person from the bottom of her heart, whether it's physically or sincerely, so I can't be there. This insanity is taking advantage of you. With sweat on his forehead, Lin hurriedly said. Real? With rippling blue eyes, Yun Manqing stared at him. It's real, it's real, it's real. Lin Chen patted his chest and assured. The beautiful woman turned her face away, and the crystal tears slowly fell. Manqing, what's wrong with you? For the first time, someone Lin, who has always been able to deal with girls with ease, panicked for the first time. What is the situation? You're leaving later, right? Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Yun Manqing stared at Lin Chen. Yes. Lin Chen scratched his head and said helplessly. Suddenly, the beautiful woman kissed Lin Chen's forehead like a dragonfly. His face was flushed, and he said seriously. I know that you still have a lot of things to do. You are by no means a man who stops at Lingzhou. Manqing just hopes that after you reign in the world, you can remember that there is another person waiting for you here. Yun Manqing stroked her long hair, her slender jade hand brushed a touch of fighting spirit, and cut off a strand of her long hair in front of Lin Chen. A woman's hair is cut off, and on the Kyushu continent, it means cutting off the silk of love, and only one person is allowed to have a heart. In this life and this world, I, Yun Manqing, are yours in life, and your ghost in death. It will never change, and this life will not change. Yun Manqing smiled sweetly, and Lin Chen felt moved and warm in his heart, and hugged Yun Manqing. Don't worry, I, Lin Chen, may not be the one who has a heartless heart. Lin Lang, thank you. By the way, what is the relationship between the two women who walked with you in the secret realm of the evil king last time? Yun Manqing, who was affectionate a moment ago, raised her head in his arms and asked, staring at someone Lin with a half-smile, making the corners of his mouth twitch. Look at you scared, I'm joking. Yun Manqing chuckled. This was the first time that he had been so embarrassed since he knew him. A man like you will be the center of attention wherever he goes. Manqing doesn't mind having more sisters, but I just hope you don't want to be abusive. and let down other girls at will, Before the beauty could finish speaking, the boy's lips were domineeringly printed on her red lips. Sun Palace, Xiang Tower. The VIPs have not yet left. There are only 3 couples who have successfully been baptized by the holy fire. Now the other 2 couples have completed the holy fire baptism, and only Lin Chen and Yun Manqing are left. Good guy, the breath that this ancient Qinglong exudes now is enough to rival the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. Several sectarian giants suspended in the void in amazement, looking at the ancient blue dragon lying behind the mountain peak. At this time, the ancient Qinglong was nearly 400 feet long, covered in dragon scales, exuding the breath of a dazzling dragon, and the sharp-edged dragon claws, like a giant weapon in ancient times. Like Lin Chen, the ancient Qinglong has experienced the baptism of the holy fire. In terms of pure power, the ancient Qinglong at this time has 30 dragon powers, which can match the powerhouses in the middle stage of the Tiangang realm. It's really an enviable aptitude, with outstanding mental strength, a genius in body refinement, and such an ancient blue dragon with the same source of life. The stronger the person, the stronger the dragon. Don't forget the weird way that kid can seal you Junsheng, but the old man thinks that is the most terrifying strength of this kid. This little guy will definitely be a man of influence in Lingzhou in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. Just as several sectarian giants surrounded the ancient Qinglong with heated discussions, the space was distorted, and 2 silhouettes walked out of the swirling space vortex, like immortals. Manqing they came out. The elders of the Sun Temple exclaimed for the first time, and the 2 walked in the air and slowly landed on the top of the Xiang building. Heavenly Astral Realm first layer? It really broke through. Granny Qian returned to Yun Manqing for the first time and smiled with relief. Yun Manqing's background has been accumulated enough. After half a step in the heavenly astral realm, after being baptized by the holy fire, he will enter the heavenly astral realm perfectly. When everyone focused their eyes on Lin Chen, who was wearing a mask, they were stunned. What? One after another, he was shocked. Even the ancestor of the Sun Temple, who has been hiding in the void, is no exception. The breath in this kid's body is entwined with the fire net of infinite fire energy, and it is intertwined, and it is impossible to detect his reality. What the hell happened to him? The hearts of the veteran powerhouses were shocked. Judging from the signs that this sun was walking in the air just now, he should have broken through the heavenly astral realm. What a young junior, I haven't seen you for 2 days, and have another adventure. I hope he can take care of this little girl, Manqing more in the future. The temple ancestor in the void smiled in amazement, and his consciousness completely disappeared. The conference has completely ended, and there is no need for her to stay here, and the rest can be left to other elders. There are talented people in the country, ha ha ha. I hope that one day, the old man can see the true identity of Zhang Deshuai's little friend. A group of sectarian giants laughed arrogantly, and shook hands with Lin Chen enthusiastically. Hey, seniors will have a chance. Lin Chen was very generous, shaking hands with the veterans one by one. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and the light of purple-golden pupil flashed past. A wisp of obscure murderous luck was caught by Lin Chen's purple-gold pupils, and it was quietly born and died in a flash. Hee, it seems that someone has forced killing intent on this commander. It's good, just to break through the heavenly astral realm, and someone can send it to my door to train me. That would be great. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, the fighting spirit was soaring. Many VIPs became extremely enthusiastic, not only for Lin Chen, but also for the Temple of the Sun. With Lin Chen's incomparably powerful potential stock, now is the time when the forces of all parties and the Temple of the Sun are on good terms. The Palace of the Sun, the West Hall, is high in the sky. Lin Chen and Yun Manqing, the mother-in-law, the three of them suspended in the air. Kid Lin Chen, remember to visit the Temple of the Sun more in the future. I'm just waiting to drink the wedding wine of the two of you. The mother-in-law, who has always been strict in the temple, smiled at Lin Chen with incomparable kindness. In her heart, Yun Manqing had long been treated like her own granddaughter. Mother-in-law, don't worry, this kid doesn't do things like crossing rivers and demolishing bridges. Lin Chen naturally knew what Granny Chen meant, took off the mask and looked serious and sincere. By the way, Granny Chen, the kid still has a question: what realm is above the heavenly astral realm? In this regard, Lin Chen also took the opportunity to ask the mother-in-law. Chen. Oh? You little guy has extraordinary skills. I didn't expect to even know this kind of thing. Granny Chen smiled and then said seriously. At the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm, the battle spirit is transformed, and it can control the space while integrating into the world, causing certain spatial distortions and changes, or tearing the space forward for a short distance. After the 9th level of the Tiangang realm, the Tiangang battle spirit in the body expands and changes from the inside. When a Yuanfu is formed, when the Yuanfu is self-contained, it is a small law of heaven and earth. Exalted realm. Every time a Yuan palace is condensed, it is the first realm. Above the Yuan Zun realm, it is the War Emperor realm. When the Emperor comes out, the heaven and the earth bow their heads. The old man has never seen the legendary War Emperor realm, but it was written in ancient books. Looking up some hidden information, if you want to break through the War Emperor realm, you must smash your own Yuanfu, and integrate the original war spirit in the Yuanfu into your body. If it succeeds, it is for the War Emperor who is proud of the world. If it fails, the Yuan palace will be broken and die on the spot. Yuan Zun and War Emperor are the boundaries of life and death. Only those who have the perseverance and determination to break the boat are qualified to spy on that. The realm of legends. Granny Chen's words were deeply engraved into Lin Chen's heart. Above the heavenly astral realm is the Yuan Zun realm, and above the Yuan Zun is the Emperor of War. Either die or become emperor. This is the Emperor of War above Yuan Zun. Lin Chen felt a sense of admiration and wonder in his heart. Those who can step into the realm of ability must have the determination to die before they are qualified to win. Thank you, mother-in-law Qian, for the pointer. The junior remembers it. Lin Chen clenched his fists gratefully, and Granny Qian waved her hands and smiled indifferently. Lin Lang. Yun Manqing was reluctant to part, and her blue eyes were full of nostalgia. She is the current eldest disciple of the Sun Temple. Apart from Hongying and other disciples of the previous generation, Yun Manqing wants to lead the younger generation of this generation, and there are many things waiting for her. Lin Chen didn't speak. He hugged Yun Manqing and separated after a long time. After that, Lin Chen flew up in the air, turned his head and smiled, and swept away in the direction outside the Sun Palace. Words will only add to the sadness. They both know this truth. Yun Manqing didn't speak any more, but stared blankly at the direction where Lin Chen was. leaving, feeling a lot of emptiness in his heart. Tiange Academy, in the mission hall. On the light screen, various tasks are swiped at extreme speed, and they are picked up by the students again and again, and the speed is extremely fast. The activity for recruiting new students had just ended, and Yuan Lao was very happy, lying in the mission hall. Yuan Lao drank the wine, nibbled on the peanuts, and held a copy of the Secrets of the Single Kings Becoming Handsome in his hand. Pfft. It doesn't matter this time, but when I looked at it for the second time, I suddenly sprayed old Yuan's spirit wine out of my nose. Startled, several green honor-level students looked at him in disbelief. Yuan Lao ignored the gazes around him, his eyes fixed on the task, content in a blue frame on the task light screen, and he said excitedly. His grandmother, this task is for that kid. Lao Qin, help me take this task. In the name of that kid Lin Chen. The sacred fire mountains and the Sun Palace were not too far away from Tiange Academy. At Lin Chen's current speed, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to return to the academy. Lingshu Mountain, within the jurisdiction of the third-rate sect, Lingshu sect. Lin Chen, who was flying at high speed in the air, suddenly fell on the top of Lingshu Mountain. Lin Chen shook his head slightly and sighed up to the sky. God! Why? Why make me look so handsome, and make me bear the pressure and handsomeness that I shouldn't bear at this age? Lin Chen inexplicably shouted to the sky. It's really annoying to be handsome. Even flying and rushing can attract attention. It's still the kind of pervert who has followed me for a day and a night, and has followed me for hundreds of thousands of miles. If being handsome is a sin, then I am Lin. Are people the most sinful person in the world? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell will go to hell. Hey, it's like experiencing what it's like to not be handsome, maybe. It's like those who don't subscribe. Enough. I can't listen anymore. A thunderous shout broke Lin Chen's cry. The situation in the world suddenly changed, and in the space around Lin Chen, 4 distorted figures appeared. Like shadows. I've heard that you are a shameless boy, but I didn't expect to reach this level. This is the first time this old man has lived for so many years to see such a wonderful creature like you. The dark shadow directly in front of Lin Chen gradually manifested. The old man was wearing a bone armor, with a gloomy energy, leaning on a cane in the palm of his hand, and carrying a deep and pitch-black sickle, with a flickering cold light. Hey, everyone, following me for hundreds of thousands of miles, are you very interested in the true face of this handsome? Lin Chen smiled, not panic at all, slightly urging Zijintong to look around. One after another, like a torrent of mountains and rivers, the fighting spirit flows through the 4 people, and all of them are powerhouses above the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. The old man with the sickle, who scolded Lin Chen in the first place, was in the late stage of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. Good boy, you dare to leave so far when you find out that we are following you. The old man with the sickle grimly exposed a few yellowed teeth, which was quite penetrating. Brother, beware of cheating. Others were alerting the surroundings, and the old man with the sickle waved his hand indifferently. This is the Lingshu faction. There will not be a strong person above the 4th level of the Tiangang realm in a radius of 100,000 miles. This kid is the turtle in our urn. You shouldn't be the ones invited by the Sun Temple to attend the conference. Right? Let me guess if the elders of Hingyu Palace, 80,000 miles away, asked you to come. Someone Lin folded his arms across his chest, not panicking at all, and smiled. Jokingly. The four were at the fourth level of the heavenly astral realm, and they were still encountered during the system update. Lin Chen could not use the characteristic rune. If it was encountered at the ninth level of the earthly demon realm, it would be a near-death experience. But now, even if he can't be beaten, if someone from Talon wants to escape, the other party may not be able to stop him. Seeing that Lin Chen's reaction was so calm, not pretending to be calm and disguised, the sickle old man who had been a killer for thousands of years suddenly felt a little abnormal. Shoot. Don't get entangled with this kid, fight quickly. Soul break. The four were divided into south, east, north, and west, and when they read the formula, a gray pillar of battle air appeared in the void, and it instantly turned into a thick chain like a giant python. Dark bloodline transformation. Lin Chen's whole body suddenly became dark and secluded, like a bottomless black hole. The amazing dark battle aura infected the surrounding spiritual energy, and the dark waves of the sky rolled over Lin Chen's head. This is the dark attribute energy point that exceeded 4 million points, and it was converted into a dark energy bloodline for the first time. Every meridian of Lin Chen is filled with dark shadows, singing demonic songs and magical sounds from hell. The 9 secrets of God's desolation, dark devour. The dark battle aura revolved in the palm of his hand, forming a dark roulette. Lin Chen shot it out with one palm, and the void suddenly expanded into a huge dark roulette of hundreds of meters. The chain of battle energy that came like lightning was swallowed up by the roulette, and the joint attack formed by the four was broken by Lin Chen with one palm, and they were dragged by the dark roulette instead. The idea is tricky. Breaking the battle. The black-robed old man's complexion changed slightly, and he suddenly drank. Coldly, the purple-black sickle behind his back turned to start, if there was spirituality. Cut him 4 ways, he can't do anything if he is approached. As soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, the dragon roar that ripped apart the night sky suddenly surrounded the sky. Roar. The ancient azure dragon rushing with dragon breath slaughtered in the air. And the dragon soared for thousands of miles, like lightning in the sky, and attacked a killer in the early stage of the 4th level of Tiangang realm. Sure enough, there is a Qinglong hidden. The man shouted in awe, pulled out a ghost-headed sword with one hand, slashed vertically, and slashed with a blood lightsaber aura like a tianhe, cut the sea. The ancient Qinglong opened its mouth and spewed out endless dragon breath. Between the twisting of the dragon's body, the dragon's tail slapped and shattered the blood lightsaber aura. Tianyin finger. An energy finger with a mental whistle rolled over the space on both sides and twisted, and quickly rolled towards Lin Chen. But found that it was just an afterimage? Not good. Brother, he's heading towards you. When the sneak-attacked middle-aged man shouted in surprise, a figure stepping on the blue light wind whirled holding a black spear, the purple flame wings behind him flapped slightly, and the distance of thousands of meters was passed by only breathing. Thunder explosion. The black light war spear flowing with electric light and thunder shadow stabbed sternly, and the electric dragon that penetrated the void burst out. From the tip of the spear, the sickle blade flashed light, cutting through the electric dragon, causing a shocking explosion. Dare to fight melee with the old man, I think you are courting death. Before he finished speaking, the black-robed old man almost didn't react, and the fist burning with red flames suddenly hit his face violently. Bang! With this punch, the monstrous flame tornado exploded and raged Ka ka. The few teeth of the black-robed old man were all knocked out. If it wasn't for the protection of treasures, Lin Chen's punch would be enough to kill him. In the void, black air is rolling, Lin Chen's whole body exudes a breath of darkness and hell, and the killing intent lingering all over his body is like the arrival of a demon king, staring at the sky. Lin Chen was about to pursue the victory, when suddenly, the Heiyuan spear turned like a dragon, swept the void in anger, and the dark battle gas turned into a piece of training and swept out from the tip of the spear, tearing 100 meters of space in front of him, forming a crack. Clang! The spear light burst, and a few meters in front of Lin Chen, a man as thin as a monkey, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Even my occult finds out, tough young man. The thin man's eyes narrowed, his figure trembled suddenly, and he unfolded his movements at close range. The ghosts-like afterimages jumped in space one after another, and even Lin Chen couldn't immediately notice the direction of his attack. Tiangang fighting spirit. The indestructible Gangjin light turns Lin Chen's whole body, and the dark gold dagger is constantly slashing on the Tiangang war spirit, bursting with dazzling sparks. Break it for me. Lin Chen danced the black abyss spear with both hands, the sword light and spear shadows collided with each other. The aftermath of the collision shook the clouds and mists under the entire night sky. In just a dozen or so rounds, Lin Chen swung the Heiyuan spear as fast as the thin man swung the dagger. What a joke, what kind of brute force is he? A shot was shocked by Lin Chen. The thin man's eyes were full of shock. Lin Chen's body was the same as an ordinary person, but his pure strength was as strong as a fierce beast. Light fury. Before the thin man could react, the light-based battle aura converged into a vast energy sphere, like a setting sun, exploding above his head. Boom. 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 The terrifying aftermath of the explosion blew the entire peak of Lingshu mountain into pieces, and the endless aurora was released under the night sky. As if it was a new sun, clearly visible for tens of thousands of miles. Lin Chen's light and dark battle energy are the most aggressive among the 9 attributes of battle energy. At the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm, a power comparable to the peak of the 2nd level of the Heavenly Astral realm can be erupted, and with Lin Chen's pure power, it can directly match the 3rd level or above. Now that he has stepped into the Heavenly Astral realm, this light and anger smashed the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain into smashes on the spot. The thin man in the middle stage of the 4th level of the Heavenly Astral realm was blown up and disabled on the spot. Left legs and right arms were lost in the explosion. 80,000 miles away, high above a valley. What a terrifying power, this kid actually has this kind of power. The elder of the 8 desolate palace, whom Lin Chen scolded earlier, was horrified, and his heart was full of fear. He has long been used to calling for wind and rain in the 8 desolate hall. After being scolded by Lin Chen at the banquet, he angrily left the venue, and he held a grudge in his heart, and finally coveted Lin Chen's details. I thought that 4 people at the 4th level of the Heavenly Astral realm were hired, and even the 5th level Heavenly Astral realm could be entangled. If he hadn't left the arena early and saw the scene where Lin Chen helped Yun Manqing to defeat Yu Junsheng without any suspense, he might have given him 10 more courage to ambush Lin Chen. Oops, I made a mistake. Going on like this, the strength of the 4 ghosts of Montenegro may not be able to eat him. I can only retreat first. 4th. The blood-stained black-robed old man and another Heavenly Astral realm quadruple roared hoarsely, and the majestic battle aura like the turning of a river poured out of their bodies. Fourth, what size are you? If you have the guts to kill the young master, you have to be prepared to be counter-killed. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierce light, and his whole body suddenly burst into a colorful light of war, rising into the sky, reflecting the entire sky, becoming splendid and colorful. All attribute energy bloodline transformation. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Before Lin Chen could show his power, the ancient Qinglong waved his green dragon claws frantically, and the dragon-breathing light blade swept across. The sky danced in the sky. The azure dragon soul-splitting claw, which can only be used once, is powerful enough to match the full-strength strike of the fourth-level peak of the heavenly astral realm, and instantly drowns the ghost knife killer. The purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, and Lin Chen's speed increased by another level. The afterimages of dancing in the sky are like meteors streaking across the sky, so fast that neither of them can catch them. Terrible. With Lin Chen's current strength, he can fully utilize the full speed of the true flame purple phoenix wing. No one knows how fast his limit speed can be. Now he is a living ancient real flame purple phoenix. The pupils shrank, and the black-robed old man jumped in rage and cursed. My grandmother. This kid's single-wheel speed is already invincible below the fifth level of the Tiangang realm. Old man, Xiao has made a few of our brothers miserable. Second child, run separately. Knowing that he could no longer be Lin Chen's opponent, the black-robed old man suddenly gave a cold cry, and the two of them separated and evacuated, flying in the opposite direction. Want to run? Try the big bombardment of my full-energy bloodline. Light fury. Thunder explosion, dark devour, wind crack, flame extinction. The light-based battle energy ball flew across the sky, and an electric dragon smashed the void and swept the mountains and rivers. The dark roulette twisted and turned in the void, and hundreds of thousands of wind-splitting blades smashed the airflow, dancing all over the sky, and the sea of red flames ignited from all around, burning thousands of fields. How is this possible? The two of them didn't close their eyes before they died, and they didn't understand from beginning to end why Lin Chen was able to break out such a terrifying attack at the first level of the heavenly astral realm. After Lin Chen made sure that the four killers were out of breath, he brought the ancient Qinglong into his body, and Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded and swept across the sky. At the foot of Lingshu Mountain, the sky above the gate of Lingshu sect, the sect master of Lingshu sect stood in the air, the trembling old hand grabbed his goatee, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself. It seems that this old man has seen a lot of hallucinations recently. Even the first-level Tiangang realm counter-killed 4 Tiangang realm 4th level. How is this possible? 178,000 miles away, an extremely fast streamer flashed across the sky. Boom! The void vibrated, and the afterimage of the streamer was bombarded and fell. Who is it? How dare you attack this old man? The old man's furious roar echoed in the sky. The elder of the 8 desolate palace, what's the hurry? If you want to rush to reincarnate, this commander will force you to give you a ride. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen slowly descended from the sky, with a playful and cold smile on the corner of his mouth. In terms of speed, he is now below the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Even a powerhouse in the 5th realm may not be able to compare to him. Zhang Deshui? You killed those 4 people? How is that possible? The elders of the 8 desolate halls lost their souls and said incredulously, "Don't worry, after you go down and see them, you'll know it's impossible." Lin Chen's figure suddenly swept away, and he released the ancient Qinglong. One person and one dragon to surround and suppress the elders of the eight. Desolate halls. A day later, Tianga Academy. Lin Chen returned to Tianga Academy safely, and just arrived at his dormitory. Area, the space fluctuated slightly, Yuan Lao and two elders appeared beside Lin Chen like a ghost. Damn it. Mr. Yuan, you scared me to death. My little heart can't bear to play hide and seek at such a young age. Lin Chen touched his chest, he was really almost frightened just now. Yuan Lao's strength is unfathomable. When he approached Lin Chen, the latter hardly had time to react. Hey, boy Lin Chen, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Old Yuan's smiling appearance instantly made Lin Chen vigilant. Grandma's. Looking at this old Ingbi's smile, it's definitely not a good thing. Huh? I actually can't see through your cultivation? Good boy, you have another adventure when you go to the Temple of the Sun this time. Suddenly, old Yuan's eyes gleamed, and he looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Hey, how can there be any adventure, just a little bit? Lin Chen said with a modesty smile. Okay, let's get down to business, I'll take over a task for you. This task is very arduous. I've read the entire Tianga Academy, quack, no one is more suitable for this task than you. Yuan Lao laughed coquettishly and said, Lin Chen's mouth twitched wildly. Grandma's is definitely not a good task, and I have to refuse anything later. Otherwise, I will be killed and I don't know what happened. Cough, then ask Mr. Yuan to talk about what the mission is. Lin Chen pretended to be serious, but he was actually thinking about the reason for his rejection. To complete this task, the first condition is that you must be handsome. Yuan Lao winked, Lin Chen was shocked on the spot, his eyes lit up. He slapped old Yuan on the shoulder heavily, and gave him a thumbs up. Have a vision. Old Yuan, no, Senior Yuan. Let's go into the room and talk. The college rest area, in the attic of Lin Chen's dormitory. What? You want me to be a duck? Selling my body? Impossible, I can't do this. Task? I, Lin, are a person with a bottom line, integrity, and a face. Even if I were to die, jumping from this sky island will not do such things that corrupt the worldly atmosphere and affect the three views of young people. Someone Lin slapped the table angrily and patted his chest righteously. Yuan Lao took a sip of tea very calmly, and then said something casually. This task is worth 1.5 million points. 1.5 million points? Hey, the world is always ruthless. Since I already have this handsome face, I should support the responsibility brought by this handsome face. I can feel that the world needs me, and needs me even more. Me. Tell me, what is the mission I, Lin, are willing to sacrifice my life for? Justice. It's really his grandmother's talent that you don't go to sing. Anywhere, if a person lives with a face, he wants to be shameless. He's just a little handsome and a little bit coquettish. Lin Chen said shyly. Okay, this is the end of the wrangling, Elder Xia, tell him the details. Yuan Lao nodded to an elder who was with him, who read the information in his hand, and then said solemnly. Last month ago, the elders of my college rescued a young man, the young sect master from Minjiwezong. It is said that he was kidnapped by a mysterious woman named Black Widow. Because of the special circumstances, Minjiwezong specially paid a lot of money. There is a reward for the capture of Black Widow. After our Academy's investigation, the Black Widow is a strong person in the heavenly astral realm wandering in the evil sect of Lingzhou. She likes to collect a large number of talented underage teenagers and drain their Cultivation and blood. The rescued young sect master is one of the many talented young men who were paid tribute to the Black Widow. Our academy needs a talented young man of the same age as the young sect master of Mingyue sect, disguised as entering the Black Widow's territory, and waiting for an opportunity to destroy her. Because there are some attack formations left over from ancient times in her territory, if it is turned on, even the 5th and 6th layers of the heavenly astral realm cannot immediately attack and destroy the formation. So we must need someone who can break her from the inside. After listening to it, Lin Chen suddenly fell into contemplation. Once this kind of mission sneaks in and reveals his identity, he will either defeat the opponent, or he will be trapped inside and be besieged to death. Let me ask, what is the realm of Black Widow's strength, and is there anyone else around her? Lin Chen said with a slightly serious expression. According to our investigation, Black Widow's cultivation base is the peak of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. There are 2 evil characters in the 2nd level heavenly astral realm by her side, and the others are the Earth Demon realm. The elder said seriously. Little guy, as long as you cooperate with your ancient Qinglong and release it when Black Widow is most relaxed and at the most critical moment, maybe you can kiss Feng Zhe before you kill her. I heard that this Black Widow is not easy, compared to those girls who are all over the country, and the city are not inferior, as the saying goes, widows and widows, soaring through the clouds. Yuan Lao laughed disrespectfully and said, then get out both of your blue dragons at the last moment and kill her directly. Bullshit, I'm a black dragon. It doesn't matter if you are black and green, give Lao Tzu a heartfelt message, take it or not. Catch. Well, yes, as expected of a student that Lao Tzu is optimistic about, this is enough domineering, the enemy is clear and you are secretive, and you still have an ancient Qinglong. This advantage is much greater than when Lao Tzu was young and was attacked by the enemy. Old Yuan's eyes glowed with the light of these memories, as if he remembered his young and frivolous self. The departure will be 2 days later. In these 2 days, our academy will send special disguise supplies to your dormitory, you can prepare it yourself. As well as the evil sect staff who escorted the young man, we will control him with poison and guarantee him no news of you will be leaked. Another elder took over the conversation and said to Lin Chen, he nodded, took out his blood jade token, and officially took over the task. For this task, Lin Chen doesn't have too much pressure. Even if the evil sect personnel who escorted the young man exposes his situation, as long as he can infiltrate the Black Widow's territory, he will not be afraid of the other party even if he fights head-on. The ancient Qinglong cooperates with his Lin Chen's strength, as long as it is not a powerhouse above the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, there will be no suspense in the battle. Night, closed room. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his hands quickly formed seals, and he displayed the 8 desolate profound fire seals. In the abyss furnace, infinite energy is refined. When the refining reaches a certain stage, Lin Chen taps his fingertips, and the energy in the pill furnace is inhaled into the body. Lin Chen's Dantian's 9-color battle spirit is spinning extremely fast. Today's 9-color battle spirit is nearly 10 times larger than before. Every time it rotates, it can drive the energy of heaven and earth, and launch attacks together with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The attribute light balls I got from killing the 4 heavenly astral realm 4th layers can't even make it possible for me to step into the middle stage. From the early days of the heavenly astral realm 1st layer, the higher the foundation, the higher the difficulty of prompting. After absorbing the energy in the pill furnace, Lin Chen sighed and shook his head, took out the last batch of fifth-order heaven and earth treasures that he had kept in the evil king's secret realm, and concentrated on refining. Refining finished medicinal pills is much more difficult and has a certain chance of failure, but Lin Chen stored all the medicinal materials and absorbed them directly in the form of an energy body, which is much faster. The only disadvantage is that the effect cannot be perfect, but it can improve itself at the fastest and most stable speed. The next day, Lin Chen exhausted all the storage of heavenly materials and earthly treasures before arriving at the mid-level of Tiangang realm first layer. He left the retreat room and went to see everyone in class 66, and found that everyone except Lu Liner was out on the mission. Lu Liner is because of her special physique and exercises, and Lin Chen's way of using poison has skyrocketed because of a copy of the Xianyu poison tome that she had robbed from the evil king's secret realm. It just so happened that Tianga Academy had the most sound teachers here, and Lu Liner was the only student from class 66 who stayed in the academy for diving. Inside the secret room of the mission hall, Lin Chen received the camouflage materials needed for this mission. After a while, Lin Chen transformed into an extremely handsome young man. He was dressed in white clothes, his eyebrows were like a light eagle, his eyes were shining like stars, his teeth were like jade, and his face was like a crown of jade, like a precious jade reflected in the clear water. A bunch of long hair is tied up, and a charming smile of a simple teenager hangs looming at the corner of his mouth, pure and single. Handsome, elegant. Like the boy in the dream, he was amazed by the years. Compared with the original appearance, Lin Chen is now a little more elegant and handsome, and less evil and arrogant. Well, it's good to change the style occasionally. Sure enough, he looks handsome and looks good no matter what. A certain Lin shamelessly looked at the mirror with satisfaction and narcissism, and the elder beside him handed him a jade pendant of the bright moon and let him hang it around his waist. I didn't expect you to look good even in disguise. You are about the same age as the young sect master of Mingyue sect. You already look like that young sect master. He has been under the protection of a prestigious family since he was a child. It is estimated that Black Widow did not have many times. If you have the chance to see his true face, there shouldn't be any problems. Yuan Lao said seriously, from today onwards, you are the young sect master of Mingyue sect. Student Lin Chen, this way, please. Next, we will take you to the place where the connection person is connected, and he will take you to Haimu Island. The elder pushed open the door, Lin Chen followed closely. Yuan Lao took a sip of strong wine, and there was a faint expectation in his eyes. Pa. No. A charming fresh girl of Huang Sun level hurriedly walked through the mission hall, and accidentally bumped into Lin Chen and was knocked to the ground. What's the matter, junior girl, are you all right? Young sect master Lin stretched out his hand to the newly born girl and smiled slightly. His charming, elegant and simple sunny smile made the girl stunned for a while. Yuan Lao kicked the ass of the young sect master and said cursingly, "Your uncles, when are you still picking up girls? You can't find a fight." 6 days later, Lingzhou Tianyehai. The Tianyehai is located in the extreme south of Lingzhou. There are brutal sea beasts hidden in the sea, and there are almost no ships around the sea. In the Heavenly Demon Sea, there is a lot of fog and it is an excellent hiding place. At the position of the West Sea, a group of cranes flew by, and the island surrounded by black mist, slowly revealed. Crane Bird descended to the shore of the island with heavy fog. Several people shouted suddenly. Hurry up! One by one, be quick with your hands and feet. Going so slow is courting death. Several people from the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm shouted, and a dozen young and handsome teenagers were full of terror and were taken into the island. Among the many terrified teenagers, there is only one person who still has spiritual eyes in his eyes. That little guy went in. Now the old ghosts of Tianga Academy should let me go. Damn, I won't do this errand again. The head of the middle-aged man in purple clothes twitched a few times after watching the young sect master being brought into Haigiri Island. This Black Mist Island is a bit weird. Even my spirit transformation realms spiritual power can't spy too far away. Unless I use purple gold pupils, my eyes will be smeared. It's no wonder that few people come to such a ghost place. Locked by the iron chains that bound the fighting spirit, Lin Chen walked silently with his head down, following the team. He couldn't help shivering. This ghost place felt gloomy even for him, let alone the other captured teenagers. It was outstanding that he didn't faint on the spot. It's certain that Mr. Zhou brought the goods. Let go of the formation. Suddenly, several women's coquettish voices sounded, and the void was dotted with ripples. 5 tall and charming women walked out of the forest. They were dressed in uniform, and their seductive long and narrow eyes looked at the dozen or so teenagers with a trace of ruthlessness and greed. My sisters, we will escort them here. The few people in the 9 levels of the Earth Demon realm swallowed their saliva and didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and fled into the jungle. A bunch of cowards. The charming women sneered, holding the chains that bound Lin Chen and a dozen teenagers, and pulled them into the forest like they were pulling goods. Passing through the dark foggy forest, what you see is a huge and secluded castle. The scale is comparable to the size of a palace. For safety's sake, Lin Chen closed one eye and used purple gold pupils for his single pupil. The light in his eyes disappeared in a flash, and Lin Chen's face changed slightly. He actually saw endless bad luck and murderous luck in this castle. If you enter it, even yourself will be fatally threatened. What's the situation? Doesn't it mean that there is only one peak of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm? The gray silk threads in the sky wandered around the entire castle, and this scene made Lin Chen horrified. The realm of Zhijintong's things out of nothing can help Lin Chen spy on the most mysterious fortune in this world, which is related to Lin Chen's own direction. If Lin Chen's strength is strong enough, there are no creatures in the castle that can threaten him, so naturally there will be so many gatherings of killing luck. But the sight in front of him is enough to explain. The entire castle has a fatal crisis for Lin Chen, and it is no exaggeration to call it a life and death situation. Do you want to retreat? The current position is already close to the center of the island. There is black fog on the island. It will take a while to explore the way with purple gold pupils. Once the powerhouses on the entire island are alerted, I will be besieged by a group. Lin Chen quickly calmed down and never lost his mind. At this time, the few charming and cold women giggled. This time the goods are much better than the last time. Giggle, these are all our sisters only after being selected by the sect. Master. Don't be in a hurry. I don't know who was tempted first. The women's teasing turned their heads from time to time, and when they looked at the young people, their eyes flashed with a trace of coquettishness and greed. Especially the young sect master was swept back and forth by several women's eyes several times. Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by several hungry she-wolves. Okay, don't look at it, sisters. How could the extremely handsome young sect master let it go? Let's pay attention to the others. What a pity. Shoo. It's almost the gate, don't talk. The girls and the boys pushed open the castle gate, passed through the courtyard in the castle, and entered the second floor. After arriving on the second floor, the vicious atmosphere rushed towards the face, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. This is a murderous and oppressive feeling that has slaughtered millions and millions of people. It is almost comparable to high-level beasts. The teenagers around Lin Chen were terrified, and some of them even wet their pants on the spot and fainted. Useless waste, Xiaoyan, drag it out and use it. Remember, clean up your hands and feet. A glamorous woman at the first level of the heavenly astral realm said. Indifferently, that Xiaoyan showed her eyes, and immediately took the order to drag the unconscious teenager away. In Kuroki Island. If you want to survive, be obedient to be our sect masters. Training furnace. The cold and glamorous woman's words shocked the teenagers and nodded again. And again. Walking into the pavilion on the third floor, Lin Chen and a group of teenagers were arranged in a spacious guest room. In the guest room, not only Lin Chen and other teenagers, but also nearly 100 other teenagers who were captured were imprisoned here. They were all bound by chains on their hands and feet, and blindfolded. Trembling on the spot in fear and trembling. All of them are talented young talents from all over Lingzhou. Each of them is less than 22 years old, and they are all cultivation bases above the earth. Demon realm, with considerable potential and qualifications. Be optimistic about them. I will go to see the guest with the door owner. The glamorous woman in the first layer of the Tiangang realm asked to leave. And the rest of the girls put on the blindfolds for Lin Chen and other newly arrived teenagers. After the Gangjing woman left that day, Lin Chen raised his head slightly and faced the direction of the fourth floor. From the moment he entered the castle, he could faintly feel many powerful breaths converging on the fourth floor of the castle. Through the blindfold, Lin Chen urged Zijintong. Grass. Yuan Lao, this motherfucker, is trying to kill Lao Tzu? Using Zijintong, this time almost scared Lin Chen. Under the investigation of Zijintong, in a certain guest room on the fourth floor, a total of 14 strong men above the fourth level of the heavenly astral realm gathered. Among them, there are actually 3 powerhouses above the fifth level of the heavenly astral realm. Damn, Brother Chen, I've entered the wolf's den this time. An hour ago, Tianga Academy, in the mission hall. Brush. On the constantly changing task screen, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The students in the quest halls of each sky island cast their eyes in surprise. This kind of change usually only occurs when the advanced quest is changed. Qing Sun's high-level task, infiltrating the Black Widow Island to destroy. The Black Widow has been officially changed to a Lan Sun level task. Eliminate all the evil sect warriors on the Black Mist Island. According to the latest information, the Black Widow has broken through the 5 realms of the heavenly astral realm, and has gathered his sister, the veteran evil sect Powerhouse, Black Soul, and the 3 evil sect forces to gather on the Black Mist Island, suspected of conspiring to join forces. Task reward, changed to 4 million points. Task executor, Qing Sun Lin Chen. It is recommended to change the candidate. Seeing the suddenly changed task, most of the college students were shocked. The Qing Sun quest is upgraded to the Lan Sun quest. Generally, this change occurs only when the quest changes greatly. The difficulty of carrying out a Lin Chen level task is almost as high as the sky. Even an old Lin Chen class shot may not be able to complete it, and may even be buried in it. Under normal circumstances. Basically, only 2 Lin Chen level teams can ensure safety, but it may not be able to guarantee the success of the mission. And Qing Sun class students to perform Blue Sun class tasks? Basically equivalent to courting death. Not even a 1% chance. Huh? Lin Chen, isn't this the freshman who defeated 2 Qingshuan grades when he was admitted to the hospital? It was him who performed this mission? After all, no matter how strong he is, he can't be an opponent of the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Go and inform the elder. If he hasn't set off, he has no time to give up the mission. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this kid is about to end. The Black Mist Island is a place where there is an ancient formation. As long as you go in, if you want to force it out, it's impossible without the strength above the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. It's a pity. He became a Qing Sun when he was admitted to the hospital at a young age. I didn't expect it to turn into a meteor and fall like this. It's embarrassing. Hee hee, martial arts is like this, no one knows what will happen in the next moment, so just practice with peace of mind. Many old students who saw the task for the first time immediately set off a heated discussion. Even old Yuan, who has always been calm and breezy, jumped up abruptly when he received the news in the mission hall. Blue rank mission? How could there be such a big change? Yuan Lao's expression showed a trace of disbelief and regret. The Black Widow's sister and the Black Soul are both famous and ruthless characters in the Lingzhou area. Counting the newly promoted Black Widow, Haigiri Island has gathered 3 Heavenly Astral Realm 5th layer and 3 evil sect forces at this time. Let Lin Chen sneak in single-handedly, there is no possibility of coming out alive. Old Yuan, shall we rush to Haima Island at full speed? Or call the college to send elder reinforcements? An elder who chose Lin Chen to perform the task was also anxious and regretted. At this time, it's too late, even if the old man breaks the seal, regardless of the loss of life, it will take more than 2 days to rush to Kuroki Island at full speed. Otherwise this new information will not arrive so slowly. As for reinforcements, it is even more impossible. The academy clearly stipulates that no elders can interfere with students in the execution of tasks, no matter how talented they are. As long as he contacts the Black Widow, the possibility of exposure is extremely high. In 2 days, when we arrive, the kid will probably be gone. Yuan Lao shook his head like a remorse, as if he was 10 years old, and sat back in the seat tremblingly. It was the old man who killed him. Kurokiri Island, inside the castle in the center of the island. The 4th floor, a group of Tiangang realm powerhouses sit on the banquet. Sister, won't you just invite your elder sister to absorb the furnace? The seductive woman stretched her waist lazily, covered with a few strands of veil outlining her exquisite and hot body. Of course not, looting is just a gift for my sister and everyone. The beautiful woman in the black dress sitting at the first stage of the banquet giggled, her beautiful lips framing a captivating smile. This woman is the Black Widow, the initiator of this evil sect alliance. She leisurely crossed Erlang's legs, her slender legs overlapped like 2 white snakes entwined with each other, and she said softly, with Feng Lan. What I want to discuss with you this time is that with the background of the 3 families, plus my Black Widow's Black Mist Island, it is enough to form A solid line of defense, with this boundary and advantages. Why don't we go to the outside world to control or open some third-rate sects, let them regularly recruit enough furnaces and training resources to contribute to us. Everyone is originally from the same line, and the cultivation methods are called evil sects by the world. It is not convenient to do things. If they can form together, it will be a great force, and it will be a win-win situation. This remark made the many evil sect warriors present immediately moved. The Black Widow was in no hurry, her slender and fair fingers picked up a cup of scarlet wine, and she didn't know what it was. Sister means, join forces, build the plank road brightly, and darken. Chinsong? The seductive woman's eyes lit up and she laughed evilly. Exactly. I have such a good background as Haigiri Island, and you have such a good relationship network with the outside world. Combining with each other will create a stable chain of cultivation resources, right? Black Widow giggled, and since she drank the cup of bright red jia, her beautiful eyes began to burn with lust, and from the corner of her eyes she looked at the third floor downstairs from time to time. We agree with Soulless Cliff. This cooperation is very good. As long as we are honest with each other, there will be no problem. It is impeccable. A statement from the head of the evil sect at the peak of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. If that's the case, then count us as one. The naked middle-aged man at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm, seated in the 3 corners, also showed a bloodthirsty smile and patted the table in agreement. At the same time, the 3rd floor lobby. With my strength, I may be able to entangle with the last heavenly astral realm 5th layer, and I can escape even if I lose, but if I face 3 at the same time, I have no chance of winning. Let's see if the new version of the system has any breakthrough functions. Before Lin Chen was tired of refining medicine, he didn't pay attention to the update of the system. In fact, the update was completed as early as the day after he returned to the academy. Lin Chen put away his purple golden eyes, and took the opportunity to sneak into the system space while the head of the evil sect was still talking. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Heavenly Astral Realm, 1st layer. Ultimate Strength, 16 Dragon Force. Chi and Blood Energy, 1,055,710,000 points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 882.55 million points. Mental Strength, 940,000 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 2.1 million points. Mind Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 30%. Learning the Exercises, Taisher Bible, 50%, 9 Techniques of Shenhuang. 100%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 100%. Possess Blood Energy, up to 3 types Qinglong Bloodline 21,000 points. Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Feature Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Upgradable, Corruption Rune Level 2. Upgradable, Charge Rune Level 2, Upgradable. Runic Power, 8.59 million points. The energy of each element, Fire, 12.95 million, Earth 9.11 million, Wood 8.72 million, Gold 10.58 million, Water 10.11 million. 8.71 million points of Thunder, 8.12 million points of Wind, 8.91 million points of Light, and 8.38 million points of Dark. Content of this system update, the number of blood energy that can be used concurrently has increased to 3 types. Open the upper limit of level 3. Characteristic runes. Open difficulty surprise mechanism, the system will Increase the chance of dropping attribute light balls and dropping advanced treasure boxes according to the strength of the opponent killed by the host. Upgradable level 3 runes? Lin Chen was shocked, and immediately issued an order. System, I want to upgrade all level 2 runes. The system prompts the host, the upgrade failed. The host has not obtained the characteristic rune evolution stone. What the hell? Where can I get this evolution stone? Lin Chen was stunned. Didn't you use rune energy to upgrade the characteristic rune last time? The system prompts the host that the level 3 characteristic rune has entered the ranks of advanced runes, and the host must obtain rune evolution stones to upgrade. The standard answer of the system almost made Lin Chen curse her mother. Are you useless at such a critical moment? Your upgrade this time is simply a loneliness. There's no other way, I can only use a little more rune energy. Level 2 is level 2, just make do with it. I don't know how much effect his level 2 rune has on the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, so Lin Chen can only act on the spot. What is going to happen next? If you take one wrong step, you will lose the whole game, and this Black Fog Island must be the place where he died. At the meeting, it didn't take many breaths before the joint proposal was passed by everyone. All the evil sects present hit it off. Since Yaxing is so good today, little sister, I also prepared a small gift for everyone, which will be the beginning of our cooperation. Black Widow smiled coquettishly and clapped her hands. I saw that the screens on all sides were opened, and a series of trembling figures came up from the 3rd floor. Wait for everyone to enter the conference hall. All the evil sect powerhouses present are bright. More than 200 boys and girls with good qualifications were divided into left and right sides, standing in front of these evil sect powerhouses like goods. This is a high-quality product that I specially selected from overseas, Lingzhou and other regions. In the future, we will cooperate with many companies, and there will be many such scenes and opportunities. I believe that you are not ordinary people, so I specially provide more for everyone. Several times. Black Widow smiled coquettishly, her beautiful eyes also burning with uncontrollable lust. Hey! The sect is welcome, ha ha ha. These 10, the sect wants it. The topless Tiangang realm, 5th level strong man, smiled cruelly and coldly and hugged 10 delicate beauties. Whether it's a teenager or a girl, they were once famous martial arts geniuses, but now they are like sheep, powerless to resist, unable to even commit suicide. Since my sister is so sincere, then my sister should choose first. The beautiful woman in purple covered her mouth and chuckled, and she could naturally see that her younger sister was getting horny. Then sister, thank you sister, you, and you, come here. With a flick of her sleeves, the Black Widow took the 10 teenagers away to the secret room outside the hall with a faint power of space. Among them, Lin Mao, the young sect master. In the entire castle, it was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Some evil sect warriors practice by sucking the blood of young warriors, and some even feed on flesh and blood, completely losing their human form. In a secret room, there is a large round bed, and black and red curtains spread all over the room, which seems to have a hazy, mysterious beauty. Black Widow enjoyed the massage of the 2 teenagers behind her, crossed Erlang's legs, and looked at the other 8 teenagers who were unchained and stood at a loss. Black Widow pointed to a mid-cut, femininity-oriented teenager. She said seductively and coldly, although her tone was charming, but it had a cold-killing intent. You, come out, talk about it, where you come from, what specialties you have. I am not satisfied with the answer, and I will kill you now. She seemed to like this kind of gameplay of tortured teenagers, before dying. I come from Su Kunman, which opened for 2.5 years. My specialty is singing, dancing. Jump your head. The Black Widow swung out a palm, and the thick black fog swept through like a demonic wind, and the man disappeared on the spot, not even a hair was left. What a terrifying fighting spirit, the name of the Black Widow is indeed. Well deserved, even if it is full of desires, at this time, it is still a matter of killing people. Lin Chen was speechless in secret, and before he could think too much, the charming and narrow eyes of the Black Widow were staring at him. Black Widow was a little surprised at this handsome and sunny boy, and a flush of excitement appeared on her cheeks. This son doesn't seem to be afraid at all when he comes to his own territory. And he has a refined temperament and an excellent appearance. Such a young man has a lot of potential and looks like a first-class person. I am afraid that it will be a lot of enjoyment to smoke. Young man, come here. You don't seem to be afraid at all. What's your name? Where are you from, and what are your specialties? The Black Widow asked with a smile, looking at Lin Chen up and down with her seductive eyes, the 9th-level aura of the Earth Fiend realm emanating from him seemed a little confusing. This blurry, unpredictable. With her new cultivation at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm, she was unable to fully detect the truth of a young man. I have seen Mrs. Song Mingyue. The villain's name is Song Mingyue, from the Mingyue sect in the northwest area of Lingzhou, and she is the descendant of the suzerain. The villain has been captured for a month, and the elders in the sect should know that if Mrs. is lucky enough to spare the villain, maybe you can exchange a lot of cultivation resources with the life of the villain. Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, he spoke calmly, and he was handsome and delicate. It turned out that it was after the big sect, so it is no wonder that he could not find out his true and false. It is estimated that there are some treasures on his body that conceal his cultivation. The only thing that Black Widow might raise her guard against is completely put down. Although she has a little doubt about Lin Chen's cultivation, Lin Chen's real age cannot be concealed. Black Widow can feel that her life fluctuations are very young. This is a beautiful teenager, no more than 18 years old. Let him start cultivating from his mother's womb. How could he possibly threaten him at this age? After she was completely relieved, the Black Widow's eyes slowly looked at Lin Chen. Little boy, just because of your appearance and temperament, you can be compared to thousands of crystals. I don't want to change my sister. A blush appeared on his cheeks, and he said with a very charming smile, You haven't said what your specialties are. The beautiful woman's eyes scrutinized, and Ying smiled. Immediately, he feigned a shy smile and bent down slightly. Mrs. Hui, the villain's specialty is his specialty. Black Widow was stunned for a moment, and she smiled and laughed on the spot. Ahahaha. Interesting, little boy, you are very interesting. I have to say. Compared with you, these little guys are so boring and vulgar. You all go out. Black Widow waved her hand and threw all the remaining teenagers out of the secret room. Xiangbu moved slightly, and the Black Widow approached Lin Chen gently. Little boy, tonight, my elder sister will let you experience what is called Elysium. The beautiful woman spit out Fong Lan, but Lin Chen smiled elegantly. My experience is not important, the important thing is to make my sister happy. Driver Lin even changed his name in a blink of an eye. This is a familiar transformation and a skilled operation. A strange light flashed in the Black Widow's beautiful eyes. Lin Chen really felt in her eyes that her killing intent had weakened. Little, then, the beautiful woman leaned in his arms and smiled charmingly. Little boy, do you like the front or the back? Someone Lin said solemnly, Sister, since my specialty is my specialty, why not try the middle? Middle? And this kind of operation? The beautiful woman was slightly startled. Lin Chen hugged the beautiful woman, and at the same time a flash of purple gold color disappeared in a flash. Almost in an instant, Lin Chen determined the positions of the other two. Heavenly Astral Realm 5th layer on the 4th floor. Victory is only in a split second. Lin Chen's heartbeat quietly accelerated. He was as calm as him, and he couldn't be completely calm at the moment. One wrong step, and the consequence is death. 3 sieges at the 5th level of the astral realm, he, Lin Chen, may not even have a chance of rushing out alive. Lin Chen and Black Widow came to the round bed, and the beautiful woman smiled tenderly. Little boy, you're just pretending to be an old hand, aren't you? My sister just heard that your heart was beating very fast. Being able to share the joy of fish and water with a beauty like my sister, I am afraid that there is no man in this world who can be calm. Lin Chen smiled elegantly, and the Black Widow pressed her slender fingers against the boy's lips, and said coquettishly, I don't know if your lips have eaten honey or drank sugar, why are they so sweet? Sister, you don't use your fingers to block your lips. When Lin Chen smiled again, he firmly hugged Black Widow. At the moment when Black Widow's emotions and desires were teased to the extreme, the moment when Lin Chen hugged her. Abrupt mutation. Slow rune. The host activates the slow rune, consuming 1.5 million rune energy. At the moment when it was like thunder, Lin Chen kept the opponent's vigilance to the lowest level and his desire to the highest level, and decisively took out his strongest trump card. A level 2 slow rune can only consume a maximum of 1.5 million rune energy. This slow rune is Lin Chen's most perfect sneak attack so far. Because you don't need to run the battle energy, you can activate it at the nearest distance, and use it when the opponent is the most relaxed. Before the Black Widow was hit, there was no sign at all to detect Lin Chen's move. The boy who thought he was just a little sheep turned out to be a man. Eating tiger. Taisher Ling sword. Almost at the same time as the slowness rune was activated, the 4 spiritual sword chi pierced into Black Widow's forehead like a sharp sword, and penetrated at the shortest distance, so that she did not even have a moment to resist the slowness rune. Chi. The spiritual sword energy penetrated Black Widow, her eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and twitching all over. The moment when Lin Chen's rune of slowness delayed Black Widow, as a powerhouse at the 5th level of the astral realm, she has a subconscious crisis response and fights against the rune of slowness. But the problem is that Lin Chen's mental attack that is ready to launch cuts off this subconscious counterattack like a sharp sword. This results in the current Black Widow being completely defenseless. Under the premise that the consciousness is cut off and the consciousness of resistance cannot be raised, there is not even the most basic protection of war. Lin Chen did not pity Xiangxiu, shattered her Tianling cover with one palm, and died on the spot. This is the Black Widow who has eaten countless people. A generation of evil. Sect powerhouse, with 1,000 years of life, I do not know how many lives have been harmed, but hidden under the seemingly beautiful skin is a brutal demon who slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people. After the death of Black Widow, a large number of attribute light balls and a purple gold treasure chest appeared near the corpse. Lin Chen's eyes were quick, and he took away all the attribute light balls. The host has obtained 53 million points of battle spirit essence, 49 million Points of Battle Spirit Essence, 62.4 million points of Battle Spirit Essence. The host obtains 800,000 Dark Energy Points, 1.2 million Dark Energy Points. The host gets 500,000 points of Martial Arts Essence, 800,000 points of Martial Arts Essence. The host gets 200,000 Rune Energy and 150,000 Rune Energy. The host opens the purple treasure chest, obtains the highest quality exotic or dark gold stone. Before Lin Chen came to see what this dark gold stone looked like, the 9-colored battle spirit in his body spun very fast, and the battle spirit, like a galaxy, merged into the battle spirit. Lin Chen's combat aura suddenly climbed. It is like a broken bamboo to advance to the peak of the first layer of Tiangang realm. He hurriedly harnessed the fire element's fighting spirit to cast a heavy net of fire, covering up his cultivation again. This time, the breakthrough of fighting spirit almost exposed Lin Chen's position, thanks to his quick response, or else he would have to alarm the two Heavenly Astral Realm 5th layers now, killing an attribute light ball that fell from the 5th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm can actually give me more than 400 million points of Battle Spirit, and leap to the peak of the 1st level Heavenly Astral Realm. Then I can step into the 2nd realm of the Astral Realm, and the remaining 1, combined with the characteristic rune, my win rate can be at least 50% or more. Lin Chen's eyes flashed a ray of hope for survival. After quickly hiding the Black Widow's body, he tore off his clothes, resulting in a messy look. On the 4th floor, in a secret room at the very end of the corridor, the beautiful chants of intercourse can be heard from time to time. Clap. Suddenly, the door of the secret room was opened, and the narrow and seductive eyes of the beautiful woman in the secret room suddenly narrowed. Who? The beautiful woman in purple robe, who had just been vigilant, was slightly startled, and a handsome and beautiful boy in messy clothes ran in with a crying voice. Woo-woo, the lady just now was too much. She said that she wanted to give me fragrant white steamed buns and scallops, and she had to go to bed to eat them. As a result, woo-woo, the steamed buns are good, but the scallops are not fragrant at all. The teenager cried so much that it was raining, and the streamlined muscle lines of the teenager were revealed under the messy and torn shirt. Junia's pure and fair face appealed to the grievances of the young man, like a shivering little milk dog, which made the purple-robed, beautiful woman's heart tremble. Isn't this the handsome young man chosen by her sister? Before, she still had a trace of regret for giving such top-quality products to her sister, but she didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to deliver it to her door, fearing that her sister had finished enjoying it and let him come over and serve her. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman in the purple robe was charming, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she said softly, "Hey, it's hard for me, darling, don't be afraid, come over. Here, my sister will comfort you." The beautiful woman opened her arms, and the soft and white gentle town opened the door to the boy. She didn't take much precautions against Lin Chen. A powerhouse who had cultivated to a certain level could see through Lin Chen's real age at a glance. He was a boy who was not even 19 years old. How could such a young man be a threat to her? Almost like a conditioned reflex, the beautiful woman in purple put down her guard against Lin Chen, and wanted to enjoy the pleasure of fish and water with him. From the corner of Lin Chen's eyes, he glanced around calmly, and found that there were already 4 teenagers whose life and death were unknown lying on the ground. Speaking of which, my sister is also fast. Didn't she always like to torture teenagers and play with them slowly to death? Why is it so fast this time? A little doubt appeared in the heart of the beautiful woman in purple. When she was about to hug the boy who was trotting towards her, she casually released a ray of war to explore her sister's secret room. However, this ray of fighting spirit was like a stone thrown into the abyss. And there was no response in his sister's secret room. Not even her breath. As if it just evaporated out of thin air. The beautiful woman in purple was instantly horrified, her hair stood upside down, and a sense of crisis almost instinctively arose. The narrow and long eyes became particularly sharp in an instant, the space around the delicate body was violently distorted, and the majestic battle aura suddenly turned into waves of purple waves. She immediately turned her attention to the boy who was less than 3 meters away from her. Yeah, she found it. I can't control it anymore, let's go. Slow rune. Lin Chen's heart was shocked, and he released the pure power of the collapse of mountains and rivers, revealing the details. Taisher Ling sword. The sluggish rune and 4 spiritual sword chi that contained 1.5 million rune energy condensed from the air, and suddenly rushed out. Tear. Like the Black Widow, the beautiful woman in purple was caught off guard by Lin Chen's raid, and was stunned by the slow rune on the spot, and the spiritual sword chi entangled into her spiritual consciousness, cutting off her consciousness. Boom. The fist that was burning with a bright red flame angrily smashed to the heart of the beautiful woman in purple. The host activates the level 2 corrosion rune and the level 2 rechargeable rune, which consumes 800,000 rune energy. Lin Chen made 4 moves at the same time: mental power, characteristic rune, pure power and energy bloodline, and he completed the most rapid offensive in almost 1 breath. Boom. The upside-down roar shook the entire castle, and all the evil sect warriors were shocked. The 4th floor of the entire castle was pierced by a tornado fist wind, red flames billowed, and a monstrous fire was ignited. Along the way, the fist style killed many evil sect warriors in the 1st and 2nd layers of the Tiangang realm. When the fire energy is burned, not even the corpse is left. If there is an enemy attack, come out. The sudden cold drink of the beautiful woman in purple made Lin Chen's heart sink. The opponent is not dead. Even with the most ferocious offensive in the shortest amount of time, it will not be able to defeat a 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Under the premise of being on guard at the 5th level of the astral realm, the sluggish rune with 1.5 million rune energy could not even delay the opponent's half-breath. Lin Chen's situation has become embattled and dangerous at this moment. The entire castle fell in an instant, the 4th floor almost completely collapsed, and many evil sect powerhouses flashed out of the castle in an instant, surrounded by groups. It's weird, how could someone get on this Black Mist Island? The topless evil sect powerhouse, Black Soul, said with a frown, with his strength in the middle stage of the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. He didn't even notice it. Zijin's eyes stared at the void, many killing luck lingered around. Lin Chen locked the figure of the beautiful woman in purple in the void, kicked the soles of his feet, and the purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, passing through the void. In order to resist Lin Chen's previous sneak attack, the right arm of the beautiful woman in purple was blasted into nothingness by Lin Chen on the spot. When she stepped on the void, she saw that Lin Chen's speed was so fast, and the jade finger that made a decisive decision pointed at the void. Hissing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth changed, and 2 giant purple pythons of hundreds of meters stretched across the sky, biting at Lin Chen on the left. and right sides. The bloodline of the wind system changed. Lin Chen stepped on the blue light. Wind, and the purple phoenix wings flapped one after another, avoiding the two giant pythons with a few lightning-like turns. Go to hell. Lin Chen runs the 9-color battle spirit, the battle spirit of the 9 attributes, and transforms it into a special bloodline between lightning and flint. Charging rune dark devour. The palm that turned the dark battle chi roulette slammed into the belly of the beautiful woman in purple. Her face changed slightly, her jade hand raised slightly, and her figure retreated while facing Lin Chen's palm head-on. Boom! The aftermath of the battle between the two of them collided, twisting and breaking the space within 100 feet of the surrounding area. The beautiful woman in purple looked at her palm in astonishment. The power of her palm just now was not so weak. There is a strange energy that is eroding my fighting spirit. This kid has a strange method. Fighting through every pore, the beautiful woman in purple, with her strong cultivation base, eliminated the effect of Lin Chen's corrosive rune in a blink of an eye. Where's the hairy boy from? Dare to hurt our sect master, go to death. Two women in the heavenly astral realm with frosty faces held a 3-foot green blade in their hands, their sword energy pierced through the void, and launched a sneak attack from behind Lin Chen. Roar! Long Wei is vast, Long Shao shakes the sky and the earth, and the vast and sturdy ancient Qinglong was born, standing behind Lin Chen. The sword energy was cut on the dragon scales of the ancient Qinglong, leaving only faint sword marks, not even blood. Boom! In the scroll of the dragon's tail, the ancient Qinglong swept the tail with a single blow, instantly smashing the two evil sect women of the second level of the heavenly astral realm into blood. The ancient Qinglong now has 30 dragon power, which is enough to match the middle stage of the 4th level of the Tiangang realm. Ordinary heavenly astral realm 3rd layer can't withstand a few attacks from it, and heavenly astral realm 2nd layer is as weak as a baby in front of it. Lin Chen shook his numb palm, feeling a little shocked. After the actual fight, Lin Chen discovered how strong the 5th layer of the heavenly astral realm was. I thought I could rely on the characteristic rune to play an advantage, but now I find that it is really naive. The confrontation and sneak attack just now were the same situation. After every time the beautiful woman in purple launched an attack, she would use the power of space to control the space when she mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the space more stable and increasing her attack level several times. Most of the power of Lin Chen's attack was blocked by the space where her fighting spirit was frozen. It was as if Lin Chen's power hit a more solid space, and the resulting power was completely different. Even if I break an arm, it doesn't reduce my combat power much. I can't take her life under the siege of many strong men when I am surrounded by heavy siege. The thoughts in his heart flashed quickly. Lin Chen's fingertips were a little in the void, and the charging rune was activated. A thunder explosion turned into an electric dragon sweep, penetrating an arm of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm who wanted to attack him on the spot. Seriously injured. Is this boy really only 18 years old? How can he be so strong? How did he infiltrate this Kuroki island? The beautiful woman in purple squinted her eyes with fear and danger. If this kind of enemy stays, it will be a serious problem for their confidants in the future, and sooner or later, they will be their deadly scythe. Failed to fight, I can only escape. Black Widow is dead, I can only try to find the eye of the formation and destroy the ancient formation left on Kurokiri Island from the inside. Lin Chen just decided on the second plan, and the dragon blood of the ancient Qinglong suddenly spilled out. That day, the black soul at the 5th level of the astral realm held the sky-opening giant axe and slashed the dragon scale defense of the ancient Qinglong with one axe, and the dragon's blood was arrogant. In front of the middle stage of Tiangang realm, the ancient Qinglong hardly had much power to fight back. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Lin Chen's mind changed. The dragon breath of the ancient Qinglong's body condensed in his claws and swung down angrily, and the 10,000 dragon breath light blade destroyed the mountains and rivers, strangling the black soul. At the moment when the dragon's breath light blade smashed to the 5th level of the strongest Tiangang realm on the scene, Lin Chen was waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Boom! There are wind and thunder passing between the sky and the earth, and the purple phoenix wings are matched with the wind energy bloodline, and the speed is extremely fast. With the Heiyuan spear in hand, Lin Chen swept away thousands of meters away. His arm was like an afterimage, and pure power erupted. Tear, tear, tear. The sound of sonic booms continued. Lin Chen stabbed hundreds of guns in a row, and the colorful air guns pierced through the void, blooming like peacocks. The battle air gun was like a battle dragon in the wild, stabbing the Tiangang realm quadruple that surrounded Lin Chen nearby, and the attribute light balls they dropped were all swept away by the shrinking ancient Qinglong. Without caring too much, after incorporating the ancient Qinglong into his body, Lin Chen quickly swept to the south of Haimo Island. Quartet nightmare. The voice of the woman lingering was like the sound of the devil in hell. The direction Lin Chen flew to was within 1,000 miles of space, and the next foursquare barrier was spread out, trapping Lin Chen in it on the spot. Without giving Lin Chen a chance to break the barrier, a blood-stained figure was torn out from the surging void of the black tide, and he slashed down with a black giant axe in his hand. Magic axe earth-splitting. The Peerless axe, that cut the mountains and rivers, slashed away from the giant axe, and the violent and ferocious axe light exuded the fluctuations of reversing the sun, the moon and the stars, and cut it off from the top of Lin Chen's head. Bang bang bang. Before the light of the axe arrived, the aftertaste of its sharp edge had already split several thousand Shanghai mountains in half on the spot. The ground lines were broken, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Lin Chen, who had no way to retreat, was a bit terribly calm. Taking advance. As a retreat, the purple phoenix wings rushed up, all the characteristic runes were fully displayed, and the rune energy dropped sharply by 2.3 million points. Light fury. Lin Chen and Heiyuan spear became one, forming an aurora and rushing towards it, smashing the world-shattering axe head-on. Boom. Boom. A walking mountain is constantly being shattered, and the aftermath of the collision will uproot the earth, setting off strong winds and waves, and destroying all buildings. A young figure with a faint golden brilliance that has been broken, fell to the ground like a meteor. The beautiful woman in purple and the black soul surrounded Lin Chen's fall, one after the other. In addition, there were also several powerhouses in the 4th stage of the heavenly astral realm who were also on guard around him. If you don't kill this son, you will definitely be in trouble in the future. The black soul, with traces of blood on the corners of his mouth, and the beautiful woman in purple looked at each other, and everyone knew what to do. And they all had the intention of killing Lin Chen. You can't even run away. Force me to fight hard, right? Let's see if you are ruthless, or if I, Lin Chen, are more ruthless. Lin Chen, who fell in a pool of blood, took out a jade bottle from the nailing ring and crushed it flatly. The rays of light are rippling, and in the broken jade bottle, there seems to be a world-shattering dragon, shining with golden light, bursting with dragon roars. With 2 big 5-layer Tian Gang realm and several late-stage members of the 4th-layer Tian Gang realm, with this lineup, Lin Chen's best result would be to pull a 5th-layer Tian Gang realm and die together. The golden light was brilliant, and the golden afterimages turned into dragon heads and straight around Lin Chen, exuding a majestic dragon energy. Lin Chen's trembling palm held a golden elixir the size of a longan. 5th order, top elixir, true dragon soul refining pill. This is the most precious treasure that Lin Chen obtained in the secret realm of the evil king. It is impossible for him to refine the top tier 5 medicine pills with his current medicine refining techniques. However, although this thing was precious, it was the last trump card he didn't want to use. Because the gambling component is too big. If it doesn't work, let alone kill the enemy, he will have to explode and die on the spot. This elixir contains genuine dragon essence and blood, and its energy is so vast that it is comparable to the stars falling from the sky, and the mountains and rivers of anger. As a rule, this medicinal pill should be given to high-level beasts or extremely strong body refiners. Even with Lin Chen's current state and strength of body refining, the risk of taking this medicine pill is extremely huge, and the possibility of exploding on the spot is probably higher than the 80% chance. It's a death, both horizontally and vertically. I might as well pull a few pads on my back. In his eyes, there was a fierce light that bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. Lin Chen swallowed it down, and the golden dragon energy that was floating near the medicinal pill disappeared immediately and was incorporated into Lin Chen's body. Boom. Puff. The moment he chewed the real dragon soul refining pill, Lin Chen's whole body burst out with a terrifying dragon energy, shattering the surrounding space. And the surface of dozens of miles of land was lifted alive by the energy blasted in his body. What happened? This kid's energy is getting stronger and stronger. He took an elixir that exceeded his own limits. Hey, is this going to break the net with us? Maybe he won't be able to bear the next breath, and his whole body will explode. The 5 evil sect powerhouses at the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm sneered and sneered. Only the black soul and the beautiful woman in purple immediately attacked. The giant axe slashed into the air, slashing out 3 surrounding axe beams. The beautiful woman in purple slapped another palm, and an astonishing suffocating aura emerged from the ground to form 2 Rakshasa gates, attacking Lin Chen from left to right. Regardless of whether this child will explode and die, with his background, it is enough to make both of them feel shocking at the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Must kill as fast as possible. Roar. The flickering pupils burst out with violent dragon energy. Lin Chen's whole body was radiant with golden light, and a roar like an angry dragon burst out. And the surrounding space was shattered like a mirror by his roar. The 2 Rakshasa door roars were shattered into nothingness on the spot. With a roar of broken mountains and rivers, it is simply a giant dragon alive. As soon as Lin Chen raised his hand, he punched violently 4 times in a row. Each punch distorted the space and shattered into twists. The terrifying punching wind smashed the axe of Black Soul, and the 4th punch even smashed the 2 5-layer Tian Gang realm. They were repelled by thousands of meters on the spot before they stopped. What a terrifying pure power! It is comparable to the strength of the ancient beasts. Fortunately, the defense was early. If you get a punch at close range, I am afraid that the bones of the whole body will be shattered. The two were startled, and immediately dispersed their positions. Puff. The blood was soaring. Lin Chen's two arms were split with shocking bloodstains, and hot blood continued to flow out. His body couldn't bear such violent energy at all. This was only the first wave, and there was an endless amount of energy contained in the blood of the dragon pouring into his internal organs and limbs. Ah! Lin Chen let out a scream of pain, his fists fluttered, and the enemy and I were beaten indiscriminately. Every time he swung a punch, Lin Chen's arm collapsed, with traces of blood. But if he didn't release this energy, he would explode and die within a moment. The powerhouses of the evil sect did not dare to approach easily. At this time, Lin Chen was like a mad beast, constantly bursting out fierce attacks. Punching and kicking could shatter mountains and rivers, and it would be dangerous to approach him if he was dying to counterattack. At the same time that Lin Chen volatilized the energy of the true dragon soul refining pill, most of the energy was absorbed by the ancient Qinglong in his dantian. In addition, there is a small part flowing into Lin Chen's body, and his dragon power is climbing at an unprecedented speed. 17 dragon power, 19 dragon power, 20 dragon power. It seems that every time he throws a punch, Lin Chen's power is rising. Although his injuries continue to expand, his water-type energy blood vessels are also constantly running the true water returning origin art to repair. What is even more terrifying is that the source of the blue dragon in Lin Chen's dantian, the dragon energy that sweeps away the sun, moon, and stars is wandering and roaring. His ancient blue dragon is breaking through at a terrifying speed, and its dragon power has reached the mark of 70 dragon power. No. Although this kid's injury is serious, he has a very mysterious recovery secret method. On the other hand, his momentum is getting stronger and stronger. His meat shell is changing at an alarming rate. Black Soul is also a strong body refiner, and he saw through Lin Chen's abnormality at a glance. Suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's do it together!" Bang bang bang. Kaoru Tian's turbulent battle aura caused the entire Kurokiri island to vibrate violently. The surging suffocating suffocation rolls the endless battle aura to attack the boy who is attacking frantically on the ground. Bang! The sea outside Kurokijima was shocked by raging waves, which were as high as 1,000 meters, and the whole island was trembling. So many powerhouses of the 4th and 5th levels of the heavenly astral realm attacked together, and that momentum could raise a small mountain range to the ground. The wolf smoke billowed, and everyone hurriedly released their fighting spirit to investigate Lin Chen's situation, daring not to slack off. They suddenly discovered that two life fluctuations that were stronger than before were located in the center of the bombardment, like a sun and moon rising, unstoppable. Tear. The blue light and purple flame swept through the void, and the gray talisman broke into the body of an evil sect powerhouse at the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm. Rune suppression, he did not have time to react, was caught off guard, punched on the spot. The young man was wearing a silver robe and bathed in blood, his eyebrows were cold, and his smile outlined a murderous aura. He stood in the void, surrounded by golden dragon energy, like an overlord in the world, looking down on the world. This kid's pure power has reached the realm of 35 dragon power? Black Soul's eyes narrowed, and before he was horrified at how Lin Chen did it, a sense of crisis enveloped him. Black Soul, be careful. The beautiful woman in purple exclaimed, a ferocious and unparalleled force smashed the mountains and rivers, swept the 8 wastes, and suddenly beat the Black Soul to the side. Bang bang bang. The black soul was sent dozens of miles away, smashing several mountains along the way, and the space it flew out was distorted. Long Wei is so powerful, the ancient Qing Long, with a huge head and golden light is bathed in infinite brilliance, like the dragon in the ancient times, reigning the world. Ancient azure dragon at the peak of the fifth order intermediate. The beautiful woman in purple shuddered slightly, and Qing Long suddenly protruded its dragon claws, as fast as lightning, and it was too late to dodge, and was forced to launch a battle defense. What? Boom! The beautiful woman in purple burst out with a sharp scream and was slammed into the ground by the ancient Qing Long with one claw. All the evil sect powerhouses have expressions of fear. The ancient Qing Long that rivals the fifth level of the heavenly astral realm. The ancient Qing Long glitters with golden light, and every dragon scale glows with a new light, stalwart. The figure has more than doubled than before. The dragon's claws were raised high, waving again and again, hitting the entire surface again and again, and the entire island was shivering, and the feeling of violent shaking would sink to the bottom of the sea in the next second. Under the successive attacks of the ancient Qing Long, the Black Widow's sister was killed on the spot. She didn't even have a chance to escape from the ground. When her fighting spirit was exhausted, her defense could no longer resist the pure power attack of the ancient Qing Long. A real dragon soul refining pill, in just a blink of an eye, made my ancient blue dragon step into the 100 dragon power mark, which is enough to match the late stage of the fifth stage of the Tiangang realm, and even I myself have benefited a lot. With a strength of 35 dragon power, this feeling of soaring is really amazing. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and there was a pleasant and dripping pleasure in his heart. At the same time, there was a trace of fear in my heart. If it weren't for the mysterious healing secret technique of the true water returning Yuan Ju, at that time, I am afraid that the only way for me to explode is to die. Now, with pure power alone, Lin Chen can easily smash through the initial stage of the fourth level of the heavenly astral realm. Now, there is less than 40% of the energy remaining in Lin Chen's body from the true dragon soul refining pill, and this energy can be easily controlled by him. Lin Chen is not in a hurry to refine, his priority now is to kill every evil sect powerhouse present. As long as one of the evil sect warriors above the Tiangang realm runs out, it will threaten millions of civilians and even more than 10 million people. Even if you kill one more, you will earn. The host has obtained 71 million points of battle spirit essence, 42 million points of battle spirit essence, and 45 million points of battle spirit essence. Host gets 120,000 rune energy, 250,000 rune energy. The host has entered the early stage of the second level of the Tiangang realm. After the ancient Qing Long touched those attribute light balls, it automatically inhaled it and returned to Lin Chen. Almost in a blink of an eye, Lin Chen's realm broke through on the spot. The fluctuation of the fighting spirit, which was several times stronger than before, turned from Lin Chen's 9-colored fighting spirit. Stepping on the blue light wind, Lin Chen held the Heiyuan spear, and the purple phoenix wings swept across the sky, breaking through the realm, and the speed increased a bit. When the purple phoenix wings flapped, the whole person was like traveling through space, and the speed was extremely fast. Tear. Slow rune. The black abyss spear is like black lightning from hell, and with the slow rune, it runs through the 3 heavenly astral realm 4 layers one after another. Going straight to Huang Long, Lin Chen went straight to the black soul to attack, leaving the ancient Qinglong to clean the battlefield alone. With its current strength, it is absolutely no problem to swallow these guys. Below the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm, and it can be done in just a quarter of an hour. To the west of Kuroki Island, a streamer flew through the air at extreme speed, trying to escape from Kuroki Island. Brush. A gray-white talisman suddenly descended from the void, and the speed of the black soul was stopped on the spot, stagnating for less than half a breath. The stagnation of this half-breath is enough to slow down his speed a lot. The dazzling light energy was transformed into an energy ball and suddenly landed, blasting the aurora all over the sky and reflecting the entire sky. What's the hurry? We haven't had enough fun just now. Lin Chen stood suspended in the void, and a cold smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. Now that pure power is rising, in terms of singles, Lin Chen is definitely not afraid of the dark soul. Young man, I know that you want to delay the time until that blue dragon comes over, but with your strength, it's not enough to delay Lao Tzu. Black Soul sneered, and suddenly swung the giant axe in his hand. Lin Chen laughed wildly in the sky, full of pride. He Yuan was like a mad dragon going out to sea and stabbed awe-inspiringly. Tiangai Academy, General Hospital, the 12th Sky Island. In a hot spring, a few Qingshuan disciples who had just returned from their mission comfortably soaked in the hot spring to relieve their fatigue. Speaking of which, have you heard about the incident where the new student was sent to death? I remember this. It's the unlucky freshman who took the task of Kuroki Island. The day before yesterday, TSK, now it is estimated that he has died without even a whole body. I have also seen the methods of those evil sect warriors. They are inhumane. It is estimated that the new student is dead now. Hey, don't be so anxious to come to a conclusion. Maybe they are still alive. The strength of the freshman is stronger than the two of you. Before, 1 singled out 2 Qingshuan rank. So what? If you don't, you are still dead. In this world, death is waste. We survived, so we are the small group of people who have reached the top. If he's still alive, I'll drink all the fucking hot spring water here. The 2 Qingshuan level seniors said with disdain. One of them took out the task scroll and sent a ray of war into it, planning to find a new task. Boom. Suddenly, the quest scroll made of special materials raised a blue light more than 10 meters high, dazzling. This is an announcement vision that only occurs when advanced tasks are completed. Everyone looked at each other, and a series of subtitles were listed in the blue light. The Lonson level mission has been completed. Eliminate all the evil sect warriors on the Black Fog Island, and destroy all the formations on the island. Task Executor, Lin Chen, Qingsun level. The moment they saw the content of the task, all the Qingshuan level students present were dumbfounded. At the same time, the mission hall, the arena, the treasure pavilion, the Kung Fu Hall, and the Elixir Island. All the students who opened the quest scroll to find the quest at this moment saw this blue light invariably. A storm began to sweep through Tiangai Academy, and everyone in the main academy, whether students, elders, or teachers, even the mysterious high-level academy, were shocked or surprised by it. The lounge in the mission hall. Old Yuan, it's not good. The big thing is bad. Several elders rushed into the lounge in a hurry, but Elder Yuan was listless. Sometimes sighing, sometimes shaking his head. He didn't even eat his favorite roasted lamb leg and roasted chicken leg, but silently took a sip of strong wine. What's wrong? I'm in a bad mood recently. You go out one by one, don't bother me, even if the sky falls, don't worry about me. With a deep sigh, Elder Yuan lay on the bench and waved his hand without looking back. He felt deeply guilty about what happened to Lin Chen before. If Lin Chen was just naturally eliminated by the cruel living environment of Tiange Academy, there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. But it was because of him that Lin Chen took the Lan Sun level mission by mistake and went deep into the Black Mist Island full of evil sect warriors. Regarding the methods of the evil sect warriors who are neither human nor ghost, Yuan Lao had a lot of dealings when he was young. If Lin Chen is exposed, I am afraid that even the method of death is extremely cruel and unbearable. I'm afraid this child hated himself before he died. It's a really uncomfortable feeling to personally bury a genius who has the potential to become a Lan Sun class. No. Mr. Yuan, listen to us, that kid Lin Chen is not dead. The elders who broke in said ecstatically, and Yuan Lao shook his head and sighed. Hey, I said that my mother is in a bad mood, don't let the sky fall, eh? Wait a minute. Who did you just say is not dead? The two elders immediately took out the quest scroll, and when it was opened, an azure light swirled, and it was clearly written that the quest had been completed by destroying the evil sect warriors of the Black Mist Island. Yuan Lao jumped up on the spot, his face was radiant, and he grabbed the quest scroll with ecstasy. Grandma, I know that this kid won't die so easily. Ha 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 ha. The Qing Sun level completed the Lan Sun level task, amazing, amazing. This time I will go to the elders meeting to report, this kid's performance is definitely better than everyone else. The old Qing Sun. The other two elders immediately wiped a sweat secretly. Do you always believe that he is not dead yet? Lost like a wretch these days. Headquarters, a certain Sky Island. In the Sky Island, a brightly lit ceremony room. A group of people are sitting in the conference room, men and women, young and old, some with gray hair, some with handsome faces, some small and cute. The people sitting in this meeting room are all high-level executives of the Tiange General Academy. All of them are people who used to be all-powerful on this Lingzhou continent. What are your thoughts on the next Zishuan level assessment this time? Suddenly, the first gray-haired old man said hoarsely. Elder, I hold an objection. The standard cannot be lowered just because there has not been a purple honor in the general court for 5,000 years. I agree with Elder Xiao's point of view. The Zishuan class represents the strongest student of Tiange Academy, and it also represents the pinnacle of the younger generation in Lingzhou. This position is better than lack of it. Hee, everyone, don't be so pessimistic. This year, the old man saw that there are two good seedlings in the academy that are hard to see in 1,000 years. Maybe a purple honor class will be born in the near future. Speaking of which, I also remember one. This year, our academy has produced many talents. Cut, you said the same 1,000 years ago. A little lowly in white pouted, and boredly opened the magic eye stone in her hand. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, little Lowly discovered that on every Sky Island, almost all the students took out their task scrolls and watched them carefully, and their expressions were as terrifying and shocking as if they had seen a ghost. Curious, she also took out her own task scroll. When she opened it a blue ray of light rose up, affecting the meeting, and some elders were dissatisfied. Shin or Nizi, if you want to play, go out and play, this is the conference room. However, the little Lowly in white didn't seem to hear his words, and the brilliance and curiosity in her eyes became stronger and stronger. Wait a minute, the students of the Qing Sun class have completed the tasks of the Lin Chen class? In the conference room, an elder with sharp eyes saw the content of the blue light wandering, and immediately exclaimed. The tasks of the blue honor level all represent the super difficult tasks of the academy. You must be a blue honor level student to accept it. In fact, many Lin Chen level students are performing Qing Sun level tasks. Blue Sun level tasks are not only difficult, but also often involve extremely high fatal risks. Even if you are lucky enough to not suffer too many risks from the task, the possibility of not completing the task is very high. Not many people dare to take this kind of laborious and gambling task. On average, every blue honor student will only take a blue honor level task once every 2 years. Therefore, every time someone completes it, all students who use the task scroll will be notified. But this time, even the Lin Chen level students felt a very difficult task. And even a youth level student completed it, and he was alone. The entire meeting room fell into silence for a moment, and all the high level executives stared at the dazzling name. Everyone's heart began to rise in waves that have not been raised for a long time. Karaoke Island. Lin Chen teamed up with the ancient Qinglong to kill the black soul on the spot. The strength of the ancient Qinglong is catching up with the late stage of the 5th level of the Tiangang realm, and the black soul is only in the middle stage of the 5th stage of the Tiangang realm, and with Lin Chen's assistance, it is not a problem to kill him. Afterwards, Lin Chen killed all the evil sect warriors, leaving none behind. Many captured boys and girls were liberated. West of Karaoke Island, a light gradually dimmed. Lin Chen held a talisman light pearl that was as bright as a night pearl, and stood in the air. The bead of light is engraved with dense talismans, and a strange wave is spread throughout, as if it can connect other energies in the space. What a strange bead. This should be the last one. This thing is used to set up the ancient great formation that guards the entire island. Although it is useless to me, it is also a high-level treasure. Put it away and talk. Put away the last talisman light beads. There are a total of 9 objects, and after placing them in 9 directions, a super array can be set up to station at a fixed location, which is useless to Lin Chen, but it is equally valuable. After completely destroying several positions of the formation eyes left in the Black Mist Island, Lin Chen sat down cross-legged in the air, turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the 2nd level of the astral realm. Ultimate strength, 35 dragon power. Qi and blood energy, 2,654,660,000 points. Battle spirit essence, 2.515 billion points. Mental strength, 1.04 million points. Cultivation technique essence, 6.9 million points. Mind method, 9 calamities of creation, 32%. Learning the exercises, Taisher Bible, 52%, 9 techniques of Shenhuang, 100%. Possess special treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 100%. Possess blood energy, up to 3 types Qinglong Bloodline 21,000 points. Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Feature runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Upgradable, Corruption Rune Level 2. Upgradable, Charge Rune Level 2, Upgradable. Runic Power, 9.21 million points. The energy of each element, Fire 13.99 million, Earth 9.98 million, Wood 9.6 million, Gold 11.2 million, Water 10.55 million. There are 9.71 million points of thunder, 9.22 million points of wind, 9.21 million points of light, and 11.91 million points of dark. Lin Chen, who killed the Black Soul, got a lot of essential attributes of battle chi, plus many evil sect warriors of the 4th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm. Lin Chen was not far from the 3rd level cultivation of the Heavenly Astral Realm at this time. Continue to refine the energy of the true dragon soul, refining pill first. Lin Chen concentrated on releasing the suppressed energy in his dantian. The ancient Qinglong entrenched around him became golden light. One person and one dragon madly devoured the energy of the real dragon's soul refining pill. In less than an hour, violent energy fluctuations swept across the entire Kuroki Island like a hurricane, causing the island to tremble, as if something terrifying had descended on the island. Huh. It's so cool. If there is another real dragon soul refining pill, maybe it will make the ancient Qinglong enter the ranks of 5th order advanced beasts in one fell swoop. Lin Chen clenched his fist with some regret. He flicked his fingers at will, and a domineering strong wind shot out, directly crushing the mountain-top not far away. His pure power has reached 45 dragon power, while the ancient Qinglong is 130 dragon power, ranking the strength of the 5th order intermediate peak, which is comparable to the 5th level peak of the Tiangang realm. If Lin Chen encounters 3 heavenly astral realm 5 layers like Black Widow and others again, and he no longer needs a sneak attack, he will be sure to defeat the opponent head-on. It's time to leave. The purple phoenix wings unfolded, and Lin Chen turned into a flashing stream of light, swept out of the sky. After half a day, 3 silhouettes passed over the sky above Kurokijima. The blue-clothed man at the head frowned and looked at the entire island. Strange, very strange. There are only a few scattered teenagers and girls in the entire Black Mist Island, and there is no atmosphere of those evil sect warriors at all. Did they come out in full force? It's impossible to even have a decent garrison in their own lair, right? Go and see those boys and girls, and you'll know. Boom. The 3 sneaked into the void and arrived in front of a group of teenagers on the coast. In the face of the 3 people who suddenly appeared, these teenagers who were about to leave the boat were very frightened. Don't be afraid, we are a branch of the Lin family from an ancient family. And there is no malice. One of the young-looking men comforted everyone. We want to ask, why are you the only ones left on this island? The young man asked in a soothing way, and the 3 of them could see at a glance that these young girls were harmless to humans and animals, and they were not from the evil sect. Everyone looked at each other, and a girl summoned up her courage and said, with a red face, "It was a young master who saved us. He killed all the evil sect warriors, liberated us and left." Elder brother? Everyone was stunned. What kind of a mortal was able to destroy all the evil sect warriors? Nizi, what are the characteristics of this young man you said? When did he leave? The girl hesitated, did not speak immediately, and looked at the 3 with timid eyes. Don't worry, we don't mean to harm him. If you don't worry, we can send you away from this Kuroki Island, and it's not too late for you to tell us. The young man showed a sincere smile, and the girl spoke. There is a blue dragon, and that young man carries a blue dragon with him. We saw him release the blue dragon with our own eyes, and then take the blue dragon back. Qinglong? Or take it with you? The 3 of them looked surprised and shocked. There is such a strange person in this world who can carry a blue dragon with him. Then, does he have any other characteristics? The young man asked with great interest, and the girl's blushing face showed a hint of shyness and admiration. Yes, he is very handsome. Ah chirp. Someone Lin, who was moving at a high speed, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and frowned. What's the situation? Why do I seem to hear someone say that I'm handsome? From behind. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and while flying at full speed, he felt a strange force enveloped the space not far ahead. This power seems to hide a lot of things in the space. The sea in front of it seems to be calm and empty, but in fact, the ripples in the space are constantly wandering, which has become very cumbersome. Is there a powerful space enchantment? Lin Chen was startled, and before he could react, the woman's cold scolding resounded across the sea. He Feng Xiaoxiao, dare to break into the area where my Lingyue branch is located, and quickly retreat. Let Lin Chen be stunned. Why does this voice sound so familiar? As soon as Lin Chen turned around, behind him, standing in the air stood a glamorous man of peerless youth, holding an ice spirit longbow, which was always aimed at him. The two looked at each other. Lin Chen recognized her at a glance. Mr. Ling Yueqi? Dai Mei frowned slightly, and Ling Yueqi said suspiciously, Teacher? I have never taught a student like you in my memory. It's me. Lin Chen. He looks so handsome. Lin Chen tore off his carefully disguised human skin mask to reveal his true colors. Looking at the familiar face of the young boy, Ling Yueqi's heart trembled, and she lost her voice immediately. Lin Chen? Why are you here? As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen rushed over and hugged her, making Ling Yueqi's beautiful face a faint crimson. Teacher, you want to kill me? Hey, why did you freeze my legs? Don't. Freeze the third one. Can't I let go? After some tossing, the two sides figure out each other's situation. The territory of the Lingyu family, where Ling Yueqi is located, is in the area nearby. Someone needs to be stationed every day, and Ling Yueqi, who is not welcome in the family, is assigned here. And Ling Yueqi was very happy to know that Lin Chen was admitted to the General Hospital. I didn't expect that, teacher. You are a member of an ancient family. Isn't that the legendary Saint Child and daughter in your family? Lin Chen was amazed. The legendary Lingyu family was a famous ancient family in Lingzhou. It's just a cold moon split. If it's the main family, it's the place where the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter are born. Ling Yueqi shook her head and said with a smile, the strength of each ancient family is intricate and complicated, and it is not as simple as the world thinks to give birth to a holy son or a holy daughter. By the way, with your potential and talent, why did the teacher send here to guard the border area? Lin Chen asked curiously. Ling Yueqi is now in the middle stage of the second level of the astral realm. Since the last parting of the evil king's secret realm, there should have been many opportunities and breakthroughs. Combined with her real age and strength, it is also an outstanding type in the ancient family, stronger than the Ning Zhan that Lin Chen encountered. Much more. Because I contradicted the elders, I was sentenced to guard here for a month. Talking about this, Ling Yueqi sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes full of struggle and unwillingness. My father is a foreigner, and my mother is Ling Yue. After the family split, the family has always disliked them. Later, because of an accident in the family's mission, my parents died, but the family did not erect a monument for a long time, causing my father. I don't even have the most basic status with my mother. Talking about this, Ling Yueqi, who has always been calm and indifferent, was trembling with anger, and Lin Chen just listened quietly. Father and mother died because of the tasks enacted by the family. After Returning to the family this time, I hope to prove my potential by breaking through the cultivation base, building the tombstones of my parents in the branch, and leaving my parents in the family tree name, but was obstructed by many people in the family, and he was once again stationed in the frontier in the name of contradicting the elders. Lin Chen gently held Ling Yueqi's catkin, and her excitement gradually calmed down. Today is the last day of stationing in the frontier, Lin Chen, go back quickly, every second counts for new students in the Tiange General Hospital. Ling Yueqi didn't know that Lin Chen was already a Qing Sun class student, but thought for Lin Chen. Ling Yueqi, you not only contradict the elders, but you even try to guard the border area here. It's really indecent. I don't think you have the qualifications to become a member of our Lingyu family. At this time, space ripples appeared in the space enchantment. 5 young figures appeared, and the woman in the red dress at the head sneered sneeringly, looking at Ling Yueqi with a hint of resentment and jealousy hidden in her eyes. The 3 men next to them all looked at Ling Yueqi's figure and beauty with excitement and enthusiasm. Lin Chen calmly stood in front of Ling Yueqi. Who I chat with is my personal business, it's not your turn to manage. Ling Yueqi said indifferently, seeing Lin Chen standing in front of her, her heart felt warm. Humph. You can now have sharp teeth and sharp mouths. You can get out. We are here to welcome the 3 seniors. Ling Yueqi didn't care about it, and told Lin Chen, I'm going back to the family, you go back to the general hospital first, I'll see you when I get a chance. Ah? Go back? Why do you want to go back? I want to enter the Ling's house. With you. Lin Chen didn't even think about it, and blurted out. Oh? Ling Yueqi, to attract outsiders into Ling's house, I think you have a different heart. You should not know that, except for the Ling family or their partners, any outsider entering must be approved by the elders. The red-clothed woman's eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of murderous aura. If Ling Yueqi wanted to bring outsiders in, then they had the right to shoot Ling Yueqi directly. Jealous of Ling Yueqi, she can't ask for anything. Did you hear it, Lin Chen? Don't make trouble. Ling Yueqi gave Lin Chen a serious look, but someone Lin hugged her slender waist. Under the jealous eyes of the 3 men, Lin Chen's mouth drew an evil and charming smile, and he smiled freely. I am her partner, and I have no right not to enter. Everyone was startled. Lin Chen, you. Ling Yueqi exclaimed, but her chin was lifted by Lin Chen's fingertips, and she laughed wickedly. Yueqi, didn't we even do something like that last time? I'm going to come to your family to propose marriage this time. I'm not a member of the Lingyue family. Such a thing is naturally Lin Chen's matter of carving an ice and snow wedding dress for her, but it's not like that when it falls into the ears of others. What? Cousin Ling Yueqi actually likes this kind of child? The 3 men said angrily. Humph. You are also a reserved person on the surface. The woman in red put away her killing intent and sneered. Ling Yueqi was helpless, according to Lin Chen's temperament. If he was exposed here, if he insisted on entering, he would definitely not give up. She could only leave Lin Chen to lift the space barrier and enter the area where Lingyu separated. A young girl took over her garrison position, and the other 4 continued to wait outside. After crossing the space barrier, a brand new mountain and river came into view. The mountains are crouching like dragons, and there are many palaces and pavilions, which is completely different from the endless sea just now. Hidden universe. Located thousands of miles away, there is also an ancient pagoda that rises into the sky with no end in sight. Little chaos, how long do you want to hold it? There was a touching crimson on Ling Yan's face, and Ling Yueqi gave Lin Chen a white look. Someone Lin smirked and let go of his hand, and said something subconsciously. It's so soft. Ignoring Lin Chen's words, Ling Yueqi asked with a stroke of her blue silk. By the way, why do you want to enter the Ling Yu family? I just want to see what my beautiful teacher's family is like. Besides, didn't you say that last time, if I can come to see you about the things under the snowy mountains, you can continue? Someone Lin touched his chin with a wicked smile, and Ling Yueqi gave a rare chuckle. Later, Ling Yueqi flew Lin Chen into a mountain range and stopped in front of a pavilion. You wait for me here first. Ling Yueqi said something, stepped into the pavilion. Lin Chen was idle outside, and occasionally checked to see if there was an attribute light ball nearby, waiting bored. Yueqi, how many times have we said that your father is a member of our Ling Yue family, and he is not qualified to put his name on the genealogy and set up a tombstone? Your mother is a woman, and she is not qualified to be included in this genealogy. If you are stubborn, I will punish you for another month in the borderland. In the secret room of the pavilion, the elders of the Lin family waved their hands impatiently. Ling Yueqi's delicate body trembled, and she bit her red lips. Seeing this, an elder shook his head and sighed. Forget it, don't say we don't give you a chance. If you can break through the 5th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda, we will do what you want, but you are a woman. According to the regulations, you must find another person who can break through the tower with you. Your partner, you understand the rules of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. There was a hint of sarcasm in the eyes of many elders. They understood the intention of this elder, and they were just giving a reason to send this woman away. Ling Yueqi never knew, her expression gradually became more and more indifferent. The Thousand Moon Pagoda is the inheritance of the Ling Yue family from generation to generation. Every branch has it. It is full of creatures condensed from the ice-type aura, and has extremely strong combat power. The creatures in the tower will be determined according to the strength of the entrance. From the 1st floor, the cultivation of the creatures in the tower will be higher than the entrance. The further back, the stronger the cultivation of the creatures in the tower. Breaking through the tower with Ling Yueqi's strength, breaking into the 5th floor will at least encounter special life forms above the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. This is the end of the story. You should step back and come to us when you find someone who can break into the tower with you. The elder in the lead waved his sleeves impatiently. I'm Ling Yueqi's partner. The door was pushed open, and Lin Chen walked slowly into the meeting room with a smile on his face. All the elders looked at them in response, and the cyan metal flashing on the boy's chest was restrained. A student of Tiangai Academy? Or the Qing Sun class? Some elders were surprised and said, Tiangai Academy, they have heard the name for a long time. Ling Yueqi stared at him dazedly. Didn't this little guy just enter the hospital? Why is he a Qingshuan class? Isn't this elder going to go back on his word? Lin Chen smiled slightly. The leading elder immediately looked at Ling Yueqi. Up to now, Ling Yueqi no longer cared too much and nodded. He is my partner, and I request to apply to enter the Thousand Moon Tower. Parents are gods, even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. She has to try it once. Humph. The elder snorted coldly, and took a deep look at Lin Chen. He found that he could not see the depth of this young man with his own cultivation. He took out a red pen, and the elder's pen was like a gust of wind, and he engraved a warrant on a scroll of jade slips. Take it. This is the entry permit for the 1,000 Moon Pagoda. It can be used the day after tomorrow. Remember, you only have one chance. The jade slip was like electricity. Ling Yueqi grabbed it, nodded, and left. With Lin Chen. Elder Lei, why did you give them a warrant? Yes, what if this kid is cheating? The other elders, who were quite prejudiced against Ling Yueqi, were dissatisfied. If you don't let her hit the wall, this woman won't let it go. Besides, her so-called partner is just a hairy boy, not even a 19-year-old. What kind of waves can she make at such a young age? That was the elders' meeting room just now. Did you know that breaking in like this would lead to big disasters? Outside the attic, in a pavilion, Ling Yueqi blamed Lin Chen for fear that he would offend the branch elders of the Ling family. Instead, he stared at Ling Yueqi very seriously. But parents are more important, aren't they? Ling Yueqi was startled. Although she wanted to refute, she couldn't say anything. Yo, our iceberg beauty genius still has a partner. I'm really envious of others. However, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday. I wonder if you two outsiders have prepared birthday gifts? If you make Grandpa unhappy, the warrant just now may have to be recovered. A playful sneer came from outside the gazebo. The three young men approached with fans, and there was a blue tick in different shades between their eyebrows. Lung Dao, there's no need for you to speak sarcastically here. Ling Yueqi stood in front of Lin Chen and said indifferently. You actually like this kind of stuff. I can't see that you are still a slut. The sword-brow young man with the deepest blue shackles sneered, revealing his murderous intent. In the Ling family, intermarriage is allowed in the family, and he once pursued Ling Yueqi in public and was rejected, disgraced, and held a grudge. Keep your mouth clean. Ling Yueqi's face was like frost. She gave a cold drink. Haha, do you know how to hide behind a woman's back? Lung Dao sneered, and the voice was mixed with a mental shock, to destroy Lin Chen behind Ling Yueqi. His spiritual realm has reached the spiritual realm. Bang! What? Lung Dao's mental power was smashed silently, and screams like killing pigs burst out. He covered his brain and rolled on the ground, attracting many nearby servants of the Ling family to watch. The two Ling family youths next to him looked at him in astonishment and quickly helped him up. Looking at showing off your mental strength in front of this handsome man. You are a fart. Lin Chen flicked his nails and smiled casually. His spiritual realm is already very close to the middle stage of spirit transformation, which is several times stronger than that of this rookie who has just entered the spirit transformation realm. The Taisher Bible he cultivated has a rich background, and if he really wants to be right, his spiritual power in the middle stage of spirit transformation will not be good. Lin Chen casually grabbed a pale golden treasure chest suspended in the void, which fell out of Lung Dao's body. The host opens the golden treasure chest and obtains the spiritual cultivation technique of the top-level fragments of the blue rank, the 4 seals of transformation. Lin Chen casually glanced at it and was not interested. The top-ranked fragments of the youth? Compared with his Taisher Bible, it is completely different from heaven and earth. Ling Yueqi turned her head. She found that Lin Chen was much stronger than before. It was beyond her comprehension. Seeing that more and more people were watching, Ling Yueqi took Lin Chen's hand and quickly left the elders' hall. You? Lung Dao was angry and painful, and before they could stop Lin Chen, the two had long since disappeared outside the elder hall. In the attic of Ling Yueqi's boudoir. Lin Dao is a natural talent, but he is extremely narrow-minded. You are too. Reckless this time, and tomorrow he will embarrass you at your great grandfather's birthday banquet. Ling Yueqi pulled up the window and gave Lin Chen a helpless look. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover, and women come to me. Lin Chen picked up a berry and took a few bites, smiling indifferently. That's the only way. If you offend your grandfather, your trip to the Thousand Moon Pagoda will definitely be blocked. Ling Yueqi thought about it, although this great-grandfather did not embarrass himself like other elders, he was a very good-looking person. The next day, on the Zixiao Peak in the southern district, 2 fifth-order auspicious cloud and spirit cranes danced in the sky to congratulate the birthday, on behalf of the host to welcome the powerful people from all over the world. At the top of the mountain, many strong men who have separated from Lingyue warmly congratulate today's birthday, and people who are famous in the outside world have also been invited to this day. The deputy sect master of the Holy Sword sect presented a congratulatory gift of 3 fifth-order intermediate swords, Wanqing sword. I wish Mr. Ling a long life than Wanqing. The little servant read the names of the congratulatory gifts of the guests, and the distinguished guests took their seats one after another. Sitting on the top of Zixiao Peak, the old man was white-haired, and he was not angry and arrogant. There was an aura of a superior person in his eyebrows, and he smiled and nodded to the guests from time to time. Ling Yueqi took Lin Chen to attend the grandfather's 3000th birthday and sat in Zixiao Peak. Lin Chen, who arrived at the scene, had a new understanding of the ancient family. As far as the division of an ancient family is concerned, the background is not inferior to the first-class forces in Lingzhou. The atmosphere became silent and solemn. Everyone looked at the old man sitting on the first stage. The old man got up, although he was tall, but full of energy. His Majesty was still there. He raised his glass and smiled. Everyone can come today. It's to give me Ling Yin a face. This cup, I Lung Mao will do it first. When you're done, drink it up. Some of the powerhouses who entered the Lingyue branch for the first time showed excitement, and they could make a toast to the respected elders of the Lingyue branch. Even if the scene was dealt with, it was enough to brag. I learned that my great-grandfather's birthday is today, so I made preparations coldly, so I am late. Please my great-grandfather Haihan. At this time, a young man in white came from outside the door, and the servant beside him was carrying a delicate and exquisite jade box. Hee, it turned out to be a cold knife. It's okay to congratulate you, as long as you like it. Lung Yin Fushu said with a smile, saying so, but his eyes looked at the jade box calmly. Lin Chen laughed in his heart. This old guy really values the cards. He is already old. How can his vanity be stronger than lousy? You can show your intentions only with respect, but you can't be perfunctory like some people in the field. Lung Dao's words were thorny, and his eyes swept to Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi, who were sitting beside the corner. For this kind of heart, please also ask my grandfather to see it. Lung Dao opened the jade box. There was a blood spirit ginseng lying in it, and the roots of the whole body were red and crystal clear. A glass-colored medicinal pill. When the jade box was opened, the faint medicinal fragrance condensed into a radiance embellishment, and slowly floated into the void. Danxiang Huaxia, at least it's a 5th-order, high-level medicinal pill. High. Advanced 5th order. Many VIPs were shocked and lost their voices, and Ling Dao smiled proudly. This is 8,000 years of blood spirit ginseng and 5th order, high level Medicinal pills, Qianshu Yang Yang Dan, the user can increase the lifespan of 500 years. Lin Dao proudly introduced, and Lin Yin stroked his beard, very satisfied. Well, Lin Dao, you have a heart. These two things are absolutely extraordinary. Thank you for giving such a precious gift to the great grandfather. What a good grandson. Lin Chen almost didn't spray it out on the spot. Good grandson? Why does this sound so hot to the ears? It's nothing to me. Today's highlight is Yuichi's little cousin's partner. He was born in the famous Tiange Academy. The gift of dower is just the icing on the cake for this dear brother's gift. Are you right, brother Lin Chen? Lung Dao Yin and Yang smiled strangely, and everyone followed his line of sight to look at Lin Chen and Ling Yuichi. Oh? Qingshuan level Tianjiao. Lung Yin found out where Lin Chen was, and he actually found that he couldn't see through this sun's cultivation. He could only see that his whole body was covered with fire, and the fire was heavy. Lung Yukafeng's lips pursed slightly. This guy slapped and killed Lin Chen like this, and made it clear that he wanted Lin Chen not to come down on stage. Oh, how did brother Lin Dao know that I also prepared a small gift? Those who know me, brother knife too. Unexpectedly, someone from Lin came over with an enthusiastic clapping of hands, and that smiling demeanor was like a matchmaker seeing a girl who was going on a blind date. Lung Dao's scalp is numb. Why is this kid so enthusiastic, eating bee feces? Oh, although it's a small gift, what brother Lin Dao gave and my little gift can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Lin Chen shook his head. All the distinguished guests were curious. What kind of gift did this little guy prepare? Even the fifth-order high-level medicinal pills can only be reduced to a foil? No more than half of the fifth-order high-level medicinal pills can be taken out by the people present. Even if there are, they are reluctant to take them out. Oh? I wonder if this little brother can also open my eyes to this old man? Instead, Lin Yin became more and more curious, and asked a young man with a rare smile. Seeing the grandfather's smile, Ling Yuichi's heart trembled slightly. What kind of gift did this little guy Lin Chen have prepared? If this can't be brought out, the temper of Grandpa Tai, maybe even the entry qualification of Qianyue Pagoda will be cancelled tomorrow. Here, old man Lung, this is the spiritual training secret book I used to sleep on my head recently. I gave it to the old man for you to play with. Lin Chen took out a brand new scroll, with the 5 characters of 4 seals of transformation engraved on it. Seeing this, Lin Dao took a deep breath on the spot. Isn't this my spiritual practice secret book? How did it get into this kid's hands? The 4 Seals of Elephant Transformation is the top secret book that Lin Dao obtained by chance a few years ago, and it is his own biggest secret. With this secret book, Lin Dao's spiritual realm grows extremely rapidly, and his subsequent sword techniques are also attacked with spiritual power, which is extremely domineering. The 4 Seals of Transformation can be said to be the lifeblood of Lin Dao, the secret and treasure at the bottom of the box, and no one knows that he has such a spiritual cultivation secret. If the preciousness of this thing is exposed, even the top executives of the branch will covet it. But the question is, how did it get into Lin Chen's hands? If it weren't for the large number of VIPs today, Lin Dao would have gone berserk and fought against Lin Chen on the spot. Lung Yin took the scroll with some shock and surprise, and flipped through it a little. The initial handprints and formulas in it confirmed Lin Dao's conjecture, which was exactly the same as the 4 Seals of Transformation. He got It's really a top-level spiritual practice secret. This is such a precious gift. Lin Chen was a little shocked and stunned in place. What is the origin of this? Young man? He can't get this thing even as the parent of Ling Yu. Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi have specifically inquired about the fact that the great-grandfather Lin Chen suffered from spiritual trauma when he was young. And he has not fully recovered yet. It has always been his wish to have a spiritual practice secret. It's just that the secrets of spiritual cultivation are too rare, and they can be compared with blue-level exercises. Lin Chen picked up the treasure chest on Ling Dao before and opened it, and he used mental power to copy a copy. It's not too simple. Such a precious gift, this. Lin Chen was both excited and hesitant because of his affection. Ah? Precious? No, this is just a little idea of the junior, and it can't be said to be a trivial, medium-level idea. Seeing Lin Chen smilingly borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, he sent out his most precious and mysterious book. Ling Dao was going to go crazy looking at it. His eyes were bloodshot. You despicable and shameless dog thief, you dare to steal my spiritual training secrets. Ling Dao roared hoarsely, and his emotions were completely lost. The turbulent war broke out, overturning the banquet tables around, and sprinkled a lot of VIPs with drinks. Brother Dao, how can you slander me? This secret was picked up by me, Lin Chen. Someone from Lin, are bright and upright, and integrity and appearance are directly proportional. Show your secrets of spiritual cultivation and prove it. Lin Chen's words are righteous. Strictly speaking, this is indeed what he picked up. Ling Dao can't wait to slash him with 1,000 swords. When he got his adventure, the ancient books that recorded the method of cultivation had already been destroyed. What secrets are there? His spiritual realm is not comparable to Lin Chen's. It would take several days and nights to engrave the 4 seals of transformation on the spot. The scene will not give him this time to prove himself. What's more, with my background in Lin, do I need to steal such a small gift? This is the gift I want to give to Mr. Lin Chen. Lin Chen flipped over with one hand, and 9 beads of light carved from the talisman floated in his palm, forming an ancient formation faintly. The strong people who knew the goods at the scene were shocked and lost their voices. Array of eye beads? This is the treasure used to arrange the big formation. TSK. The formation formed by these 9 talismans is vast and unpredictable, and has a taste of the ancient times. If the energy is sufficient, I am afraid that even the 8th and 9th layers of the heavenly astral realm can be reached. Master Lin Chen was also frightened. Such precious treasures are in no way inferior to the spiritual cultivation secrets just now. For a faction and a sect, the value of the eye formation beads is even higher than the top spiritual cultivation secrets of the green rank. To Lin Chen, this thing is like a chicken rib. Using this thing to arrange the formation itself requires huge energy support, and it cannot leave the protection range of the formation. It is really useless to him. It is better to help Ling Yu here. Gee. Before everyone could react, Lin Chen shoved 9 array eye talismans into Mr. Lin Chen, turned around and left, sighing up to the sky. Master Lung, please accept this thing. Hey, I didn't expect to be framed for attending a birthday banquet. I'm so handsome, so tired, and I'm being targeted everywhere. It seems that some people don't welcome me at this birthday banquet today. Alright, Yueqi, let's go. After speaking, Lin Chen walked back to the corner, pulling told Ling Yueqi, who couldn't help laughing, and walked down the mountain without looking back. Don't go. Little friend Lin Chen. Little brother, let's be friends. Many dignitaries and old man Ling Yin hurriedly kept him. Lin Chen's legs seemed to have wings, and they disappeared in a flash. Seeing that he missed the chance to make good friends with Lin Chen, Mr. Lung Yin was so angry that he threw the jade box of Lin Dao back to him. Look at what you did for me. Take your things and get out of here. Grandpa, you? Lin Dao was so angry that he didn't know what to say. At this time, a certain VIP shook his head and sighed. What a good young man, he looks like an honest child. Why does this young master of the Lin family drag others away? Hearing this sentence, Lin Dao's blue veins were even more exposed, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, his qi and blood attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and passed out. Hee, run away after pretending, it's really exciting. Someone Lin thought happily in his heart, if he learned that Lin Dao was so angry that he vomited blood after he left, he might have to go back and dance the most ex-ethnic style. This time it cost you money. Ling Yueqi was holding hands by him, her face glowed with a faint red glow. She knew that Lin Chen did all this for herself. Spend anything, no matter how important those things are, they are not as important as teacher Yueqi. Lin Chen suddenly turned his head and said seriously. Ling Yueqi was stunned by what he said. Hey, actually those things are really not important to me. Teacher Yueqi. Don't have any psychological pressure. Tomorrow is the most important thing to get to the Thousand Moon Pagoda. Lin Chen smiled. With Ling Yueqi's intelligence, he naturally understood his intentions. Now, his great-grandfather has received Lin Chen's two precious treasures in front of everyone's eyes. He doesn't dare to make things difficult for Lin Chen, and he might even give some help. As the saying goes, cannibalism is short-sighted and soft-handed, not to mention two treasures of great value. Ling Yueqi rarely showed a smile of youthful beauty, like the melting of an iceberg, shining a ray of light, reflecting countless brilliance and charm. Let's go, we're going to break into the tower tomorrow, I'll take you to see the Qianyue Tower, where our Lingyue branch is located. Ling Yueqi took the initiative and flew to the tallest building in the branch area. The next day, Thousand Moon Pagoda. The crowd is surging, at least 100,000 people are standing on the outside of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. Previously, the birthday banquet of Elder Ling Yin was widely rumored. In just one day, many people in the Ling Yuefan family learned about it. Everyone is very curious, who can make that unruly cold knife to deflate. Especially today, he has to break into the Thousand Moon Tower with Ling Yueqi. I heard the elder say that it seems that Ling Yueqi and that Lin Chen have to break into the 5th floor to engrave her parents' names in the family tree. Just her father who joined the family and her mother who didn't succeed? Still wanting to join the family tree is a fool's dream. The 5th floor is absolutely impossible. Thousands of years ago, the first day of our Lingyue family, Senior Lim Chongfeng, was able to break into the 5th floor with the cultivation of the late Tiangang realm 1st layer. On the basis of Ling Yueqi's cultivation, I am afraid that the 4th floor has already encountered the ice puppet of the 5th layer of the Tiangang realm, and there is no chance of winning. I guess there is that oil bottle named Lin Chen, maybe even the 3rd floor can't pass. Many young people who separated from the cold moon sneered with disdain. At the entrance of Qianyue Pagoda, the two guarded Tiangang realm powerhouses released Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi. Entering the tower, Elder Ling Yin was already waiting here. Seeing Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi, Ling Yin coughed lightly. Please show the handwritten entry into the Thousand Moon Pagoda for those who enter the tower. Lin Chen flicked his finger and shot a jade slip. Ling Yin accepted it after checking, and with a wave of one hand, the door opened. He lifted his foot to leave, and when passing by the two of them, he seemed to be muttering to himself. The weakness of the ice puppet lies in the strongest part of the defense. The eyes of the two of them lit up, and they walked into the tower, pushing open a space door and stepping into the vast ice and snow. The goose feathers are snowing heavily, and at the end of the ice and snow, there is a spiral ladder that leads directly to a higher level. Outside the Qianyue Tower, the magic eye stone in the void listed 12 light screens, and the figures of Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi were placed on the light screens. The people from the Lingyue family outside the tower could clearly see the situation inside the tower, and some Tianjiao had even made a bet that Lin Chen and the two could only reach a few floors. Inside the tower, the snow is flying. The two walked slowly forward, Ling Yueqi alerting the surroundings. The host gains 30,000 points of water energy and 20,000 points of water energy. Lin Chen picked up the two attribute light balls hanging on the snow tree, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the ice and snow, there are a large number of water attribute light balls, like snowflakes that can be seen everywhere. Although the attribute value is a bit small, it is still a lot. Roar. The roar of the beast vibrated, and the ice crystal energy condensed into 200 Zhang ice wolves, each with 2 heads. Be careful. Ling Yueqi was about to draw the ice bow. Lin Chen touched his nose and smiled. Is it comparable to the ice and snow wolf king in the middle stage of the second stage of the Tiangang realm? A small idea. After speaking, I slapped it with a slap. The space-distorting dragon power is shattered between the 5 fingers, like a ghost descending, piercing the earth with one palm. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the first ice and snow Wolf King was blown up by Lin Chen's palm. Vanishes in an instant, vanishes into nothingness. The hurricane of Eugene rolled up by pure power was destroyed, overturning the second Wolf King. Lin Chen jumped up, and in the void, his feet were like angry dragons over the river, stepping down. Boom! Both feet stomped on the head of the ice and snow Wolf King, rolling up a wave of snowflakes that were hundreds of feet high, causing the people from Lingyuefan, who were watching from the sidelines, to be shocked. Looking at the scene in the light screen, many Tianjiao are still confused. What monster is this? 2 moves to kill 2 heads in 1 second is comparable to the ice and snow Wolf King in the middle stage of the second layer of the Tiangang realm? This is too enchanting. The young talents of the Lingyue branch are dignified and shocked. This strength is definitely in the top 10 among their current branch peers. It's actually a pure strength body refiner. The old man has underestimated this kid. The 2 blows just now must have 30 dragon power. The pure power that can wrestle with the 4th level of Tianganging is interesting. Even the branch executives and elders who didn't care about Lin Chen at first were amazed by him. Huh? What is he groping after killing 2 wolf queens? Thousand Moon Pagoda has nothing but ice puppets, right? Some people in the arrogance exclaimed. The young man in the tower was grabbing everywhere, and he couldn't understand what he was doing. Inside the Thousand Moon Tower, the host gets 10,000 points of water energy, 20,000 points of water energy. Lin Chen picked up a large number of attribute light balls, and the energy value of the water system rose by several million points. In Tian Academy, it is impossible to have this improvement without consuming hundreds of thousands of points. Sister Yuechi, let's go up. Thinking that there are higher levels above, Lin Chen said with some expectation. Seeing that Lin Chen was still as mysterious as always, Ling Yuechi smiled lightly and flew to the second floor with him. Although this 1,000-moon pagoda is somewhat mysterious, the creatures born in the tower are a bit inferior to the real powerhouses. They do not have too much spirituality, only pure combat power. Unless the realm is too different, there is still a chance to defeat them by leaps and bounds. The second floor of the 1,000-moon pagoda. Bang! 2 air waves exploded, and in a snow-covered mountain range, 2 patterned icy dragons were entrenched on one side, arrogant and domineering. Shuang Jiao attacked Lin Chen and Ling Yuechi from left to right, and wherever they passed, a blizzard filled the sky. The 2 ends are compared to the 9-patterned icy dragon in the early stage of the 3rd stage of the Tiangang realm. Try to liberate 35 dragon power. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth outlined a manic smile, revealing a fierce light. The 1,000-moon pagoda was created by the sages of the Lin family. It contains countless intertwined and superimposed battle spaces. No matter how noisy Lin Chen is, it cannot be destroyed. In the second floor. Boom! The dragon roared, and the space was distorted. Lin Chen volleyed the palm of his hand to subdue the 9-striped ice flood. Dragon, his eyes swept away, and the entire 9-striped ice flood dragon became transparent and splendid under the investigation of Zijin pupils. Huh? It exists entirely in the form of an energy body, and there is not even a trace of life energy. Surprised in his heart, Lin Chen couldn't see the shortcomings and weaknesses of this creature with his purple-gold pupils' realm of creating something out of nothing. Tear. The jade hand pulled the ice bow, surrounded by sonic booms, and 3 icy arrows fell into the world like meteors and exploded on the body of another 9-patterned icy dragon. The icy cold air in the frozen space seals its forelimbs and head, and it freezes in place and cannot move. With an angry fist, Lin Chen smashed the 9-patterned icy dragon under him. With one punch, whipped his legs in the air and swept away. 35 dragons hissed like a group of dragons, and when the strong wind swept through the void, it split the second head like a guillotine. The head of the 9-patterned frost dragon. Spike. Another spike. The 2 did not stay for a quarter of an hour on the second floor of the 1,000-moon pagoda, and continued to the 3rd floor. The talents of the Lingyue branch, gathered into Yi, have all begun to show a serious demeanor. If they can break into the 3rd floor, their achievements in the branch are already ranked in the upper reaches. Isn't this kid less than 19 years old? How can he be so strong? Lung Dao, who was located on the top of a mountain, had lingering fears, and Lin Chen's strength might already be higher than himself. Even if the 2 9-patterned frost flood dragons could kill them, they were determined not to be as easy as Lin Chen. Qianyue Tower is 100 miles away, the tallest attic. The pale yellow magic eye stone turned in the secret room, projecting the figures of Lin Chen and Ling Yuechi. 15 figures sat in various corners of the secret room. The atmosphere was dull and silent. These 15 people are all the elders of the Ling family. Some of them are highly respected, and they can sentence the life of the clan to death. This little guy is hiding so deep, we didn't even find out his cultivation base. He can control his pure power freely. Every blow is not too much or not. It's all 35 dragon power. He still has reservations. The 2 elders looked at each other and thought of each other. Let's look at it again, with Lang Yueqi's cultivation base, entering the fifth floor will definitely meet the fifth layer of the heavenly astral realm. If you can break through that limit, you are qualified to be called the heavenly heaven in the Lingyu family. Proud. The second elder is right, don't be too happy. What our Lingyu family needs is not someone who has achieved little in the branch, but a strong person who can truly achieve the peak. The blue-robed old man sitting in the first place suddenly asked in a hoarse voice. How did that thing go? A mere black widow, if it affects the foundation of my Lingyu separation, wouldn't it be laughable? After speaking, 3 figures immediately stood up and clasped their fists. Respectfully. Report to the elders, the Black Widow has been wiped out. In addition, there are 2 well-known evil sect powerhouses among them. However, this is not what we did. After we went to the scene, it was already a step too late. The 3 briefly explained the matter, and all the elders were slightly refreshed, their eyes flashing with curiosity. There is such a bizarre thing? At a young age, he killed 3 Tiangang realm 5th layers and many other cults? Such a genius should be famous in Lingzhou. Why have you never heard of it? When the elders were still thinking about the Black Mist Island, 2 elders exclaimed in unison. They're on the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. 2 icy dragons slapped 4 pairs of dragon wings, and the strong wind of the dragon's breath blew thousands of miles, swept away thousands of snow, and swallowed the Jiuxia River. One of them, the Frost Lilong, is nearly 1,000 feet in size. The 5th order intermediate Frost Lilong has the power to catch up with the early stage of the 5th layer Tiangang realm. Pure strength alone can't beat this big guy. Lin Chen was the first to release the dragon power in his whole body. The dragon energy penetrated the meridians and pores of the whole body, and 45 dragon energy came out of the body, bursting with the roar of the volcano. The dragon's claws rolled in the endless snowstorm, and the strongest frost Lilong stretched out a dragon's claws, rolled the mighty dragon's breath, and galloped, pushing the mountains and rivers and stars across the sky. Fire bloodline transformation. Lin Chen's whole body was burning with furious red flames, his fists looked down on the world, and 45 dragon powers were violently beaten out. The dragon's breath giant claws that smashed the Frost Lilong head-on. Laugh. Boom. Boom. Lin Chen threw 3 punches in a row, and the energy storm of ice and flame raged and intertwined in the middle. Take Lilong's claw in the front, and smash its dragon scales with a reverse punch. Roar. The dragon's tail is like a mountain in the sky, and another Frost Lilong swings its tail and smashes down. With a flash of purple light in his pupils, Lin Chen stepped on the turquoise wind, and moved into the air with 3 steps. His figure was like a shadow, jumping 10,000 meters away. The dragon tail was knocked out of the air on the spot, and the aftermath caused 1,000 layers of snow. Charging rune thunderstorm. Lin Chen turned around at a high speed in the sky, his left leg transformed into the thunder bloodline, the thunder light beating, with the full power of 45 dragon power, he slashed down like a battle axe. Sigh. Click. One leg smashed the ley line alive, and the dragon's tail was split in 2 on the spot. The dragon's claws lifted the crust of the earth and broke the ground from the snow. At the same time that Lin Chen urged Tiangong's fighting spirit, his figure was as flexible as a dragon and turned around, his whip legs slammed into the light of thunder and fire, and he hit Lilong's dragon with one leg before being sent flying on the claw. Boom. Lin Chen was blasted to 10,000 meters away, crashing into a snow-capped mountain along the way. An astonishing mutation suddenly appeared. Boom! 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 At the position where Lin Chen fought before, for hard rock walls thousands of meters high suddenly burst out of the ground. The rock wall is like 4 mountain walls connected one after another, tight and airtight, extremely strong, and surrounded by 2 ice dragons. In Lin Chen's 9-color battle spirit, a ray of light belonging to the earth type battle energy has completely dimmed. This move exhausted all his earth type battle energy. Even the 5th layer of the Tiangang realm can't break the rock wall so easily. Surrounded by 4 walls, Sanjiang was about to take off and leave. Lin Chen suddenly drank coldly. Teacher Yueqi, I'm ready. Ling Yueqi, who was located at a height of thousands of feet, understood in her mind. A dark blue tick mark between her eyebrows quickly appeared, and her breath soared to the 3rd level of the astral realm. Su's hands are full of bowstrings, and the arrows that shine like blue stars suddenly shoot out. Ice King Arrow. The blue star arrow flashed past like a meteor, and shot into the 4 rock walls. Shuanglong opened its mouth in awe, and spit out a fierce dragon breath of ice, which was frozen for thousands of miles. But how could the arrows absorb the ice energy in the dragon's breath and become more prosperous? Water system blood. I am water. Lin Chen's whole body was transformed into the blood of the water system. His whole body was blue and gorgeous, and his palms slapped angrily in the snow. My water. My water. My water. Ha ha ha. Every time Lin Chen clapped his palm, the water energy that was like howling raging waves was transmitted into the ground. The vast and majestic water system war energy changed into a surging sea, gushing out from the 4 rock walls. Boom! The Ice King arrow combined with Lin Chen's water system war energy, instantly. Like an ice age, the cold air rose, completely freezing the 2 ice dragons in the rock wall, unable to move for a short time. Lin Chen specially left a hole. He walked into the rock gun, held the Heiyuan gun in his hand, patted the area under the tail of Hanbing Lilong, shook his head and sighed. Hey, the shortcoming of me is that I am too kind, and I have to euthanize the opponent before destroying it. After that, Summon Lin gently wiped the head of his Heiyuan spear to find the right position. Lin, like a billiards player about to start the game, took aim slowly, and stabbed the gun head out fiercely. A frenzy. A wild stab. Hiss. The hundreds of thousands of Ling Yuefan family members outside the tower who were watching the magic eye stone gasped fiercely. The palm unconsciously covers the Kikubi area. Looking at Lin Chen's skillful and sophisticated technique, everyone suddenly felt numb on their scalps and cold on the soles of their feet. What the fuck is kindness? Lin's spear was like a dragon, and he hit the bullseye with every shot. The sound of the ice cracking was like a cracked chrysanthemum table, sad and mournful. On that day, all the Ling Yuefan family members who watched the scene left a permanent shadow in their hearts. They were unforgettable, and the shrill scream and low roar of the frost Lilong came from the magic eye stone. But what attracted the attention of many powerhouses was Lin Chen's true strength. When the war attack was revealed, Lin Chen's true cultivation was exposed in front of everyone, the 2nd stage of the Tiangang realm. The most important thing is that he is only 19 years old. He already has the strength to rival the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Even if he is placed in the Lingyu family, he is still a genius. The attic 100 miles away from the Thousand Moon Pagoda, the secret room of the elders. Good boy. It's hidden so deeply, fighting spirit and body training are the best choices. And during the battle, his body refining strength and his own combat aura cultivation base are perfectly combined, which is different from those simple-minded barbarians who only know how to use three-point brute force. If this is cultivated well, it will definitely be a piece of talent and beauty. Ling Yueqi actually brought back such a genius to our family. Keep him, we must keep him. Unfortunately, his combat power may have bottomed out. If he insists on entering the 5th floor, the tower spirit encountered will not be so simple. The elders were overjoyed and heated discussions. In fact, not only the Lingyue family, but the Lingyue family's own family has been gathering talents from all over the world in the past 1,000 years. If a woman wants to break through the Thousand Moon Pagoda to prove her strength, she must bring her male partner. The reason for this was that the Lingyu family was already ranked at the bottom of the ancient family. Although relying on the background of his own family, even if he was able to traverse Lingzhou at the level of the ancient family, he could not keep up with the rest of the ancient family. Therefore, in order to catch up with other ancient aristocratic families, this family had to make this last resort. The dispute over the interests of the younger generation between the ancient families is deeply involved, so deep that they can't give up this interest, even if they are strong enough to be included in the foreign human race. Inside the 4th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. It's really refreshing. I'm afraid my marksmanship has improved a lot recently. One shot against a girl, one shot against a beast. What's wrong is where Lin Chen crossed the other end of the rock wall, the ice dragon behind him suddenly disappeared, and a beam of moonlight gradually shone down. Thousand Moon Pagoda, according to the sages once said, there is 1,000 moons hidden in the pagoda. But since ancient times, no one from the Cold family has been able to unlock this secret. At least, Lingyue has not yet separated. Congratulations to the host. The host kills the frozen Lilong, formed by a special energy body, triggering a special reward mechanism with low probability, and dropping a purple treasure chest. Brush. A purple gold light that only Lin Chen could see rushed to Xiaohan, suspended in the rock wall. Lin Chen rushed in again and grabbed the purple treasure chest. The host opens the purple treasure chest and obtains the top-level alchemy handprint Sanqing Ling watermark. The top alchemy handprint of the blue level. Lin Chen opened his mouth wide. This is the real goddamn treasure. The number of low-level alchemy handprints in the 24 regions can be counted with one slap. Even in Lingzhou, the blue-level alchemy handprint is still an extremely rare thing, because the strong here are like clouds, and more than anywhere else. The alchemist and the alchemy handprint that supports the growth of the alchemist are needed. Ha 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 ha. Cool. It's so fucking cool. I really want to do it again. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing wildly up to the sky. The laughter shook all directions and passed out of the tower. The people from the Lingyue family who had just breathed a sigh of relief felt even more horrified when they heard the loud laughter, their teeth chattering. Crazy. Crazy crazy. Must be crazy. How can you be so cool about stabbing that part of the ferocious beast? The most tingling thing is that he wants to do it again. This Lin Chen is not only crazy, he is a perverted chrysanthemum maniac. I suddenly don't want to provoke this kid. Me too. I don't know why, I have a trace of sympathy for Ling Dao in my heart. If this kid takes revenge on Ling Dao, It will be sour. My mother, it's terrible. I want to go home. The fourth floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. The host gets 30,000 points of water energy, 50,000 points of water energy. Lin Chen swept away the leaves with a gust of wind and took away all the water-type attribute light balls scattered on the fourth floor. At this time, his water-type energy has reached an unprecedented 24 million points. Lin Chen is not arrogant. Although this frost Lilong has initially reached the level of the early stage of the fifth level of the Tiangang realm, it is not a real creature after all, and its overall level is still slightly worse. Ling Yueqi landed beside Lin Chen, her blue eyes turned bright, and she said softly, Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen was startled, and nodded solemnly. Teacher, have you finally noticed my handsomeness and fell in love with me? Mom, don't freeze your legs. Say something nice. After breathing in place for a while, the two officially headed to the fifth floor. As they climbed the spiral staircase and came to the end, the balance under their feet lost their sense of reality, and between the movement of space, they arrived at a silent space. There is no more snow and ice here, but in the plain, with wide terrain everywhere. Some people can't imagine that after 1,000 years, another human race will step into this place. I wonder if you are better than the last human race. The two humanoid figures slowly stepped into the air and suspended, their silver hair fluttering, a man and a woman in appearance. Their bodies were transparent and bright, and an ice energy halo was spinning above their heads. I don't know if it's outstanding, but there is a little bit of color, and it must be more handsome than the previous one. Lin Chen smiled, but there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The strength of these two tower spirits is completely different from that of the frozen Lilong. One is the early stage of the fifth level of the Tiangang realm and the other is the middle stage of the fifth level. And Lin Chen is only in the late stage of the second stage, while Ling Yueqi is in the middle stage of the second stage, and can briefly rise to the realm of the third stage. But compared to the two tower spirits, there is still a huge gap. Now is the time to try my ultimate combat power. I don't know if I can defeat these two guys without using the ancient Qinglong. Lin Chen was eager to try. The fire bloodline transformed, the soles of his feet shook the ground, and the earth's crust shook violently. When the earth's crust was changing, more than a dozen columns of red flames with a height of 100 meters rose into the sky and slammed into the two towers. But so, broken. The silver-haired woman in the middle stage of the fifth stage of the Tiangang realm shook her head in disappointment. Her slender jade pointed to a little void, and the pillar of fire shattered abruptly, turning into a little brilliance. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of ice star arrows were in full bloom like ice flowers, shooting from all directions, and wherever they passed, the space was frozen into a faint frost. Roar. The silver-haired male, Tall Ling, had a ferocious face, and suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar like a fierce beast, roaring the mountains and rivers. The roar shattered all the ice arrows, turning into cold air and fog that filled the void. With such a terrifying strength, all the Lingyue branch arrogances outside the tower are fascinated by it. An ice pattern appeared between the eyebrows. Ling Yueqi's aura soared to the middle stage of the third level of the astral realm. Riding the wind, she slapped several palms against the wind, and the huge frost palm that froze hundreds of meters of space lifted off. Father, mother. The child must engrave your names and tombstones in the branch. The blue eyes flashed with unswerving will, and the moment Ling Yueqi palmed the wind and shot out, she immediately pulled her ice bow and aimed at the Male tower spirit. The battle between the two sides is imminent. Kaka. The space was suddenly distorted, and it was located on the top of the silver-haired woman's head, and a faint whirlwind swirled in the flash of thunder. Her demeanor changed slightly. When she raised her head, at a height of several tens of meters above her head, Lin Chen was holding the Heiyuan spear. And the surging dark energy condensed the spear tip. Charging rune dark devour. Lin Chen snorted coldly, holding the gun in both hands, like a dragon falling to the ground, piercing through and stabbing. Humph. The silver-haired woman snorted coldly, and the Tenjong space above her head suddenly twisted and trembled, becoming even more solid. Clang. The shot that condensed the dark-type fighting spirit and 45 dragon power was stopped in the air, and the tip of the black abyss spear was stopped less than a foot away from the silver-haired woman. The solid void is like an invisible wall blocking Lin Chen and his Heiyuan gun. The speed is acceptable, but the attack power is not enough. Ta Ling's sleeve robe swayed lightly, and the reversed heaven and earth aura merged into a star-filled blue energy finger. At the moment when the energy fingers converged, it was aimed at Lin Chen and fell and crushed. The momentum was so majestic that even the plane of the entire battle space began to tremble slightly. When Lin Chen was on the verge of death, a purple flame rose from behind. The energy fingers didn't even touch his afterimage, and crashed down on the plane, blowing up a shocking mushroom cloud. What? The female tailing's face changed slightly. How could his speed change so fast? Lin Chen's speed changed even the senior elders of the branch who were watching the battle. The figure of someone Lin appeared strangely behind the female tailing, and raised his palm lightly, aiming at the plump mountain with a slap. Clap. The crisp sound made the female Ta Ling blushed, and her expression no longer had the previous meaning of going out of the dust. She flicked her sleeves in anger and made her handprint in the void behind her. Bang! Su's hand slapped the void and exploded, but he didn't hit Lin Chen at all. In the void, thunder light and red flames swirled around, forming a ball, and the dazzling light-type battle aura spread all over the spear tip. The female Ta Ling's pretty face changed slightly, and when she suddenly turned around, a gray-white talisman fell from the sky. Slow rune. The moment she saw the talisman, the figure of the female tailing was fixed in the void. At that moment, Lin Chen's arm condensed the pure power to move mountains and fill the sea, gritted his teeth sharply, and threw the whole gun flying. At the moment when the Heiyuan spear was thrown out in anger, the rear of the spear body exploded with violent thunder and fire energy, which increased the power of the spear body to fly several times. Crack a space crystal wall. Boom. The tidal energy shattered the slow rune, and the female tower spirit was about to withdraw. On the spot, the head position of the female tearing was penetrated. Boom. The black abyss spear fell on the plain, blowing up the surface, and the ley lines were torn in half. Ta Ling's weakness is in the strongest defense. You let me attack your Tian Ling guy so easily at the beginning, without any intention of dodging, just exposing your own weakness. The purple phoenix wings flapped slowly, Lin Chen suspended in the void, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Your greatest advantage is that you have spirituality, but it is also the biggest disadvantage. If you are a beast without spiritual wisdom, maybe I will have to spend more. After the female tailing's head was penetrated, it reunited in human form, but it no longer had the murderous aura. Why, you will know Taring's weakness. After the female tailing reformed, she stared at Lin Chen. The host triggers a special reward mechanism and gets a purple treasure chest. But see, a purple gold treasure chest was suspended in the position of the female towering. Lin Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Another special reward, the reward of this treasure chest is probably not inferior to the previous top level. Alchemy fingerprints. Ignoring the female tailing's inquiry, Lin Chen swept his figure and grabbed the purple gold treasure chest in the space above the opponent's head. The host opens the purple gold treasure chest and obtains the blue low level combat skill finger of the ice. Lin Chen's expression suddenly changed. Blue tier. This is the first time that Lin Chen has obtained a blue level combat skill. I didn't expect that this special reward mechanism would trigger such a magical skill. Regardless of the reward mechanism and the dropped attribute light balls and treasure chests, the system's judgment is completely random. Dropped treasure chests and attribute orbs may be indirectly or directly related to the dropped objects. Some may or may not have any relationship at all. If the opponent that Lin Chen killed was practicing the advanced swordsmanship of the green rank, then the treasure box dropped by the opponent might be the technique he practiced, or it might be a higher level sword technique above the swordsmanship. The combat power of blue level combat skills is no trivial matter. If I can successfully cultivate it, it will bring an unprecedented improvement to my combat power. Store it first, and then practice it later. After the system recorded Bing Tian finger, Lin Chen turned to look at the female tailing, shrugged, and smiled casually. You asked me just now why I was able to see through Taring's weakness? My intelligence is directly proportional to my appearance, so naturally I guessed it. The space of the Thousand Moon Pagoda is connected to the outside, so he wasn't stupid enough to tell him what Ling Yin told him. It turned out to be a guess. You are indeed much better than the last person who entered the tower. Although you have used some indiscriminate tricks, I am not your opponent. It is only a matter of time before you lose a long battle. The female tailing shook her head and sighed. After experiencing Lin Chen's rune of slowness, although she didn't know how this human race did it, she already understood that this young man must be above herself. Outside the tower, many Lingjiao Tianjiao looked extremely solemn, and even feared. Hidden too deep. This Lin Chen from Tiangai Academy actually hides so many trump cards. There is also his method of throwing the spear, condensing the energy at the tail of the spear before throwing it out, increasing the power several times. This way of fighting is simply unseen, unheard of. Full of unlimited imagination and possibilities. Especially at the last moment, that tailing was inexplicably frozen for a moment, and even the senior elders didn't see what was going on. Elder's chamber. There is still a hidden background in this child. His pair of wings seems to be an ancient relic, the wings of the true flame purple phoenix. His speed, within the fifth layer of the Tiangang realm, should be a rare opponent, ha ha ha. He has framed all of us. His last trick to fix Taring's mysterious trick is even more incredible. Besides, Ling Yueqi's nanny is also very good. To be able to fight against the towering spirit in the early stage of the fifth stage of the Tiangang realm for so long, she looks like a talented girl, ha ha ha. Well, this girl has also proved herself. We should give her parents a name. I hope that the other elders don't have too much prejudice against their parents, and there is no need to offend such a genius for the past. Between the smiles of the elders, Lin Chen has cooperated with Ling Yueqi to kill the second tailing. Inside the 5th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda, the bright moonlight shines down. Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi joined forces to kill the male tailing, and both sides flashed and disappeared. The two completely passed the 5th floor. It seems that the 5th floor is not too difficult. Lin Chen smiled, but found that Ling Yueqi was already shaking her shoulders. And there were faint tears in her blue eyes. Mr. Yueqi, you have already done it, so you don't need to be stressed anymore. Lin Chen held Ling Yueqi's jade hand, the latter wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and stared at Lin Chen solemnly. Lin Chen, if you say thank you again, you'll be polite. Didn't you agree? I dared to come to you and continue what I did underground last time. Lin Chen smirked, raised his eyebrows jokingly. Yes, if you have the guts. Ling Yueqi smiled sweetly, and the faint red glow overshadowed her ears. We're done, it's time to get out. Taking out a space jade slip, Ling Yueqi and Lin Chen smiled at each other. Crushed the space jade slip, and a space vortex appeared. Lin Chen, let's go. Huh? But see, Lin Chen gently pushed Ling Yueqi into the vortex of space, and the shadow disappeared. Lin Chen is alone, staying in the Qianyue Pagoda. What? He pushed Ling Yueqi out and stayed in Qianyue Pagoda? Everyone outside the tower exclaimed. Ling Yueqi's figure appeared at the gate of the 1st floor of Qianyue Tower. This? Lin Chen, what are you going to do? Ling Yueqi's expression changed slightly, and she shouted at the magic eye stone in the void. Unfortunately, the magic eye stone can't connect the sound of the two sides. And Lin Chen can't hear it. Seeing that Lin Chen actually stayed in the tower by himself, the elders in the secret room completely became solemn. This Lin Chen dares to stay in the tower alone, doesn't it mean that he still wants to go to a higher level? This son, either the spies sent from outside want to infiltrate the Qianyue Pagoda of my Ling's house, to make a bad plan, or the strength has not bottomed out. An elder's eyes were gleaming, and he was concentrating on the situation in the magic eye stone. Lin Chen sat cross-legged from the void and turned on the system. System, I want to practice Bing Tian finger. The system prompts the host that cultivating fingering fingers requires 6 million Kung Fu spirits. Does the host confirm the cultivation? Confirm. The system deducts 6 million points of Kung Fu essence, and is passing on the Bing Tian finger for the host. A beam of light suddenly flashed from the void, injected into Lin Chen's heavenly spirit cover, and a large number of inherited memories emerged. Seeing that Lin Chen actually stayed on the 5th floor, more and more people from the Ling Yu family came to watch. The inheritance this time was unexpectedly fast, and Lin Chen opened his eyes. In just a quarter of an hour. What a domineering blue-level combat skill. Lin Chen was both amazed and excited in his heart. This Bing Tian finger is different from the exercises that Lin Chen practiced. In the past, only one finger. One point out, frozen mountains and rivers. Thousands of miles. Condensing the water-type or ice-type battle energy of the whole body, and releasing it with specific meridians and operation methods, the direction of the fingertips is frozen for thousands of miles. The system-friendly reminder to the host, due to the host's excessive combat skills, the level 2 charging rune is too low, if the host uses the charging rune on the blue-level combat skills, the power can only be doubled at most. The system's prompt made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly. It seems that the level of this characteristic rune will also find a chance to improve. Taking a leap, Lin Chen rushed up the spiral staircase on the 6th floor and officially entered the 6th floor. In the 6th floor of Qianyue, the space was silent. This is a rolling hills, and every peak exudes an icy cold sword. In the middle of the mountains, on the top of the highest mountain, between the cliffs, a figure in white sat. He stood with his sword in his arms, his eyes closed, and the 3-foot green front was unsheathed, but it attracted all the swords on the mountain. The strength of this man is unfathomable. At first glance, Lin Chen felt the unprecedented sense of oppression. Oh? There are still people who can break into this place. Are you a late stage of the second stage of the Tiangang realm? It seems that I can only use the cultivation base of the peak of the 5th stage of the Tiangang realm. Choking. The sword was unsheathed, and the man in white slowly stood up, holding a long sword, staring at Lin Chen with eyes as sharp as blades. Lin Chen hovered in the air and said curiously, "You're the Tarling here?" "No, you're more of a human being, you're better than Tarling." The man in white showed a hopeful look of memory. There was a hint of confusion. "I am indeed a human race, but I am a dead person. I seem to have lost to someone and become a living being in this tower. I can't remember the past." "Come on, boy, can you breaking here is enough to prove your strength, give me and my sword a little excitement." Boom. The sword swayed the situation, cut the universe, and the light in the thousands of feet of space became dim in an instant because of the man in white drawing his sword. The man in white stabbed out with a sword, and the ghosts and gods were terrified. Charging rune light fury. Dark devour. The 2 strongest energy bloodlines were instantly transformed. Lin Chen shot out with both palms, and the light energy ball and the dark energy roulette flew out. Even the corners of the man in white could not be wiped, and he was turned into a bloodline by him. Jianmong smashed into nothingness. Lin Chen suddenly held the spear, the black abyss flashed, the thunder exploded like a dragon, the spear tip and the blood-like sword chi collided. Bang! The tops of the 4 mountains were shattered with a bang, and Lin Chen flew out of a distance of several thousand meters. In the void, it took several steps to stabilize, and his blood and energy swelled. What a powerful swordsman! His swordsmanship is extraordinary. The man and the sword are one and one, and the sword is one. One strike is to go all out. And there is no room to retreat. Shaking his slightly numb arm, this person's combat power is comparable to that of the real heavenly astral realm 5 peaks. In a head-to-head battle, Lin Chen may only be able to fight him by releasing the ancient Qinglong. Gunman? Ha ha ha. Happy, come again. The white-robed swordsman laughed with pride, his sword power rushed to Shao Han, and he swallowed up the sun, moon, and stars. He held the sword with 5 fingers, and the sword edge swung a vast and deep river of sword light. The sword light was spinning at a speed of 360 degrees. And wherever it passed, it destroyed everything that blocked it. The strong wind was blowing, and Lin Chen's short hair was blown flutteringly. In his body, the strong water energy blood vessels were running specific dozens of meridian routes. The icy frost was everywhere, and Lin Chen urged the special bloodline of the water system, and his right arm became blue and translucent, magnificent and dazzling, raised his hand and pointed it out. The host activates the level 2 charging rune, which consumes 300,000 rune energy. Ice Heaven Fingers. The host activates the level 2 corrosive rune, which consumes 300,000 rune energy. After fighting the 5th floor, Lin Chen's current water energy attribute value has exceeded 30 million points. The water-based fighting spirit has become Lin Chen's strongest attribute. Fighting spirit. The icy finger glows like a bunch of aurora across the void, embellishing it. And the icy cold air freezes the surrounding space, and even the spiritual energy of the heavens, and the earth is frozen into frost and ice flowers. Floating down. In the battle space on the 6th floor, more than a dozen mountains were frozen into icebergs in an instant, and the cold temperature made everyone watching the battle with lingering fears. The situation changes with one finger, and the ice blocks thousands of miles. Blue Order combat skills, turning decay into magic. The sword light that flew from the slash was frozen into ice crystals by the cold air, and at the moment when the ice cubes burst, the sword air turned into starlight that filled the sky and scattered all over the sky. One after another, the ice-cold remaining energy penetrated the sword light and penetrated to the white-robed swordsman. His expression was slightly condensed, and he raised his sword to block, and the icy energy vibrated above the sword's edge, wisps of corrosive rune energy and icy aura penetrated his body. What kind of combat skill is this? My God, 15 mountains are frozen with one finger. Could it be the blue rank? Definitely blue rank. And he uses it superbly without a single flaw. Tianjiao outside the tower and the elders in the secret room were slightly air-conditioned, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate blue-level combat skills. How could this kid come here? How old is he? Huh. When the purple phoenix wings fluttered, Lin Chen stepped on the blue light. Wind whirl, past the billowing purple flames, and the black abyss spear smashed down at the top of the white-robed swordsman's head. Clang! The backhand raised the sword and blocked, the guns and swords clashed, and Biao shot out a spark. The Heiyuan spear spun at an extremely high speed, stabbed the shoulder in a Bai, was picked up by the rotation of the sword, and stabbed a sword backhand. Hold the gun body tightly with both hands to block it, and the tip of the gun rotates along the blade to strangle and stab. The pure power and domineering Lin Chen's melee shot was extremely fast. The swordsman in white was caught off guard, the sword was withdrawn in the air. The sword was like a dragon, and the turbulent shot was sharpened to Lin Chen's legs. Clang! The sword slashed Lin Chen's calf, but it made a sound of gold and iron colliding, and the faint golden brilliance turned, which was Lin Chen's heavenly fighting spirit. The tail of the spear slammed down, and suddenly collided with the edge of the sword. As soon as the capacity turned, Lin Chen broke out with a terrible power and waved the tip of his spear to provoke angrily, sweeping the mountains and rivers everywhere. With one sword and one shot, they are madly colliding and fighting in a super close combat attitude. The intensity is so thrilling. Between the two shots, the tricks are all murderous, and they go straight to the key points of the other party, leaving no room at all. But what the high-level elders can't understand is that with Lin Chen's fighting spirit and pure strength, it is difficult to resist the close-range attack of the 5th-level peak of the Tiangang realm. How did he persist under the opponent's offensive for so long? What's going on? Not only does his icy battle chi have the effect of freezing meridians, but also his battle chi attacks and melee attacks invade my body and corrode my cultivation. The white-clothed swordsman's eyes were full of surprise. He finally managed to force out the cold air left by Lin Chen's Bing Tian finger at the beginning. Now Lin Chen's attacks are constantly corroding his cultivation. Almost every 5 shots Lin Chen fires, there must be one shot with the effect of corrosive runes. He wants to keep suppressing the opponent with the characteristics of corrosive runes, so that the opponent can't fight back. With the extreme speed of the corrosive runes and the purple phoenix wings superimposed on the wind bloodline, Lin Chen relied on his own strength too. Fight closely with the white-robed swordsman. When Lin Chen and the two sides fought for nearly 400 rounds, the swordsman in white suddenly exerted his strength. The sword edge was like a frightening dragon, and a black abyss spear that smashed Lin Chen. With one sword flying, the swordsman in white slashed slightly, not as sharp as before. Under the interference of the corrosive runes, his sword power was slightly weaker. The strong duel, the competition is the difference. Slow rune. Losing the Heiyuan spear, Lin Chen's reaction did not become flustered like a swordsman in white guessed, but consumed 1.5 million rune energy to play a slow rune with all his strength. The rune of sluggishness disappeared in a flash, making the action of the swordsman in white extremely slow, but it could only last for a moment. Ice Heaven Fingers. At this moment, Lin Chen urged Bing Tian finger at full speed, and suddenly pointed a finger at close range. Chi. The terrifying ice beam penetrated the body of the white-robed swordsman, freezing him all over. 9 elements battle chi and bloodline transformation. Give me death. Lin Chen's eyes showed high fighting spirit, and he released the colorful fighting spirit at full speed. His fist style was domineering, and he brutally beat the white-robed swordsman. The next scene made the people from the Lingyue family outside the tower feel their scalps numb. Bang bang bang. The figure of the swordsman in white fell to the bottom of the mountain. Lin Chen chased and beat him all the way. His fists, elbows, and knees were all powerful weapons for close combat. Every time Lin Chen hits, 45 dragon power and a surging wave-like attribute. Warqi explosion erupted. Beat all the way from high to the ground. The white-clothed swordsman hit Lin Chen's Bing Tian finger at close range. And his whole body was frozen, and even his fighting spirit couldn't function. Boom. After withstood Lin Chen's nearly 100 punches, the swordsman in white was beaten to pieces, turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. The host triggers a special reward mechanism and drops a green treasure chest. Just when Lin Chen was out of breath, the system popped up a light screen, which refreshed him. I saw, the void bloomed with a beam of light that only he could see, and a turquoise gold treasure chest was suspended in the air. This is the first time Lin Chen has seen the cyan treasure chest. He pointed his toes, flew high into the sky, and grabbed the golden treasure chest. The host obtains a treasure chest, opens the chest, and obtains a characteristic rune evolution stone. Characteristic rune evolution stone. This is a treasure that can upgrade characteristic runes. Grandma's finally came out. Lin Chen's blood is boiling, he can finally upgrade the characteristic rune. As Lin Chen's strength improved, the opponents he came into contact with became stronger and stronger. The level 2 characteristic rune could almost only provide him with some auxiliary functions, and it was no longer his strongest trump card as before. But now, the characteristic rune that is the strongest trump card is about to return. System, I want to use the characteristic rune evolution stone, the slow evolution rune. Lin Chen excitedly issued an order to the system. As the characteristic rune that Lin Chen got from the very beginning, it has always been the most effective rune. The slow rune has been upgraded with the characteristic rune evolution stone. And the slow rune has become level 3. Level 3? What an amazing level. I think when I first met this level, Brother Chen, I was still a pure elementary school student. Unexpectedly, the first human race to enter the 6th floor defeated me. Go. Boy, look at your expression, you have to climb to a higher level. The voice of the swordsman in white echoed on the 6th floor. Lin Chen was very interested, and he turned out to be the first. With the level 3 slowness rune, Lin Chen was so confident that he rushed up the spiral ladder. Suddenly, he took out another large pen and carved 2 large characters on the wall of the spiral staircase. Elder's Chamber. The elders were still silent when Lin Chen passed the subversive fact of the 6th floor, and another elder immediately exclaimed, "No, look, what is he doing? He actually wrote on the wall on the 6th floor." "What did he write?" He wrote a sofa?" "Sofa?" Outside the Chanyue Tower, more than 200,000 people from the Lingyue family were watching. When Lin Chen completely rushed to the 7th floor, he was completely stunned. He defeated the white-clothed swordsman at the peak of the 5th level of the Heavenly Astral Realm? My God! Does he continue to rush up? Does he have the confidence to compete with the 7th floor's tearing? The 7th floor is at least the 6th level of the Astral Realm, right? Tiangang Stage 2 versus Tiangang Stage 6? Absurd. How is this possible? This kid is courting death. Just when the public was still arguing about how long Lin Chen could last on the 7th floor, some Tianjiao from the Lingyue family were a little sad. Regardless of whether Lin Chen can cross the 7th floor, it is a fact that he has reached the 6th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. Since the Chanyue Pagoda of their separate family was cast, no one of Tianjiao has been able to enter the 6th floor, but now it has been achieved by an outsider. After this battle, his momentum will suppress all the arrogance of the cold Moon Branch family, like the sky, unstoppable. Ling Yueqi lightly covered her beautiful lips with her hands. How long has passed? How far has this little guy grown? What is he doing on the 7th floor? Look at the way he walks, grass. I want to flatten him. I saw, in the 7th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. In a desert, someone Lin swayed his shoulders very much, walking at a pace that he did not recognize. His expression was sullen, and his arrogance was very arrogant. With the level 3 characteristic rune in hand, someone from Talon is very floating now. The key is to say 2 words, arrogant. Oh? I didn't expect that the first person to reach the 7th floor was not a member of the Ling family. Could it be that the current Lingyue family has also fallen? In the void, an old man appeared ghostly, leaning on a cane, shaking his head and sighing a few times. Senior, it doesn't matter whether I am from the Ling family or not. What matters is that I have a good relationship with the Ling family. Isn't that enough? Lin Chen laughed casually, but the old man flashed his light, stroked his beard and smiled. Good boy, you have some tongue. You are in the late stage of the 2nd level of the Tiangang realm. If you reach the 7th floor, the old man should only be able to use the Tiangang realm. The strength in the early stage of the 6th level. Boom. The wave of war that shattered the universe swept through the entire 7th layer space. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he was no stranger to this aura. When he left the secret realm of the evil king in the past, by Ruan's revealed realm, and cultivation had such a unique sense of oppression. The cultivation realm revealed by this old man is much better than the original by Ruan. The 6th level of the astral realm is no trivial matter. It's time to take out my trump card. A blue light and dragon shadow flashed through Lin Chen's pupils. Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar swept through the sky, and between the azure light flashes, a vast ancient azure dragon was born, and the dragon was mighty and smashed the mountains and rivers. The ancient Qinglong with 130 dragon power is in no way inferior to the swordsman in white that Lin Chen fought against before. The ancient Qinglong opened its mouth and spit out a large storm of dragon breath, and the blue light danced wildly, attacking the old man. At this moment, the expressions of the elders watching the battle in the secret room changed dramatically. What is this? Dragon clan? This kid actually has a dragon clan hidden in his body. He is from the dragon clan? How did he do it? Ancient Qinglong, this is a genuine ancient Qinglong. It is no less than the ancient Qinglong at the peak of the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Even the elders who are branches of ancient families have never seen such means. Hiding an ancient blue dragon in the body of a human race? Is it possible? The 7th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. The old man with crutches was a little empty, and his figure swept through the void like a blade, easily escaping the dragon breath of the ancient Qinglong. Tear. The afterimage was cut like a knife, and the fist style mixed with the light type fighting spirit burst out. Bang! The gray-shirted old man raised his cane, and the space in front of him became extremely solid, blocking Lin Chen's punch. The ancient Qinglong at the peak of the 5th order intermediate, and you. This little guy wants to shake the old man, but it is not enough. The realm of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm is not as simple as you think. While the gray-shirted old man was about to shake his head and laugh, the corner of Lin's mouth drew a slight upward arc. Senior, have you heard of respecting the old and loving the young? The host activates the level 3 slow rune, which consumes 1.5 million rune energy. As soon as the voice fell, the gray-white talisman flashed and shattered like a ghost, penetrated the space defense of the gray-shirted old man, and slammed into his body. What? The expression of the gray-shirted old man suddenly changed. His body and fighting spirit became extremely slow. After being restrained by the slow rune, the space defense of the gray-shirted old man was suddenly weakened by several grades, and even the gap between the operation of the battle gas became extremely slow. Charging rune ice fingers. Lin Chen raised his hand and pointed, and it was resolutely dotted in the void. The vast and icy ice-type battle aura suddenly froze the entire void and penetrated the body of the gray-shirted old man. Ancient Qinglong, beat him. Lin Chen suddenly drank it coldly, and the ancient Qinglong raised its dragon claws and smashed it. Bang bang bang. The violent dragon force of Jingtian Weighty smashed on the gray-shirted old man. And he used his own fighting spirit to madly mobilize the power of space to defend and resist. Moreover, he is doing his best to dismantle the repression brought by Lin Chen's slow rune. What kind of secret method is this? The old man actually broke into the old man's body without even feeling the fluctuation of his fighting spirit. The gray-shirted old man was horrified. The crutches were in front of him too. Resist the bombardment of the ancient Qinglong and the Tiangang battle spirit. In his dantian sent a surging battle aura that slammed into the rune energy wrapped around his body. It also consumes 1.5 million rune energy, but the effect brought by the level 3 slowness rune and the level 2 slowness rune is more than 10 times different. If it is a 2-level delay rune, I am afraid that he can't even delay half a breath. But now, he has been unable to move for 3 breaths, and more than 80% of his fighting spirit can't function. Bing Tian finger. Bing Tian finger. In line with the attack interval of the ancient Qinglong, Lin Chen launched the Bing Tian finger twice in a row, and the charging rune doubled the attack power. The blue star-like light penetrated the gray-shirted old man, and once again froze his fighting spirit that was about to break through the slow rune. 3/4 of Lin Chen's water battle energy evaporated in an instant. With his late second stage of the heavenly astral realm, it was extremely expensive to activate low-level blue-level combat skills. The purple phoenix wings suddenly slapped, and Lin Chen's figure quickly moved behind the gray-shirted old man. It doesn't matter whether you are at the 6th or 7th level of the heavenly astral realm, Brother Chen, I'm going to fight all the way up today. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with terrifying fighting intent. His left hand was dark, his right hand was light, his hands formed fists, like banging a war drum, and his fists were like a violent storm. He and the ancient Qinglong went up one by one, forming a combined vertical siege, almost frantically launching a violent combo. Such a violent offensive, not only the people outside the tower, but also the elders in the secret room were shocked. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 elders changed drastically. I see. It was him. I carry a blue dragon with me. It's young and looks very handsome. No wonder. No wonder. He is the young man who destroyed all the evil sect warriors on the Black Mist Island. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the elders present became extremely wonderful. Combined with Lin Chen's current combat power, he is absolutely qualified to destroy all the evil sect warriors in Haimu Island. It was him. His potential is also a great asset for Ling Yueban's family. This son, you must befriend him. From now on, none of you are allowed to offend him. When the 3 elders stared at the magic eye stone again, the corners of their mouths twitched. When this guy beat up the senior tailing of the 6th level of the astral realm that day, he didn't see any elegance. However, this result is estimated to be inseparable. If he can carry an ancient Qinglong with him, it is estimated that he is the only one in this Lingzhou, the 7th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. Damn, break it for the old man. The gray-shirted old man let out a low roar, and the tangled rune energy was shattered by his fighting spirit like the birth of an angry dragon, and finally broke free. Boom! Lin Chen punched him violently, followed by another knee blow, which knocked the old man in the gray shirt flying. In order to break through the cold shackles of the slow rune and the ice finger, and to resist the onslaught of the ancient blue dragon, he has consumed too much fighting energy. The ancient Qinglong suddenly swung down the dragon's claws, slammed him into the ground with one claws. The dragon's tail swayed, and it slapped randomly. The earth is shaking, the dust storm is raging, and millions of tons of yellow sand are rolled up in the desert. Light fury dark devour. Under the ground, Lin Chen's palms turned the rotating light-based energy ball and the dark roulette. The 2 completely different battle attributes exuded destructive energy fluctuations, and his palms slammed into the back of the gray-shirted old man. Sigh. The figure of the gray-shirted old man could no longer withstand the onslaught of this man and a dragon, as strong as the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm, and disappeared into nothingness on the spot. The host triggers a special reward mechanism and gets a green treasure chest. The moment the gray-shirted old man disappeared, the system popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen was overjoyed. Grabbing the treasure chest, when it was opened, an exquisitely carved spar was spinning, which contained the stalwart energy of the starry sky. The host opens the treasure chest and obtains a characteristic rune evolution stone. Another characteristic rune evolution stone. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly, and immediately issued an order to the system. System, I want to upgrade the level 3 charging rune. The system receives it, consumes a characteristic rune evolution stone, and upgrades the level 3 charging rune. The charge rune can double the attack power. This improvement is of vital importance to Lin Chen, who now has blue-level combat skills. Even though the corrosive rune can erode the opponent's fighting spirit and greatly weaken the opponent's strength, the premise must be that Lin Chen's combat aura attack can touch the opponent. This comparison shows that the charge rune is more efficient than the corrosive rune in the battle. In group battles, runes of corruption will work wonders. Damn, your kid looks so young, it's not polite at all, it's so cruel. In the void, the old man in the gray shirt appeared cursing, looking at Lin Chen with a little more curiosity. Senior laughed, just a little bit, a little bit. Lin Chen chuckled, he didn't make a ruthless attack. If the other party freed his hand, it would be himself who would suffer. Such a pity. After the 5th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda, there is no attribute light ball to pick up. If you are in the outside world, you can defeat the powerhouse of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm, and there must be a lot of attribute light balls. That can improve your strength. If you dare to fight and kill, you must want to go to the next level, but this old man advises you'd better not go up to the 8th floor. This Thousand Moon Pagoda was designed in the branch, and the actual highest is only 8 floors. The 8th floor is equivalent to the highest floor. If you fail to break into the tower, you will have nothing to lose, but mentally, I am afraid it will leave a very serious psychological shadow. The gray-shirted old man persuaded with good words, but Lin Chen froze in place, and blurted out almost without thinking. Since there is nothing to lose, then why should I be counseled? Isn't martial arts just about going against the current? If you are afraid of a strong enemy and retreat, isn't it the opposite of my pursuit of strength? This is a psychological shadow, right? When the old man in gray shirt heard Lin Chen's words, there was a glint of epiphany in his eyes. He took a deep look at Lin Chen, nodded with interest, and said, "Young man, you are a little different from the arrogant demons that the old man has seen." Of course not. Lin Chen blinked and smiled angrily. How can they be as handsome as me? After watching Lin Chen take the pill and sit in the void for a while to adjust his breath, he entered the Lingyue branch on the 8th floor of the Qianyue Pagoda. His eyes were dull and stunned. He stood there. He even has to climb the unprecedented 8th floor? It is said that none of the branch families have ever been born with the best of heaven who can reach the 8th floor. From ancient times to the present, only the main family of the Lingyue family has only 4 people who have climbed the 8th floor or above. He, Lin Chen, is the 5th person. The legend of our Lingyue family was continued by an outsider. Lung Yin shook his head in amazement and smiled at Ling Yueqi beside him. "Yueqi, you found a good partner." Ling Yueqi's heart started to ripple, and her blue eyes turned with a touch of tenderness and nostalgia, as if thinking of something. In terms of talent, he may not be the strongest, but it is undeniable that in terms of personality, he is indeed number 1 in the world. The 8th floor of Qianyue Pagoda, the moonlight is soft, pure, and pure. Moonlight hangs high in the sky, like a new moon. Lin Chen, who arrived on the 8th floor, immediately released the ancient blue dragon. Is there an attribute light ball there? Lin Chen's purple-gold pupils flashed, surprised and uncertain. The center of the moonlight 100 miles away was an apple-sized attribute light sphere. With the realm of purple and golden pupils, Lin Chen could also faintly see a scroll of jade slips inside from a long distance. But Lin Chen didn't dare to act rashly, and the tower spirit on the 6th floor still didn't show up. My rune energy is only 3.9 million points left. I don't know if there is still a chance to pass this last layer. Lin Chen stood on the top of the ancient Qinglong's head, one person and one dragon focused on vigilance. Lin Chen even urged Zijintong to constantly scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils trembled. In the middle behind him, a beautiful shadow floated down. It is less than 3 meters away from Lin Chen. If this distance is to fight, Lin Chen will lose. Not even a chance to dodge. You are not from the cold family. Yu's light and crisp voice does not seem to contain a trace of emotion. An array of spiritual fluctuations suddenly burst out. Oops, it's still a mental sneak attack, am I going to lose? The sudden mental fluctuations made Lin Chen have nowhere to escape. Just as the thoughts in his heart arose, the mental shock rushed into his spiritual consciousness. Even Lin Chen's spiritual power, which was close to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation, was crushed by this powerful spiritual will, and the realm almost reached the late stage of the spiritual transformation. It was a close call. The glazed spiritual light immediately enveloped Lin Chen's whole body, instantly wrapping the spiritual will of the sneak attack. But see, a wisp of soft and silky satin spinning on top of Lin Chen's head is his spiritual treasure, Illusion Sun Luo. After Illusion Sun Luo wrapped the wisp of spiritual will, a startled voice came from the void. The powerful aura enveloped the surroundings, and the figure who launched the attack was actually a late-stage 6th level Tiangang realm. Huh? What a magical treasure, it can actually swallow up the spiritual will of this seat. This is the moment. Lin Chen's trump cards were all played in an instant. The host activates the level 3 slow rune, which consumes 3 million rune energy. The gray-white talisman descended from the sky and reflected in the delicate body. Twice the runic power. Compared to the first time he used the level 3 slowness rune just now, Lin Chen used twice the rune ability points at one time this time, and he didn't keep it at all. The host activates the level 3 rechargeable rune, which consumes 400,000 rune energy. 9 kinds of energy and blood vessels in the whole body were transformed, and Lin Chen shot with lightning and flint. Bing Tian finger light fury. Flame extinguishing thunder explosion. The moment Lin Chen spread out his purple phoenix wings and opened the distance, a mountain torrent-like sky-shattering attack was launched in an instant. Even the ancient Qinglong's response was extremely fast. A turn and roll was a sweeping tail of the Qinglong that crushed the stars. Boom. Boom. The energy storm of the sky and the earth raged, and it was more than 1,000 feet tall. Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong were on the left and right, outflanking the center of the power storm. What a miraculous trick, it was able to seal more than 60% of the fighting spirit that this seat can use now. The storm passed, and a figure fluttering like a fairy hung in the void. She was wearing a long snow-white dress, her eyebrows were like snow, her eyes were like a phoenix, her nose was snowy, her skin was as creamy, and her waist was as beautiful as a fright. The charm between her eyebrows is somewhat like that of Ling Yueqi, and there is nobility and elegance in her cold beauty. Lin Chen urged Zijintong to find that she was unscathed under the attack of himself and the ancient Qinglong just now. But the only difference is that her cultivation has dropped. At first, what Lin Chen sensed was an aura that was twice as strong as that of the gray-shirted old man. Now, this woman is even weaker than the gray-shirted old man she met earlier. She has divided her battle aura into several parts. My slow rune only makes 60% of her battle aura cultivation very slow, and there is still a part that can be used. Zijintong had a full view of the opponent's fighting spirit, and Lin Chen immediately understood. This woman in white was not completely blocked by her slow rune like other strong men, but only partially blocked. The more advanced the powerhouse is, the more means and background he has to deal with emergencies, which is accumulated over many years. It seems that it will take a while to unravel, but it's enough for you. Could it be that I slept for too long? How can today's martial artists possess such a miraculous secret technique? The woman in white looked at Lin Chen with great interest. He gritted his teeth fiercely. He no longer had much rune energy, and it was impossible to activate the 3 million slow rune again before the opponent can break through the slow rune to restore the full strength that can be used. He must decide the winner. When Lin Chen thought about it, the ancient Qinglong immediately launched a fierce attack. The dragon claws swung down, tearing apart the void, and the woman's light figure turned around leisurely, dodging 10 miles away. Boom! The dragon's tail swept away, as if it had predicted the woman's moving position in advance. The 130 dragon power was like an abyss, like a sea, converging on a single blow. The cultivation base was temporarily blocked, and the woman had no chance to dodge anymore. The jade fingers connected to the void, and the spiritual nets were wrapped out, covering the dragon tail of the ancient Qinglong. Then, the delicate jade hand came out to meet the shot, and the fierce fighting spirit was like 10,000 stars, pushing the galaxy horizontally, and repelling the ancient blue dragon with one palm. The marksmanship is like a dragon, and Lin Chen holds the Heiyuan spear like an expanding storm, and the attacks on the woman in white are fiercer than wave after wave. Clang! Within a dozen rounds of the fight, Lin Chen's Heiyuan spear was blasted out. Immediately, a mental shock hit like a raging wave. Her fighting spirit was limited by the slow rune, but her spiritual realm was still as strong as before. Chi. When the mental shock was less than 10 meters away from Lin Chen, his fantasy Sun Luo turned a strange light again, absorbing it. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chen took 10 steps back in the void, and Zhuangji was shocked. He immediately distanced himself from the opponent. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon body of the ancient Qinglong twisted and turned from the void, and the 4 dragon claws fluttered and tore out the blue light dragon-breathing light blade that filled the sky, dancing like a knife, and the sun was full of the sky. The power of this move was so powerful that even the woman in white frowned slightly, and began to defend the space with a fighting spirit. Clang clang! The golden iron-like collision sounded, and the blade of azure dragon breath intensified the offensive again, and even the face of the woman in white changed slightly. The ancient Qinglong actually released the Qinglong soul-splitting claw twice in a row. With its current background, although it can be released twice in a row, it will quickly lose a large amount of combat ability. The energy storm spreads out, and almost all the fighting spirit that the woman in white can use is used to resist the full-strength attack of the ancient Qinglong. It's now. No matter how strong you are still a woman. Brother Chen. I have never counseled a beautiful woman. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised an angry smirk, and the purple phoenix wings suddenly unfolded, flashing to the side of the woman in white, and the golden fist smashed down angrily. The slender jade pointed to the void, and the white-clothed woman clenched her teeth tightly. The mental shock she was most proud of didn't work on Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's punch was actually a feint attack. He turned around, came 2 meters below the woman's body, and raised his hands in anger. Lin Chen's 45 longly, a slap at random can drive a terrifying hurricane, and he lifted the woman's white long skirt up. What? You prodigal son. The lady in white became angry and blushed. Because of the lack of fighting spirit, it was already at the end of the battle, plus the surprise, the woman didn't have time to defend against Lin Chen's insidious hand. Boom! The purple phoenix wings flapped faster, and Lin Chen flashed again, launching an ice finger. Then he punched 3 times in a row, forcing the woman to use the fighting spirit to forcibly defend. Another flash, when someone Lin was focusing on the first half of the defense. With his fighting spirit, another flash. Dress up again. 20 and Wan Lingyue, separated from the tower outside the tower, can see clearly in the magic eye stone. Suddenly exclaimed again and again. I rely on. How can he do such a thing that corrupts the morals of the world and teaches young people bad? Why is he so arrogant? What? It's actually safety pants? Damn it. Safety pants are used to guard against villains like you. I didn't expect that even a gentleman like me would guard against them. After speaking, a handsome man lying on the ground was about to get up. Grass. Isn't this kid a stand-alone king who cheated in Lingzhou? And he was lying on the ground and peeping so quickly. Just him being a gentleman, flatten him. Don't slap your face. OMG, thousands of people are lying on the ground. Watching, you just hit me. You are jealous of my handsome face. The 8th floor of the Thousand Moon Pagoda. Lin Chen attacked all the way, and with his shameless upskirt, the woman in white was in a mess. The battle situation was changing rapidly, and the woman in white still couldn't hold on to break through the shackles of the slow rune, so she was defeated by Lin Chen's dark bite with the palm of her hand because she exhausted her fighting spirit. This time, after Lin Chen defeated her, he looked around excitedly, but did not trigger the special reward mechanism, not to mention the treasure chest. Not a single hair. If this seed is still alive, I will definitely cut you with 1,000 swords. Humph. The woman's cold snort with killing intent echoed in someone Lin's ear, making him tremble with fear. Cough, cough, what, beautiful sister, I have no way of doing it. You are so strong, I really won't be your opponent if I don't use some tricks, right? Lin Chen turned to look at the beauty in white, scratched his head and smiled. The true cultivation of this beauty is unfathomable, I don't know the depth. And someone Lin dare not annoy her. Forget it, according to the regulations, you are considered to have passed the 8th floor. I should give you the things left by that person. It doesn't matter if you are Lin's family or not. Like a beauty in white, a pure white ball of light floated up and handed it to Lin Chen, then slapped him fiercely before disappearing and leaving. Lin Chen took the white light ball and placed it on the palm of his hand. He found that with his own mental power, he could not penetrate into this white light group. The system reminds the host that this spiritual inheritance is only valid for people of a specific bloodline, and the host does not have the conditions to accept inheritance, so it cannot be inherited. The system popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen immediately understood that this spiritual inheritance was left to the descendants of the Lingyu family. It seems that this can be handed over to teacher Yueqi. The inheritance of the sages of the Lingyue family must not be far behind. Lin Chen put away the spiritual inheritance light group, unfolded the purple phoenix wings, and swept to the center, where the moonlight was most abundant. The attribute light ball suspended in the center of the moonlight was grabbed by Lin Chen and turned into a scroll of jade slips, which was placed between the eyebrows, and the system light screen jumped out. The host has obtained one of the fragments of the ancient secret book, Sura Jiuhuang Transformation. Azura Jiuhuang Ju, there is no hierarchy. In exchange for a short-term improvement in the cultivation base, by burning the source attribute battle gas. At a high speed, the stronger the spiritual method, the stronger the effect. But the burden is equally heavy. If the user's body is not well trained, it is forbidden to use this recipe. This sure transformation technique, for the first time, made Lin Chen show the level of panic about a kind of combat technique secret. This is to use special meridians and techniques to ignite all of your original fighting spirit. You know, he, Lin Chen, is a person who has practiced 9 tribulations of creation and possesses 9 attributes of fighting spirit. 9 kinds of fighting spirits are ignited together. What kind of scene is that? At least, Lin Chen believes that he is absolutely unbearable now, and will be instantly exploded to death by the rapidly expanding energy. This Azura Jiuhuang change is only a fragment, and it can only cause triple changes. It's a pity, I don't know if I can collect the complete one in my lifetime. Although he was afraid, Lin Chen still wanted to see how strong this change of Jiuhuang could be. It's like the anticipation of knowing that in your lifetime you can suddenly see something you never imagined. This may be the 3rd non-ranking exercise method I have obtained since the 9 tribulations of creation and the Holy Beginning Bible. Now I have 2 few exercises, so I will use it as soon as I have the opportunity. Training is complete. Lin Chen's mind broke away from the system and returned to reality. When he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to look at the top of the unknown tower. Without a spiral staircase. Under Lin Chen's purple gold pupils, things out of nothing realm, the top of the 1,000-moon pagoda seems to be connected to some fortune between heaven and earth, a fortune that Lin Chen has never seen before. Hey, since it's the first handsome guy to go to the top floor of the branches Qianyue Pagoda, I still have to leave something behind before leaving. Lin Chen took his eyes back, and took out his big pen with great interest. Then, on the highest wall on the 8th floor, he started to write with the edge of the pen wandering outside the 1,000-moon tower. He passed the 8th floor. If he passed, he passed. Where did he write what? It's not like the old order, the movement is in response to the magic, the pride is worthy of 100 kings, Su Jin is the most talented, and he is handsome at the moment. What a mess. Before the people from the Lingyu family were amazed that Lin Chen passed the 8th floor, they were attracted by the content he left on the wall. After writing, Lin walked away, hiding his merits and fame. The entrance to the 1st floor of the 1,000-moon pagoda. Lin Chen, are you all right? Ling Yueqi ran quickly, and quickly looked at Lin Chen's body. Mr. Yueqi, what are you afraid of? I met a beautiful woman. Do I still have a beautiful woman in this world that someone Lin can't handle? Lin Chen patted his chest and said with a smile. Ling Yueqi smiled slightly, her jade hand pinched his waist and turned around 360 degrees, causing someone Lin to scream in pain. I still know the pain, it seems to be all right. Ling Yueqi smiled sweetly, as if returning to the beautiful teacher Bingshan, who disciplined students back then. By the way, teacher Yueqi, this is for you. Lin Chen endured the pain and handed her a ball of jade box sealed with spiritual inheritance. Ling Yueqi quickly let go of her hand, gave him a sullen look, and rubbed his waist with her tender jade hand, which was indescribably useful to someone. Lin Then, Ling Yueqi curiously took his jade box, recalling the spiritual light. Group Lin Chen got on the 8th floor. Teacher Yueqi, keep it well, this is the inheritance left by your ancestors. And it should be helpful to you. Seeing that Ling Yin had begun to come this way, Lin Chen secretly transmitted. His voice, Ling Yueqi, quickly put it away, and nodded. Ha ha ha. Little friend Lin Chen is really not a mortal. He entered the 8th floor of the Qianyue Pagoda, where my Lingyue branch is located, is unparalleled in ancient and modern times, and unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Also alone, defeated the evil sect warriors in the Black Mist Island Mountain. The hero is a boy. At this time, a group of elders stepped into the air, all the elders who were in the secret room just now. Seeing the enthusiasm on their faces, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Damn, he really has to rely on hard power wherever he goes. When the young master first arrived at the Lingyue branch, he didn't even look at brother Chan and me. It's just normal. I'm a relatively low-key person. Apart from being handsome, I really don't have any merits worth mentioning. Lin Chen waved his hand humbly, seemingly neither humble nor arrogant, but in fact there was an indifference that rejected people thousands of miles away, which made the elders' mouths twitch slightly. Yueqi, later, Elder Lan will personally take you to the family tree to engrave the names of your parents. I hope you don't take everything that the family has done to you in the past. The red-clothed elder in the elders' team stood up and smiled sincerely at Ling Yueqi. Yes, Yueqi knows. Ling Yueqi nodded slightly, neither happy nor worried. She knew that the reason why the elders treated her so well was mostly because of Lin Chen. Elder, let's go now. I just want to pay homage to my two deceased future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lin Chen smiled casually, the elders showed slightly surprised eyes, and then the red-clothed elder nodded and smiled. All right, then we'll set off now. The red-clothed elder waved his hand, the space distorted and fluctuated, and he floated up with everyone, and left under the envious gazes of the Lingyu family members. Lingyu separated their families, somewhere in a garden mausoleum. Two newly constructed tombstones unfolded in a half-moon, engraved with the names of the deceased. The incense was offered, and Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi put their hands together and prayed sincerely. Don't look at this son being polite to us on the surface, but in fact, he is very wary of us. Don't push the two of them too hard later. Offending him will not be good for our entire family. Hey, it's a pity that inheritance. What are you afraid of? That inheritance can only be accepted by the descendants of the Lingyu family. This kid Lin Chen can't get it, and he is Ling Yueqi's partner. Sooner or later, he will have to give it to Ling Yueqi. She's another member of our cult family. As long as you don't offend her, are you still afraid that she won't be able to escape? Yes, I will order it tomorrow, to transfer Ling Yueqi's authority to half of the elders, so that no young people in the branch can offend her anymore. 7 or 8 elders communicated secretly, and only Ling Yin went to put 3 sticks of incense on the tombstones of Ling Yueqi's parents, and sincerely worshipped. Yueqi, these years, it's Grandpa's fault. Ling Yin sighed and apologized. Grandpa doesn't need to blame himself. As an elder, there are already many things to be busy with. Besides, I don't have any concerns about Grandpa, just as usual. Ling Yueqi nodded flatly and said, although she has no affection for this great-grandfather, she has no hatred either. In the past, apart from being Good-faced, he never took a toll on her, which is considered an unfinished family relationship. Elders, thank you. At this time, after the worship, Lin Chen still bowed his hands, neither humble nor arrogant, and laughed casually. The elders can naturally hear that these are what they deserve, and their elders have not yet shown their true attitude. How could these old and sophisticated guys not be able to hear the dullness in Lin Chen's tone? He took out something from his arms, and immediately said solemnly, Yuechi, this is the Lingyue order of our Presbyterian Church. With this token, you can call half of the authority that ordinary elders can call. In view of your excellent performance in breaking into the Thousand Moon Tower this time, our Presbyterian Church hereby issues this token. Give you. Lin Chen immediately took it for Ling Yuechi, showed a harmless smile, and patted the red-clothed elder on the shoulder. Oh, this elder, you are so sensible. When I first saw you, I felt that you were very special. You must have been very handsome when you were young, and you must be 1/10,000th of mine. I was thinking that we will definitely hit it off. Seeing Lin Chen's 180-degree change in attitude, the elder's mouth twitched wildly. Damn, this kid's face is changing faster than he can turn a book. Yuechi, your talent is excellent, but your movement skills are still a little short. Elder, here, I have a volume of the top-grade green level movement skills, Luli Frozen Shadow Art, which ranks at the peak of the green level and is especially suitable for female cultivation. You must go back. Practice hard. Another elder also expressed his stance immediately, and someone Lin even smiled like a rose, took it, and said with a smile. At first glance, this elder is full of energy, and his hall is red and bright. He must be full of children and grandchildren, and his luck covers the sky. After this time, you and I will worship you, and I will be my Lin Shanguang. All the elders found treasures one after another, and someone Lin was instantly delighted, smiling with a mouth full of cannons, blowing it like a hype. The level of shamelessness made the elders sweat wildly. Where can such a wonderful genius be born? Late at night, Ling Yu separated the family, in Ling Yuechi's boudoir. Lin Chen was stationed outside Ling Yuechi's boudoir. In order to prevent accidents, Lin Chen asked her to immediately absorb the spiritual inheritance in the jade box. Lin Chen, who was idle and bored, picked up scattered attribute light balls around Ling Yue Branch's house. After cultivating Bing Tian finger, he was extremely short of Gong method essence. The host obtains 70,000 points of martial arts essence, 50,000 points of martial arts essence. Someone Lin touched and picked up all the way, from Ling Yuechi's boudoir all the way to the Ling Yu Branch's Gongfa Pavilion in the next mountain range. In order to avoid other situations, Lin Chen released the ancient blue dragon to entangle around Ling Yuechi, shrinking to several dozen feet to protect Ling Yuechi's closed room. Lin Chen himself wouldn't be too far away, he basically kept the distance that he could immediately turn back within 2 breaths. Ling Yuechi's retreat was 7 days and 7 nights, and Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong also guarded for 7 days and 7 nights. On the other side, Lin Chen's strange behavior caused a lot of discussion in the whole Ling Yu family. He not only broke into the Gongfa Pavilion without authorization, but he didn't want anything. He was just messing around there, and no one could understand what he was doing. For Lin Chen, the Gongfa Pavilion is the place where the most Gongfa essence is left. In the past 7 days, he has picked up nearly 2.3 million points of Gongfa essence. On the 8th day, the elder in red stood in the air, watching Lin Chen from a distance. This ghost is acting, we still can't see through it. He has turned around too. Our Lingyue branch's Gongfa pavilion, and it's not a formation, so we don't know what he's doing there. Haha, is there not much we can't see through this little guy? Speaking of which, the Lingyue Ben family should also send someone here. It's estimated that it's been the past few days. After ascending to the 6th floor, the people of this family have to be alerted. This kid should also attach great importance to the 8th floor. In the middle of the night on the 8th day, in Ling Yueqi's boudoir, a ray of war shot straight into the sky, surrounding the sky and not dispersing. Lin Chen, who had just picked up the last batch of attribute light balls nearby, lit up, spread out his purple phoenix wings, and quickly swept back on the blue light wind whirl. Under the bright moonlight, the cold moon is like a star and the moon, her eyebrows are like snow, her face is full of beauty, her figure is astonishing. Her blue eyes are shining with autumn waves, and in her quiet and indifferent temperament, there is a bit of immortality, of coolness. If the former Ling Yueqi was an iceberg beauty, then now she is an iceberg fairy, and the indifference between her brows that refuses people thousands of miles away is very moving. Lin Chen, who just flew over, was amazed by this scene, but immediately said in surprise, "Teacher Yueqi, have you broken through to the 3rd level of the astral realm?" Ling Yueqi saw that the person who came was Lin Chen. She smiled sweetly, like an iceberg melting and 100 flowers blooming. "Well, it should be the 3rd stage of the Tiangang realm. I didn't expect to break through it all at once. There are many mysteries of my cold family practice in the spiritual inheritance. I have benefited a lot from it, and there is still a long way to go in the future." Lin Chen nodded. He could feel the astonishing transformation of Ling Yueqi. If there is no characteristic rune and ancient blue dragon with the current self, if you want to defeat her, the chances of winning may be very small. By the way, I wanted to give you something before. Ling Yueqi handed Lin Chen a scroll of jade and simple pills, which made him stunned for a moment. "Aren't you a pharmacist?" "This is a roll of pills that I got by chance. I have already taken this kind of energy medicine. A martial artist can only take it once in a lifetime. It should be quite effective and helpful to you." Lin Chen hurriedly mobilized his mental power to read the contents of the jade slip. The 5th order intermediate pill recipe, the colorful mysterious spirit liquid. It can make those who are below the 7th level of Tiangang realm break through the realm, but can only take it once. It does not include the 7th level of cultivation, and the medicinal power is gentle. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This pill recipe's colorful mysterious liquid is more valuable than some 5th order advanced pills. Just then, the situation changes. Ling Yu's family, Elder Yan, is here. This voice made the expressions of the people from the Lingyue family in a radius of 10,000 miles change greatly. "There is an elder from Ling Yueben's family coming. This is a first-class event." "Oh? Are these 2 young people the ones who passed through the 1,000 moon pagoda?" The figure of the old man without warning emerged from the space behind Lin Chen, and the ancient Qinglong roared slightly in shock. The old man was immortal, with a kind and flat smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Lin Chen just frowned and stood in front of Ling Yueqi. "Yes, Elder Yan, it is them." The elder in red led the 5 branch elders to appear and said respectfully, "They are all very good seedlings. You are still a student of Tianga Academy. It's rare. Your name is Lin Chen? Would you like to return to Lingyueben's home to cultivate with me? Elder Yan smiled calmly and kindly. What if I say no? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled casually. Little friend Lin Chen, don't worry, my Lingyue family has a good relationship with the outside world. If you don't go, I will not force it, but if you can enter the Qianyue Pagoda, you should be considered half of my Lingyue family. Elder Yan did not rely on his high position and strength to suppress Lin Chen, and said in a calm tone, Our Lingyue family intends to accept you with preferential treatment as long as you can accept some requests and invitations from our Lingyue family at the critical moment. Elder Yan's tone is sincere. He has lived for so many years and is very clear about the advantages and disadvantages. To be able to cultivate a peerless genius like Lin Chen, is there a force behind him that terrifies the world? Just the Tianga Academy on his face can be on an equal footing with the Lingyue family. Offending such a genius will do them no harm. What they have to do is to keep him. The palm turned over, and a piece of flying and turning bright jade was in the shape of a half-moon, suspended in front of Lin Chen. Seeing this half-moon jade, the red-clothed elder and several branch elders immediately took a deep breath. They could not have imagined that the family would spend so much blood to win over Lin Chen. In the same way, this also proves that the current Lingyueben family is really in jeopardy. There is an urgent need for some young top talents to pave the way for that plan in a few years. This is the Lingyue Tian decree. The little friend holds this order. As long as it is in the territory under the jurisdiction of my Lingyue family, you can exercise the power equivalent to the old man. Whether it is the area or the person, you can order the ban, or even close the country. The creatures that dominate hundreds of millions of people, beheaded first and then played, just a word from a little friend, no need to ask Lingyueben for instructions. With a simple remark, even Lin Chen was a little surprised. With the Lenjiuishan word order, I, Lin, just need to go to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Lingyue family to find a few young ladies. Oh. No, I don't need to give money to search for any cultivation resources. This is simply a treasure that is countless times more precious than the throne of a dynasty. In the jurisdiction and territory of the Lingyue family, there are no 1,000 but 800, which together are equivalent to at least half of the wasteland. I can feel the sincerity of the Lingyue family. I don't know what the price is for me. Lin Chen smiled casually. He didn't believe there was a free lunch in this world. The specific situation, the old man can't tell the little friend, but the little friend can rest assured that it is not a matter of treachery or threatening the little friend's life. It is just that in some special periods, the little friend will be called to the Lingyueben home for some special assistance. Elder Yan said apologetically. An elder of an ancient family, a super-strong existence above the Tiangang realm, his strength is unfathomable. He can lower his attitude to talk to Lin Chen, and it can be seen that he is full of sincerity. If that's the case, then I will trust the elder once. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled, took the half-moon jade, and put it in the nailing ring. By the way, you are Ling Yuechi, aren't you? Your potential is very good. It's a pity to leave the family apart. Why don't you come back to your family to practice with me? Elder Yan turned to look at Ling Yuechi and said sternly. After obtaining the spiritual inheritance, Ling Yuechi's potential has become comparable to some of the top talents in the family. In the eyes of Elder Yan, there may be a chance to become the next holy child. And holy maiden candidate. Lin Chen frowned, but Ling Yueqi spoke to him secretly. Lin Chen, you don't have to worry. In the spiritual inheritance I got, there are many mysteries that have to go to the home to be solved. You don't have to worry about me. After speaking, Ling Yueqi nodded to Elder Yan in agreement. His expression immediately became happy, and he smiled. Ha ha ha, okay. I came to the branch this time to harvest 2 Peerless geniuses. It's very worthwhile for the old man to come here this time, Yueqi. Nizi, please pack up, and we will leave the next day. Ha ha ha, Elder Yan, please, we haven't had a chance to treat you properly yet. After the elders left, after the boudoir, on the top of a snow-capped mountain, the bright moonlight shines down, and here are Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi. Lin Chen. Ling Yueqi stared at him. Lin Chen thought she still had something to give to him. Unexpectedly, Ling Yueqi took out a silk scarf and covered his eyes. Don't open your eyes, wait until I say you can. This time, it was rare for someone Lin to be honest. I really didn't open my eyes, even Zijing Tong was useless, and I just waited in place. A wisp of cold air rose quietly, and the beautiful woman's elegant and crisp voice sounded. Okay, open your eyes. The moment Lin Chen untied the silk scarf and opened his eyes, he was stunned. In place. I saw that on the cliffs of the snow-capped mountains, the bright moonlight shone down, not only reflecting the stunned face of someone Lin, but also that stunning person. Beauty Jade stood in front of Lin Chen, wearing a white snow silk gauze on her head, a white and soft silk scarf in front of her collar, and her shoulders on both sides were flat and slightly exposed, revealing a creamy skin. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, her brows were like spring mountains in March, her cold and elegant cheeks were full of red glow, and she stared at Lin Chen with a sweet smile. The long white snow skirt was light and fluffy, as thin as a veil, the pure and flawless snow skirt extended to the ground, and sometimes rose with the breeze. The moonlight sprinkled down on her ice and snow wedding dress, like Chanya in the moon palace, and like the snow fairy in the 9 heavens, descended into the world, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Lin Chen froze in place. He wanted to speak and then stopped. Teacher. This was probably the most nervous time someone Lin in the Dark Horse Club had ever picked up for the first time in his career. He was so excited that he was speechless. He didn't expect that Ling Yueqi would bring back the ice and snow wedding dress he made in the Evil King's secret realm temple, and it was well preserved and not damaged at all. What are you, idiot? The absolutely beautiful Ling Yueqi covered her lips and chuckled, her blue eyes flashing with infinite tenderness. Can I give you maternity leave? Lin Chen was anxious, and when he blurted out, he even wanted to slap himself twice. Push. The beautiful woman smiled, and her curvy eyebrows were inexhaustible amorous feelings and beauty. If there is an immortal in the sky, it may be such a style. Teacher, Before Lin Chen finished speaking, the beautiful lips of the beautiful woman were printed on his lips to block his words. Do you still call me teacher? But I promised you that I will continue with the things going on underground. The lips are divided, the red glow is flying, both tender and cold and charming. The beautiful woman raised her cheeks and stared at his face. Moon Chi. Lin Chen put his arms around the soft waist that Ying held, and the moonlight reflected the heat between men and women. The next day, Lin Chen watched Ling Yueqi leave. After going to Ling Yueben's house, she will definitely have some adventures. And maybe she can get rid of herself in terms of strength. Before leaving, Lin Chen scoured the Lingyue branch's house fiercely, not letting go of high-level heavenly and earthly treasures, medicinal materials, rare and exotic minerals, and all. Some elders even suspected that this kid was obviously here to rob. In this regard, but there is nothing to do, there is no way, who asked the elders of this family to give him the heavenly token, even if he emptied the warehouse, he would not dare to stop him. Lin Chen officially set off to return to Tiange Academy. After leaving the outside world, Lin Chen released the ancient Qinglong, flying at the full speed of the Qinglong, to and from Tiange Academy. Above the dragon head, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. He opened the system and listed a lot of his attributes. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the second level of the astral realm. Ultimate strength, 45 dragon power. Qi and blood energy, 3.965 billion points. Battle spirit essence, 2.575 billion points. Mental power, 1.06 million points. Cultivation technique essence, 3.2 million points. Mind method, 9 calamities of creation, 33%. Learning the exercises, Taisher Bible, 53%, 9 techniques of Shenhuang, 100%. Possess special treasures or exercises, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 100%. Shura Jiuhuang Transformation, Fragments, Sankingling Watermark. Possess Blood Energy, up to 3 types Qinglong Bloodline 21,000 points. Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Feature Runes, Slow Rune Level 3, Corruption Rune Level 2, Upgradable. Charge Rune Level 3. Runic Power, 0 points. The energy of each element, Fire 14.09 million, Earth 10 million, Wood 10.4 million, Gold 11.81 million, Water 31.01 million. The Thunder system has 10 million points, the Wind system has 10.05 million points, the Light system has 9.21 million points, and the Dark system has 11.91 million points. System, I want to practice Azura Jiuhuang transformation. The system has received it, consuming 3.1 million points of the spirit of the exercise, and is passing on the memory of the remnants of Azura Jiuhuang. Transformation for the host. Lin Chen, who was in harmony with heaven and man, fell into a state of retreat. The dragon of the ancient Qinglong was mighty and long, and no one dared to provoke him. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen opened his eyes and shook his head in amazement. Amazing. Even if there is only a fragment, it can cause me to undergo multiple transformations, igniting 3 kinds of fighting spirits one after another, or detonating 3 kinds in one go, so that my strength soars by several grades. Unfortunately, the sequelae are also very serious. Even I have to stay in bed for days after that. Lin Chen's trump card has one more move, Azura Jiuhuang transformation. First, make a batch of colorful mysterious liquid. If you can make a few more copies and give them to everyone in class 66, their cultivation will go more smoothly. Lin Chen sat on the dragon head, released the abyss furnace, and immediately started the alchemy fingerprint. His illusion, Sunluo, was so spiritual that he jumped out of the nailing ring and was suspended in the void, as if he responded to Lin Chen's spiritual power and protected the law for him. This treasure is amazing, and it has allowed me to avoid several difficulties. Lin Chen sighed in admiration, cast the 8 desolate profound fire handprint, and put a large amount of medicinal materials he got in the lung. You branch into the deep furnace, and quickly refine the colorful mysterious liquid. 5 days later, Tiange General Hospital. In the freshman dormitory area, a group of freshmen released their fighting spirit in each other's dormitory area, watching the good show in the dormitory area of the Wasteland branch at this time. This is obviously a right that our freshmen should have. Why should you deprive it? This is the dormitory area of our freshmen in the Wasteland. What qualifications do you have to come here and take our medicine garden as your own? Two sinking fish and falling geese, the beautiful and beautiful women who are all over the country and the city are coldly scolding a few old green honor students who broke into the dormitory area. Hey! Why? It's just that you took Sister Yan's mission. Miss Yan is Senior Lu's woman. What are you guys? And you Lin, you even dare to offend Senior Lu? Our Senior Lu is a veteran of the Lin Chen class for many years, and even the elders have to give 3 points of face. You are so shameless, and our Senior Lu looks down on you. That's because we look down on you. The 4 green honor-level senior students occupied several acres of medicine gardens in the dormitory area for growing medicinal materials, and looked at Lu Liner and Yu Lin with a playful expression. Many freshmen watching the drama sighed in their hearts. Why did these two beautiful freshmen provoke old Lin Chen? Isn't this asking for trouble? It's no wonder that the seniors are quite talented, but they have been green honor-level veterans for so many years. It turns out that they are used to being a lackey. Yu Lin's smiling face revealed a bit of indifference and disdain. Hee, when you are a running dog, you have to see who you are. Since the junior girl is shameless, we can only invite you over there. After all, there were 2 green honor-level veterans who took action on the spot. The love of the 2 goddesses changed slightly. This freshman dormitory area is expressly stipulated that no fights are allowed, but they are so resolute, which shows how powerful the Lin Chen level senior students are in the general hospital. Please? You're a fart. It's almost the same as asking the dog owner behind you to come over and apologize. You dare to touch the people from my wasteland branch. Thunder-like anger surrounds the freshman dormitory area, and the 2 goddesses are in love. Brother Lin Chen? Squad leader Lin Chen. The 2 goddesses were in love with each other. The 4 Chen seniors looked around in disbelief, showing fear and panic. The famous name Lin Chen, in the current Tiange General Hospital, is no less inferior to any senior Lin Chen. Even more than that. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout the freshman dormitory area, and the vastness of the dragon was so frightened that the freshmen almost knelt on the ground. The vast ancient Qinglong was entrenched above the heads of the 4 green honorable seniors, and a silver-robed figure jumped down. Mom sells the batch. How long has it been since I left the academy? Which bastard dares to bully people in our wasteland? Someone Lin rolled up his sleeves and slapped him. The dragon force between the 5 fingers roared out, and slapped the 4 green honor-level veterans. Lin Chen. We are Lu, ah. Lu, what size are you? Lin Chen stepped on his shoulder and broke his shoulder on the spot. This time, I have to lie in bed for at least a few months. The other 3 green honorable seniors immediately froze, revealing indescribable horror. The freshman onlookers gulped wildly. Is this kid really a freshman? The 4 green rank old students in the late stage of the first stage of the Tiangang realm were in front of him, and they were turned over by him. Okay. Let's see if you dare to trouble us. Yu Lin waved her little pink fist with a flushed face, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Squad leader Lin Chen, will this Lu Liner said worriedly. Lin Chen raised his hand, smiled at them, and said, in a soft and partial tone, leave this matter to me, and you won't suffer any grievances. The two women's pretty faces blushed slightly. Lin was okay. Lu Liner hurriedly lowered her head, her delicate ears turned red. Where's the elders in this dormitory area? Get out of here for me. Grandma. Watching these bastards bully our freshmen no matter what, if they don't come out within 10 breaths, I'll give up these 4 bastards. Lin Chen suddenly shouted, and his voice spread throughout the freshman dormitory area. His blatantly scolding the elders made the scalps of countless freshmen go numb, and they didn't even dare to think about it. Hey, brother Lin Chen, don't worry, I'm here. A thin and lean elder appeared with a smile on his face. The 5th level Tiangang Realm Cultivation Base was the elder on duty in the freshman dormitory. Elder, a few of them bullied the freshmen of my wasteland just now. Are you so selective about being blind? Lin Chen said with an unusually gloomy expression, and questioned the elder. If I hadn't arrived by myself just now, I'm afraid Lu Liner and Lin would have been forcibly taken away by these 4 guys on the spot. No one can guarantee what will happen to their 2 daughters. What will happen? And what will happen? That elder was sweating madly on his forehead, and he didn't want to offend that old man of Lan Sun class. In this general academy where the Zisun class has not been born for thousands of years, the old Lan Sun class students are the treasures of Tiange Academy. I know the difficulty of the elders. Today, for the sake of you being in elder, brother Chen, I won't use you. Lin Chen smiled domineeringly, making all the freshmen horrified. Oh my God! What do you mean by being an elder? How many freshmen in the past dared to threaten the elders as soon as they entered the General Academy? I'm afraid this Lin Chen is not the first. Right now, I'm not embarrassing the elder, but I'll just ask the elder to repeat what he did just now, that is, your selective blindness. Lin Chen showed a smile that was harmless to humans and animals, then raised his foot, and stepped directly at another old green honor student. Click. Broken bones. The old man's arm bone was broken by Lin Chen's foot. No. Another old student was so frightened that he wanted to run away. Roar. The 1,000 Zhang Qinglong entrenched in the sky roared angrily, and Long Wei knocked him unconscious on the spot, foaming at the mouth. The elder's face was ashen. Lin Chen's move was already equivalent to despising his authority as an elder. Even those Lan Sun level veterans and students would not dare to be so blatant. Seeing that he was still pretending, this Lin Chen hit him in the face directly in front of him. Enough. The freshman Lin Chen is really domineering. I'm just afraid that if it's too domineering, it's easy to die prematurely. At this time, a cold drink that shocked the wind and clouds echoed in the void, and the young man with purple light flowing all over his body stood in the air, holding a charming woman as soft as a cat in his arms. On the chest of the man in purple, he also wore a blue light flickering medal. Blue honor class old student. Oh? After hitting 2 mad dogs, did the dog owner come out so soon? Lin Chen looked at the young man with a smile, raised his foot again, and clicked. Stepping on the arm of a green-ranked veteran again. You? What are you? Damn it, just use your fists to talk. If you don't agree, I'll take care of your uncle. Lin Chen pointed at the void. He cursed on the spot, his courage and domineering. Even Lin was surprised. What happened to brother Lin Chen? Why is his temper more irritable than before? How can you not be irritable? When Lin Chen returned to Tiange Academy, he remembered that he had been tricked by Yuan Lao to take over the task of the Black Mist Island, and he was not angry. Originally angry, he also encountered a few mad dogs who were bullying others. To bully the people of Class 66 in the wasteland. His anger burned like a powder keg. It seems that you think you can act recklessly if you have an ancient Qinglong with a fifth-order intermediate peak. That senior Lu laughed in anger, and glanced at Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong with disdain. He is the cultivation base of the fifth-level peak of the Tiangang realm, and only Lin Chen and an ancient Qinglong of the fifth-level intermediate peak, he still doesn't take it seriously. Every Lan Sun level student has his own background and methods, and it is definitely not comparable to ordinary Tianjiao. Enough is enough, what are you arguing about? At this time, the old man's impatient voice echoed in the freshman dormitory area. I saw 5 elders came in the air, and the sloppy old man at the head was actually Yuan Lao, who was highly respected. Lu Ji, do you want to break the rules? Yuan Lao glanced at the senior Lu, and said indifferently. Is this old guy here too? It seems impossible to teach this kid a lesson today. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, he took away the 4 old green honor students who had been knocked out by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you won't be arrogant for long. If you have the ability, we'll see you in the arena in 7 days. Lu Ji got up in the wind and left with a swirl of his sleeves. He couldn't help but sneer as he left. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin's attention was not on him. Lu Ji. At this moment, someone Lin laughed. Laugh like a child. He smiled very brightly, like a boy who was popular in Eriuehua when he saw the head teacher he wanted to beat up. Everyone was stunned. What's up with this kid? Eating bee poop? Smile so happily? Only Yu Lin and Lu Liner, who knew Lin Chen well, saw his smile. They felt a chill, and took a few steps back unconsciously. I saw, Lin Chen stepped forward with a smile, and smiled at Yuan Lao. Old Yuan, your boss is finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I really thank you. Yuan Lao was delighted, and immediately laughed. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaoqinzi, what are you doing with your gun? What the hell? Ancient Qinglong, fuck it. Grandmas, I thank you. I thank your whole family. I almost killed Laozi. Roar. First eat a set of Lao Tzu's enhanced version of respect for the old and love the young. In front of everyone, Lin Chen and the ancient Qinglong were chasing and attacking Yuan Lao on the spot. Everyone, including the elders who went with them, were dumbfounded. That old Yuan, who is said to be in awe even at the top of the Presbyterian church, was chased and beaten by a freshman. Anyone who encounters such a fucking thing like Lin Chen will be full of fire. The mission to Haizi Island, if it weren't for his hidden a real dragon soul refining pill, and he survived with the medicinal power of the real dragon's soul refining pill, he would end up either broken by the pill or caught alive by the evil sect warrior. Life is better than death. Don't, Brother Chen, if you have something to say, why should you draw a gun, right? Brother Chen, don't fight, stop fighting, calm down. After the elders reacted, they stopped Lin Chen on the spot and quickly appeased his emotions. Old Yuan had sincerely helped himself, and Lin Chen couldn't be more clear. He would never kill such an old senior, but if he didn't lose his temper and complain, it really didn't fit the character of someone Lin, and this time the loss was a big one. The elder who was stationed in the freshman dormitory suddenly broke into a cold sweat. This kid is really a tough guy. Even old Yuan almost got shot by him just now. This is no joke. I will really take a detour when I see this kid in the future. The elder said secretly in his heart. Kid Lin Chen, didn't you come back alive? It's a big deal, the old man will pay you some points, so everyone can just pretend that nothing happened. Yuan Laiguai smiled embarrassedly, even if he guided Lin Chen to take over the task of Haimu Island out of good intentions, it is a fact that he almost killed Lin Chen this time. Then 10 million points. Then you'd better draw a gun. Then 1,800,000. Make a deal. The senior management of the General Hospital wants to assess whether I can be promoted to a Blue Honor student by exception. Lin Chen was a little surprised when he heard the news brought by Yuan Lao and other elders. To promote a Blue Rank student, you have to complete the task of accumulating more than 10 million points in the academy, and the transactions and other benefits during the student's time cannot be counted as 10 million points. Then what do I need to do? Lin Chen spread his hands. Since the opportunity has come, he is not willing to miss it. You don't need to do anything. Yuan Lao smiled mysteriously. What? You just need to keep your daily actions in the academy. From the moment you enter the academy, someone at the top of the academy is already observing you. And they will have an opinion on your character, strength, wisdom, character, and personality. A 5-day comprehensive evaluation. As long as you meet the standards in their minds, you will be exceptionally promoted to a Blue Honor student. Lin Chen suddenly realized. The relationship is that you should eat, drink, sleep if you need to sleep, and you should flirt with your sister, let them judge. By the way, 2 elders, if I want to sell medicine pills, where can I sell them at the highest price? At this time, Lin Chen asked the elders, beside Yuan Lao. The academy has Treasure Pavilion, Pill Palace, Lingdan Pavilion, Auction, and Secret Treasure Pavilion. Many branches support the acquisition of pills. Lin Chen wanted to sell something, but he couldn't find a good way for a while. If you want to sell at a relatively good price in a short period of time, you must choose an auction. And there will be a large-scale auction within 2 days. The 2 elders pondered. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and then he whispered with the 2 elders. What? You want to sell high-quality pill recipes, and then cooperate in a way of sharing, and enjoy profit sharing for every pill recipe sold in the future? This magical thought made one of the elders exclaim. Lin Chen didn't hide it, and nodded. Yes, the long-term points will be owned by everyone in Class 66. Lin Chen's words warmed the hearts of the 2 girls behind him. It turned out that Lin Chen did all this for the sake of everyone in Class 66. If that's the case, the old man can help you recommend going to the Spirit Pill Pavilion, and I should be able to enjoy the opportunity to share with you. One of the elders said sternly. Lin Chen will have the opportunity to become a new student of the Lan Sun class in the future, and it will be beneficial to make good friends now. Okay, then the day before the auction starts, I will hand over the pill recipe that needs to be sold for a long time to the elder. Late at night, in the freshman dormitory area, in the beauty's boudoir, Lin Chen was with Lu Liner and Yu Lin. In other words, it was Liner who accepted the 250,000 point task first, and then it was senior sister Yen who started to attack you. After Lin Chen learned about the recent encounter between the 2 daughters, his brows were slightly frowned. The cause of the incident was very simple. Lu Liner took over the task that senior sister Na Yan thought was her own. Then senior sister Yen attacked, not thinking that Lu Liner, a freshman of Huang Sun level, could complete the advanced task of Green Sun with 250,000 points, and sent out old students to interfere with Lu Liner again and again. But those are several toxins that need to assist the elders to refine the designated targets to collect materials, which is completely within the ability of Lu Liner, who is very talented in Yu poison. When Lu Liner finally completed the task, senior sister Yen was completely anxious, and the old students under Lu Ji came to oppress and try to forcibly kidnap the two daughters. This is all bullying to our class 66. Don't worry, I will help you get justice for this matter. Lin Chen smiled, and Lu Liner quickly waved her hand. Squad leader Lin Chen, no need, the other party is a Lan Sun level veteran. So there's no need to completely offend the other party. Liner, what are you afraid of? Brother Lin Chen is going to stand up for us. Our class 66 will bully others, but we can't let others bully you. However, Lin clenched her small pink fist and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, imitating Bai Juanhao's tone, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, eldest brother, I will definitely support you and beat up his bastards." Lu Liner couldn't help laughing, and burst into a smile. The next day, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to submit the task first, but dealt with the matter at hand as soon as possible. After he went to the auction venue, he found the previous elder again. In the elder's room, Elder Qi is carefully observing the pill recipe in his hand. Are you sure you want to sell these 3 volumes of pill recipes in a divided way? After simply reading the 3 volumes of elixir that Lin Chen had handed in, Elder Qi looked at him in astonishment. These are all 5th order intermediate level high quality pill recipes that are hard to come by. They are of extraordinary value, and they are also considered treasures in the second-rate sects. Yes, I'm sure to sell these pill recipes. For each piece sold, the points earned will be equally distributed to every student in class 66 who entered the academy with me. These things will trouble the elders. The points inside are also shared by the elders. Part of it can be extracted. Lin Chen cupped his hands, but Elder Qi waved his hands indifferently. Okay, since you said so, the old man won't ask any more questions. Suddenly, Elder Qi looked at the 2 women behind Lin Chen, and seemed to remember something, and then said, "By the way, you are here today, are you going to attend the auction?" The elder guessed right. I have deposited the items to be auctioned at the auction meeting. Hearing this, the elder Qi showed a strange color. Well, I heard that Lu Ji will also come this time. If you meet people on both sides, don't do anything at the auction. This auction is not your freshman dormitory area. Elder Qi said worriedly. He had already seen Lin Chen's violent temper with his own eyes. If he fought with Lu Ji at the auction, it would not be something they could solve with one eye closed. Oh? Lu Ji will be here too? Just in time, my lord, I will play with him at the auction. Lin Chen and Lin smiled wickedly at the same time and looked at each other tacitly. After saying goodbye to Elder Qi, Lin Chen went to the auction venue. The auction venue is located on an extremely remote island in the sky. There are many castles on the island, surging and bustling. There are many old students above the green honor level. At this time, the people at the auction venue were still advertising many precious auction items on the streets and on the magic eye stone. With his status as a senior seller, Lin Chen took the 2 daughters into the top floor of the auction venue. The auction venue is divided into 3 levels, which are used to entertain students of the green level and below, the green level, and the blue level. The venue covers an area of nearly 50 acres, which is relatively large. The surrounding buildings are majestic and can easily accommodate more than 10,000 people. At this moment, the entrance of the auction venue where people came and went. A crowd of people surrounded the entrance, and there was a lot of discussion. The two sides that became the focus at the entrance were Lin Chen and Lu Ji, whose enemies were narrow. Lu Ji was accompanied by 4 Qingxuan-class-old students, and the charming Sister Yan in his arms. He sneered sarcastically. "Isn't this the famous freshman Lin Chen, who came to this auction venue today? I'm afraid you don't have the financial resources to buy the treasures in this venue." Lin Chen held a white feather fan in his hand, with single king engraved on the front between the fan feathers, and a majestic word, handsome, engraved on the back, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, a gentle and elegant smile. "Senior Lu Ji, don't be too complacent. Maybe what you want has already been wrapped up by others." The two faced each other tit for tat, neither of them retreated. There was a kind of gunpowder smell that could be fought in the next second. "So you are the new Lin Chen?" Suddenly, the girl's soft and melodious voice sounded slowly and slowly. In the crowd came a graceful and agile girl, with a blue short skirt, blonde hair and blue eyes, not tall, but with a hot body. The plump mountain seemed to burst the weak clothes. A pair of beautiful blue eyes turned and looked at Lin Chen curiously. The shining blue light metal on the chest is very attractive. Another blue rank genius. It's senior sister Lu Ying of the Lan Sun class. Wow, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see senior sister Lu Ying herself. Today's auction is the right time. There was a burst of screams in the crowd, and many male and female disciples were full of hearts. Lu Ji's expression was condensed, and he faintly showed fear and displeasure. In today's auction, only Lan Sun level students are qualified to compete with him for what he wants. The more such a person, the more disadvantageous to him. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He saw an azure blue attribute light ball floating above Lu Ying's head. After seeing the attribute light ball, Lin Chen took the initiative to step forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the top of Lu Ying's head. The host gains 3.5 million points of water energy. Taking away the attribute light ball above Lu Ying's head, his system light screen popped up. Seeing this scene, people around me gasped and exclaimed in surprise. This move instantly made Lu Ying look unhappy. The thing she hates most is that others stare at her height, and Lin Chen stretched out his hand over his head in front of everyone's eyes when he saw her. "Isn't this just making fun of your height in public?" Seeing that Lu Ying's expression became extremely fast, Lin Chen immediately said with an apologetic smile, "Sister Lu Ying, don't get me wrong, I just prefer small and exquisite girls. What I just mentioned was completely attracted by the temperament, appearance, and figure of senior Lu Ying. Little brother cares about it, right?" Lin Chen's remarks immediately showed the level of the Black Horse Club's top brand, the Little Black Dragon, which caused Lu Ying to immediately smile and hide her mouth. "Giggle, your mouth is quite sweet, but there are many people who pursue this. Girl, if you have this idea, you have to work harder." Definitely. The two girls behind Lin Chen looked at her height involuntarily. Seeing the scene where the two were in harmony, and Hu Chang's situation was not as expected, Lu Ji snorted coldly, turned around and led his people into the venue. Lin Chen and Lu Ying smiled politely and entered the VIP aisle with the two daughters behind them. Seeing the two Lan Sun level senior students gathered together, everyone excitedly lined up to auction together in the venue. Walking through the passage, Lin Chen and Wang greeted each other, but they were secretly talking. After several conversations, the curiosity in Wang's blue eyes became stronger and stronger. No wonder Grandpa wants me to befriend this freshman in advance. It's really unusual. His previous remarks seemed to have a good impression on me and love. But in fact he was just looking for a step in front of everyone. Those boys who deliberately try to please me are different. He doesn't like me, and, even my water and moon exploration method can't test his cultivation. Wang was secretly frightened, and her cognition of this new student rose again by several grades. Junior Lin Chen is also on the 3rd floor? When she walked to the 3rd floor, Wang was surprised to find that Lin Chen could also enter the 3rd floor of the auction venue. Yes, I auction something and get the identity token to enter here. Lin Chen waved his hand, making Wang look at him deeply, followed closely behind. Entering their VIP boxes, sitting on the 3rd floor, the auction venue has an unobstructed view. At this time, many students entered the venue one after another, and everyone who came here was in a hurry to sell or buy treasures that were more cost-effective than the treasure pavilion. At this time, an old man in yellow robe, standing in the air, walked out of the void with a smile. Hey, seeing that everyone is so urgent, the old man will stop talking about the cutscenes. Everyone knows the rules, and the old man will stop talking. Nonsense. I hope everyone will keep their own rules and bid peacefully. The old man in the yellow robe slapped the palm of his hand, and the entire table was on top, for crystal counters were erected, showing different high-level treasures, exercises, and other exotic treasures. At this time, the seats of the entire auction venue were already 80% full, and the number of participants had basically arrived. Blue level advanced movement technique 8 lights and shadows, starting price, 70,000 points. Barter is supported, and the seller hopes to get a 5th level primary top grade medicine pill or above. The old man opened a crystal counter, took out a scroll of ancient books inside, and said with a smile, although high-ranking skills of movement skills are rare, in places like Tiange Academy, where cultivation resources are always in short supply, few people will exchange the higher-level 5th-rank medicinal pills. The green-rank senior students on the 1st floor immediately became lively, and they all made bids. The price of this movement was finally auctioned for 110,000 points. Lin Chen closed his eyes and rested. He was not in a hurry, it was just foreplay. He's going to catch big fish. Then, the auction venue is full of treasures. The top-level fire-based combat skill 1000 flames, the starting price 100,000 points. 5th level intermediate treasure of heaven and earth, 10,000 years. Dragon blood ginseng, starting price 110,000 points. The 5th order special spiritual treasure, the Guangyao Sea spirit ring, the starting price is 150,000 points. The dizzying treasures are endless. The bidding voice in the auction venue can be said to be in full swing. Suddenly, Lin's expression next to Lin Chen became excited. Linner, how many points do you have? Lin's tone suddenly became urgent. Lin Chen was puzzled, and asked in front of Liner. Lin, what's wrong? While speaking, Lin Chen waved one hand, which completely blocked the sound of the box from the fighting spirit. I saw the Saint Book of Soldiers that I have been looking for. It is said that it records the skills of many ancient smiths, but now the points are a bit insufficient. Lin said anxiously. In the 4 crystal counters, the jade slip that she liked was about to be auctioned off. Oh? It's that one, so leave it to me. Lin Chen instantly urged Zijin Tong to see through several rare treasures on the crystal counter. At this time, the old man in yellow robe held a roll of sheepskin and said loudly, "This is one of the highest quality combat skills in the top-grade youth rank that this old man has seen over the years, Dian Magic Venus Finger, starting price, 200,000 points." At this price, the green rank senior students on the first floor were stunned. Only the Qingshuan level senior student on the second floor has a little idea. At this moment, Lin Chen's domineering voice resounded throughout the auction venue. For 100,000 points, this combat skill, Lin, asked for it. The voice is incomparably free and easy and majestic, controlling the situation. It seems that there is a domineering arrogance that as long as others bid, no matter how much Lao Tzu pays. Lu Liner and Yu Linlin's expressions changed slightly. It's not the turn of forging soldiers yet. Why did squad leader Lin Chen bid so quickly? And it's still 400,000 points. No matter how good this youth-level top combat skill is, the purchase of 400,000 points is still a loss. It seems to be from the third floor? I heard it, it was the voice of the new Lin Chen. Is this fucking crazy? 400,000 points, just by a top-level youth combat skill? I think he's going crazy, because he wants to be in the limelight. Just wait and watch the show. I don't believe this kid doesn't regret it. The old green honor students on the first floor ridiculed them. One after another, and the green honor students who were interested in the second floor immediately shook their heads and gave up. Even the old man in yellow robe was a little surprised, and even wondered if he had picked up the wrong auction item. At this time, a voice with a playful voice came out, which made people's expressions change even more. I'll pay 500,000. Whoa. The entire auction venue was in an uproar. The person who made the bid was naturally Senior Lu Ji. What kind of wind is blowing today? The VIPs on the third floor are actually pinching each other for a roll of top-level blue-level combat skills. I gave 600,000 points, Senior Lu Ji, don't come out and make a fat man if you don't have the skills. I, Lin, must win this volume of combat skills. Lin Chen's cold snort came out, and the box at the end hesitated for a while. And immediately made another bid. Haha, it's not necessarily who will make a swollen face and be a fat man. I will give out 700,000 points. Hiss. There were a lot of air conditioning sounds from the first floor, and a roll of top-level Azure combat skills was auctioned for 700,000 points, which was crazy. Lin Chen, you're only so talented. What kind of big-tailed wolf did you pretend to be? When I was in the general hospital, your mother-in-law wasn't even born yet. Seeing that there was a sudden silence from Lin Chen, Lu Ji's sneer came from the box at the end of the third floor, and he kept sneering. I understand. Ha ha ha. This little guy Lin Chen is so cunning. He's really necrotic. In box 3, Lu Ying slenderly covered her lips with her delicate hands, her eyebrows curved, and she almost laughed out loud. It's awesome, Senior Lu Ji is a senior after all, and this Dian Magic Venus Finger will belong to the senior. It's just a slap in the face, and the price is just for fun. If it's not for Senior Jinko, little brother, I just didn't know how to step down. At this time, there was laughter from Lin Chen's box. What? How could this kid not follow the price so soon? Lu Ji's face changed suddenly. He stood up from the box and said in a somewhat stern tone. Lin Chen, so you're just a tortoise with your head shrinking? Oh. What a piece of trash, where did your arrogance go a few days ago? At this time, the cunning yellow-robed old man naturally understood what had happened, and immediately made a final decision. 700,000 points have been sold. Dian Magic Venus Finger belongs to the VIPs. In box number 7. This transaction price once again made many Green Honor students stunned. Even Lu Ji's expression in the box began to gradually become gloomy. Congratulations to Senior Lu for his promotion of the first volume of the Best Combat Skills of the Qing rank. Oops, I am really envious. The elders, no longer have to worry about Senior Lu's cultivation. In the future, with pointing the magic Venus finger, I will not point anywhere. Puff. Lin Chen's coquettish sentence, "Where can't you order where," completely made most of the students at the scene laugh out loud. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Ji was tricked to death this time. Originally, he wanted to cheat Lin Chen, and he also wanted to bid for the second time, forcing Lin Chen to bid for the third time and then let go, but he didn't expect to be countered by Lin Chen. The most important thing is that Lin Chen's tone of bidding at the beginning was too domineering, and he was bound to win. Almost everyone present thought that he was going to spend a lot of money on this combat skill. Damn it, my grandmother. This bastard dares to trick me. Lu Ji was so angry that he jumped like thunder on the spot. A roar like a beast burst forth. Senior Lu, you don't have to be angry with this kind of person. Yes, he is just a freshman. If he really wants to fight head-on, he is just a paper tiger. It is impossible to compare with you, Senior Brother Ji. Why bother with this wild monkey? He is just a little clever. You are the one who wants to rule this Tiange Academy. For the first time since Lu Ji was admitted to the hospital, he was so furious. Several Qingshuan-level senior students and Sister Yan hurriedly appeased his emotions. Hearing the beauty's comfort, Lu Ji's frown slowly relaxed a little. In box 3. Too bad, this guy is too bad. Ha ha ha. Lu Ying giggled and rolled around on the soft couch in the VIP box, showing no dignity at all. What a talent. I've taken it, really taken it. I really thought he was going to win at first, but I didn't expect that he would actually dig a hole for Senior Lu Ji. This Lin Chen is not easy to mess with. If he did this just now, he must be sure enough to think that Senior Lu Ji will take the bait. A ruthless man, an absolute ruthless man. I will detour when I see him in the future. Just when everyone was discussing, Lin Chen said again with a playful and adoring tone. Senior Lu, although you look a little embarrassed by trying to earn points, you are really handsome when you ask for 700,000. The admiration for you in my younger brother's heart can only be represented by the phrase Old Tai 666, to represent me at this moment. Admiration for the senior. As soon as these words came out, the students of the second tier of Qingshuan couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Chen doesn't know about other skills, but his ability to be so arrogant and irritating is definitely a must. In Lin Chen's box, Lu Liner and Yu Lin frowned and smiled, but there was a trace of curiosity and doubt in their hearts. Damn, after this time I won't be called Lu Ji if I don't smash this kid into pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the auction venue had expressly stipulated that no fighting could take place, he would have rushed over to tear Lin Chen into 8 pieces. Cough, this is an auction house, and everyone knows the rules. Then it's the next auction item. At this time, the old man in yellow robe smiled kindly, but there was a hint of warning in his laughter. In the end, a cold snort came from the box at the end of the third floor, and the old man in yellow robe continued to hold the next auction item and laughed. This is the Tianyang instrument spectrum. According to the appraisal of our treasurer, this is the top grade of the green rank. This is the only later work left by a master forging from ancient times. It records many important points of the casting and skills, although the caster is a bit out of the way. In the field of casters, this thing is also equivalent to the alchemist's alchemy handprint. The starting price, 450,000 points. The yellowish ancient book that the old man in the yellow robe took out made Lin's heart beat faster in Lin Chen's box. This Tianyang artifact manual is the forged soldier book she was looking for, and the Tianyang artifact manual is just a disguise on the surface. It's just that the treasure appraiser here is not a professional casting master, so he can't fully see its value and clues. Even Lin, who came from a Peerless caster family, read through countless ancient records and remembered a little secret about the ancient times, and happened to come across it here again. As soon as the Tianyang item score came out, some more casting arrogances began to be excited. For 450,000 points, it is definitely not expensive to buy a copy of the ancient Qing rank top casting tips. If it was a top-level alchemy handprint of the green rank, the price would have to be more than 10 times higher. I give 500,000 points. 550,000. 620,000 points. Several Qingshuan-level casters Tianjiao on the second floor opened their mouths to bid, only to hear Lin Chen's faint voice fall. 900,000 points, I'm bound to get this thing. Depend on. Why are you still here? Once is not enough, do you want twice? For the second time, the corners of many Qingshuan-level old students twitched wildly. What the hell is Lin Chen doing? 900,000 points is definitely most of the assets or the level that cannot be obtained for the Qingshuan-level old students. The most taboo thing about cultivating at Tiange Academy is that you don't have any points to buy training resources, and you take out your family all at once. Few of the people present are willing. Secondly, no one knows if Lin Chen is playing tricks on them again. What is the trick to deliberately raise the price? Taking into account the many Qingshuan-level students shaking their heads and sighing, with the previous lessons learned, no one dares to increase the price. This time, before entering the auction venue just now, it was extremely popular, and Lu Ji, who was always targeting Lin Chen, didn't put more farts now. 900,000 points, the bid was successful in the VIP room number 2, and the deal was done. As soon as the yellow-robed old man settled on the price, he transformed the Tianyang item spectrum into a stream of light and quickly passed it to Lin Chen. Those who can enter the VIP room on the third floor can enjoy the privilege of being able to obtain the auction items on credit in the auction venue. However, this credit is also measured according to each person has a certain amount, and is accompanied by a certain amount of interest. I understand. I understand too. When Lin Chen got the forged soldiers in his box, Lu Liner and Lin exclaimed in unison. The eyes they looked at Lin Chen were once again full of amazement and admiration. Hey, although your squad leader is handsome, don't look at me like that, it's not good to fall in love with me. The auction was still going on, and someone Lin put his hands on the back of his head and smiled at the two beauties. Squad leader, you have long known that Lu Ji will target us. As long as we Have something we want to bid on, we will deliberately raise the price with us. So first, before bidding on the real target, first confuse his sight, lure him into the trap, and then wait for the opportunity to give up. After luring him into the trap, the second time when you really want to bid, you will do the same trick again. Then he won't dare to mess around again. Lu Liner and Yu Linlin looked at each other, their beautiful eyes shone with a strong splendor. Lin Chen sighed in the sky, hey, apart from being handsome, my other advantages are just a little bit. The two girls burst out laughing, like 1,000 flowers blooming, with 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings. Let Lin Chen smile knowingly, except for a few confidants in his heart. Only with the people from class 66 can he be so relaxed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. A ray of light unique to the attribute light ball shone from the platform. His eyes immediately stared solemnly on the stage. Okay, the next step is one of the goals of the distinguished guests here today. Suddenly, the old man in yellow robe held a scroll of lightning flashes, and the audience immediately set off a frenzy of amazement and heated discussion. This is the blue-level low-level thunder-type combat skill, Magic Thunder Spear. The complete shooting is divided into 3 styles, but the seller only gets 1/3 of the fragments, so he can only practice the first style. If the training is completed, the power it is also comparable to ordinary blue-level combat skills. The starting price for this marksmanship, 800,000 points. As for how much to increase the price, everyone knows. The old man in yellow robe took a meaningful look at the direction of the second and third floors, and smiled. Blue-tier combat skills. Genuine blue-level combat skills. Although there is only 1 fragment, it is already very moving. Most of the cultivation techniques of this rank are only 1 or 2 in the level of Lan Sun rank Tianjiao, or the stunt of pressing the bottom of the box. As for the Qingshuan level old students, more than 90% of them do not have blue level exercises. Even if there is only 1 style, it is enough to cause countless people to go crazy. 900,000 points. 1.05 million. 1.2 million points. The Qingshuan level students on the second floor quickly made a bid, and in just a few breaths, Magic Thunder Gun was bid to 1.25 million points. 1.5 million points. Lu Ji's voice came slowly, and as soon as he made an offer, the Qingshuan level students on the second floor fell silent. 1.7 million points. At this time, Lu Ying's voice offered a price with a smile. Humph. Lu Ji snorted coldly, and then made another bid. 1.9 million points. At this price, even the Lan Sun level has to be hurt. If it is a student of the Qingshuan level, it will take several years or even more than 10 years to accumulate enough points for 1.9 million. 2 million points. Lin Chen also made an offer. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to his box. Does this kid want to be a senior Lu Ji again? This time, it was Lin Chen who wanted to bid sincerely. In that book of magic Power Crazy Thunder Gun, there is a light ball of lightning attribute. Spinning a scroll of lightning flashing. In the eyes of others, this is just a scrap of blue-level combat skills, but in Lin Chen's eyes, the value is completely different. You want to trick me a second time? Lin Chen, you don't have this chance. I'll give you 2.3 million points. Lu Ji mocked Lin Chen with disdain and sneer. Lin Chen's heart sank and fell into silence. Forcibly bid, maybe I can win him, but it will definitely pay a heavy price. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the box, narrowed his eyes. This auction is about a psychological tug of war. Whoever can't support it first will collapse. He first auctioned the forged soldiers for you Lin, and he had already spent the 800,000 points that Yuan Lao compensated him. Completing the quest on Karaoke Island will reward you with 4 million points. If he spends more than 2.3 million here, then he will only have about 2 million points left in the end, and the price of the upcoming auction of the 5-color mysterious liquid. 2 million points is definitely an unimaginable sum of money for ordinary Qingshuan level students. But this is not enough for Lin Chen, who has practiced 9 tribulations of creation. But in Lin Chen's dictionary, the word give up was not given up. After 3 breaths, there was no more bidding sound from Lin Chen's box. The old man in yellow robe made a final decision and said loudly, Magic Thunder Gun was successfully filmed by the VIP in box 7 with 2.3 million points. The old man in the yellow robe rolled up his sleeve robe and swept the gun spectrum of magic power Crazy Thunder Gun into a streamer and passed it to box number 7. Brush. The afterimage of the blue light flashed, and Lin Chen's figure appeared in the air, grabbed it with one hand, and intercepted the gun score of magic power Crazy Thunder Gun. This scene made everyone's expressions change slightly. Even the eyes of the old man in yellow robe became a little sharper. This is an auction venue. Could it be that he still wants to snatch away the auction items here? Wait a minute, I was thinking about whether to increase the price just now. Now I have 2.5 million points, which is higher than box number 7. I don't know if this gun score can be sold to me. The moment Lin Chen grabbed the spear spectrum, the lightning-type light ball contained in the spear spectrum was immediately sucked away by him and disappeared. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, you fucking thought this was going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. If you want to ask for the price, just ask the price. 2.5 million? I think he is only 250. Can you still bid after the auction is over? Lin, let go quickly, this is our senior lose combat skill, what qualifications do you have to touch it? Everyone in box number 7 burst into ridicule, scolding and warning. Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, I know that Senior Yuan values you, but this is an auction venue. No one can change the rules since ancient times. If you fail to bid the price during the bidding time, the highest priority will be given. Don't talk about you now, even the old man and the seller are not qualified to sell this volume to you. Only its owner, the VIPs in box number 7, can decide its ownership. The old man in yellow robe narrowed his eyes and said with a warning, a few phantoms vaguely appeared in the venue. If Lin Chen makes any rash actions, they will attack in an instant. Lin Chen, if you really want this volume of combat skills, senior, I can fulfill you. The window in box number 7 opened, revealing Lu Ji's sinister smile. Didn't you just finish the task of the Lan Sun level? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Lao Tzu, plus 3 million points, and then let the 2 little girls beside you play for the uncle for 2 months. This adult beauty, this senior is not the same. Don't think about it. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen looked in the direction of box number 7, frowned, and said with a sigh. Since the rules are like this, then I, Lin, have nothing to do. He finally let go of the palm that grabbed the spear and let it fly to box 7. Yeah. It's fine. I forgive you that you are the VIP seller in my auction house. I'll take it as if I didn't see it this time, and I won't do it next time. Seeing that the old man in yellow robe was in danger, he obviously sold his face to Lin Chen, and he didn't want to make trouble. Since Lin Chen accepted The result, it was his job to continue to hold the auction. Lin Chen looked very smart just now. Why did he get confused here? I think it's still too young. Which auction allows this, and I want to continue to increase the price after the auction is over. I lose my mind when I see what I want. Young freshmen are like this, and this. Lin Chen is nothing more than that. From the first and second floors, there were many students disappointed and disdainful discussions. Lin Chen completely ignored them. He only saw the light screen of the system jumping out in front of his eyes. The host has obtained the blue-level low-level combat skill, Magic Power. Crazy Thunder. The marksmanship is divided into 3 types. The 3 types are superimposed, and the power is comparable to the blue-level intermediate. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing out loud, which startled everyone. What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he couldn't get the combat skills he wanted and lost his mind? This year's freshmen are really amazing. Regardless of other people's strange eyes, Lin Chen knew in his heart that this complete magic power and thunder belongs to someone. Lin Chen laughed out loud at this weird scene. Everyone thought that he had lost his mind and went crazy, and everyone in box number 7 watched it even more happily. Only Lu Ying in box number 3 fell into contemplation. The woman's intuition told her that Lin Chen could not be such a useless wretch who collapsed so easily. Although it felt wrong, Lu Ying couldn't say what was wrong with Lin Chen. Back in the box, Lin Chen saw Lin, who has always been quirky, but this time he actually burst into tears. I'm sorry, brother Lin Chen, if it wasn't for me to bid, the forged soldiers cost you so many points, you wouldn't hesitate when bidding. I'm sorry, it's all Lin's fault. I'm sorry. Lin cried so much that the pear blossoms brought rain. This girl thought it was because of herself, which caused Lin Chen to bid and ponder for too long and missed the opportunity. This also hurt Lin Chen, who was looked down upon by everyone just now, both sarcastic and ridiculed. This cry made Lin Chen hilarious, and he couldn't think of any way to comfort him for a while. Can't tell her that I can see the attribute light ball? Lin Chen hugged her, making Lin stunned. Silly girl, don't care about your business, this is what I did on purpose. I'm not comforting you. You don't need to blame yourself. Is it time for you to forget to act with me? Lin Chen stroked the girl's blue silk, patted her little head, blinked, and smiled. Brother, what do you mean? Lin's pretty face was blushing, and she seemed to remember when she was in action with Lin Chen before, fighting Tiando, entering the dynasty Dutianyu branch, participating in the assessment of the general hospital. Through his behavior. But every time, he always surprises everyone. It's not really comforting me? Lin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked with a smile. Lin Chen let go of his hands and shrugged. I vouch for my handsomeness, you should believe me this time, right? The beautiful smile is as romantic as snow, moon, and wind flowers. In between the two of them talking, the auction venue is coming to an end. Now, it's the highlight of everyone's attention. What I have in my hands is the 5 colors profound spirit liquid that was temporarily sent by a major seller at our auction venue today. At this time, the old man in yellow robe held up a jade plate. The jade plate is covered with seals of war energy, and 4 transparent jade bottles are placed in the center. In each jade bottle, colorful, spiritual liquid flows. The energy of the spiritual liquid in the jade bottle is so strong that through the seal of battle air, you can faintly feel the pure energy that makes the space fluctuate. The 5 colors profound spirit liquid, a top-grade elixir of the 5th order. Intermediate level, has a high chance of steadily increasing the cultivation. Base of the 7th level and below the Tiangang realm to a small realm, and has a small chance of breaking through the existing cultivation base. This demon can only take 1 bottle, repeated use is ineffective, and the effect is mild. Even if it fails, it will not produce any side effects. If it is effective, it will definitely be comparable to the 5th order advanced. The simple words of the old man in yellow robe completely made everyone on the scene boil. This colorful mysterious spirit liquid can even be taken at the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm, breaking a small realm, and possibly breaking the shackles of the existing cultivation base, is definitely worth all the Qingxuan level and some Lanquan level students to go all out to buy this elixir. There are only 4 bottles of this elixir. Don't miss this opportunity. The time will never come. The starting price is 1 million points. As for the final price, it's up to you. Start the auction now. The old man in yellow robe said loudly. The Qingxuan level students on the 2nd floor were completely boiling. This might be the key opportunity for them to break through the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm. Fortunately, the announcement time was short. There were only 2 Lansun level students present today. This elixir can only be taken once in a lifetime. That is to say, their Qingxuan class has at least a chance to fight for 2 bottles. Even Lu Ying and Lu Ji from box number 7 looked excited. They came this time for this colorful mysterious liquid. Because Lansun class students go out all year round to perform difficult tasks, and the task time is very long. Therefore, there are not many Lansun level Tianjiao who stay in the academy. And since the publicity time is too short, they have almost no bidding. Opponents: 1.2 million points, 1.3 million points, and 1.5 million points. Let's see who competes with Lao Tzu. All the Qingxuan level students present were blushing and their necks were thick, and the price increase was completely exposing their old bottoms. The green rank old student can only look at it eagerly. He just hates that his strength and savings are not enough. I gave 2.3 million points. When a Qingxuan level student had just called out his old bottom and finished bidding, Lu Ji took the lead in bidding 2.3 million, which shocked all the Qingxuan level students. Someone Lin watched them arguing with interest. The more they raised the price, the more he earned. Even Lin Chen himself didn't know that his colorful mysterious liquid was so valuable. I gave 2.4 million points. Lu Ying also made an offer, but she seemed to be only making a tentative offer. 2.6 million points. Lu Ji showed the background of Lansun class students, and waved his hand domineeringly. You win. Lu Ying covered her mouth and chuckled, not caring. There are still 3 bottles left. She doesn't believe that Lu Ji can pack it all. The first bottle of colorful mysterious liquid was won by Lu Ji. Then, the second bottle came again. This time, Lu Ying beat the pack with 2.3 million points, but Lu Ji wanted to take advantage, but couldn't take it. When it was the turn of the third bottle of colorful mysterious liquid, that Sister Yan was also a little anxious. Brother Ji, there are only 800,000 points left. They also want this colorful, mysterious liquid. Yan Shuijia coquettishly said to Lu Ji that she was already at the peak of the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm, and this time might be an opportunity for her to break through the 5th level, and she must not let it go easily. As for senior sister Yan, she is not only Lu Ji's concubine, but also a key training object. Even when she returns to the academy every few years, this senior Yan will find a few newly admitted female freshmen, and she is the most capable confidant and woman in Lu Ji Academy. Darling, don't worry, this time, you will be indispensable. Lu Ji nodded and smiled. The third bottle started shooting. This time, it was Lu Ji's turn to increase the price again, which shocked all the Qingshuan class. 2 million points. One extra price is 1 million points. A real big deal. This time, Lu Ji's audacity once again shocked everyone, except for Lin, of course. Lu Ying got a bottle, and she was satisfied. This time, no one dared to bid with Lu Ji. Naturally, there are not only so few elixir of heaven and earth treasures, I will give out 2.3 million points. This time, Lin Chen made an offer with a playful laughter. Grass. This kid is back. This time, Lu Ji's expression became a little more solemn. Because this is the third bottle. If it is left to Lin Chen like this, then there will be the last bottle left. There are too many pills that can break through the realm in Tianga Academy. Too many to count. But there is a chance to break through to the important watershed realm of the fifth layer of the Tiangang realm, and there are only a few, and they are extremely expensive. Even the material money is priceless. Therefore, the last bottle of colorful mysterious liquid, those Qingshuan level old students will probably go crazy and snatch it. Maybe he can't even buy it. Forget it, I want to see what price this kid can offer me. I gave 2.5 million points. Lu Ji suddenly increased the price. With such a high amount of points, the green honor students on the first floor were terrified. You won again, old iron 666, ha ha ha. Lin Chen's laughter came again. Lu Ji's face was gloomy, but this was what he expected. I want to see how you grab this last bottle of colorful mysterious liquid. Lu Ji sneered. He mistakenly thought that Lin Chen also urgently needed the colorful mysterious liquid. There's no need for Senior Lu to worry about it, ha ha ha. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. The fourth bottle of colorful mysterious liquid was auctioned for 2.4 million points, and was auctioned off by a Qingshuan level old student who had been in the auction for more than 20 years. After the successful purchase of the Qingshuan level old student got the colorful mysterious liquid, he left the auction venue excitedly. That fiery look is probably going to retreat, making countless students envious. This made Lu Ji a little puzzled. This kid didn't make a bid in the end, did he really just want to raise the price with me? However, the little doubt in Lu Ji's heart was immediately overwhelmed by the ecstasy of obtaining the colorful mysterious liquid. What pure energy! With this spiritual liquid, I can enter the sixth level of the heavenly astral realm with more than 50% confidence. Holding 2 bottles of colorful mysterious liquid in his hand, Lu Ji was ecstatic. This time, he completed several important tasks and accumulated a lot of points to return to the academy, just to find an opportunity to advance to the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. As long as you can enter the 6th level of the astral realm, everything is worth it. Ha ha ha. Refreshing, today's auction is worth it. There is only one Lu Ying. And there are no other Lan Sun rank to interfere with me. This seller appeared just right. You have to entertain him, Xiao Hong. You immediately the person who went to inform the auction venue said that I, Lu Ji, will entertain the seller of the Wucai Xianling liquid with the highest specification Qian Zui Hong, and invite him to my banquet. Well, the sellers who auction things through the auction venue are basically in a hurry. It's better to choose the day. Just this afternoon, I will set up 100 tables on Zixiao Peak and call everyone under your hands. I invite Lu Ji. Others, it can be regarded as giving others face. I believe that the seller will not fail to come. Lu Ji said arrogantly. The two Qingshuan level veterans immediately took the lead. Someone Lin in the box next door could hear it clearly and snickered in his heart. Grandmas, I also invited Lousy to drink. Since you want to make trouble for yourself, don't blame the young master for being rude. Even if he invited the other party to the banquet, Lu Ji had a proud expression on his face, as if he was giving you face. This kind of person would be angry if he went to a banquet. If he were an ordinary person, he would not dare to go. Auction backstage. Little friend Lin Chen, your 4 multicolored mysterious liquids have been auctioned for a total of 9.8 million points. After deducting the handling fee of 980,000, the remaining 8.82 million points. The old man in yellow robe held the token of the auction venue and docked with Lin Chen's identity jade token. After confirming that the points were transferred to the jade card, the old man in yellow robe smiled. Little friend Lin Chen, there is one more thing. Is it because Lu Ji invited the seller? Lin Chen jokingly smiled. The old man in the yellow robe sneered and nodded, but immediately said seriously, Little friend Lin Chen, don't worry, our auction venue has definitely not made your information public. The decision this time is yours. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen burst out laughing. Then go, since someone invited me, and Qian Zui Hong, why don't I go? In the afternoon. Zixiao Peak, Lianyun Peak. In a white jade square on the top of the mountain, there are hundreds of tables of banquets, delicacies from mountains and seas, and hundreds of delicacies. Today is Lu Ji's celebratory banquet, and all those who can attend are old students who have a good relationship with Lu Ji. Sitting at the 10 tables in front of the first stage, there are more than 20 Qingshuan level students, and the face of the Lanshuan level Tianjiao is really big. In the past, the Qingsun class, who were not willing to waste time gathering together, came to 25. On the first 10 tables of banquets, there was still a bottle of Qian Zui Hong with 10,000 points. This is one of the most expensive wines sold by the Academy, claiming that a drop can make thousands of people intoxicated, and the aftertaste is endless. The drinker can obtain miraculous effects such as quenching the fighting spirit and refining the meridians. It is a fine wine that many students dream of but are reluctant to buy. My little brother wishes in advance that Senior Lu Ji will be promoted to the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm, and his fighting spirit cultivation will be like a broken bamboo. I wish the Senior Lu Ji the king of Tianga Academy. A group of Qingshuan level senior students toasted and tasted this 10,000 point wine. The entrance has melted, the whole body is quenched and warmed like a furnace. And the meridians are condensed to be more refined. With just 1 cup, the faces of many Qingshuan seniors were flushed with a 3-point drunkenness. Okay. When I retreat this time, I will take over the task of the middle level. Lan Sun, go deep into the wilderness alone, and kill the 6-tailed devil. Jiao. With the cultivation of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm, I don't believe that it can't be destroyed. Among the many compliments and congratulations, Lu Ji was triumphant, as if he was sure that he could step into the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. The master seller at the auction venue has arrived. A Huangsun level student didn't understand Lu Ji's personal grievances. He saw the old man in yellow robe appearing with 3 young people at the auction venue and immediately sent out a voice transmission. Huh? Has the seller arrived? Let me see if this master is a fifth order, intermediate or high-level pharmacist. Lu Ji didn't intend to get up, but crossed Erlang's legs, resting his hands on the back of his head, and looked at the steps on the top of the mountain. When Lu Ji saw the figures of Lin Chen, Yu Linlin and Lu Liner, his expression instantly became gloomy. Boom! Lu Ji smashed the table and chairs beside him with one palm, angered, and suddenly stood up and shouted. Damn it! Mr. Meng, I asked you to tell the seller. Why did you bring this? Kid? I'm disgusting, am I? Lu Ji, keep your mouth clean. The old man in yellow robe, Meng Lao, frowned, and then said. Student Lin Chen is the seller of the multicolored mysterious liquid. You invited them yourself. It's nothing to do with the old man. The old man is just afraid that you won't believe it, so he brought him here in person. What? Everyone was stunned. This kid turned out to be the seller of the colorful mysterious liquid? Could it be that he is still an alchemist above the fifth order intermediate level? No matter how you look at this kid, he doesn't look like a pharmacist. When everyone was puzzled, Lin Chen had already brought Lu Liner and Yu Linlin to sit at an empty banquet table in the front row. Not good. Senior Lu Ji. Before Lu Ji could speak, two more people ran up the top of the mountain, an old student of the green and blue ranks. One of them said breathlessly. Senior Lu Ji, I just saw the elixir of colorful mysterious liquid on the elixir list in the elixir hall, and the price is only 700,000 points. That's right. To avoid an accident, we also took a look at the efficacy of the medicine, which is exactly the same as the one in the auction house. Plus, the price of the medicinal material that was clearly stated is only 200,000 points, and it's less than 900,000 points. The moment the two reported, Lu Ji's expression changed drastically. Regarding the situation reported by the two, Mr. Meng, from the auction house, pretended not to hear, and sat aside, pretending to look at the scenery. Damn it! Lin Chen, are you fucking doing it? Senior Lu Ji was furious, and glared. Senior Sister Yan was also trembling with anger. Those points are all her property. Many Qingxuan level students are a little unbelievable. Is it possible to sell pill recipes? This is one of the lifebloods of a pharmacist. If a spiritual liquid with precious medicinal effects, like Wucai Xianling liquid is monopolized by one person and concentrates on refining medicine, the profit in the academy is unimaginable. Of course, from Lin Chen's point of view, he didn't want to just be a pharmacist refining medicine every day in the academy. In the face of Lu Ji's scolding, before Lin Chen could speak, Yu Linlin spit out a lilac tongue, and quirkily imitated Lin Chen's previous tone. Senior Lu, although you look a little embarrassed to earn points earnestly, your appearance of bidding 1 million is really majestic. You are my disgusting image. After speaking, Yu Linlin clenched her fists together and looked at Lu Ji with a pretense of admiration. Lu Liner, who was on the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, and continued. Lin, Senior Lu goes out to do tasks. It will take a few years or 10 years to go away. Can't you let people use a few years of bitterness to build their prestige these days? Enough. Suddenly, Lin Chen spoke up. You're talking like that, you're going to fall into trouble. Holding the bottle of Qianzui hung in his hand, he taught the two girls in a serious tone. Then, he turned to look at Lu Ji, and said sadly. Senior Lu, this time, we will lose at least 2.5 million points, and Inexplicably, we have earned 3 million points. Saying that, someone Lin gently stroked the bottle of Qian Zui Hong, as if he was stroking the red lips of his first love, and sighed deeply. We also came to his celebration banquet and drank his 10,000 points a bottle of Qian Zui Hong. Isn't this a beast? Lu Liner and Yu Linlin smirked frantically, their little faces flushed red. They were really cute. After all, Lin Mao looked at Lu Ji, who was trembling with anger. And this time it was Senior Lu who took the initiative to invite us. What kind of heart, what a measure. Standing with a person like Senior Lu, Lin, feel ashamed. Senior, you are burning yourself and illuminating us. You are also a great man. After speaking, Lin Chen lifted the cover of Qian Zui Hong. Lin, give you a toast. You're so fucking deceiving. Lu Ji Leitang was furious, his fighting spirit surged, and he stomped the white jade square angrily, and the entire Zixiao Peak shook violently. Ground these 3 for me. Beat hard, beat to death. Lu Ji roared furiously, and the wind was surging as the war roared. At noon before Lin Chen went to Zixiao Peak, the auction had just ended. In an eternal void island, in the luminous hall of the elders, all 12 high-ranking senior elders gathered. In front of them, there is a half-meter high, all information about Lin Chen. These information are accurate to the fact that Lin Chen was born in the Shenwu sect. Most of the information, including his entry into the Desolate Domain branch, climbing the top of the Zhenlong Mountain, Chuangtian Dou dynasty, entering the Evil King's secret realm, and fighting the Tianyu branch, has been collected. How is this son? Looking at his resume, this son can only be described as shocking. I have no objection to him. This son is mysterious and impermanent, and his behavior is strange and unpredictable. The world can't guess at all. He can only be described as a ghost. I have no objection. There is only a thin line between a ghost and a lunatic, but this guy has surpassed the boundary between the two. In terms of comprehensive level, he can definitely afford this weight. In terms of mind, realm and cultivation, I have no objection, but because this son's excellence is too strange, I do not agree to improve. Me too. It is said that in the ancient times, some evil sect warriors took away some young geniuses by way of spiritual foster care, and then rose against the sky. The origin of this child is unclear. I do not agree to promote it without authorization. That's right, I also suspect that the evil sect powerhouse is possessed. This son's task is to destroy the evil sect warrior. Maybe he has reached some kind of connection with those evil sect people. Judging from his actions, this child's heart is like a mirror, and there is a kind of hard work in his heart. Even if he is vigorous and resolute, he has not done anything that destroys his personality and morality. If it is some old monster of the evil sect, it is absolutely impossible to have such a young man. Courage. These 12 high-level elders are actually having a meeting around Lin Chen. This kind of weight and lineup, in history, only appeared when the purple honor-level students were selected. Of the 12 high-level executives, 6 were biased towards Lin Chen, and 5 were opposed to Lin Chen. Okay, stop arguing. At this time an old man in linen sitting in the corner made a hoarse voice. He was extremely thin and his eyes were hollow, as if he had no eyeballs. As soon as he made a sound, all the elders were immediately quiet. Even if this son is possessed by the power of the evil sect, even if he has the cultivation level of Yuan Zuanjing, it is only a matter of thought that we want to get rid of him. The voice of the old man in linen was not loud, but every word seemed to have a sharpness that penetrated the spirit. But if he is a peerless genius, and we give up because of this, it will be detrimental to the entire academy. The competition among the ancient families in Lingzhou is becoming more and more fierce, and the saints and daughters of all families are the champions. In my academy, the only ones who can compete with the saints are the Zishuan level Tianjiao, and even the outstanding Lanshuan students can't stop the saints. Zizawai, this is one of the few opportunities for us, in this special period, the more students who may become purple honors, the better. The words of the linen-clad old man made several elders hesitate. Then, what Elder Xian means? The old man in linen stopped talking, he made a move with one hand, and the jade slip of Lin Chen's information appeared in his palm. He took the pen and moved, swiping down a few words vigorously and forcefully. The elders looked intently. Student, Lin Chen. The latest comprehensive evaluation, blue is better than blue. Zixiao Peak, above the banquet. Lu Ji couldn't hold back his anger, and his Qingsun class immediately surrounded Lin Chen. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised a sneer, just as he was about to release the ancient Qinglong. In the void, an obscure old man's voice came, stunned everyone. Notice to the whole hospital, Qingsun class student, Lin Chen. After the assessment of the elders and senior management, it was concluded that the youth is better than the blue. It has been determined that the Lin Chen student has sufficient strength and qualifications, so he has been promoted to the Lansun class student. Void sound transmission is mighty, and it transmits the entire Tianga Academy's territory and all the Sky Islands. Countless hot discussions and exclamations continue to resound in every sky island and town. Whether it is an elder or a student, no one is not shocked, no one is not shocked. This is the first student in the history of Tianga Academy who has been promoted exceptionally. The number of students at Tianga Academy is changing all the time, but the main green honor student is only about 100,000. There are only 10,000 Qingshuan grades, and everyone who gets the outside world of Lingzhou is a first-class genius. And the Lansun class, there are only a few hundred people. There are only very few moments in history when more than 1,000 people can be reached. They are all rare in Lingzhou, and they are also the pillars of Tianga Academy. And today, all the students who stayed in the academy have personally witnessed the history of exceptional promotion. Brush. I saw that the metal on Lin Chen's chest shone with pure and bright blue light, changing from blue to blue. It turned out to be an exceptional promotion. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. It's better not to act rashly. This kid is a Lansun class now. It's not like I was summoned by the academy. Many Qingshuan seniors who wanted to please Lu Ji just now and planned to besiege Lin Chen immediately stepped aside. Even Lu Ji, his anger dissipated a bit, and his heart was full of shock and unwillingness. If there is a conflict between Lansun level students, they must be resolved through an arena duel. Any private fight between Lansun level students will be severely punished. After all, Lansun is completely different from Qingsun, and will be thoroughly valued by the academy. I didn't expect that someone like you, who didn't even have the 5th level of cultivation in the heavenly astral realm, would be promoted to the Lansun rank. Do you dare to compete in the arena after 4 days, and we will live and die? Lu Ji's anger still lingered in his heart, and he questioned Lin Chen. Regardless of the so-called dignity of the new and old, 4 days later, Arena 3, Senior Lu Ji, I hope you don't regret it. Lin Chen smiled meaningfully. All the students present could not help but take a breath of air. The duel of the Lan Sun class. Or the exceptionally promoted Lin Chen against the veteran Lan Sun Lu Ji. What's more, the rules of both sides are still life and death. Could it be that Lin Chen, a freshman who made history, has to pass through the night sky of Tianga Academy like a shooting star? Lin, let's go. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, he released the ancient blue dragon. The dragon soared into the void, and the dragon's might stunned all directions. Those old students who wanted to do something to Lin Chen before were all horrified. It turned out that it was no coincidence that Lin Chen was able to complete the Lan Sun level task by leaps and bounds. 4 days later, I will definitely kill you. Looking at the direction Lin Chen left, Lu Ji's expression was uncertain. There are many ways to sell pills in the academy. One is a one-time sale, which is regarded as a normal commodity. The other is to borrow. Buying a borrowed pill is to buy the qualification to read the pill. At the same time as knowing the information of the pill, the price will be much cheaper. However, students with borrowing qualifications must be at the Qing Sun level or above, and must undergo strict information registration. Once it is found out which student who borrowed the pill leaked out, the least responsibility to be taken is to quit the academy. Seriously, there is a possibility of being suppressed by the academy on the spot or paying the price of life. Therefore, Lin Chen is very relieved to put the Wu Kai Xian Ling Li and other pill recipes in the academy by borrowing and selling them, which will definitely become one of the important sources of points after class 66. As long as there are enough points resources, Lin Chen believes that everyone in class 66 can grow to the level of Qing Sun in the future. The Qinglong flew past, and Lin Chen landed in front of the mission hall of A Sky Island, and put away the ancient Qinglong. After delivering this mission, I will have more than 10 million points. With a slightly excited mood, Lin Chen took the 2 daughters into the mission hall. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, he immediately became the focus of the mission hall. As a freshman, he challenged 2 Qingshuan-level characters at one time, which has already made many people remember his appearance, and this extraordinary promotion made him instantly become a celebrity in the entire academy. Lin Chen walked to the task light screen and placed the jade badge on the task table. Student, Lin Chen. Determined to receive the task reward and accumulate task reward points, 4 million. Lin Chen's points instantly became 13.02 million points. Some sharp-eyed Qingshuan-level students took a sigh of relief when they caught sight of the flashing points. Mom. 13.02 million? Much richer than many veteran Lan Sun students. Ordinary students will not carry so many points on their body at one time. Once the basic points are more, they will be converted into cultivation resources. Ignoring the surprised eyes of others, Lin Chen took the 2 daughters to the secret hall again. The so-called secret hall is the place where all the qualifications for entering the secret realm are sold. This is one of the lifelines that has supported the development of Tianga Academy from ancient times to the present. Lin Chen flipped through the materials of many cultivation secret realms and clicked his tongue in secret. Dragonfire secret realm, the fire energy is 100 times purer, and the practice of fire is 1,000 miles a day. The secret palace of Tianchuang, the holy land of ice-based exercises, the origin of pure cold energy from heaven and earth to ice. Twice the spiritual house, improve mental sensitivity, improve mental Concentration, cleanse distractions, and hit the realm with half the effort. Wanyue mountain range, it comes from a mountain range that contains earth. Spirit beads. The closer you are to the central earth, the stronger the gravity. Enter with caution. Those who practice earth-based exercises are preferred. In addition, Lin Chen also saw many terrifying secret realms of extreme cultivation. For example, the magic sword secret realm is all derived from the magic sword will of the ancient times. If you enter this secret realm, your willpower is not firm enough, and the will of the magic sword will be shattered on the spot by the will of the magic sword, and you will become a waste. What else is there in the secret realm of evil ghosts, the secret realm of the wild, the secret realm of hundreds of poisons, and the secret realm of extreme golden puppets, which can only be left by killing a certain number of puppets? These secret realms that face the ultimate test of life and death all require the privileges of Qingxuan and Lanquan to enter, and the price is extremely high. Although the cultivation secret realm is dangerous, if you can complete the cultivation in it, then the transformation can only be described by the word horror. It's no wonder that Tianga Academy has produced so many peerless talents since ancient times. It claims to be the only superpower that is comparable to the ancient family without relying on the holy fire. In terms of resources, platforms, opportunities, environment, background, excellent tutors, Tianga Academy has almost achieved perfection. The astonishing Lin Chen felt admiration in his heart, then, he put away his admiration and chose a crucial secret realm. Elder, I want to buy the right to enter the 4-day Void Thunder Island secret realm. The elder in the hall of the secret realm raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Chen, and found that he could not see through his cultivation, and was a little surprised. Little guy, this Void Thunder Island is the highest level of the secret cultivation realm in the academy. Only Lan Sun level can enter. Are you sure? You want to enter? Sure. The elder seemed to be ignorant of world affairs, and then saw the blue metal on Lin Chen's chest, shook his head and laughed. Okay, the price of 1-day entry to Void Thunder Island, 50,000 points. Your 200,000 points have been deducted, and you can enter at any time. The elder handed back the jade card, Lin Chen's identity jade card, which immediately added a blue light spot and a calculation timetable. Brother Lin Chen, can you give me the gun you had before? Suddenly, Yu Lin said, and someone Lin was startled. He seemed to remember when the two met for the first time, when Yu Lin teased him and put a sticky sleeve in his hand to trick him. Lin. This is not good. Although there are few people here, it is a public place anyway. You openly asked for my big gun. Lin Chen said seriously. Yu Lin's pretty face flushed red. But she was not as shy as an ordinary woman, but she covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course, what I want is the incomparably powerful black gun of the squad. Leader Lin Chen, what's the matter? Isn't it convenient for the handsome squad leader to take it out now? Hey, I'm so angry. This is the first time I've been molested by a girl who has been teasing her for so many years. Well, of course I can take it now, take it. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, he took out the black abyss spear from the nailing ring and handed it to Yu Lin. By the way, what do you want it for? Of course I want to help the squad leader fix it, and make it bigger and harder. Yu Lin smiled sweetly, and the pure smile revealed a sly smile like a little devil. Depend on. How did this girl become like this? Who did she learn this from? If it weren't for Brother Chen, my body is still a junior, and the girl who dared To say so in front of me last time would have done her already. As for Lu Liner, she couldn't stand these two actors for a long time and stood waiting for them outside the hall door with her blushing face. This Heiyuan gun is an ancient thing, are you sure? Lin Chen has now completely subdued the Heiyuan spear, and he knows a little about its rank and origin. It must be a top-grade treasure above the 5th rank. I'm sure, although I'm not good enough to create this type of treasure, there is no problem in repairing it. I also want to do something for brother Lin Chen, and I don't like to owe favors. Lin blinked her bright eyes, frowned, and said with a smile. By the way, since it's a repair, then I still have this. Lin Chen took out another thing, a palm-sized or shimmering with dark gold. This item is a dark gold stone, which was obtained from the purple treasure chest that Lin Chen had dropped after killing the Black Widow. Lin's eyes lit up, and she took the dark Jinchu's constant admiration and said, with this item and this gun, the repair strength can be improved to a higher level. In the end, Lin Chen gave Lin 700,000 points to buy Heiyuan gun repair materials, and gave Lu Liner 300,000 points. Inside the Isle of Void Thunder. The sky is thunderous, and the divine power is rolling. Lightning flashing purple light filled the entire Thunder Island, and every tree and building here seemed to be born with the power of lightning. Lin Chen had just stepped into the Void Thunder Island, and more than a dozen thunder lights, if they were spiritual, quickly aimed at him and slashed towards him. As soon as I came, I was struck by thunder? Will I be punished by God for being handsome? Running Tian Gang's fighting spirit, the spirit of Gung Jin flowed through his body. Lin Chen forcibly resisted the violent thunder light, and almost didn't let his hairstyle turn into an explosive head. He took a closer look. There were thunder lights all around, and everywhere was full of violent thunder. Even standing on the ground, thunder and lightning continued to break into Lin Chen's body, and he felt numb, like a high-end massager. Lin Chen also saw that in the interior of Lei Dao, there were also flashing turquoise and thick lightning flashes from time to time, and the power was shocking. Huh? There are also attribute light balls here, and the quality is not bad. Just when Lin Chen planned to practice here, his eyes suddenly lit up. Many dilapidated buildings and thunder trees were scattered with dazzling attribute light balls. Lin Chen stepped on the blue light wind and swept past. The host obtains 300,000 points of martial arts essence, 780,000 points of thunder energy. The host obtains 10,000 points of spiritual power and 250,000 points of martial arts essence. Lin Chen swept away the leaves like a gust of wind, and took away more than 20 attribute light balls. Although there are not many of these attribute light balls, and the scattered range is very wide, each of them is of very high quality, but I can't keep looking for them. Lin Chen was hesitant. These attribute light balls must be left by the lawn. Sun level Tianjiao, who entered this void lay island to cultivate these attribute light balls, must be of extremely high quality. But Lin Chen spent his points to get in. The lightning-type battle spirit cultivation here can be said to be making rapid progress, and it also has a strong advantage for him to cultivate magic power and crazy thunder. He doesn't have time to keep picking it up. By the way, let the ancient Qinglong come out and help me pick it up. Lin Chen slapped his brain, and his whole body flashed with blue light. Releasing the ancient blue dragon, compressing his body to within 100 feet. Go. Pipalong, take away this handsome attribute light ball. A scroll of the ancient Qinglong body began to wander around the outer area of the Void Thunder Island. The host gets 230,000 thunder energy, 200,000 rune energy, 4.05 million. Battle Spirit Essence. In the area that the ancient Qinglong passed through, all attribute light. Balls within 10 feet of it would be automatically sucked into its body, and then a light screen would pop up in Lin Chen's mind. Qinglong has Lin Chen's fighting consciousness, but he can't search for the attribute light ball on his own, so Lin Chen can only use the roughest method to make the ancient Qinglong circle around the outer edge of the Void Thunder Island. As for the inner area, the ancient Qinglong's body is too ostentatious, and it will always trigger the thunder and punishment energy to split. Even in the periphery, it is constantly bombarded. Thanks to the ancient Qinglong, it is already the peak of the fifth order intermediate level. As long as it is not close to the inner area, the periphery is basically fine. Lin Chen sat down with his knees crossed and started to run the thunder meridian route of 9 tribulations of creation. The thunder energy that pervades the void and under the ley lines seems to be drawn endlessly and begins to flow into Lin Chen's dantian crazily. This kind of cultivation is simple and rude. As long as the cultivator's mind level is high enough, the more thunder energy is absorbed, and the faster the breakthrough time. And there is no time limit, presumably more than medicinal pills. It is quick to work and has no drug resistance. The only advantage required is that the level of mentality must be high. At this moment, if there is any Tianjiao or veteran powerhouse in the Tiangang realm, I am afraid that even the Qin will fall. While Lin Chen absorbed the thunder-type energy that was constantly emerging from this Void Thunder Island, the speed of the mental technique of 9 tribulations of creation was extremely fast. In this case, he cooperated with the attribute light balls that the ancient Qinglong kept picking up and merged them back into his body. At this moment, Lin Chen's cultivation speed is more terrifying than any concept of divine speed. His fighting spirit essence and thunder energy are improving in 2 amazing ways. Whether it's the speed of the mind's operation in 9 tribulations of creation or the absorption speed of the attribute light ball, the cultivation efficiency brought by it is difficult for the world to imagine and understand. When the two are paired together, their training speed will increase at an unprecedented rate. Boom! The thunder was rolling, and wherever the ancient Qinglong passed by, there were continuous thunders falling down and bombarding the body of the ancient Qinglong. Relying on the tyrannical dragon body, the ancient Qinglong forcibly resisted hundreds of thousands of thunder and lightning, and its dragon scales and body began to gradually glow with new power. 2 days passed in a flash. Lin Chen's cultivation has reached the 2nd level peak. Under the superposition of the top secret realm, the mystery of the mind, the attribute light ball, and the 3 magical effects of cultivation, Lin Chen has reached the ordinary Tiangang realm for several years of cultivation in the past 2 days. In the past 2 days and 2 nights, the ancient Qinglong has helped Lin Chen to collect a large number of attribute light balls. The spirit of the exercises is enough to support him to learn new blue-level combat skills. All of a sudden, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and endless lightning flashed in his pupils. System, I want to practice magic power crazy thunder. The host cultivates low-level blue-level combat skills, magic power crazy thunder gun. At present, the host has 7.02 million points of martial arts essence, and it is expected that he can only achieve 80% proficiency of the target combat skills. Do you confirm the training? Confirm. Lightning flashes all over his body, and at the moment when Lin Chen's thunder-type combat aura merged with the cultivation memory of magic power And crazy thunder, a thunder-type vortex formed throughout his body. Boom! Thousands of thunders move in unison, 10,000 lightning strikes, and the surrounding thunder lights slash at Lin Chen aggressively. With the light of thunder, it is received but not sent, but turned into electricity and melted into the gun. When the gun moves, the thunder runs, and when the gun comes out, the thunder flashes. Lin Chen's meat shell strength completely resisted this lightning bombardment. And the speed of comprehension of magic power crazy thunder is extremely fast. The third day is not over yet. Lin Chen has completely integrated the cultivation memory of magic power and crazy thunder, and he has tried to activate it several times, and it can be retracted and released freely. On the fourth day, Lin Chen extracted a mass of lightning-like spiritual liquid from the deep furnace. Lin Chen smeared it all over his body, and every pore of his was glowing with a wave of war that attracted thunder and lightning. Bang bang bang. Countless explosions were continuously blasted in the void, thunder surged. And there were thousands of thunderstorms all around. Someone Lin swallowed a little and gritted his teeth. Thousands of thunders are used to attract thunder and lightning. As long as I can resist the past and break through the third level of the sky, I will be close at hand. The thunderstorm-like thunderstorms bombarded in an instant, piercing the ground and tearing the ley lines. A series of thick and majestic electric lights combined into a funnel-shaped vortex, smashing on Lin Chen's body. Crazily, the momentum was so powerful that it even triggered more than a dozen cyan thunder lights in the inner area, which was extremely destructive. That cyan thunder light is also attracted? Damn it, let's fight. Lin Chen clenched his teeth to resist, and the true water-returning Yuanju frantically worked to recover his injuries, resisting the bombardment of endless thunder with his fleshy shell, and running 9 tribulations of creation at extreme speed. Boom! The moment the blue light and lightning smashed into Lin Chen's body, his long-awaited fighting spirit erupted in an instant. Break it for me. Boom! The explosion suddenly started, and the sound of breaking through the shackles came from Lin Chen's body. The 9-color battle spirit in Dantian has nearly doubled. Congratulations to the host for entering the third level of the heavenly astral realm. The moment the system light screen popped up, Lin Chen was almost exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Because of the lack of rune energy, other than using Zura Jiuhuang transformation, Lin Chen really had no certainty of defeating Lu Ji. Absolutely. There are certain sequelae in the Shura Jiuhuang change. It is not a battle of life and death, and Lin Chen does not intend to rely on it. But now he has enough confidence to compete with the old man Lan Sun. This cultivation secret realm is indeed an extraordinary opportunity. When I spend all my tens of millions of points in the cultivation secret realm, my strength will probably soar to an unimaginable realm. Lin Chen adjusted his breath on the spot, and there were less than 2 hours left before the Vietnam War between him and Lu Ji. Arena 3. In the past, there were always a lot of seats and empty seats in the arena of Tianga Academy. But today, there are almost no empty seats in Arena 3. Because this year's rare duel between Lan Sun and Tianjiao will be staged here today, and one of them is the most controversial and legendary freshman. He was exceptionally promoted to Lan Sun rank within 2 months of being admitted to the hospital. Arena, to the south, a group of very senior elders led by Yuan Lao gathered together. They didn't ask about the academy in the past, but today they couldn't help but be curious to witness this exceptionally promoted student. To the north of the arena, the current 12 senior elders of the academy, as well as some top leaders who hold real power, are sitting together. On the east side of the arena, tens of thousands of rows of seats have long been filled, from many mentors and elders from the management school. To the west of the arena, many students crowded the seats, and even stood in the back row to watch this battle. In the battle space in the center of the arena, Lu Ji swept around through the barrier, feeling proud. Even for Lin Chen class students, it is almost impossible to alert and gather more than 60% of the people to come to the scene to observe the battle. Regardless of the students or the elders and mentors, except for the students and mentors who went out to perform tasks almost as long as they were in the academy. Lu Ji, this kid, has reached the peak of the 5th level of cultivation, and has the opportunity to advance to the 6th level at any time. He fought steadily. Before the battle with Lin Chen, he did not choose to retreat and break through the cultivation base. Judging from his confident expression, I am afraid that he has made breakthroughs in other fields. The two white-shirted elders stroked their beards and smiled, and a little white-clothed lowly beside them looked around and pouted in dissatisfaction. Why hasn't Lin Chen come yet? Let us all wait for him alone. What a pomp. Ha ha ha, it's not time yet, Instructor Shanner, what are you in a hurry? The elders burst into laughter. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light flashed across the sky. Brush. The streamer escaped into the battle space, turned into a human figure, and fell firmly to the ground. The figure is wearing a black spear, the silver robe is like a star. Embellishment, the boy's eyebrows are like the edge of a spear, and the eyes are full of stars and seas, agile and spiritual, but deep and vast. On the boy's childish face, there was a confident and calm smile on his face. Such a demeanor made many girls and senior sisters tremble. Newborn Lin Chen, the first student in history to be promoted exceptionally. The eyes of all the people present froze, and some Wang level freshmen even started to pull up banners for Lin Chen, and the excited Lin Chen cheered. Among the freshmen, the current Lin Chen is like a legend. There is already a new force spontaneously united with Lin Chen as the center. Senior Lu, I made you wait for a long time. Before I came here, Junior brother, I took time to take a shower, put on new clothes, and put on a new hairstyle. Who will be the most beautiful boy in this college? If I have anything, if you do something wrong, please hold back your words, Senior. Because even if you say it, I won't change it. Lin Chen wiped his brand new Heiyuan gun and said in a relaxed and freehand manner. The mouth is still so disgusting. I hope you can have such a face when you kneel down and beg for mercy later. Lu Ji didn't get angry, but laughed instead, and suddenly grasped the void in the sneer, and the lightning flashed and merged into a tiger-headed thunder gun. Many elders are bright. Gunner to gunner. This matchup will probably be extraordinarily exciting. Lu Ji has long seen Lin Chen's ancient Qinglong, and it is impossible to kill it without showing some real skills. Interesting, when Lu Ji and us formed a team, they wouldn't use his 5th Order Advanced Sky Tiger Thunder Spear for the first time. This shows that he is serious, and this freshman has indeed given him a level of strength that he must show his strength to beat. Some Lin Chen level Tianjiao, who were hiding in the dark, talked with great interest. This time, there are less than a quarter of the Lin Chen level students in Tianga Academy, and most of them are still performing tasks or practicing outside. That Luing was also sitting in the back row, her blue eyes turning. She kept thinking about what form Lin Chen would take to fight against Lu Ji. Stinky boy, I blew you to the sky. If you get beaten down later, don't hang out in this academy in the future. Yuan Lao sat in the audience and shouted loudly, although Lin Chen didn't speak, he just raised a thumbs up. Old man Yuan, are you saying that the direct disciple, trained by the old man, is not as good as a freshman? At this time, the old man in yellow shirt sitting not far from Yuan showed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Let's just look at the body training. The realm of fighting spirit is hidden. No matter how strong it is, it can be strong. It is estimated that at that time, it will still have to rely on the blue dragon in the body. It's just a savage. The old man in yellow shirt is Lu Ji's personal master, a semi-retired town elder. You just put your stinky farts aside, your lousy disciple has not seen you make an extraordinary promotion, you can't even blow it up. Yuan Lao picked his nose, he sneered, and a word made the town elder agitated. The other elders hurried out to smooth things out. Many elders snickered at the town elders in their hearts. You say it's not good for you to provoke someone, you provoke this old guy. When it comes to bickering, how many in our college can hold him down? The other side. Is this the new Lin Chen? It's really unusual. Even the old man couldn't see through his combat aura cultivation. He could only faintly perceive that his body refining realm was very unusual. This son's spiritual realm is not bad. I heard that he is also an alchemist. Hey, isn't this an almighty talent? Humph. I think it's like a sect of the evil sect and Wu sect. The glib and sloppy tone is not serious. Just at his age, how could he have achieved such outstanding achievements in so many fields? Don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion. If it's an old demon from an evil sect, he wouldn't dare to show off in front of us like this. The high-level elders had mixed opinions on Lin Chen, but the little lowly in white showed an inexplicable smile. The way they hold the gun and the breathing rhythm are the same. It seems that it is possible to use the same exercises, which is interesting. This time, it was Elder Qi who was close to Lin Chen. He walked in the air and announced indifferently. There are no restrictions on the rules for this duel. Surrender is not allowed until either side has no more fighting power. Life and death are all in the destiny, the sword has no eyes, and the life is safe. Are both sides confirmed to participate in the war? I'm sure. Lu Ji waved his hand and clenched the thunder gun in his hand. I have no objection. Lin Chen wielded the spear Heiyuan, and after you Lin repaired the Heiyuan spear for him, the rank has been restored to the top of the 5th rank. In terms of rank alone, it is even higher than Lu Ji's Tianhu thunder gun. Okay, the duel is officially established, start. Elder Qi waved his hand suddenly, and the atmosphere in the battle space instantly became tense. Boy, release your ancient Qinglong. Lu Ji was about to ridicule Lin Chen, but before he finished speaking, his face changed suddenly. Bang! The space was distorted, the blue light swept through the shadows, and the moment when the purple flame swept through the void, the deep pitch black spear tip hit like a strong wind. Clang! Lu Ji took a few dozen steps back with a gun, and with each step, the ground cracked in all directions. Holding the gun, the arm is numb, and the expression is horrified. Boom! The spear blades danced in circles, turning the light element battle gas one after another into pieces and slashing down in shock, forcing Lu Ji to block with the spear, turning around and sweeping out, and suddenly slamming against Lin Chen's Heiyuan spear. The entire battle space was shaken, and bursting sounds were constantly being transmitted around the arena. Lightning flash. Lu Ji stabilized himself, and quickly spun out a lightning bolt. Lin Chen smashed his spear and smashed the lightning, and he was also knocked back. Thousands of meters away. All the students in the audience were stunned. At the very beginning, Lin Chen had the upper hand, almost suppressing Lu Ji. Some elders who had a glimpse of the clue took a deep breath. 120? No, it's almost 130 dragon power. This kid's dragon power has risen by several grades in an instant, and he is skilled at using it. It doesn't look like the kind he obtained temporarily. Lu Ji, whose arms were numb, let out a slight sigh of relief, and finally didn't dare to look down on Lin Chen in any way. If it wasn't for this battle space being reinforced by academy experts, Lin Chen's few shots just now would be enough to cut off all the small mountains. I saw Lin Chen at the moment. His arms are covered with light dragon scales. This is the state of Lin Chen using the Qinglong bloodline at the beginning. After the Qinglong bloodline can be transformed into the ancient Qinglong, Lin Chen will release the ancient Qinglong when he encounters important battles. But this does not mean that he cannot use the power of the Qinglong. As long as he has a thought, he can mobilize the pure power of the ancient Qinglong to attach it to himself at any time. Compared with the battle of one man and one dragon, this state of one man and one dragon is more suitable for the enemy Lu Ji. This pure power blesses Lin Chen's 9 battle spirits, and will exert an unimaginable combined power. Boom! Lu Ji stepped suddenly. The ring that was as vast as a plane trembled. He held a gun in both hands, and his steps leaned slightly. Thunder Tiger burst. The surging thunder around him turned into a mighty and unstoppable thunder tiger of hundreds of feet, and the spear stabbed out like a thunder tiger. Slaughtering. The point of the gun is indestructible. Good come. With a sudden turn of the palm, the black abyss revolved extremely fast. The dark battle aura was like the sun and the sky, and the gun body flowed. Lin Chen held his breath and focused. The man and the gun were one. The purple phoenix wings cooperated with the wind energy bloodline, and the speed of the movement was poised to the extreme. Charging rune dark devour. The tip of the spear is overflowing with a dark battle spirit like reincarnation. The 130 dragon power is like 100 dragons flying in the sky. Sigh. Boom. Boom. At the moment when the thunder light and the dark air collided, the two imposing sharp edges collided, and the reinforced battle space was shaken into a twisted twist. The energy mushroom cloud suddenly formed and rose into the sky. Then, a series of sonic booms swept across the arena, and the shadows of thunder and flowers that flashed vertically one after another exploded. The speed at which the two were fighting fiercely, even many elders could not capture. In just a dozen or so breaths, the two sides have fought for more than 100 rounds. Inside the energy mushroom cloud, the spear is like a shadow, swiping the void, and smashing Lu Ji's shoulder. Angrily, the latter stepped back slightly, the gun body blocked, and the reverse stabbed away like a dragon bite. The purple flame streamer behind him was pierced. It was an afterimage virtual image. At the same moment when the afterimage was shattered, a shocking beam swept across Lu Ji's legs. His eyes were quick and his hands were fast, and the moment the Tinhu Thunder Spear slashed diagonally, the shocking shadow suddenly changed direction. It was a feint attack. The spear was provoked, like a meteor frightening the rainbow, and the real goal was to break his arm. Cold sweat broke out slightly. Lu Ji's figure forcibly turned, swung his shoulders and arms away, avoiding sharp marksmanship, and the crisp sound of fractures came from the entire shoulder bone. Lu Ji's movement was like a lightning bolt. He forcibly avoided the shot but caused his arm bone to fracture. Lin Chen's shot came too fast, he could only forcibly avoid it. However, it's not over yet. The next moment after the spear was provoked, the Gangjin fist style like a raging wave came violently, and the front was printed on Lu Ji's chest. Boom! Clang! The moment Lin Chen's fist hit Lu Ji, the tip of his spear also happened to stab Lin Chen's chest. The destructive power of 130 dragon power and the edge of the fifth order high-level treasure broke out together, and the two sides suddenly flew out. Spectator blue rank. Exactly, the energy mushroom cloud has just dissipated, and the two sides are on the other side. What a crazy fight, these two guys are really the killers who put each other to death. Both of them are good seedlings, why bother? Lin Chen slammed a carp, and the Gangjin crystals on his chest slowly fell. This is Lin Chen's ultimate defensive form of compressing Tiangong's fighting spirit. The defense can only cover a small part of the area, but the defense is extremely strong. After the crystals fell, there were faintly cracked dragon scales and the swirling pure water-based fighting spirit healing Lin Chen. With the scales of the blue dragon and the fighting spirit of the sky, Lin Chen's double defense, combined with the true water returning Yuan Ju, Lin Chen hardly suffered too much injury. On the other hand, Lu Ji, although he has a personal treasure to protect him, Lin Chen's 130 dragon power is equivalent to a full-strength strike at the fifth level of the Tiangang realm, and he also penetrates part of the defense with the gold-type battle aura. With such destructive power penetrated into the body, Lu Ji can't retreat. Like Lin Chen. This kid actually has such a mysterious recovery method, and even I can't find a recovery method suitable for the heavenly astral realm. If I continue to fight for a long time, I will definitely be the one who suffers. Lu Ji clenched the Tianhu thunder spear again, and thousands of thunder lights began to flash from his body. He was bathed in thunder, like the mighty holy master, that day, and he was domineering and majestic. Stout pillars of thunder light crisscrossed, all Lan Sun level students felt the terrible thunder pressure revealed by Lu Ji, and he was about to release the blue level combat skills. Lin Chen, I'll let you learn today, what is the Lan Sun level? Lu Ji glared angrily and suddenly shouted. His voice is like a mighty thunder, rolling in the battle space, causing waves of air waves. Accompanied by his levitation in the air, he formed an aura like a judgment master. Huh? Didn't you realize that you couldn't beat me in a protracted battle, and switched to jumping over the wall mode? Someone Lin sneered, under his purple eyes, Lu Ji's predicament could be seen. In his eyes. Senior Lu, you can't do this. What men value most is staying power. If you are like this, Sister Yan will be sad. Someone Lin said with a mean laugh. The thunder battle energy began to transform into a special bloodline. Lin Chen's whole body was surging with violent thunder, and the situation in the world suddenly changed. Humph. I want to see if you can speak with this mouth later. Lu Ji turned the heavenly tiger thunder spear, the tip of the spear was a little angry, and the heavenly tiger roared. Magic power crazy thunder first form. Crazy thunder starfall. When this gun is fired, 1,000 thunderbolts of lightning revolve at an extremely high speed, forming a storm of thunderstorms that are strangled by a spiral, like a meteor, falling into the world, creating a short-lived brilliance. It brings surprise, but also death. In the space where the thunder light spread and swept, it collapsed in an instant and shattered into slag. Many Lan Sun level students' eyes narrowed. This Lu Ji's strength has increased again. It was a brand new blue-level combat technique. The old students who participated in the auction that day were even more stunned. Lu Ji actually used magic power crazy thunder. Ordinary people need several years or even more than 10 years to cultivate successful blue-level combat skills, but Lu Ji actually completed the cultivation in these 4 days. The background and talent of the Tiange Academy's Lan Sun level Tianjiao are fully revealed above countless others. However, the next moment, many senior elders showed lingering fears. Lin Chen suddenly held the spear. The black abyss was like a dragon fighting a thousand fields, and at the moment when the dragon power was released, the dragon spear adorned the void, and thousands of thunders emerged. Like a sea of thunder. Crazy thunder starfall. Lin Chen, who released endless thunder from his body, pointed it out with his gun, and the spiraling thunderstorm was released from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. It turned out to be exactly the same combat skills as Lu Ji. Everyone is stunned. What's going on? Are these two people actually practicing the same combat technique? Boom. Laugh. 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 The thunder light exploded, and the aftermath of the thunder and lightning of Zuntian Hidi was constantly intertwined and flashed, blasting terrifying air waves, and nearly a third of the space in the battle space was shaken to rupture. This is the battle space that Elder Yu personally reinforced, but it was still smashed by these two little guys? The corners of the instructors' mouths twitched slightly. Even they may not be able to achieve such destructive power. The two of them are actually practicing the same combat technique? What's the situation? My God, how could Lin Chen be so powerful? Could it be that Senior Lu Ji really sold magic power and thunder to Lin Chen? No, it's not that simple. The demon power crazy thunder that Lin Chen cast just now has a faster release time and has almost no flaws. It's also a demon power crazy thunder, but Lin Chen is even higher in the cultivation realm. Numerous green and blue rank veterans suddenly stood up in shock and exploded. The elder Wang, who was in charge of managing the auction venue, was also stunned. He knew very well that the seller of that volume of magic power crazy thunder had almost nothing to do with Lin Chen. Even Lu Ying was stunned. As a Lan Sun level student who participated in the auction at that time, she knew that the combat skill magic power crazy thunder appeared in the academy for the first time, and it was impossible for Lin Chen to buy it. Could it be that Lin Chen is the seller of this combat skill? No, there is another detail, isn't it? Lu Ying seemed to remember something, and her pretty face showed incredible shock. The power of the crazy thunder starfall is almost the same on both sides. Although Lu Ji's cultivation is strong, his understanding of this marksmanship can only be regarded as entry-level. But 4 magic power and crazy thunder, apart from the final 3-in-1, Lin Chen basically practiced in a plenary session. In addition to the addition of his 130 dragon power to the marksmanship, and Lin Chen's retreat in the past few days, his lightning attribute value has reached 30 million, which is no less than his water attribute value. The Thunder Battle Spirit is almost Lin Chen's most powerful attribute battle spirit now. So, this time in the blue level combat skills, Lu Ji almost didn't gain much advantage. The spear shreds the energy storm and cuts off the thunder. Damn, how could you do this? Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood violently, Lu Ji ripped apart the thunderstorm and shot with the Tianhu thunder gun, roaring like a mad beast. Heiyuan's spear danced in circles, stabbed back and blocked the tip of Lu Ji's spear. Lin Chen laughed jokingly. Are you surprised, Senior Lu? Seriously, I can still do the second and third styles in this magic power and thunder. Do you want me to teach you? Lin Chen's grinning expression made Lu Ji vomit blood on the spot. With blood on the corners of his mouth, Lu Ji waved his spear angrily. No matter how strong his fighting spirit was, he couldn't suppress Lin Chen's 130 dragon power. In terms of melee marksmanship, Lin Chen and Lu Ji were indistinguishable. Suddenly, a flash of light in my mind. Lu Ji, who had knocked Lin Chen back with a shot, looked both horrified and angry. Could it be because of that one time? Not only Lu Ji, but also the Green Honor and Qing Honor students who participated in the auction 4 days ago outside the venue, all showed a very thoughtful look. If there is a reason for Lin Chen's magic power crazy thunder, then there is another suspicious point. That was on the day of the auction. Lin Chen once touched the training scroll of magic power and crazy thunder. Although the time was very short, it was indeed the only time Lin Chen had an intersection with Maui Kuanglei. Lu Ji was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. This fucking used a lot of points to buy combat skills, and finally made a wedding dress for Lin Chen. And Lin Chen practiced even better than him. This is simply a slap in the face. Could it be that at that time, he secretly learned the magic power and thunder? That's a blue-level combat skill. How complicated are the training steps? Could it be that he can steal the blue-level combat skill and learn it in a short period of time just by touching it? This is too ridiculous. It's not a fucking yellow-level combat skill. It's a blue-level battle skill. You tell me how to learn it in just a few breaths. And it's still in the sight of everyone. And if he really stole the magic power and Kuanglei, Senior Lu Ji would have responded to the auction venue as soon as he inspected the goods. The more and more frightened feelings began to spread around the old students who participated in the auction. More and more people knew about this, and they gave Lin Chen a very terrifying impression. Most people are still in disbelief, but some people have realized that it is possible. What kind of person is Lin Chen? He has been outstanding since the First World War II Qing Sun class. This young man has never suffered a loss. How could such a freshman, who is a monster in both mind and strength, make such a stupid move in the auction venue, after confirming the price and the buyer regretting the price increase? Standing in the back row of the auditorium, Lu Ying's eyes moved quickly. When she saw Elder Meng's horrified look in the auction hall, it confirmed her conjecture. Sure enough, Lin Chen is indeed not the seller of magic power crazy thunder, so the truth may be in the moment when Lin Chen touched magic power crazy thunder. Wonderful eyes flickered. Lu Yingfeng's heart set off a huge wave. How can there be such an extraordinary genius in the world, this kind of talent that goes against the heavens? Even the saint son and saintess who are said to be comparable only to the Zixuan class can't do it. There is such a strange thing happening to this son? Sitting in the back row of the auditorium on the north side of the arena. After listening to Elder Meng's report, all the senior elders showed strong curiosity. Can you steal a blue-level combat skill just by touching it? Not even a storyteller would dare to say that. Wait a minute. Look again, this guy's marksmanship has gone up a notch. Suddenly, an elder exclaimed. Everyone looked intently. In the battle space, Lin Chen and Lu Ji fought apart. The two sides were thousands of feet apart, and they stood still in the void. Lu Ji's Tianhu thunder spear swam with thunder dragons, and the thunder light shone like Tianwei Xinglei, representing the will that dominates the judgment. Unexpectedly, Jier will be forced to use his trump card 9 Flash Thunder Dragon. Master Lu Ji, who was sitting near Lao Yuan, the old man in yellow shirt, sank in his heart. Lu Ji's strength belongs to the middle ranks in the entire Lanchuan class, and the opponents who want to force him to play the cards are only the strong ones above the upper reaches of the Lanchuan class. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen did it. Today? The thoughts in the mind of Lan Sun level Tianjiao, who were watching the battle, were exactly the same as those of Master Lu Ji. Does Lu Ji's move mean that Lin Chen, who has just been promoted exceptionally, already has a strength comparable to the mid-level Lan Sun class? This time I will kill you to scum. In Lu Ji's eyes, the determination to kill has already been revealed. Come on. Lu Ji's strongest combat skills. All Lan Sun level Tianjiao devotes their full attention to watching the battle, and there are absolutely few opportunities to see the Lan Sun level exert their full strength. All Lan Sun Tianjiao do not want to miss this opportunity. 9 Flash Thunder Dragon. 1 Flash. The stout and mighty Baizhang Thunder Dragon swung abruptly, and the thunder dragon transformed into a flash of lightning that leaped through space, with such terrifying destructive power, it shattered all the space it passed in an instant. Bang! Kaka! With a flash of thunder dragon, almost none of the students below the Lanchuan rank Tianjia reacted, and the space shattered into pieces. Such terrifying destructive power, even Elder Qi personally came off the stage to maintain the stability of the battle space. 9 Flash Thunder Dragon, Lu Ji's strongest combat skill, is known for its violent and extremely fast destructive power. So far, he has defeated 3 Lan Sun level players with this skill. What breaks 9 flashes, Brother Chen? I can break your 100 flashes with one shot. Qingguang Fengxian cooperates with Purple Phoenix Wing to increase the speed to the extreme. The Black Abyss Spear was like a bolt of electricity, tearing apart the first Thunder Dragon in an instant. He broke Thunder Dragon Flash. It's not over yet, the good show is coming. It was almost when the 2 Lan Sun Tianjiao spoke up. Lu Ji waved the Tianhu Thunder Spear again and again, followed by the second, third, and fourth Thunder Dragon Flash. Not to mention the naked eye, even the students of the Qingshuan class have not caught any clues. If they and Lu Ji actually fought, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lin Chen's man and gun were one, and the whole person was spinning like a whirlwind in midair, dancing the Black Abyss gun in circles, turning it into a vertically spinning gun dance. The dragon force exploded, and the spear tip slid, cutting the Thunder Dragon that flashed past Lin Chen's upper and lower sides at high speed into 2 halves. Thunder Dragon 5 flashes, Thunder Dragon 6 flashes, Thunder Dragon 7 flashes. Lu Ji waved his spear again, and the thunder was blooming. 3 Thunder Dragons that were several times more violent than before plundered out. Boom boom boom. At the moment when the Thunder Dragon passed by and the electric light danced wildly, Lin Chen's eyes burst with thunderous intent, and the Black Abyss in his palm actually flashed blue thunder. Form 1, Crazy Thunder Starfall. The second style, Demon Fighting Thousand Thunder. Form 1, Crazy Thunder Starfall. Lei Jun's electric light turned into a huge thunderstorm that spun and strangled out, and the storm devoured a Thunder Dragon in an instant. Although Crazy Thunder Starfall still has remaining power, the 2 Thunder Dragons have already flanked Lin Chen from left to right. Lin Chen's marksmanship is inexhaustible, and his thunder battle aura is almost completely exhausted at this moment. His marksmanship is superb, like a peacock opening the screen, advancing layer by layer. The second style, Demon Fighting Thousand Thunder. The shadows of the guns in the sky are surrounded by violent thunder and lightning that is full of magic, and the thunder is flashing with blue light. And it is advancing furiously. Boom! Boom! The Azure Thunder Spear shadow actually crushed the remaining two thunder dragons head-on. It's okay to approach Lu Ji with enough energy. At this moment, all the students were stunned. The thunder and lightning that exploded all over the sky are as beautiful as being in the world of thunder. They are both dazzling beauty and hidden endless murderous intentions. The senior elders of the academy couldn't help but gasped slightly. Lin Chen's magic power and crazy thunder marksmanship is not only more proficient than Lu Ji's, but also uses the second style of his marksmanship superbly. All the Lansun class students stood up, their eyes locked in the battle space, and the mentors and elders also held their breaths. The time for a decisive victory has come. Thunder Dragon 8 flashes. The furious Lu Ji roared hoarsely and waved the thunder spear once again. The tip of the spear flashed a thundering giant dragon that was several times more domineering than all the previous thunder dragons, soaring into the air, rushing out with the power to push 3,000 mountains horizontally, and smashing Lin Chen's many green thunder spears. Ka ka ka. Boom. The green thunder spears that danced and bloomed were like the tides of the blue sea, advancing wave after wave layer by layer, as if it were continuous. Crushing the thunder dragon again. 9 flashes. Lin Chen, you are defeated. Ha ha ha. Lu Ji laughed wildly, blood soaked in shocking blood all over his body. Exhausted all his fighting spirit and swung his 9th spear. The battle changed, and the situation changed. At the moment when all the thunder light condensed, the void split open and merged into a thundering dragon that was more than 1,000 feet tall. At the moment when its dragon tail swayed and flashed vertically, several acres of space were shattered by its overflowing lightning. Thunder Dragon flew up in anger, strangled it grandly, and ran through all of Lin Chen's green thunder spears. Even Lin Chen's Heiyuan spear, even with its 5th order top edge, couldn't shatter this thunder dragon's attack. Was blasted out of my hands. Lu Ji's last shot of the thunder dragon 9 flashes is terrifying. Even in the early stage of the 6th stage of the Tiangang realm, he did not dare to take it hard. Even though Lin Chen's last spear image weakened part of its power, it was still in front of Lin Chen with deadly lethality. Oops, Lin Chen lost. Hurry up and save people. 9 flash is too powerful, he can't stand it anymore. Almost 4 high-level elders, including Elder Yuan, reacted and moved their bodies in a flash, preparing to forcibly suspend the competition. The potential shown by Lin Chen is enough for them to protect Lin Chen. Wait a minute. There are still variables, don't shoot. At this time, the little lowly in white, Shanner, gave a cold scolding and reprimanded all the elders who wanted to break the rules to enter the venue. A dazzling blue light bloomed in Lin Chen's arms. Don't be too happy, Bing Tianzi. Lin Chen's left arm was already ready to go, and the arm that was transformed into the water-based energy blood vessel looked translucent blue. When he raised his hand, his fingers and the food were brought together, and he pointed out. The host activates a level 3 charging rune, which consumes 200,000 rune energy. The flickering ice star-like cold air condensed through the void, and the astonishing cold air froze the entire thunder dragon and shattered In the entire battle space, frost was everywhere, and instantly fell into a field of ice and snow. That icy star-like finger froze Thunder Dragon and slammed through Lu Ji. Freeze his entire body into an ice sculpture. One finger seals 1,000 miles, and the world is frozen. Frost and cold. Kyushu with a single finger. Outside the entire arena, fell into a dead silence. The quiet atmosphere seemed to be audible, and everyone's eyes seemed to be like frost that suddenly appeared, and they were frozen in this scene. Lin Chen actually has a blue-level combat skill. Moreover, this trick is also superb, deceived everyone, and released the strongest offensive in a blink of an eye. Lu Ji was frozen in a huge block of ice, unable to move. Lin Chen's eyes swept away with killing intent, and the 130 dragon power was released again. At this moment, Lu Ji finally showed fear. At this moment, there was endless regret in his heart, just because of the rhetoric of that bitch. He sent someone to humiliate and try to kidnap the two female freshmen. The 5-color mysterious liquid, the magic power and thunder, and the two great treasures that I spent a lot of money to buy, were completely played by Lin Chen. He's the real winner. He's been spinning in circles in the palm of his hand. Master, save me. Lu Ji screamed loudly, calling for his master. Stop. Bang. A dry palm raised his hand to block Lin Chen's fist. The old man in yellow shirt stared at Lin Chen uncertainly. He was Lu Ji's master. My apprentice has lost. You don't have to kill, you have won what you should have won. Why not take a step back and see the world? The old man in yellow shirt said hoarsely and lowly. Lin Chen retracted his fist, but sneered instead. Retire, you scumbag. When he bullied men and women, why didn't he see you jumping out and taking a few steps back? The immortal thing, if I hadn't returned to the academy in time, my friend wouldn't know that he would have done it. What happened at that time? Where is your so-called elder? After this incident, what if he finds my friend to piss him off? Lin Chen sneered. He was secretly ready to mobilize the slow rune to launch a surprise attack. You. The old man in yellow shirt was right, and Lin Chen was so angry that he was speechless. This disciple of him also understands that although his talent is good, he has done a lot of bullying men and women. Since the target is basically Huang Sun or Green Sun, the academy also turned a blind eye due to his own talent and his own status. Roar. Lin Chen decisively released the ancient Qinglong, attacked from behind, and killed Lu Ji in the ice wall, so shocked that the old man in yellow shirt was stunned. How dare this kid continue to attack Lu Ji in front of him? Ha ha ha. Boy, don't worry, fuck your mother, this old man will be handed over to this old man. Old Yuan laughed wildly, his figure flashed, standing beside Lin Chen, staring at the old man in yellow shirt. Old man Yuan, you. What are you, you bastard disciple? How many pounds, how many tails, what kind of things? Everyone knows. Old Yuan spat out and sneered disdainfully. Old Yuan, this old guy will be handed over to you. Lin Chen smiled and clasped his fists, stepping on the blue light wind and swept towards Lu Ji. Okay, stop. The outcome is already divided, Lin Chen, you have already won. Leave the next punishment to us. At this time, 2 elegant and handsome male mentors landed in the battle space of the arena and nodded to Lin Chen. Oh? Okay. I promise with my integrity that I won't do it personally. Lin Chen put away his murderous aura and smiled harmlessly. At this moment, a dragon-breathed light blade pierced through the ice crystal and shot away, cutting into Lu Ji's dantian. Blood rush. What? Jeer. The old man in yellow shirt screamed hoarsely like a concubine in mourning. I just said that I personally don't do it, but my Dakinglong doesn't know. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled indifferently. For the scourge of Lu Ji, if it is not eliminated, it will be a ticking time bomb. Lin Chen, you? The two male mentors were also shocked. They didn't expect Lin Chen to shoot in front of them. Boom. The old man in the yellow shirt showed his murderous aura, and wanted to attack Lin Chen, but the old man Yuan stood in front of him. If you don't go see your disciple, I'm afraid he will become a cripple after. It's too late. Old Yuan sneered. The old man in yellow shirt didn't care too much. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and temporarily let Lin Chen go, smashed the huge ice crystal with one palm and rushed over. The old man in the yellow shirt used his fighting spirit to heal Lu Ji's injury, and while investigating the injury, his face couldn't help changing. Lu Ji, who was exhausted, had mastered the dragon breath of the ancient Qinglong. 80% of the meridians were injured, and his dantian was broken. It would be a luxury to restore his cultivation, let alone continue his cultivation. Hey, this Lu Ji is considered a waste. Abandon it, it's abolished. From ancient times to the present, how many Lan Sun level Tianjiao have been in my Tiangai Academy, and how many people have really left their names? Only the Zishuan class is at the top, and the others are just slightly stronger. Ants. The two elders sighed, and some senior elders curled their lips in disdain. Force. At this time, a white-haired elder sitting on the upper floor stood up and said, Student Lin Chen intends to hurt others and will be punished with 500,000 points. Teacher Tang, about Lu Ji's question, please read it. The white-haired elder indicated with his eyes. The two elegant male tutors nodded slightly. The nailing ring flashed with light, flipped through the information in his hand, and said loudly, Student Lu Ji, since the first day he was promoted to the Lan Sun class, bullied men and bullied women, secretly killed the expelled students. According to statistics, there are currently 130 people who raped Wang Sun class and Green Sun class female students, 148 people. Stealing points from male students, intercepting other students, mission rewards and other crimes. When the elegant teacher announced what Lu Ji had done, the light in his eyes completely dimmed and disappeared, and his heart was ashes. Many freshmen and old Green Honor students were taken aback. They knew that Lu Ji was not easy to mess with, but they didn't expect him to be so dark. Yu Lin and Lu Liner, who were sitting in the front row of the auditorium in the arena, looked terrified and had lingering fears. If Lin Chen didn't return to the academy in time, I'm afraid the fate of the two of them would not be much better. Lin Chen seemed to have expected it, and the corners of his mouth were cold and sharp from beginning to end. According to the Academy's penalty regulations, the evidence of the crime committed by student Lu Ji is conclusive, and he will be executed tomorrow. At the moment when he flipped the lid on the information in his hand, a male instructor flashed tears in his eyes, and secretly said to Lin Chen, Lin Chen student, thank you. My cousin died at the hands of this beast, and now you finally gave me this opportunity to avenge my cousin and the dead. Lin Chen was startled, nodded, and clasped his fist at the mentor. Hearing this result, the old man in yellow shirt lost his eyes, his palms trembled slightly, and he lost his mind. The former Lu Ji was in full swing, and no one dared to touch him. But now there is a genius like Lin Chen who has turned out to suppress him. And he has to kill Lu Ji in front of high-level officials, giving this mentor A chance to fuel the flames. The battle is over, the winner, student Lin Chen. Elder Qi announced loudly that the moment Lu Ji was taken away by his mentor, all the freshmen burst into cheers. Shout out Lin Chen's name. When he was admitted to the hospital, he was at the Qing Sun level, and within 2 months of being in the hospital, he was exceptionally promoted to the Blue Sun level. It only takes 4 days to achieve the Lan Sun level, and defeat the Lan Sun level old student. Like a new legend, it is rising in Tiange Academy. 2 days later, in the secret territory of Longhua, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the central area of the secret realm, enduring the terrifying high-temperature roasting, and even the fighting spirit was burning. The ancient Qinglong wandered in the secret territory of Longhua. He kept taking away a large number of attribute light balls for Lin Chen. My fire energy attribute value has reached the 20 million mark. If I persist for a few more days, I am afraid it will reach more than 30 million points. Spiritual awareness stared at the soaring attribute values in the system. Space, Lin Chen calculated in his heart. After the battle with Lu Ji, Lin Chen has realized his ultimate combat power. Under the premise of only releasing the ancient blue dragon and not using the characteristic rune, he can only compete with the midterm of the 6th layer Tiangang realm at most. If the opponent's cultivation techniques and mental techniques are the best choices, then Lin Chen can only deal with them at best, or even escape. If you use the characteristic rune, you can wrestle with the late stage of the 6th level of the heavenly realm and even the peak. As for the 7th level of the heavenly realm, it is a complete unknown. So far, Lin Chen has not officially fought against the 7th level of the Tianganging. And the stronger the opponent, the less Lin Chen's characteristic rune influence can completely control the opponent, such as the last woman he met in the Changyue Pagoda. As strong as Lin Chen's level 3 slowness rune, it can only limit half of her fighting spirit cultivation. It is impossible to completely restrict the opponent's movements as before. I have to become stronger at full speed during this period of time and increase my trump card several times. Lin Chen was ruthless in his heart, and said with a secret determination. This time, Lin Chen was surprisingly quiet. He practiced in seclusion in the academy, and this time, 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, Lin Chen entered respectively, Void Thunder Island, Wanyue Secret Realm, Spiritual Spirit House, Dragon Fire Secret Realm, Tianshuang Secret Realm, Magic Sword Secret Realm, Golden Puppet Secret Realm, Savage Secret Realm, and so on. The desperate level of his cultivation, even the senior elders are a little worried about him. Lin Chen took away all the attribute light balls in these secret realms. The extremely high-quality attribute light balls left by the arrogance of the past dynasties were all incorporated into Lin Chen's body. After 75 days, in the secret realm cultivation hall, Tianjiao gathered, and the heated discussions continued. One after another, eagerly looking forward to the list of secret realms in the secret realm hall. Today is the day of the annual Academy Contribution Points distribution. Students above the Green Honor level can get quite good points rewards. Everyone can't wait to come here to choose the secret realm that they need to enter. This time, when I enter the retreat of the Battle Spirit Pagoda, I should be able to advance to the 2nd level of the Astral Realm. 20,000 points a day in the Great Desert Secret Realm is very expensive, but in order to break through my yellow sand miles, I worked hard. When many students were making up their minds to choose a secret cultivation realm, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the hall. Everyone looked intently, and the elder who was stationed in the hall also glanced at it with interest. Oh? It turned out to be a space teleportation from the evil ghost realm. Who the hell dares to enter the evil ghost realm? Boom. As soon as the elder's voice fell, a terrifying murderous aura descended on the hall. All the students present were shocked and couldn't move. This murderous aura seemed to be transformed into reality, and even the elder was horrified. Whoa. A figure walked out of the beam of light, exhaled and absorbed the spirit, and put away the murderous aura. The silver-robed boy floated in front of everyone's eyes with a harmless smirk. Around his waist was a light blue spiritual jade. I'm sorry everyone, I've been cultivating in the evil ghost realm for too long, and I forgot that it's time to come back. It's Lin Chen. All the students took a deep breath. Lin Chen at this moment was very different from 2 months ago. Many Qingshuan-level students just looked at him, and their whole body exuded a warning signal of extreme danger. Even if Lin Chen restrained his murderous aura, his own sense of oppression was like an Azura who came out of the mountain of blood and corpses. That spirit jade is one of the strongest evil ghosts in the secret realm of evil ghosts, the ghost jade of the devouring ghost. Your kid actually killed the devouring ghost? When the elder saw the lingyu on Lin Chen's waist, he was completely shocked. In the entire evil ghost realm, there are basically dozens of devouring ghosts. They are extremely difficult to be killed, have strengths equal to the 6th and 7th levels of the heavenly astral realm, and have their own nests and subordinates. They basically roamed the depths of the secret realm of evil spirits, and there were many nests, and it was difficult for even a Lan Sun-level Tianjiao to kill one. Oh, this is what the elder said. I came across it when I was cultivating. I remember that it seemed to be worth hundreds of thousands of points, and it was destroyed. I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you about it. Lin Chen casually waved his hand and said with a smile, jumped up, turned into a blue light and dodged dozens of miles away, and left the secret hall in an instant, leaving behind a group of students who were almost messy and mad. Shun, smoothly? It is enough to match the evil spirits above the 6th level of the Tiangang realm. Why do you say that you can solve it easily? Are you talking about people? How can we live? In the freshman dormitory area, Lin Chen was soaking in the hot spring to relieve his fatigue, while turning on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the 3rd stage of the astral realm. Ultimate strength, 80 dragon power. Qi and blood energy, 8.8673 billion points. The essence of fighting spirit, 4.7141 billion points. Mental power, 1.8 million points. The essence of the exercises, 19.2 million points. Mind method, 9 calamities of creation, 55%. Practice exercises, Taisher Bible, 60%, Shura Jiuhuang Bian, fragment. Sankingling watermark, magic power crazy thunder, Bing Tian finger. Possess special treasures or exercises, true flame purple phoenix wings. 100%. Possess blood energy, up to 3 types Qinglong bloodline 21,000 points. Zijintong bloodline 10,000 points. Feature runes, slow rune level 3, corruption rune level 2, upgradable. Charge rune level 3. Runic power, 18.9 million points. The energy of each element, fire 58.99 million, earth 53.5 million, wood 51.4 million, gold 61.4 million, and water 80.01 million. There are 81.5 million points of thunder, 51.05 million points of wind, 60.21 million points of light, and 60.91 million points of dark. It took me 10 million points to finally increase all the element attribute values. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. In this almost crazy 2-month retreat, he almost took away all the attribute light balls left behind in all the cultivation secrets of the academy. His martial arts essence, blood energy, battle spirit essence, and the energy value of each element attribute are combined to pick up attribute light balls and madly cultivate to obtain a jumping growth. In terms of cultivation, Lin Chen's foundation is extremely high, but it has only been upgraded from the early stage of the triple layer to the later stage. But the combat power is several grades stronger than before. There is no other reason. The elemental energy value as a basic attribute is several times higher than before. There is not much breakthrough in the battle chi cultivation base, but the realm of the mind method is advancing by leaps and bounds. Brother Lin Chen, are you there? I heard you're out of the border, right? Haitang and I are here to see you. Haitang has now been promoted to the green rank. I heard that senior sister Luing of the Lin Chen class wants to invite you to go on a mission together. When Lin Chen's attention was silent in the system space, two beautiful shadows pushed the door and broke into Lin Chen's hot spring area. Hey, it turned out to be Haitang and Lin Lin. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the two graceful beauties in front of him were staring at him with blushing cheeks. Yan Haitang covered her pretty face and peeked through the gaps of her jade fingers, while Yu Lin Lin boldly stared at Lin Chen's chest muscles and collarbone, her eyes twirling with a strong brilliance. Monitor Lin Chen, the Lin Chen level senior Luing asked us to bring you a letter. She has a team task to invite you to cooperate with. Yan Beach was slightly shy and took a photo of Yu Lin Lin, who was fascinated by it. Okay, I'll go there now. It's been a long time since I went outside to exercise my muscles. Lin Chen stood up around the towel, but the moment the towel fell off, the two beautiful girls saw an unforgettable scene. In the 17th floor of the mission hall, Lin Chen wore a brand new silver robe like frost and walked into the hall on the 17th floor. Junior Lin Chen, you are finally here. Luing smiled like a flower and got up to meet Lin Chen. Is this the famous junior brother Lin Chen? In Xia Yeshing, I have heard the name of junior brother for a long time. A young man with a sword behind him followed, politely clasping his fists, and blocking Lu Ying's body. A strange light flashed in his pupils. This person's cultivation base has grown strong to the middle stage of the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen just nodded to him. He didn't want to befriend anyone. Hey, boy Lin Chen, there is a task in this trip that is more suitable for you. It just so happens that you are out of the customs again. I wonder if you are interested. Elder Yuan was also sitting in the hall, biting his roast leg of lamb and smiling. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, Old Yuan is afraid that he has forgotten the power of my Lin's respect for the old and love for the young. Old Yuan was suddenly startled and waved his hand in a hurry. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making an opinion for you this time, you decide for yourself. Lin Chen turned his eyes away and looked at the light screen in the mission hall. Lin Chen Intermediate Task, encircle and suppress the 5th Order Intermediate Dragon Clan that broke into the border of the Han family. The task reward, 700 points. If not all of them can be annihilated, it will be calculated as 1 million points per dragon clan. These 4-headed dragons all have strength comparable to the 5th level of the Tiangang realm. this task requires a person who knows the dragons very well, because the qualified Lin Chen students in the academy just went out, and only the ancient Qinglong you meet this condition. Just one thing to note is that the last time when two powerful blue rank senior students teamed up to carry out this task, they failed. Perhaps something happened at that time. The students who carried out this task have not yet returned, and the number of missing moon, you need to be extra careful. Sitting in front of the hall, the little lowly in white said solemnly to everyone. A pair of blue eyes turned and filled with autumn water, casting curious glances at Lin Chen from time to time. Is it more than 1,000,000 points at a time? It's worth my shot, then I'll take it. Lin Chen's eyes radiated a strong and powerful confidence. 3 days later, Han family territory saw the Sky Valley. The ancient Han family, 100,000 years ago, it was a powerful ancient family. But it continued to decline for unknown reasons and was squeezed out of the sphere of super first-class forces. Outside the Tianshan mountain, in a small valley, 4 figures are erecting a space barrier and sitting cross-legged in the void. Why don't you feel the breath of any fifth-order beasts in Sa Tianshan? Yi Xing among the 4 sat in the void and frowned. How about we go in directly? The giant axe took his body, and another young man with red eyebrows made a gesture of wiping his neck. No, there are oddities in that valley. At this time, Lin Chen, who was beside him, suddenly said. His purple-gold eyes couldn't fully see through the situation in the valley. Even killing and bad luck were completely blocked. This is the first time that Lin Chen has encountered such a situation after his Zijintong entered the realm of something out of nothing. Brother Lin Chen, why do you say that? Instead, Luing turned her curious blue eyes and asked. I can't say the specific reason, but it's best not to get close to that valley. Lin Chen continued to urge Zijintong to investigate, and felt more and more that the strangeness in the valley was extraordinary. Is the junior afraid? Don't worry, the senior will lead you in this operation. You only need to delay the dragon clan, and you don't need to work hard. That Yi Xing smiled slightly, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his expression and tone. He was a Lin Chen level student who later returned to the academy, and he held a certain skeptical attitude towards Lin Chen's victory over Lu Ji. What's more, his strength was much stronger than Lu Ji. The mouth is on your face, whether you like to eat shit or nonsense, it's all your own business. Lin Chen sneered disdainfully. Yi Xing, on the other hand, swept a trace of murderous intent in a veiled manner, not smiling. Sure enough, you can talk like the legend, but you timid waste, just stay here. After speaking, Yi Xing jumped up and down, and took the young man with red eyebrows into action. Luing hesitated a little, but could only keep up with Yi Xing. He led the team this time, and Luing could only listen to him. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. When he stepped on his toes, the blue light wind whirled past and followed behind the 3 of them. Now, you can only know what's going on inside the valley when you enter the valley. Yi Xing wanted to be a reckless man, and someone from Lin was happy to follow him. Approaching the Sa Tianshan mountain, it is shrouded in mist, and there is hazy and silence everywhere. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Some areas here are already full of blood and rancid smell, and the whole valley has no living creatures. The 4 flew into the valley, flying all the way at extreme speed, and they approached the central area of the valley in less than a moment. Boom! Suddenly, the earth's crust changed. The blood-colored meshed dragon breath that covered the sky and the earth spit out, covering the 4 of them. Lin Chen remained calm, flicked his fingers, and a thunder mark was marked in a corner outside the dragon's breath. Brush brush. The three reacted extremely quickly and launched an attack in an instant. Three completely different combat aura attacks covered the sky and smashed the sky above the dragon breath screen that enveloped the four of them. Chi-chi. The moment the battle gas attack came into contact with the dragon breath screen, more than half of its attack power was instantly corroded. Jijiji, the boss is right, as long as you don't kill the last Terran, more Terrans will come. Goo, these four people seem to be able to eat it, right? Don't worry, listen to the boss. The three-headed circling dragons surrounded the four of them. The blood is full of blood, and the heat wave is like a wave. The shadows cover the sky and the sun, and the head of the dragon is like a crocodile. The thunder light descended like a forest sea, and the four-clawed thunder dragon emerged from the thunder sea. It turned out to be a dark soul dragon, a bloodthirsty horned dragon, and 1,000 thunder dragons. All of them are first-class evil dragons. Something's wrong. They can speak human words, and the wisdom of evil dragons is not as high as them. Lu Ying and the red-browed youth, Chu Xiong, said in shock. It is a three-headed fifth-order high-level evil dragon, and it is the last time that it can match the middle stage of the sixth level of the Tian Gang realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This is a big difference from the original intelligence. The difficulty of this task is already ranked among the high-rank Lan Sun. That's because I bestowed them with wisdom. LOL, the genius of Tianga Academy. I didn't expect 3 at a time this time. It seems that this seat can officially enter the 5th order advanced peak this time. At this time, the situation changed. Blossoming beautiful and demonic cyan clouds appeared in the entire valley. And within the 10,000 li radius of the Tian Shan Mountains, all were shrouded in the misty cyan demon mist, and everything was like a bottomless pit. What caught everyone's eyes was a noble figure stepping on a blue cloud in the void. He was dressed in white, with a glazed dragon breath flowing all over his body. His face was like white jade, handsome and bewitching. What's even more bizarre is that behind him, there is a huge blue-scaled dragon tail swinging. On both sides of the dragon's tail, there are 2 figures tied together. It is the Lan Sun class student who performed this task last time. It's Xiao Feiyu and Lin Tianjian. The 2 of them were actually captured alive? Lu Ying and Chu Xiong took a breath. Variant demon dragon? Yi Xing lost his voice in horror. He was as strong as him in the middle stage of the 6th level, and he showed a look of fear towards this man in white. Among the dragon clan, there is a kind of dragon clan that is even stranger than the evil dragon, that is the demon dragon with mutated blood. Evil dragons do not possess the wisdom of most high-level creatures, but they possess exceptionally powerful ontology abilities, which are violent and ferocious. The demon dragon is a strange dragon clan that awakens the abilities of all kinds of strange things after the bloodline mutates. But the lifespan is generally short, so it must improve itself at several times the growth rate of ordinary beasts. For this reason, every demon dragon is basically extremely cunning and ferocious. The IQ of the demon dragon is generally far higher than that of the beasts of the same level, and it is not an exaggeration to compare the wisdom of the spirit beasts. After it captured 2 Lan Sun level students, it was just a long line to catch. Big fish. The strength of this demon dragon is comparable to that of the 7th layer of the heavenly astral realm. I'm afraid it will be dangerous this time. Lin Chen unconsciously took a few steps back. Zijing Tong had a clear view of the structure of the entire valley. At this critical juncture, he also discovered many attribute light spheres in the valley. Damn, how can this task gap be so big? Separate and withdraw. Yi Xing and Chu Xiong drew their swords and swung their axes, and the heavens and the earth were reversed, trying to stall for time. The mantis arm is a car, broken. The demon dragon figure stretched out an arm and transformed it into a blue scaled dragon claw, with its strength twisting the 8 wastes, pushing the galaxy horizontally, and shattering the attack of the 2 with one palm. It also shook the 2 back dozens of miles away. Oops, the demon fog barrier here cuts off the outside world, and I can't open it at all. Luing wanted to open a gap, but found that she couldn't penetrate the opponent's barrier at all. The calm Lin Chen, his palm, is turning a destructive energy wave. Come on together and kill them. The demon dragon sneered and drank, and the other 3 dragons suddenly attacked violently. The dragon claws ripped apart the mountains. At the critical moment, Yi Xing clenched his teeth fiercely, and suddenly waved his blue light sword weapon, slashing thousands of feet with one sword. With a push of his palm, he suddenly pushed Luing in the direction of the 3-headed dragon. Yi Xing, you? Luing Hua's face paled, shocked and angry. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Sister Luing, I'm sorry. The sword in Yi Xing's hand bloomed with the ultimate sword light, and a sword divided the vast universe, living in a gap in the enchantment of the demon. Missed and walked away. Human race? It's not that easy to escape. You guys can handle these 3 wastes, I'll go back when I go. The demon dragon sneered, and led the 2 Lansen students into the void, chasing after Yi Xing. Luing clenched her teeth tightly and waved her jade hand, unfolded a water blue barrier. The slender jade finger suddenly tapped, and the bloodthirsty horned dragon that was slaughtered was stopped by a finger embellishment. The extremely fast-moving Shui Lan Pai Lian restrained the bloodthirsty slaughter-horned dragon like a rope, overturning its dragon body more than 1,000 feet and smashing it to the ground, smashing the 3 mountains to shreds along the way. Bang! The thunder and lightning dragon claws were torn off like a flash, and the water blue battle curtain around Luing was shattered and destroyed. Luing has been in the early stage of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm in the past 2 months. Who? Die, human, I'm going to eat you. Fu Qian Leilong roared and breathed, and 3 stout lightning bolts like a wild dragon swept in. The corners of Lu Ying's lips were bloody, poignant and beautiful. Seeing that the lightning was about to strike, her blue eyes were turning with the fighting spirit of the Jedi to fight back. Laugh. Boom. The cyan wind whirlwind passed by with a faint stream of purple flames, and the moment Luing was taken away, the dark battle chi wheel turned, smashed the lightning, and turned into an afterglow of electric light in the sky. The electric light reflected the surprised face of the beautiful woman. Lin Chen held the beautiful woman's soft waist in one hand and He Yuan in the other. His spear technique was like a wild dragon. Magic fighting thousand thunders. Boom. The green thunder spears advancing layer by layer appeared like a peacock. Each spear pierced into the dragon scales of Fuqian Leilong, and it suddenly screamed in pain. Boom. The situation changed, and an ancient Qinglong suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon claws waved the shocking power of 220 dragon power, and suddenly tore the dragon's spine and grabbed the Fuqian thunder dragon. The ancient Qinglong bit the Fuqian thunder dragon in one bite. The dragon body twisted, and a death roll twisted its dragon scales and dragon body too. Roll over and over again, and the flesh was blurred. Junior Lin Chen, your azure dragon has such strength, it's almost the same as the middle stage of the 6th level of the heavenly astral realm. Lu Yingqiao's face was slightly red, and she was surprised. Lin Chen smiled lightly, his eyes bursting with fighting intent to control the audience. He snapped his fingers slightly, and a thunderstorm exploded on the other side of the enchantment of the demon fog. A gap was blown up, and Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Senior Luing, go and help Senior Chu Xiong. After getting rid of the evil dragon, run away quickly. Leave it to me here. Luing took a deep look at Lin Chen, her face blushed, and with a soft, she left Lin Chen's arms and swept to Chu Xiong, who was fighting with the dark soul dragon on the other side. Human race. How holy are you? Why did this dragon race come out of your body? Damn, I swallowed you today. Bloodthirsty slaying horned dragon and Fuqian thunder dragon climbed up from the broken crust and roared in anger. It's comparable to the evil dragons in the middle stage of the 6th stage and the late stage of the 6th stage. It's not bad to use it as a warm-up preparation. Lin Chen smiled. The whole body transforms the energy and blood vessels. Thousands of thunders. The sole of the foot suddenly stepped on the void, the ground shook and the mountain shook, and 10 golden rock walls, covered with the chi of Gingjin, broke out. The golden rock wall surrounded the area for hundreds of miles, rushing up from the sky, trapping Shuanglong in it. Dare to trap us, court death. Roar. The bloodthirsty slaughtering horned dragon's mouth spit out a blood-colored storm, leaving only faint scratches on the Gingjin rock wall. What technique does this human use? How can this wall of fighting spirit be so hard? When the slaughtering horned dragon roared lowly, Fu Qianliling flew into the air, and the dragon horns above his head flashed the world-destroying thunder. Light that shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Heaven extinction Fulé. The lavender thunder light shot across the sky, as thick as a column. Wherever he passed, the space shattered, the airflow collapsed, and Lin Chen, who was swept across the sky. Charging rune crazy thunder starfall. Lin Chen pointed out a shot, and when the thunder bloodline was transformed, cyan thunder appeared in the thunderstorm, like a giant beast devouring the lilac thunder column. Roar. At the same moment when the spear technique was used, the ancient Qinglong took off, the dragon's tail smashed the stars, rolled and slapped furiously, and then re-entered the Gangjin prison prepared by Lin Chen for it. The rune energy in Lin Chen's system began to drop rapidly in units of 100,000 points. Charge rune to use again and again. Click. Click. Snapped. Snapped. The dark green vines that flowed and lived inexorably emerged from the ground, and thousands of vines entangled the 2 giant dragons. This human race doesn't seem to be right. Why does he have many different attributes of war? Quick. Fight with him. Be sure to hold on until the boss comes back. When Shuanglong struggled with their magical powers, the wood-type vines made a chi sound, burning the fiery high temperature of burning the river and boiling the sea. The green vines with fire burned on their wounds, and the pain that they had just brewed was dissipated again. Charging rune ice fingers. The moment Lin Chen pointed out a finger, frozen for thousands of miles, frost and cold in Kyushu. Within a few hundred miles, heavy snow with goose feathers floated in an instant. Frost was everywhere, and the 2 giant dragons were frozen by Lin Chen on the spot. Ka. The 2 huge ice sculptures broke free and cracked, and when the 2 giant dragons wanted to counterattack, the ancient blue dragon roared in the sky. And the claws filled the dragon breath, and the light blade suddenly shot. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Brush brush. The flying cyan light blade is like a storm passing through, and the light blade cuts their flesh and blood through the cold temperature, once again. Destroys the two Fuqian thunder dragon and the bloodthirsty horned dragon. A large number of attribute light balls fell wildly, but Lin Chen ignored it completely. His shooting technique was like a thunder and lightning mad dragon. One shot penetrated thousands of miles in the sea of stars, bursting with endless thunder. Charging rune, the third type of prestige. Boom. The unparalleled thunder light reflected in the Satian Valley, and the vast thunder dragon flashed, taking away the surprise and silence. Lu Ying and Chu Xiong, who were fighting incessantly in the future, were stunned when they had time to leave. The Gingjin rock wall, which was indestructible before, was pierced by Lin Chen to create a huge hole of hundreds of feet. From east to west, the dragon body in the ice sculpture was completely penetrated into a hole. The direction pointed by the tip of the spear flattened the four seas, almost running through most of the Heaven Valley. Even the dark soul dragon showed the instinctive fear of life. One shot pierced through two fifth-order high-level evil dragons, and even pierced most of the Heaven Valley. This junior brother Lin Chen, how much has he become stronger in the past 2 months? Fang's heart trembled. Lu Ying lightly covered her red lips, and said in shock. In the blink of an eye, 2 high-level fifth-order evil dragons were wiped out. Today's Lin Chen is so strong that even Lansun level students are afraid. This is the real terrifying part of the 9 tribulations of creation mental method. Although Lin Chen has not broken through the realm of fighting spirit, his elemental attribute value is much higher than before. With the combination of the charging rune and the ancient Qinglong, Lin Chen will be invincible except for the legendary Holy Sun or some special geniuses. Below the 7th level of the Tiangang realm, the host obtained 78.8 million points of Qi and blood energy, 500,000 points of thunder energy, 47.7 million points of Qi and blood energy, 100,000 points of rune energy. The ancient Qinglong swept away and took away a large number of attribute light balls. Its Qi and blood began to soar sharply, and the dragon power also began to grow slowly. Lin Chen's eyes turned and landed on the dark soul dragon, which was hundreds of miles away. Chu Xiong and Lu Ying had a good heart, and immediately began to surround the dark soul dragon. Damn, this damn human race only ate one of his arms and let him run away. It's a pity. The white-robed figure transformed by the demon dragon bit a few pieces of bloody flesh and swept through the air, returning to the previous position. When it was about to consider which of these human races to start with, the scene in front of it made it pale in shock. The 3 huge dragon bodies fell bloody in the shattered Satian Valley. Fuqian Thunder Dragon, Bloodthirsty Slaying Horned Dragon, and Dark Soul Dragon all died. This? What's going on? That group of humans doesn't have the strength to kill all 3 of them. The face of the man in white that the demon dragon transformed into was ferocious and shocking, and because the expression was too distorted, the layer of disguised human skin was cracked. A blue dragon full of evil spirits revealed its ferocious dragon teeth and dragon scales from its human skin. That's because you forced me to ignore you, Your Excellency Yaolong. I saw, hundreds of miles away, on a mountain peak, Lin Chen bit a spiritual fruit and looked at the mutant blue dragon playfully. Is it you? That human trash in the 3rd level of the astral realm? Chi. The human skin fell off, and the demon dragon showed its body in an angry roar. Its body is more bizarre than other dragons, with a unicorn head, a green dragon body, phoenix wings, 4 claws like jade, and a single horn with spiral barbs that blooms with a suffocating evil spirit. The dragon body as long as 2000 zhang is suspended in the void like a small mountain range. The dragon breath of blue mist surging all over the body is full of evil energy. Lin Chen's expression finally showed a trace of solemnity. This is a mutant blue dragon. When this demon dragon maintained its human form, it was already able to exert its strength at the early stage of the 7th level of the astral realm. Human, die. The demon dragon roared furiously, raising the dragon's claws and swiping. 4 green blades pierced through the clouds and pierced the sun, smashing the mountains and cracking the ground, and the earth's veins were broken. Bang bang bang. The dragon-breathing green blade attacked, and the 1000 zhang mountains were torn in half along the way. Tear. Lin Chen's figure was torn in half, and it was an afterimage. In the void thousands of meters away, Lin Chen's figure appeared, his eyes focused on the demon dragon's claws, and he was secretly shocked. If we fight head-to-head in the current state, I'm afraid I can't even catch its 4 claws. Even if the dragon power has risen to the late 6th stage of the ancient blue dragon, under the premise of head-to-head, I'm afraid it will be torn apart by it within 30 rounds. This is a formidable foe, it's time to try my ace. Roar. The demon dragon roared and shattered the mountains and rivers, and the dragon roar turned into sound and exploded. Long Shao crushed the many peaks in the Satian Valley, turned them into dust, and raised layers of mushroom clouds. Lin Chen launched his spiritual defense. In the middle of the spiritual transformation, Lin Chen bit his left thumb, the blood smeared on the palm of his right hand, and the 2 fingers in the food changed, forming a never-before-seen immemorial blood mark. Azure Jiuhuang transformation, first transformation. Tianxue. Boom. The crystal-clear blue light column suddenly rose up with Lin Chen as the center, and the tidal energy of the water system danced in the sky. With his combat aura cultivation, he stepped into the 4th level of the heavenly astral realm in less than half a breath. 4-layer early, middle, late, peak. What is that? The special secret of the human race? When the demon dragon was about to have an uneasy thought in his heart, Lin Chen's palm tightened, and the handprint changed again. Not enough, this strength is not enough to kill it. Azure Jiuhuang transformation, double transformation. Thunder punishment. Boom. Thunder rolled in the sky, blue electricity was like light, and hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts descended on all living beings, and they were continuously released with Lin Chen as the center. The battle spirit. Cultivation base breaks through the shackles again. Early stage 5, mid stage 5, late stage 5. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be 2 worlds of thunder in the depths of his pupils, such as abyss and seas, with a single glance. Sigh. Boom. The thick thunder light blasted the ground. Lin Chen just glanced at it, and the ley lines under his feet burst into cracks for dozens of miles. It was as if endless power poured into Lin Chen's dantian, filling his meridians, bones, spirit, and even his whole body, and fighting spirit, full of violent fighting spirit. Lin Chen even had the illusion that he could shatter the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, with just a single gesture. Oh my God, what's the secret? I have never seen such a powerful secret technique that can fully cross the 2 realms of the Tiangang realm. Lu Ying and Chu Xiong, who were watching the battle from a distance, swallowed. At the beginning, Lin Chen asked them to evade and watch the battle, and when it would only get in the way, the 2 still had dissatisfaction in their Hearts. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. It's just the cultivation of the late 5th stage. I will eat you today, and then eat those 2 guys. The demon dragon is fearless, the dragon body twists, and when the dragon claws are raised, it will come at an extreme speed. With his eyes narrowed, Lin Chen integrated the 300 dragon power held by the ancient Qinglong into his body with a single thought. Gold energy bloodline. The indestructible Bingjin palm slammed the claws of the demon dragon that was pulling mountains and rivers, arousing the airwaves of explosions in the sky. Tear. With another claw, Lin Chen's golden light turned, and his leg swept away like a battle axe, blowing up a powerful storm of energy. Qingguang Fengxian stepped on the void, the purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen teleported more than 10 kilometers in one step. Humble human race, how can you compare with this seat? Go to hell. The dragon tail swept diagonally, the space was distorted, and its pure power was almost twice that of Lin Chen. One after another dragon's breath chaotic blades shot out from the dragon's tail, and Lin Chen was forced to retreat to the position where the dragon's tail was crushing. After several flashes, block all his escape routes. Bang bang bang. The dragon's breath slashes open the earth, slashing cracks thousands of meters deep, like the land of the abyss. The power is terrifying. The figure spun in the air, and when Lin Chen avoided the last dragon's breath, the dragon's tail was close at hand. With his feet facing the sky and his head facing the ground, he clenched the black abyss with both hands, and the spear body burst out with infinite power, smashing on the dragon's tail when the thunder light circulated. Charging rune crazy thunder starfall. Sigh. Bang. The earth-shattering wind and waves destroyed everything within 100 miles, and the cracked earth veins kept rising. The space does not break out of giant python-like cracks, quietly spreading across the entire sky. The aftermath of the collision between one person and one dragon was like a meteor falling on the mainland. Lin Chen suddenly fell to the ground, and the valley below him collapsed like a piece of tofu in an instant. Pfft. Lin Chen vomited blood, and the blood spilled. The demon dragon retreated a distance of 50 miles, the dragon's tail was dripping with blood, the dragon's scales were cracked, and the crystal keel was faintly seen. In the previous fight, the two sides seemed to be evenly divided, and neither could do anything to the other. It hurts me to death, it's not over yet, destruction demon dragon. Lin Chen fought with a carp and spat out bloody spit. His fighting spirit was not extinguished, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. When the eyes turned, a look burst out, and the Heiyuan spear flew back with spirituality. Charging rune ice fingers. The next moment, Lin Chen pointed it out, frozen for thousands of miles, the ice star's finger pierced the sky, and blasted in the direction of the demon dragon. What? This unusual cold made the demon dragon instinctively retreat, and the phoenix wings behind him spread out, but the surrounding space seemed to be frozen by the freezing cold, and even the speed of flight was extremely slow. The retreat was fruitless, the demon dragon opened its mouth and burst out with a dragon's light, running through the space and hitting the ice stars. Finger light head-on. Bang! The cold light of the ice stars scattered all over the sky, froze its dragon body, and the whole body immediately formed a 10-meter-high cold frost and fell from the sky. It's now. In Lin Chen's eyes, the fighting spirit of a showdown bloomed. He raised his gun with both hands, and transformed 9 energy bloodlines all over his body. The point of the gun is slammed into the ground. Bang! Lu Ying and Chu Xiong, who watched shockingly from the side, saw an Unforgettable scene in the next moment. The moment the tip of the spear pierced the ground, a dozen dark war vortexes appeared under the dragon's body, attracting it to the ground. Damn, what the hell is this? How can this human race have more means than this seat? The demon dragon roared, and just as he was about to break free from Lin Chen's dark battle aura, a more terrifying combined battle aura attack came. Crazily. Whoosh whoosh. The wood-type vines shot up from the sky, bound the huge dragon body of the demon dragon. Boom. Located on both sides of the demon dragon, there are nearly 30 Gingjin rock walls condensed into 100 feet high. The Gingjin rock wall was overwhelming, pressing down on both sides of the demon dragon. Sigh. Ka. At the same moment, the cold air bubbled out from the ground, freezing its dragon tail, dragon claws, and the ground together. Among the 10 Gingjin rock walls in the front row, the glaucous eyes are turning, releasing a violent storm. The hurricane that destroyed mountains and seas squeezed the body of the demon dragon deep into the surface, and it had no chance to break free. Zizizi. The vines as tenacious as the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth flickered with blue light and lightning, and the violent and ferocious lightning made it constantly paralyzed. Boom. A dazzling light beam of light of battle air descended from the sky, suppressing the demon dragon to the death. At this moment, Lin Chen used 8 attributes to contain the demon dragon's body. The 8 attributes are interlinked, each with its own magic. On the premise of not using the charging rune, Lin Chen suppressed the mutant blue dragon that was infinitely close to the late 7th stage, with his cultivation in the late stage of the 5th stage of the astral realm. For Lin Chen in the past, this was simply impossible to do. In the more than 2 months of this sublime retreat, in addition to madly cultivating and collecting attribute light balls, Lin Chen has sublimated his actual combat ability by several grades. Of course, the premise is that Lin Chen used the Bing Tian finger superimposed by the charging runes to hit the body of the demon dragon, freezing part of its strength, creating a unique opportunity. A powerhouse above the 7th level of the astral realm will never reveal such a fatal flaw easily, so Lin Chen's move must rely on the right time and place. What a strange human race, this seed admits it today. If we meet again in the future, I will kill you. The demon dragon roared hysterically. At this moment, it finally realized that it was impossible to defeat this young human race. The main body began to shrink continuously, and it quickly transformed into a dragon body that did not reach 100 feet, just as it was about to escape. Snapped. All the attributes of war almost completely locked it. Its size became smaller, and Lin Chen's wood-type vines and Gingjin rock walls also became smaller. The beam of light of the light-type battle energy even condensed its power even more powerfully, constantly bombarding the top of its head. It couldn't even lift its head. How can that be? In the fierce and cunning dragon pupil of the demon dragon, for the first time, the emotion of panic has been drawn. From the beginning of the battle to the present, it is the first time that the fear of death has emerged from the bottom of my heart. With an absolute advantage in strength, it never imagined that it would be suppressed by a young clan like this. If you try to escape from the beginning, I might have to spend some trump cards to solve you, but now you only have a dead end. At this time, Lin Chen, who jumped into the air, was above 1,000 feet in the sky, and the thunder-type battle aura of his whole body was condensed in the Heiyuan gun. No. Don't kill me, Terran. This seat can be your ally and help you solve the opponent who threatens you together. Aren't you, Terran, a lot of intrigue? Opponents, this seat can help you. The demon dragon roared in horror. Lin Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth. No need. Die. Lin Chen directly launched the rechargeable rune to triple the attack power. The third form of the magic power and thunder, the power of the 8 wastes. The tip of the spear is like the birth of a mad dragon, the vast thunder and dragon formed by the condensed azure light and thunder flatten the void, bursting out with the thunder light of the world, and it will disappear in a flash. This seed is fighting with you. The demon dragon spontaneously ignites its body, and it has always been frightened that it missed the best time to self-destruct. Lin Chen's mighty land is extremely fast, and only 1/1000th of its body penetrates its body. Boom! Thunder Dragon swept through the entire Heaven Valley. Lin Chen, who used the Azura Jiuhuang transformation, used this move, which was nearly 10 times stronger than when he simply used the charging rune before. After Thunder Dragon passed away, it took away both the stunning and the life and death. The Heaven Valley no longer exists, and the corpse of the demon dragon is only left with 2 fragments, and the attribute light balls all over the ground. Chu Xiong and Lu Ying stared blankly at the Tian Valley, which was razed to the ground, and couldn't say a word other than shock in their hearts. One person slaughtered 4 dragons. The strength of each evil dragon is above the middle stage of the 6th level of the Tiangang realm. Such a record, it is rude to say that the current Lin Chen has the strength of Lan Sun Tianjiao, who has been squeezed into the top 200 of the general hospital. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Chen clutched his chest, knelt on one knee in the void, panting like a cow. The infinite sense of weakness came like a tide, the meridians were twisting. The vitality of flesh and blood was shrinking, and even the 9-colored battle spirit in the Dantian was dimmed by 3 points. This Shura Jiuhuang change really can't be used indiscriminately, grandmas. The price is really terrifying. Lin Chenqiang resisted the feeling of dizziness, and vaguely saw a few figures appearing in the sky. One of the people, embellished by Shuanghua, with silver hair like a pile of snow and jade trees, that familiar face made Lin Chen's spirit a little bit. But it was Han Yizhi? The demon dragon died, and the demon mist that filled the Heaven Valley gradually disappeared. That's it, Yizhi? Although there was a severe dizziness, Lin Chen was still curious, how could Yizhi appear here? I heard that Liner said that Yizhi had returned to the family. The Han family that was in decline, could it be? There was a hint of enlightenment in Lin Chen's heart, and the silhouettes of the sky suddenly flew over. Lu Ying and Chu Xiong also appeared. Are you all the talented people from Tiange Academy? I'm sorry, I've just felt that the battle here is extraordinary in the family, so I immediately set off to take a look. The headed elder Huang Pao clasped his fists respectfully, and Han Yizhi next to him exclaimed, Monitor Lin Chen, why are you here? It really is Yizhi. Lin Chen's face was pale and shaky. Han Yizhi hurried over to support Lin Chen. The fair-skinned arm was placed on Lin Chen's waist, and the faint fragrance was as pure as a narcissus, which made a certain Lin excited, and instantly lifted his spirits. He reluctantly released the ancient Qinglong, and when the ancient Qinglong with a 100-foot-sized body burst out of Lin Chen's body, it caused the surprise and shock of the Han family and others. Ignoring other people's eyes, Lin Chen's mind turned around and asked the ancient Qinglong to take away all the attribute light balls near the demon dragon's remnant. The host obtains 2,000 points of Qinglong blood, 100 million points of Qi, and Blood energy, 90 million points of qi, and blood energy, 1,800 points of Qinglong blood. The host obtains a special attribute light sphere, the ancient Qinglong. Learns to have special magical powers, and the Qinglong wards off shadows. The system light screen appeared one after another in his mind, but Lin Chen had no intention to look at it at all. He gave a wry smile. "Easy, let me rest first." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen fell into Han Yiji's weak and fragrant arms, unconscious. 3 days later. The Han family, the headquarters of Tianyujing. As a former ancient family, the Han family's heritage should surpass most of the first-class forces today. Tianyujing, located in the southwest area of Lingzhou, is the headquarters of the Han family, covering an area of nearly 600,000 square kilometers. Heavenly secluded realm, flower palace. In a simple and elegant room, Lin Chen was lying between the beds, his complexion a little bit bloody. Han Yiji sat beside the bed, holding Lin Chen's palm with her fair little hands, looking worried. Outside the room, Wei Wei heard the exclamations and discussions of everyone. What? The information is wrong? Those 4 evil dragons are above the 5th order advanced? The 2 of you are saying that the 4 evil dragons were all killed by this little friend? What a terrifying talent. As expected of a talent from Tianga Academy. I heard that he and Yiji came from the same branch. It seems that I have to send Yiji back to the academy sometime. With such a talented leader, Ji's future is bright. Seemingly disturbed by the sound of the outside world, Lin Chen's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Han Yiji was overjoyed and hurriedly called out softly, "Squad leader, are you all right?" Is this fainting?" The powerful qi and blood in the body turned again, and Lin Chen instantly regained consciousness. Although he is still a little weak, the current Lin Chen is not like the state he was in when he just lifted the Azura Jiuhuang transformation. All of this is also due to Lin Chen's own body refining and his true water returning Yuan formula. Well, you've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. Squad leader, how could you take part in such a dangerous mission? Han Yiji's slender hands held up a bowl of medicinal soup, and while blowing off the heat, fed it to Lin Chen's mouth very naturally, and asked, curiously. Well, actually, there were some changes in the plan. The strength of the 4 evil dragons in the original intelligence did not match, which caused us all to fall into danger. Squad leader, you are too good. You can participate in the tasks that can only be performed by the Lan Sun class after being admitted to the hospital for a few months. Han Yiji stared at Lin Chen in amazement and curiosity. After drinking the medicinal soup, Lin Chen said with a smile, "Hey, there's no way, who made the squad leader look handsome?" Hearing this, Han Yiji burst into a smile. At this moment, a group of people walked into the room, the elders of the Han family, Lu Ying and others. It is fortunate to have little friend Lin Chen in this operation. It was our Han family that made a mistake in intelligence that put everyone in danger. The old man thanked the little friend for the Han family first. An elder in a yellow robe respectfully clasped his fists. Okay, then don't make these false, come with something real. Lin Chen blinked, the elder was startled, and the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This person really doesn't know how to write the word polite. Then, I'll ask the little friend to rest at the Han family's house for a few months. I will wait for the above-class VIPs to entertain the little friend until I make little friend Lin Chen satisfied. Thinking of this son's extraordinary potential, the elder Huang Pao clasped his fists generously and smiled. That's it. Don't give me all those little sisters and big beauties to serve me and so on. I am a person with principles. I hate this kind of things very much. If you once it's done, I'll turn against you, Ong. If you don't believe me, try it, I'm really turning against you. Lin Chen was serious, and the elder Huang Pao stroked his beard with a smile. And understood, well, definitely, we must strictly follow the principles of little friend Lin Chen. Junior Lin Chen, thank you for saving your life. I don't know if there is anything my junior needs help, even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, the two of us will definitely do it. At this moment, two slender and handsome young men clasped their fists and knelt down on one knee. They were Lin Tianjian and Xia Feiyu, who were captured by 4 evil dragons. During their mission, they were also Lan Sun class. There is no need for a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. I just hope that the 2 seniors can take care of the freshmen from the Wasteland branch. In the academy a little. Lin Chen raised his palm slightly and lifted the 2 who were kneeling on one knee. By the way, I've always wanted to know, Yiji, why were you suddenly recalled to the family? Lin Chen turned to look at Han Yiji, who smiled bitterly. Because of the medicine refining conference held in the family, I, who possessed a phantom physique, was also brought back to test my talent. But for some reason, although my spiritual power is strong, I failed to practice even the basic alchemy fingerprints. Han Yiji's words caught Lin Chen's attention. He grabbed Han Yiji's bright arm and released his mental power to investigate. Before taking 2 breaths, Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. Listen to me, next time you practice the alchemy madra, directly practice the green rank and above, and when you use the alchemy madra, don't concentrate your mental power into one, use its 2 forces to control it. Split into 2, well, I remember. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the elder Huang Pao on the side, and he remained calm. Junior Lin Chen, it's not convenient for you to return to the academy in your current state, so you might as well rest here for a while. Luing looked worried, and Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Alright, I happen to want to help Yiji too. Help Han Yiji? Oh, your name is Lin Chen, right? I admit that you have unparalleled talent in martial arts, but in refining medicine, it's not your turn to speak here. Suddenly, a purple-clothed shadow in the room sneered disdainfully. The beautiful woman has slender legs, an oval face, a jade nose, cherry red lips, and delicate eyebrows. Her face is like a lady. The plump and exquisite figure propped up a beautiful and sexy landscape, and the glamorous face looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Oh? If this young lady doesn't believe it, then please wait until the day of the test to see you again. As a person, the last thing I'm afraid of is betting with others. Anyway, I win, it's really boring. Lin Chen leaned against the bed, folded his arms around his chest, and smiled. Betting, if I win, then Han Yiji will get out of the Han family forever. At this time, the speech of the beautiful lady in purple made the expressions of the 2 elders from the Korean parents changed slightly. But it seems that because the other party's status is extremely high, the 2 elders dare not refute. Okay, if I win, you will stay with me for one night. Lin Chen looked at her slender jade legs and smiled strangely. Humph. Let's talk about it. When you win, I'll let Han Yiji get out. The lady in purple turned around and left with the 2 maids beside her. Seeing Lin Chen staring at the slender legs of the purple-robed beauty, Lu Ying blushed, spit out, and cursed in her heart, do all boys have this kind of virtue? Only Lin Chen knew that although the beauty's jade legs were beautiful, what attracted his attention was the light of the attribute light ball flashing on the beauty's jade legs. It's so annoying, why every time I pick up attribute light balls, I have to put them on my sister's paper, making me seem like a nasty person. Squad leader, will you? Han Yiji said worriedly. Lin Chen raised his hand, touched his chin, and smiled. Don't worry, in the coming days, I will train you well, monitor, hee. Listening to Lin Chen's penetrating laughter, many people felt uneasy in their hearts. For 4 days, Lin Chen secretly guided Han Yiji's medicine refining skills. In this regard, many of the Han family's Yun Tianjiao, who heard about this matter, dismissed it. There are still a few days left for the family medicine refining test. A guy who can't even learn the basic alchemy fingerprints, what decent results can he learn in these few days? Late at night, in Lin Chen's room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, and his consciousness dived into the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, late stage of the third stage of the astral realm. Ultimate strength, 100 dragon power. Qi and blood energy, 11.6 billion 15.3 million points. The essence of fighting spirit, 4.7141 billion points. Mental strength, 1.81 million points. Cultivation technique essence, 20.2 million points. Mind method, 9 calamities of creation, 55%. Practice exercises, Taisha Bible, 61%, Shura Jiu Huangbian, fragment. Sankingling watermark, magic power crazy thunder, Bing Tian finger. Has a special treasure, true flame purple phoenix wings, 100%. Possesses blood energy, up to 3 types Qinglong bloodline 50,000 points. Zijintong bloodline, 10,000 points. Feature runes, slow rune level 3, corruption rune level 2, upgradable. Charge rune level 3. Runic power, 20.15 million points. The energy of each element, fire 58.99 million, earth 53.5 million, wood 51.4 million, gold 61.4 million, and water 80.01 million. The thunder system has 98.5 million points, the wind system has 51.05 million points, the light system has 60.21 million points, and the dark system has 89.91 million points. After defeating the 3 evil dragons, my thunder, dark energy, and body refining power have all made a big breakthrough. The most important thing is the Qinglong bloodline. That mutant Qinglong has 29,000 bloodline energy. The ancient Qinglong learned new dragon supernatural powers. In 2 days, the sequelae of the Shura Jiuhuang transformation used by Lin Chen have completely recovered as before. After killing the mutated Qinglong, the pure power of the ancient Qinglong has reached the level of 400 dragon power, and its attack power is comparable to the 6th level peak of the Tiangang realm. Blue Dragon's shadow removal can hide and eliminate its own aura. If it is not several levels higher than the existence, it is difficult to detect the existence of a breath. The dragon's supernatural power obtained by the ancient Qinglong this time is actually a hidden type that shields the breath. If during the battle, my opponent doesn't know that I have an ancient blue dragon, I will use this magical power at a critical moment to eliminate the breath of the blue dragon before releasing it. Under the full-strength sneak attack at close range, even the 7th level of the heavenly astral realm is extremely powerful. I might kill you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, the reason why the mutant blue dragon was not surrounded and discovered by the powerhouses at the time was because of the existence of this blue dragon shadow removal. With this magical power, for Lin Chen, it is equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. The 5th day, the Han family's medicine refining test conference was held. Lin Chen didn't even go to the scene to watch. Some people already thought he gave up on Han Yiji and gave up hope. In the afternoon, outside the Palace of Flowers, on a mountain peak of a medicine garden, a large number of natural and earth treasures are planted and cultivated here. It is the place where the Han family carefully cultivates medicinal materials. However, today's Han family medicine refining test conference was held, and there was no one to watch the medicine garden here, so Lin Chen walked in easily. Someone Lin took a leisurely walk, and then an ancient green tree came into view. Well, this 1,000-year-old Shanqing tree is not bad. I remember that there should be a Shanqing tree heart under the root of the tree. This is a good thing. After speaking, Lin Chen picked up a black iron hoe from the nailing ring and started digging into the ground. Lin Chen dug all the way to the northern mountain range, which could be called digging 300 feet. Wherever he went, it was like a hungry ghost entering the village, leaving no armor behind, and he dug up all the treasures of heaven and earth. Little friend Lin Chen, something is bad. Lin, what's the situation? At this moment, 7 or 8 elders flew in the air. When they were calling Lin Chen's name, they found that several medicine garden mountains outside the Huayu Palace had been hollowed out. A crack on the top of the mountain came out of Lin Chen's head, and he showed an embarrassed but polite smile. Well, I passed by here, just to take a look at the scenery. After speaking, he carried his black iron hoe to stand up from the top of the mountain. Looking at his 10-meter-long hoe, the elder's eyelids twitched slightly. Who the hell has nothing to do with such a big hoe and come out to see the scenery? Do you want a face? Actually, as an injured and weak person, it is very reasonable for me to take a hoe to get rid of some flowers, plants, rocks that are easy to trip me while walking, right? Lin Chen put away his hoe without blushing. Immediately afterwards, the elders saw the necklace strung with nailing rings on his chest, and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. As I said before, I'm an alchemist, and it's logical to carry so many nailing rings with me to see the scenery. Okay, I've heard about your character and style from several Tianjiao in Tianga Academy. We understand, but something happened at the medicine refining conference. I hope you can come and take a look. The old yellow-robed elder wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who did this? Young man learned from, and how could it be so thick? Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Well, lead the way. The 8 elders flew in the air, and Lin Chen followed closely. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, flying over the Huayu Palace, Lin Chen found that he was located in a quaint hall, shining with many splendid treasures. It is the light of the attribute light ball. That is the inheritance scripture pavilion of our Han family. It contains a lot of precious alchemy recipes and alchemy handprints, as well as the alchemy handbooks, experience, and secrets that our ancestors of the Han family once recorded. It can be regarded as the most complete in Lingzhou, one of the ancient alchemy inheritance places. Elder Huangpao smiled at Lin Chen, and then winked meaningfully. Only our Han family can enter there. If the little friend is interested, it would be better to be half of the Han family and have the opportunity to go in and have a look, right? Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, but he was thinking about how to enter. The Pavilion of Inheritance. Han Family, Refining Medicine Testing Conference. Located on the dam platform in the venue, the light flickered, and the faint medicinal fragrance permeated the surroundings. The person next to the pill stove seemed to be a little relieved, and the small white hand clenched the pill, raising a smile. Finally, I have lived up to the painstaking efforts of the squad leader for me. Those Han Jiaxianjiao, under the age of 22, outside the dantai stared at the medicine pill in Han Yiji's hands, in stunned eyes. It has been a quarter of an hour since the elixir came out, and they couldn't believe it was true. Fourth order low-level medicinal pills, e.g., this child actually refined fourth-order medicinal pills. Hasn't Han Yiji been identified as having no talent as an alchemist? How did this happen? Could it be that the talented person from Tiange Academy? The three Korean elders at the top of the podium were both happy and surprised, and the pretty lady in purple sitting beside the elders turned pale. How is it possible to elevate a person who has no foundation in alchemy to a fourth-order pill in 4 days? What kind of magic trick did he use? The lady in purple is the most outstanding alchemist of the contemporary Han family. Han Ziyun, only 23 years old, is already a fifth-order senior pharmacist. Not only her, but even the sixth-order alchemy master of the Han family personally proposed it. Han Yiji's phantom physique will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and convert it into spiritual power. The advantage of this special physique will become the biggest obstacle when it comes to medicine refining, and even the basic alchemy madra cannot be used. Previously, no one would have thought that Han Yiji could become a pharmacist. Again, he had the spiritual power in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, but he could not use it in alchemy. For the Han family, who respects the supremacy of refining medicine, it is equivalent to having no wings, but not being able to soar in the sky. I originally thought that my Han family had been in decline for 100,000 years, and the medicine refining qualifications of the descendants were worse than the previous generation. I didn't expect that today there is still a possibility of supporting the Han family's hope of refining medicine. There was Han Ziyun before, Han Yiji, and Han. There is finally a glimmer of hope for the family. The third elder of the Han family, Han Xing, was very excited, and suddenly a tingling thought came into his heart. Not only him, but also the elders, they suddenly said in unison. Quick, go and invite the Tianjiao from the Tiange Academy, who instructed Han Yiji. The result that even the sixth-order alchemist master personally determined was broken by a young man. Does this mean that he wants to surpass the alchemy master? A young man who has achieved such heaven-defying achievements in medicine, refining and fighting qi cultivation at the same time is definitely the most worthy target of their Han family now. Back to the elders, Elder Han Yu has personally invited him. The two guards clasped their fists and said respectfully. Their hearts clucked. What kind of monster came out of the Song Academy this day? It was the first time they saw so many elders panicking. As soon as the voice fell, a clear young voice scolded. E.g., how did you refine the fourth-order elementary medicine pill? The monitor gave you the fifth-order goal, the fifth order. You've almost lost my face. Lin Chen came from the air, and when he landed on the dam platform, he shook his head and sighed. That expression is very expressive, as if it is an old master who hates iron to become steel, and it seems that the men, women, and children present are going crazy. Several fifth-order pharmacist elders who were drinking tea heard this and almost choked to death on the spot. Is this kid still speaking human words? 5th grade? How difficult it is to become a fifth-order pharmacist. Talent, opportunities, accumulation, and famous teachers are indispensable. A person who can't even learn the basic alchemy handprint turned into a fourth-order pharmacist in 4 days. This is a common sense that subverts everyone's cognition. You still want him to transform into a fifth-order pharmacist in a few days? Why don't you go to heaven? Yes, EG is ashamed. I am ashamed of the monitor's careful teaching to me. And I will definitely break through to the 5th rank as soon as possible in the future. Han Yiji smiled lightly, eyebrows curved, and said with a smile. Seeing someone, Lin's rare old face flushed. A young man kicked over his own pill furnace on the spot, and left with a whiff of anger. Hey! Han Jin, why are you gone? This test isn't over yet. Test your size. I don't practice anymore. Grass, I'll go home and farm. Cough, cough, what is that? Little friend Lin Chen. How did you teach EG to be able to break through to the fourth-order pharmacist in such a short period of time? Invited Lin Chen and Han Yiji to a high position on the stage. The third elder of the Han family was not ashamed to ask, and asked for advice with a cheeky face. Lin Chen's serious appearance made everyone awe, and he was about to listen when he suddenly said a sentence. Because of me, I'm handsome. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched slightly, but Lin Chen ignored them, turned to look at Han Ziyun jokingly, and laughed. It seems that this young lady is going to spend the night with me. Han Ziyun's xia fluttered her cheeks. At first, the two made a bet that Han Yiji could not pass the family medicine refining test. The content of the assessment is that it is necessary to refine medicine pills above the 3rd rank, but Han Yiji's performance has already squeezed into the top 10 of the younger generation. Han Ziyun wanted to speak, but Lin Chen raised his hand. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. I will never use a whip to bind Pippi. Shrimp, drip wax, to turn a tornado upside down. Just like you, it's not as cute as my little Yiji. Keep me warm for a night. The bed is about the same. Lin Chen shrugged, so angry that Han Ziyun turned into anger. She was about to attack, but was stopped by the elders. Han Yiji held back her laughter. Han Ziyun usually bullied her peers a lot. In her eyes, those who didn't have the talent for refining medicine were all family waste. Seeing her rare shriveled, kind-hearted Yiji couldn't help but snicker like a bell. The third elder hurriedly changed the subject and said solemnly, since little friend Lin Chen knows that Han Yiji has made such a big breakthrough, this old man took the liberty to ask, is little friend himself a pharmacist? Lin Chen was also unequivocal, raised his collar, and said sternly, yes, my level of refining medicine is proportional to my appearance. The elders looked at each other and said in unison, I don't know if the little friend can show his level of refining medicine. We have a private refining ceremony for the younger generation this time. Only the younger generation is eligible to participate, and we are still short of 1 manpower. Oh? Medicine refining ceremony? What does that have to do with my handsome appearance, Lin? Lin Chen shrugged, all the elders understood, and the third elder said solemnly, as long as the little friend can help us enter the top 3, our Han family will repay with great courtesy. The little friend should know that our Han family was also an ancient family in history. As long as the requirements are not too harsh, we can basically achieve it here. At this time, Han Ziyun questioned, Elder, why did you choose him? The auxiliary pharmacist I need must have at least the level of 5th level. Intermediate or above, just like him. Ziyun, you are not allowed to question the decision of the presbytery. The third elder immediately interrupted Han Ziyun's words. The latter gritted his silver teeth aggrieved, and could only stare at Lin Chen resentfully. Oh? Then I want to enter your inheritance scripture pavilion, do you allow it? Of course, I will only learn the content inside, and will not take anything away. Lin Chen's request made all the elders look at each other. If the little friend can help us get the top 3, naturally. No, I'm going in now. If you can't meet this condition, then let's not talk about it. Lin Chen completely ignored it, playing psychological tactics. He had never counseled anyone. It's not you who should be worried now, it's them. This. Then ask little friend Lin Chen to show his strength in refining medicine? If it meets the standard in our hearts, then it will be according to what little friend Lin Chen said. The third elder seemed to make up his mind and looked directly at Lin Chen. No problem, how do you want to test it? Is it still possible to make medicine on site? Lin Chen Jinjin was not afraid of fire, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled. No, there is not much time left until the grand ceremony of refining medicine. If you want to identify the comprehensive level of refining medicine, by refining medicine, it will be too much energy, and you have to read the pill recipe before the start of the ceremony. Nurtured to the best condition. The third elder waved his hand and pointed to the blue balls stacked in the center of the dantai. These blue balls are used to measure the degree of control of a pharmacist's spiritual power. As long as the little friend can put more than 100 blue balls into the round frame with his spiritual power, the little friend will pass our standard. When the elder next to him heard it, his face changed slightly. Even Han Ziyun showed a hint of solemnity, throwing in 100 blue balls. Even if at least a 5th order advanced is required. Of all the young Han family members in the audience, she may be the only one who can do it. Interesting. Lin Chen jumped into the dantai, walked towards the pile of blue spheres. All the young people of the Han family suddenly became curious and unexpected. Could this genius from Tiange Academy also take the test? He talked so full just now, I don't know what his test results will be. It is said that when Miss Ziyun participated in the test that year, the highest record was 89 spiritual balls. That was the record 2 years ago. Now, Miss Ziyun, who knows what realm she has reached? The young pharmacists of the Han family still had a skeptical attitude towards Lin Chen. After all, the fact that Han Yiji was trained to be a 4th order pharmacist within 4 days was too incredible. Lin Chen released his spiritual power to touch the first spiritual ball. A blue ball floated into the void. I originally thought that my mental power would feel the weight of the ball. But what I didn't expect is that it is not heavy at all, but very light. Brush, brush. Right at this moment, the spiritual ball danced and swayed at an extreme speed, which was not under Lin Chen's control at all. Swipe through a messy arc in the void. Seeing this scene, the young alchemists all burst into laughter. This guy can't even stabilize the mental ball, this is too ridiculous, right? It turned out that the previous ones were all bragging. It was the first time that Lin Chen touched this kind of thing, and he was very curious, and he kept pumping his mental power. The speed of the ball swaying and flying was getting faster and faster. So this is a mental sphere with extremely poor stability. It needs to be completely fixed with mental power, and the desired arc and distance can be cast so that the overall control of a pharmacist's mental power can be identified. The ancient family, there are quite a lot of methods. After playing for a while, Lin Chen had a general idea of the structure of this object, and the more the spiritual ball was put into it, the more it would test the stability of the alchemist's control of spiritual power. But for Lin Chen, it doesn't seem to be that difficult. Lin Chen suddenly ran the Taisher Bible, and his mental power tightened. The dancing spiritual ball burst out with sharp spiritual fluctuations, and immediately settled in the void. In the next instant, a perfect arc was thrown and shot into the round frame 30 meters away. It's too simple. Someone Lin shook his head in extreme disappointment. Everyone sneered. The further back the spiritual ball is, the more difficult it is to control. 1 or 2 is fine. The number in the back is simply a torment for the alchemist's spiritual power. Just when everyone was still sneering at him, he thought he started to inflate himself after entering one, and an outrageous scene appeared. Someone Lin kicked over many spiritual balls with one kick, and then manipulated his spiritual power to hold all the balls. A total of 27 balls were set in the void. Brush, brush. The 27 spiritual balls suddenly crossed a perfect arc and fell into the round frame with a bang. Boom. Lin Chen kicked again. This time he actually kicked over 45 spiritual balls. The spiritual power suddenly turned into countless pairs of big hands, grasping the spiritual ball with great precision and throwing a near-perfect arc. Each spiritual ball is thrown into the frame in the order of suspension. All the elders and even the members of the Han family opened their mouths, totally looking like a ghost. Lin Chen swept his legs again and threw all the last 59 spiritual balls into the air. He snapped his fingers smartly. His mental power was like a violent wave, overturning all the spiritual balls. All the spiritual balls rotated 360 degrees in the air, turned out a spiral arc, and finally fell firmly into the round frame. The audience suddenly became silent, so quiet that a needle could be heard. An elder of a fifth-order pharmacist did not believe in evil, and thought that Lin Chen was cheating, and jumped into the pill platform immediately. He tried to imitate Lin Chen, urging his spiritual power to control more than a dozen spiritual spheres in one breath. Unexpectedly, as soon as they touched the spiritual power, those spiritual balls danced and swayed like mad dogs, and several of them even smashed directly into the face of the elder. At this moment, everyone clearly realized that Lin Chen did not cheat. He really threw all 132 spiritual balls into the frame 4 times. But how the hell did it do that? Han Yizhi covered her mouth and chuckled. She was also a practitioner of the Taisher Bible and seemed to have known the key. Among the cultivation formulas recorded in the Taisher Bible, one can divide a person's spiritual power into multiple parts. This differentiated mental control is extremely precise, and it can control each piece of mental power with concentration to the strength of the original mental power. This is also the reason why Lin Chen was able to perform many magical operations before refining medicine. In addition to his complete knowledge of alchemy recipes and the perfect state of alchemy Madra, to a large extent, he has a direct connection with the Taisher Bible. Han Yizhi is able to practice the Madra of alchemy, and also has a direct connection with the Taisher Bible. Lin Chen's spiritual power is actually in the middle stage of spirit transformation, and the realm and Han Ziyun are on the same level. It's just that his advantage of cultivating the Taisher Bible is shown a little at this time, and it seems to be a little shocking to the world. Being able to move dozens of spiritual spheres at the same time, how did he do it? Han Ziyun was both shocked and calculated in her heart. If it is yourself, you can only move at most 20 spiritual balls at the same time, and you can only do it no more than twice. After 2 times, your spiritual power will be exhausted by more than 80%. It's amazing. We found the right person. My Han family is really saved this time. The 3 elders were excited, and there was a rare glimmer of hope in the old eyes. Third elders, I wonder if Lin can get a list of your inheritance scriptures this time? Lin Chen said with a smile. The third elder nodded excitedly, and handed out a roll of pills while speaking. No problem. I'll ask the elders to issue the entry permit today. By the way, little friend Lin Chen, this volume is the pill recipe that Ziyun will participate in the refining of the grand ceremony. You will play as an auxiliary pharmacist and assist Ziyun in refining this pill recipe. Because the reported name is her name, it cannot be changed. Lin Chen took over the pill recipe, and there is another kind of medicine refining mechanism in the refining medicine world, that is, joint medicine refining. Using the power of multiple pharmacists to refine a high-level medicinal herb requires that the pharmacist has a very deep understanding of the medicinal formula to be refined, and must meet the needs of the main pharmacist. Generally, the medicinal pills used in joint refining are high-level and cumbersome medicinal pills, and the rank will not be too low. It seems that I have to come to a wave of the strongest support. Lin Chen casually flipped through the pill recipe, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Inheritance by the cabinet, first floor. The entire building of the Inheritance Pavilion has the taste of simplicity and vicissitudes, and the ancient books placed around are dilapidated and not messy. Especially those with a strong spiritual realm can particularly feel that. There seems to be some soul-like spiritual will in the pavilion, which is extremely mysterious. Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, and Han Ziyun were specially approved by the Han family Elders Association to enter the Inheritance Scripture Pavilion. Lin Chen, can you tell me? How on earth did you get Han Yizhi to be promoted to the 4th-rank pharmacist in such a short time? Han Ziyun couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. It's very simple, the advantage of the phantom physique automatically inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turning it into spiritual power will lead to a spiritual collision when using the alchemy mudra, and even the basic mudra cannot be used. But if the spiritual power is used in 2 parts, a spiritual force will lead with the refining of spiritual energy. The other one is responsible for controlling the alchemy fingerprints, which will naturally be solved. In addition, Yiji's own spiritual realm is in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. It is easy to be familiar with the alchemy mudra and alchemy recipes. With the unique phantom physique, in the process of alchemy, there is a steady supply of spiritual power, and you will not feel tired at all. Isn't this miraculous physique born for alchemy? After speaking, Han Ziyun couldn't calm down for a long time. But she immediately questioned it again. That's not right. If you divide your mental power into 2 parts, wouldn't it be more difficult and exhausting to concoct alchemy? This is a way to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Talking about this, Lin Chen and Han Yizhi smiled knowingly and didn't reveal any more news. No matter how stupid Han Ziyun is, you can see that this is someone else's secret, and naturally it is impossible to reveal it again. During the conversation, the 3 of them officially stepped into the 1st floor of the Inheritance Scripture Pavilion, and Lin Chen found a dazzling Array of attribute light balls at first glance. Immediately bright. I made a lot of money, all of them are light balls of spiritual power. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen rushed over and touched it, and touched the first floor of the inheritance scripture pavilion inside and out, seeing Han Ziyun's face full of doubts. How can this person be so inscrutable and crazy for a while? Han Yiji smiled without saying a word. The legend of her own squad leader has always been widely circulated in the branch. Those who know him will naturally never try to figure out Lin Chen's intentions. The host gains 90,000 points of spiritual power, 50,000 points of spiritual power, and 110,000 points of spiritual power. The host gets 120,000 points of martial arts essence, 250,000 points of martial arts essence, and 200,000 points of martial arts essence. These spiritual attribute light balls are of extremely high quality, and Lin Chen's spiritual power has grown unprecedentedly. Among the opponents who fought in the past, the spiritual realm was not high. And the spiritual energy attribute light balls dropped were all low in value. So that Lin Chen's spiritual realm has been in a trend of gradual growth. Of course, this so-called gentleness is super speed for ordinary people. After all, not everyone has a Taisher Bible. Lin Chen picked up a corner, and suddenly found a delicate turquoise treasure chest floating in front of him. When you reach out and touch the treasure chest, the system light screen pops up. The host obtained the Pinnacle Alchemy Fingerprint Thunderbolt 1000 seals. Note, the cultivation of this alchemy mudra is extremely difficult. If the cultivation is complete, the effect will be close to that of the blue order mudra. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, comparable to the blue-level alchemy fingerprints. This Han family's inheritance scripture pavilion is really full of treasures. I came in right this time, and I have to make good use of this opportunity to enter here. After the system recorded Thunderbolt 1000 seals, Lin Chen wiped out the remaining attribute light balls in one go. Ka. Just after picking up the attribute light ball on the first floor, Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness heard an eggshell-like cracking sound. The spiritual power is as high as rivers meet the sea, and Lin Chen's spiritual power suddenly expands his field of vision several times. Congratulations to the host who has entered the spiritual power of the late stage of spirit transformation. Han Ziyun's brain slammed into a blank space, stunned. What kind of cultivation method is this? Can you break through the spiritual realm just by touching the inheritance scripture pavilion? Moreover, it was still in the middle to late stage of spirit transformation realm, which blocked the shackles of countless alchemists, and was thus broken through by Lin Chen's random touch? Lin Chen, who are you? Are you the Holy Sun? Han Ziyun's teeth trembled slightly, grabbing Lin Chen's arm and asking excitedly. Someone Lin chuckled, I'm not as handsome as the Holy Sun, I'm far behind. Yiji, let's go to the second floor. Ignoring Han Ziyun's doubts and shock, Lin Chen and Han Yiji went to the second floor. The scope of the second floor of the inheritance scripture pavilion is much smaller than the first floor, but the collection is full of alchemy recipes, extremely precious alchemy handwritten notes, and a small amount of alchemy handprints. In the eyes of Han Yiji and Han Ziyun, this dim second layer is bright in Lin Chen's eyes. The source of the attribute light sphere that Lin Chen saw at the beginning was the golden attribute light sphere in front of him. Walking to the center, Lin Chen grabbed the golden attribute light ball into his palm. The host obtains the characteristic rune evolution stone. The third rune evolution stone. Lin Chen suppressed the surging mood in his heart and issued an order. System, I want to upgrade the corruption rune. The system receives it, consumes one rune evolution stone, and is upgrading. The level 3 corrosion rune. So far, Lin Chen's 3 characteristic runes have all entered the 3rd level. Rune upgrade, spiritual breakthrough. It's a worthwhile trip. After taking away the last rune evolution stone, this 2nd layer has no light of any attribute light ball, and it becomes dim. Hey, these alchemy manuscripts? Lin Chen flipped through the alchemy handbook recorded in the 2nd floor for a while, and his eyes flashed. These alchemy handbooks all record the essence of knowledge and experience about alchemy. Some are divided into the field of medicinal materials, some are divided into many details that need to be improved when refining medicines, and some are how the alchemy fingerprints can be used with the medicinal materials to perfectly exert the characteristics of the medicinal materials, and so on. There is no sloppy water, all are the most essential content. Even Han Ziyun and Han Yiji suddenly fell silent inside. These alchemy manuscripts need to be read with mental power. Both of them are mental powers in the middle stage of spiritual transformation. Reading these contents will not easily feel mentally tired. Lin Chen almost fell silent in the ocean of absorbing knowledge. His consciousness pulled back, looked around the 2nd floor, and said with some amazement, "If I can stay here for a few months, my alchemy skills will definitely be improved by several grades. It is worthy of being an ancient family, and its background is far beyond the first-class forces." While Lin Chen was feeling sorry, the system's prompt sound lifted his spirits. The system prompts the host that the host can consume the essence of the practice technique to include all the secret recipes here into the system, excluding the pill recipes. The production process of pill recipes is extremely cumbersome, and the spiritual information it contains is huge. Even the system cannot record a large amount of pill recipes for Lin Chen in one go. Can the system record it? Then I will record it all. All the records need to consume 10.5 million points of martial arts essence. Does the host confirm the record? 10.5 million points. Lin Chen fell into a little thought, gritted his teeth fiercely, and nodded. Confirm. The system receives it. In some respects, the alchemy handprints and secret recipes here are more important than the alchemy handprints. This is derived from the valuable experience and knowledge written down by the ancestors of the Han family, and getting them will be a permanent benefit. The system has been recorded, and all the alchemy manuals and secrets have been copied into the system. If the host wants to learn, it is enough to consume the essence of the practice and choose inheritance. The system light screen popped up again. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and devoted himself to the system. System, I want to inherit the Guanghan medicine spectrum and the handprint differentiation manipulation method. Consuming the spirit of the cultivation technique again, Lin Chen directly inherited these secrets of medicine refining experience, this time. In a blink of an eye, it took 5 days, the 3 of them gained something in the inheritance scripture pavilion. This Lin Chen, the grand ceremony is about to start, what is he doing? Outside the Jing pavilion, Han Ziyun, the main pharmacist, was in a hurry. There's still half a day left, shall we go in? Han Yu looked at the 3rd elder. No, he's already out. Suddenly, the eyes of the 3rd elder flickered, and he stroked his beard with a smile. Boom! The gust of wind swept through. Outside the pavilion of inheritance, the silver-robed youth stepped out slowly, and the majestic spiritual power was like an abyss, unfathomable. His eyes seemed to contain the sea of stars, vast, vast, and profound. In this retreat, Lin Chen's medicine refining level has transformed to a very deep level. To put it bluntly, even Lin Chen felt that his previous self only knew a little about medicine refining. It seems that this time into the inheritance scripture pavilion, the harvest of the little friend is somewhat unexpected for the old man. The three elders nodded with satisfaction and smiled. It's all right, I'm not the protagonist, I'm just an assistant alchemist, Lin. Lin Chen's words made everyone laugh freely and flew into the sky. The group was led by the three elders and flew to the area outside the heavenly nether realm. In the afternoon, Lin Chen and the Han family arrived at an independently created space. This place used to be a space opened up by the great power of an ancient family, we call it Gudan City. The three elders just finished their introduction with Lin Chen, a quiet city came into view, suspended in the void, and became a sky city. Stepping into the city, it was desolate and silent. In the square in the center of the city, there were already more than 20 people based there. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Among these 20 people, all of them are dragons and phoenixes. They are very young, all of them are the favored sons of the heaven above, the fifth level of the astral realm. In terms of cultivation talent, it is not inferior to any top-ranked Qingxuan or Lanchuan level student in the Tiange General Academy. All of them are geniuses from ancient families, and Lin Chen's pupils shrank. Among the 20 or so people, there were 2 young people. Their cultivation techniques and bloodline aura showed the same aura as Ning Zhan, who had fought before. However, the cultivation technique and bloodline of the latter seems to be several times stronger than that of Ning Zhan. Even the people from the ancient family and the Ning family have arrived. Lin Chen sighed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a fiery fighting intent flashed in his eyes after a long time. Oh? Has the last Han family arrived? If you want me to say, why is this family still qualified to participate in the ancient family standard medicine refining ceremony? Hey, it doesn't matter if you participate or not, there will be multiple bottoms anyway. Seeing the Han family and others entering the square, many Tianjiao of ancient families shook their heads and laughed. Some of them were very self-respecting, and they didn't even look at the Han family. Han Ziyun's pretty face was flushed with anger, and her silver teeth clenched lightly. The third elder seemed to be used to it, and raised his hand to an old man sitting in the square. The old man declared expressionlessly, "The Han family has arrived, and the medicine refining ceremony officially begins." The third elder patted Han Ziyun's shoulder and whispered, "Use your strength to shut them up, Ziyun, it's useless to be angry." Han Ziyun nodded her head vigorously, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from her beautiful eyes. The third elder nodded in relief, sent a begging look to Lin Chen, and then retreated to the audience seat aside. Lin Chen looked around secretly. The ceremony seemed to be extremely secretive, with only a few hundred people present. But everyone on the scene is extremely powerful, all of them are the older generation of powerhouses who are implicated in the ancient family. In the void around the cut scene, 12 oversized magic eye stones were suspended, casting rays of light that enveloped the square. Han family, Tianyu secret territory. All the Han family Tianjiao held their breath and stared at the 12 light screens listed in the void. This grand ceremony will be related to the cultivation lifeline of the younger generation of the Han family. Junior Lin Chen is the unparalleled existence of our Tiange Academy in ancient and modern times. If he takes the shot, presumably even if the opponent is the arrogance of the ancient family, it should not be a problem to get the top 3. Lin Tianjian stood in the crowd of the Han family, took a sip of strong wine, and said with a smile, "Not necessarily, this grand ceremony is about joint medicine refining. No matter how strong junior brother Lin Chen is, he is only assisting the medicine refiner. It is Miss Han Ziyun who is the main medicine refiner who really decides the level of the medicine pill." Qian's eyes flickered with faint worry, and Luing shook her head. "I believe the squad leader, as long as he is there, we will never fail." Han Yizhi clenched her fair hand tightly, her eyes flickered with brilliance, and she stared at the 12 light screens. In the secret room of the space, a dozen figures are sitting in the secret room. This time, it should also end with our Ning family winning first. After all, the Dan family and the Mo family, who are the strongest in refining medicine, disdain to participate in such a grand ceremony. This son of Ning Lanfeng should be able to come out on top. That kid heard that even the blue-level alchemy handprint has been successfully cultivated. I am afraid that the level of alchemy can be put into the alchemy family and can compete with those monsters. Several figures in the secret room chatted with laughter, and the two beautiful figures sitting in the first place were suddenly shocked, as if they saw the back of a familiar silver-robed figure in the crowd. Could it be that he? Ancient Dan City, inside the square. Young Master Ning Lanfeng, what grade of medicinal pill are you planning to refine this time? A beautiful young lady of Xiajiabiyu, whose skin is whiter than snow, curiously opposed the elegant white-robed youth in the field and asked with a smile, her eyes full of admiration and admiration. The young man in white robe held a white feather fan, and he was graceful, with an unruly arrogance between his brows, and chuckled lightly. Hee, it's the top of the 5th rank. In this grand ceremony, there is our Ning family saint, Ning Qingxian, to see it in person. I naturally have to show our Ning family's refining strength. These words and the name made Lin Chen froze in place on the side. Wow. The 5th order top. It seems that the first place this time is Mr. Ning Lanfeng, and we can only compete for the 2nd and 3rd. Several arrogant girls surrounded Ning Lanfeng and chatted. Lin Chen turned around and took a deep look at the 12 magic eye stones. At this moment, the 2 pairs of eyes seem to have traveled through time and space, although their eyes are different. But the other side could really feel a touch of fighting spirit in the boy's restrained and sharp eyes. Inside the space. Sister, it's him, it's really him. The small and exquisite girl was about to jump up excitedly, and she whispered. Excitedly. In less than a year, has he grown up to participate in a grand ceremony of this size? There was a wave in her heart after a long absence, recalling the birthday gift handed to her by the young man that day. The beauty showed a knowing smile. He came. I have witnessed with my own eyes that the young man who broke out from the Shenwu sect has been creating miracles, and rose against the sky, has already entered the vast stage of Lingzhou. The scene of this grand ceremony will be transferred from the magic eye stone to the high-level executives of many ancient families. In the square, the rules are as follows. The time limit for the grand ceremony is 10 days. The main pharmacists and auxiliary pharmacists are invited to refine the highest quality medicinal pills within 10 days. The materials, self-made pill recipes, and the top 3 families can get the holy fire. Qualifications. The black-robed old man who stepped in the air indifferently announced the rules, and everyone called out their own medicinal materials and pill furnaces with ease. Since the Han family has been completely squeezed out of the scope of the ancient family, the location for the Han family at this event is quite remote. Among the 12 magic eye stones, only 3 magic eye stones can illuminate the main refining pharmacist of the Han family. As for the auxiliary refining pharmacist standing 10 meters away from the main refining pharmacist, only 1 magic eye stone can be seen, and even his face cannot be seen clearly. This differential treatment immediately aroused extreme protests from the Han family in Tianyu secret territory. It is a pity that they were not at the scene, and their words of protest were completely ineffective. Moreover, with the current status of the Han family, they are not qualified to protest at all. Now, the grand ceremony officially begins. If the hourglass turns 5 full circles, it will prove the end of time. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and a giant hourglass, with a height of 100 meters stood in the square. Lin Chen, can you keep up with my pace? We will change the formula this time. And we will not be able to make it to the top 3 just by relying on ordinary 5th order, high-level medicinal pills. Han Ziyun turned around with a solemn expression. She actually decided to revise the original pill recipe now. It can be seen that Han Ziyun really wants to win once. Take a breath for the Han family. Let's go and do it. With my ace assisting the pharmacist, I guarantee that you, the protagonist, will be number 1 today. Lin Chen smiled casually, not knowing whether it was serious or joking. Han Ziyun flicked her fingers and passed a volume of pill recipe to Lin Chen. This is the pill recipe of Golden Dragon Transforming Eyes pill. If it can be refined successfully, the lowest quality is the peak of the 5th order. Advanced level. You can read the pill recipe first, and I will start refining it first. Han Ziyun slapped the pill furnace, lifted the lid of the furnace, and the surrounding heaven and earth treasures were suspended into the void one by one. Her jade hand quickly unfolded the alchemy handprint, and the spiritual power, like rivers and seas, emerged. Such a scene attracted curious glances from some of the seniors present at the scene. The chief alchemist of the Han family this year is a bit of a sight to behold. This kind of spiritual power is second only to the late stage of spirit transformation. In the midterm, it will be at the top. When they turned their curious eyes to the assistant alchemist, they almost stopped laughing. This auxiliary pharmacist is still watching the pill recipe on the spot. Does this work? Even the young geniuses of the ancient families couldn't help but laugh. Where are the talents invited here? My God, is this a joke? Ha ha ha. Looking at the pill recipe on the spot, I'm afraid that half of the mental power will be consumed after the reading is over? Well, at least from the unexpected, this Han family really won the first place, ha 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 ha. Many young Tianjiao issued endless ridicule, and even the older generation of powerhouses in the audience shook their heads and laughed. Old Han, you young people this year are the ones who have seen the past. Look at that assistant alchemist, what a crooked melon and cracked date. However, it's very difficult. If the auxiliary pharmacist can't keep up with the pace of the main pharmacist, then the main pharmacist will consume a lot at the beginning, and if there are mistakes in the future, there will be no chance. Yeah, high-level 5th order pills are completely different from 5th order intermediate level pills. When we were young, it took more than 20 days or a month to refine a 5th order high-level pill by ourselves. Facing the doubts of many older generation alchemy masters, the third elder of the Han family just used one sentence. I believe these 2 young people, since my Han family dares to come here, it proves that we are not here to make a laughing stock. In the eyes of the three elders, there is an incomparably calm self-confidence. He believed in Lin Chen's strength, and conservatively estimated that he would definitely be in the top 3 among the young talents in the audience. If he assists Han Ziyun, it will definitely not be bad. Han Ziyun endured the ridicule from all around her, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, a refined and pure Wanshan flower quickly shot into her pill furnace. This is? Han Ziyun was startled, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. His nether abyss furnace is already refining various medicinal materials at this time, and he is familiar with the road, and his speed is so fast that he is almost catching up with the main refining pharmacist. What's wrong? Master refining pharmacist, you are the protagonist now, can't you keep up with my rhythm? Lin Chen jokingly smiled. There is a system to record pill recipes, he only has to learn it in an instant. He shook the pill furnace with one hand, and another fifth-order, vicious beast core was purified by him and shot into Han Ziyun's pill furnace. Han Ziyun smiled knowingly. Of course not. The two of them have a heart-to-heart connection, and Han Ziyun entrusted a set of top-level alchemy handprints of the blue level. Learn the pill recipe on the spot so quickly? What is the origin of the auxiliary pharmacist? Impossible. Do they still join in the show? It's really bad fun. This master refining pharmacist has 2 hands, and the spiritual realm is not inferior to us. Maybe this time, they may really become dark horses. Many Tianjia showed a dignified demeanor, quick eyes, and quick hands, and immediately began refining, not willing to lag behind. A group of mortals, since the moment I played Ning Lanfeng, you are all destined to fight for second place. Boom. The moment Ning Lanfeng urged the alchemy fingerprints, a violent mental hurricane blew up in the audience. A large number of high-level medicinal materials turned like a funnel, and then suddenly poured into the pill furnace. The assistant pharmacist on the side can only help him with the most basic medicinal materials processing, all of which have become the home court of Ning Lanfeng alone. This is the power of the Blue Order alchemy handprint. Sure enough, the blue-level alchemy handprint can't be compared with it at all. Blue-level alchemy handprints, even our Chen family doesn't have a few copies, and all of them are in the hands of those old seniors who are completely unborn. Only families with deep roots like the Dan family and the Emo family can restrain Ning Lanfeng. The ancient family appointed by God is really different. Shoo! Saying so loudly, you want to die. Many young geniuses secretly sighed, and then threw themselves into the process of refining medicine. Watching the 5-level pharmacists refining medicine is not an exaggeration. To call it an artistic performance. Not to mention the existence of the same pharmacists, even people who are not pharmacists can feel that the pleasing techniques and skills extract every ray of energy from all things in the world and condense them together in the most suitable way. Where the result will go, everyone is eagerly looking forward to it. The amazing opening of the Han family was completely suppressed by the arrogance of Ning Lanfeng and the others, and was gradually forgotten in the corner like a magic eye stone. Time passed by minute, and 9 days passed by in a flash. In the past 9 days, a few veteran alchemists at the scene have noticed some details. Among all the master refining pharmacists present, except for Ning Lanfeng, only Han Ziyun's mental power has maintained a relatively good state. The reason lies in the auxiliary pharmacist of the Han family. Lin Chen on the side urged the 8 wilderness profound fire, and supported Han Ziyun with ease. He has already prepared for Han Ziyun in advance for the part that Han Ziyun has not yet reached. This is simply a prediction of the next steps that the master refining pharmacist will take. There is only one possibility for this phenomenon, that is, the level of the auxiliary refining pharmacist is higher than that of the main refining pharmacist, and the understanding of the pill recipe is deeper. You can't go wrong, this kid's mental power level has entered the late stage of spirit transformation realm. Although he is using a mid-level alchemy handprint, his refining method is unique. It doesn't seem to follow the rules, but it's actually linked. Especially when he refines the Wanqing spirit turtle, the green blood shell. Powder extracted from the turtle shell is just fused on the blood spirit vine. And the skin of the blood vine is melted away, making perfect use of the most difficult characteristics of the two medicinal materials. Destroy it. The old man has never seen such a dexterous and creative refining technique. Only a few masters and masters of alchemy in the audience have begun to notice Lin Chen's uniqueness. And the most shocking thing is Han Ziyun, who is the main pharmacist. The medicinal materials she took over from Lin Chen were all in her most ideal and satisfactory state. This is even more perfect and more fitting than if she was in charge of refining by herself. Does he know more about this golden dragon transforming eye pill than I do? How long has he read the pill recipe? It's absurd. The only conclusion Han Ziyun could come to was that Lin Chen happened to see the recipe of golden dragon transforming eyes pill in the Inheritance Classics Pavilion and recorded it. Besides, she can't get the second idea that is reasonable or acceptable to her. Clang. There was a violent vibration in the alchemy furnace, and a beam of azure dan light rose into the sky, and Tianjiao took the lead in alchemy. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly condensed into dense and bright dan clouds, and the two alchemists from the ancient family looked at each other excitedly. Pill cloud is condensed and does not change shape, it is a fifth-order high level medicine pill of average quality. The black-robed elder who presided over the grand ceremony glanced casually and continued to close his eyes to rest. Boom! The gust of wind swept through, the purple clouds were gorgeous, and another fifth-order, high-level medicinal pill was born. It is between equals with the previous one. Some old-fashioned pharmacists looked at the young people in the field with admiration. It is quite difficult for them to reach such a high level at their age. It seems that the top three should have a place in my family. At this moment, the two graceful and charming women in long skirts standing in the center of the field slowly got up. The main refining pharmacist lifted his hand slightly, and the pill furnace released a reddish glow. Chi. The strong Dan cloud condensed and turned into a pale red jade rabbit-shaped Dan cloud, beautiful and dazzling. The fifth-order high-grade medicine pill, a good seedling. The black-robed elder glanced at the two women with a slightly softened gaze and continued to close his eyes to rest. This jade rabbit-shaped pill cloud has aroused the admiration of the veteran alchemists. They can refine such pills at a young age. This master, one assistant and two girls may be expected to advance to the 6th rank in the future. A 6th-order pharmacist is a rare sight in Lingzhou, and a person who has been popular through the ages. Even the ancient family should be treated as a VIP. Sister Bai, it's a little early to be happy. At this time, Lang Ran, the two jade-robed youths, laughed. For a time, Gudan City was surging, and there were many visions. The rare high-level medicinal pills in the outside world are arguing at this moment. Only a very small number of people stared at the silver-robed boy sitting in The corner who was completely inconspicuous. That other strong man of the older generation seems to have noticed something terrible. There was an indescribable shock in the old eyes. Sigh. The Dan cloud is auspicious, and another Dan cloud of several hundred meters is arranged in the void, and the Dan cloud gathers into a sword shape. The fifth-order high-level high-quality medicinal pills are easy to use and have superior talent. The black-robed elder commented indifferently, but there was a rare glimmer of praise in his eyes. The two jade-robed youths looked arrogantly at the two daughters of the Bai family. The two women gritted their silver teeth lightly, snorted coldly, and ignored them. At this time, when two Tianjiao were condensing the pill at the end due to lack of mental strength, the results fell short, and the energy of the pill was poured out, causing countless volumes of energy turbulence. Fortunately, every alchemy area in the square is equipped with a space enchantment, which has not been substantially affected at all. Then, two more geniuses came out of pill, but they just reached the fifth order advanced level. This kind of achievement is enough to be proud of in the outside world. Any force or sect is in short supply of young medicine refining talents. But here, the place where the arrogance of the ancient family gathered, is not enough to call it outstanding. Boom! Pill cloud condensed, and two aristocratic families came out of pill together. And the rank was ranked 5th rank high-level middle rank, middle-level level. The vision did not stop, and at this moment, the faint golden-yellow Dan mist lingered like a fairy, floating in the void. The attention of many people was immediately attracted to the past, this time. It turned out to be the unremarkable Han family. The refining of medicinal pills by Han Ziyun as the main pharmacist is about to enter the final step, condensing pills. Well, there are such energy fluctuations before the pill has been condensed. If it is a finished pill, it will definitely be 2 grades higher. It should be above the 5th order high-quality pill. It is indeed qualified to compete for the top 3 places this time. It seems that the Han family is indeed a rising star this time. I have regained a little bit of the prestige of the year. In the eyes of the black-robed old man, there was a rare hope and a sigh, and he said with emotion. Han Ziyun's snow-white jade forehead became dripping with sweat. With her refining strength, the success rate of refining Jinlong Huajing pill is no more than 40%. This time the refining was so smooth, thanks to Lin Chen's perfect assistance and cooperation. But at this critical moment of condensing pills, the mental power that she had kept well before began to be rapidly consumed. The final step of condensing pills is the responsibility of the main pharmacist, and the auxiliary pharmacist has basically completed the task at this point. That is to say, Lin Chen is basically unable to get involved now. As long as Han Ziyun can successfully condense the pill, he is qualified to chase the top 3 of this grand ceremony. Bang! Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The audience greeted the man's laughter. Ha ha ha! Lao Tzu's blood dragon pill has finally been refined, and the top 3 this time belong to my Xiao family. The blood-colored Dan Yun condensed into a dragon shape that covered the clouds and rain, and the 2 young men in red clapped their hands and laughed wildly. The 5th order high-end top-grade medicine pill. My dear, I'm almost touching the 5th order top. The Xiao family is really a bunch of lunatics. Not only are they crazy when fighting, but they are also crazy about refining medicine. Han Ziyun's pretty face changed slightly, her heart sank, and the 5th order high-end top grade almost overwhelmed her golden dragon eye pill. Well, as far as this session is concerned, it's really boring. The unruly and indifferent voice of the young man slowly sounded, and the Ning family Tianjiao, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, Ning Lanfeng, slowly stood up. He flicked the pill stove with his fingertips, and the shaking pill stove shot out a stalwart beam of light like the sun and the sky, and sprayed layers of thick pill clouds. Each layer of Danyun is thousands of feet wide and exudes a beautiful and gorgeous light. Under the overlapping of Dan clouds, there are as many as 3 layers of Dan clouds. The rest of the medicinal pills looked small and humble under the 3 layers of brilliantly radiant pill clouds. Pill spirit becomes cloud. This is too high-level medicinal power to condense into a vision. Multi-layer pill cloud, basically only the 5th order top pill can do it. There were a few shrewd-eyed alchemists who immediately said solemnly, 3-layer Danyun, 5th rank, top middle grade. Although his temper is arrogant, his talent is indeed extraordinary. The black-robed old man who presided over the ceremony gave a rare exclamation of admiration. Han Ziyun's expression was a little shaken and nervous, and now the level of first and second place has almost been determined. For the remaining third place, if there is another high-quality medicinal pill, her hope is slim. Please, I must rush up, even if it's just one time, I will fight for the Han family. Han Ziyun prayed silently in her heart. When the familiar and crazy laughter suddenly filled her ears, her pretty face turned pale. Quack. Han Ziyun, your Han family wants to take the 3rd place? Dream. Located in the alchemy area opposite the Han family, a young man as thin as a monkey said with a grim smile. His hands were like dragon palms filling his ears, and the moment he slapped the pill furnace, the energy fluctuations that soared into the sky were like dragons lifting the sea. Clang. Boom. The crisp sound of the collision of gold and iron and the vibrations played. And the huge Dan cloud continued to expand, and finally divided into 2 layers of Dan cloud suspended in the void. The multi-layered pill cloud is another 4th order top-level pill. Its quality is second only to Ning Lanfeng. I didn't expect it to be a member of the blood family. I didn't expect that. This is the biggest dark horse this year. This kid is about the same age as the little kid in our family, and he has already been able to refine 5th order, top-level medicinal herbs. It is almost a surefire fact that he will become a 6th order pharmacist in the future. Damn, what kind of shit luck is this blood family? There is such a number 1 person. The geniuses of the ancient family and the veteran alchemists secretly clicked their tongues. I didn't expect that such a big dark horse could be killed at the end of the day. Ning Lanfeng glanced at him with interest, then sneered disdainfully. Shuahao, it's you. Han Ziyun was startled, her silver teeth clenched tightly. This Shuahao used to be one of the men who pursued him, but he once had a passion for refining medicine and never thought about men and women, so he refused his pursuit without hesitation. Dare to reject this young master, stinky bitch, how many onions do you count? Quack quack. I like your expression now, I like it very much. How does it feel when the last ray of hope is smothered by others? How does it feel to fall from hope to the abyss of despair? Shuaihao's thin body seemed to hide a demon, and is frantic and infiltrating. Laughter made many people frown. There are less than 2 hours left before the end of the current grand ceremony, and there are only 4/4 of an hour left in the step of condensing pills. The top 3 must be Ning Lanfeng and Shuaihao, as well as the Xiao families. 5th order, high-grade blood dragon pill. Everything is over. The eyes of the third elder of the Han family were lost, and after shaking his old face a few times, he lost his soul, as if he was a teenager. Standing in front of the Dan stove, Han Ziyun's delicate body trembled violently, her teeth clenched tightly, she shivered, tears fell on her pale cheeks, and she wept silently. The Han family finally won the opportunity to come back. For this grand ceremony, she did not know how long she had been preparing and how much private time she had sacrificed to devote herself to refining medicine. This time, I was bearing the expectations of the entire family, but I didn't expect it to fall short. Han family, heavenly secluded realm. The people of the Han family, who watched the 12 magic eye stones, looked dead. There was a lingering sadness and despair in everyone's heart. This may be the last time for their Han family to meet and fight for an opportunity at the level of the ancient family. I didn't expect that it took so long to prepare, but I still didn't even enter the top 3. After this grand ceremony, perhaps the Han family will no longer have the opportunity to intersect with the ancient family level, and they will never turn over. We, after all, are no longer after the ancient family. Recognize the reality, we just lost. Didn't you say that Brother Lin Chen, from the Academy of Songs, was very powerful that day? Why did we lose? Why, cousin? It's not that Brother Lin Chen is not strong enough, it's that our opponent is too strong. The atmosphere of suffocation and despair pervaded the arrogance of the Han family. Even Lin Tianjian, Xia Feiyu, and Lu Ying, who were onlookers, felt this heavy despair. When people are in the abyss, no matter how small the hope is, people will desperately hold on to this ray of light. Perhaps in the past 100,000 years, the Han family has never given up the idea of revitalizing the family, and it has been passed down from generation to generation. Some high-level elders in the secret space watched this scene. They couldn't help but gradually lowered their tone, vicissitudes, and confusion. Could it be that the sky is really going to kill my Han family? Didn't we even seize this last chance? However, there seems to be one person in the entire Han family who does not show the same desperation as the people around him. That is Han Yizhi. Han Yizhi's bright eyes stared at the blurry figure that only one magic eye stone could cast, and the hope in her eyes was not completely dashed. The Han family is still defeated. I can't make it into the top 3 this time. I'm afraid they won't have a chance in the future. There is nothing worthy of sympathy. The weak eat the strong, and even the ancient family is no longer a waste. To be able to remember the old love and give them the opportunity to compete for the holy fire baptism is enough to see the love of the year. It's just a group of degraded waste. After 100,000 years of changes, how much of the current Han family is left to revive the style of the past? It's just a last breath. Even a branch of my Ning family can surpass them. There is nothing to sympathize with. Many old-fashioned masters of alchemy have mixed reviews, and they are saddened by the death of a rabbit, but more of them are indifferent and disdainful towards the Han family. Especially when they didn't arrive at the scene. Almost none of the senior members of the ancient family who watched the current situation of the magic eye stone were sympathetic to the Han family. Space secret room. After this time, the Han family should not be qualified to stalk us anymore. Our ancient family has completely eliminated a remnant. Let the Han family fend for itself. If it was in the primordial era, the decline of any ancient family would be eroded by other ancient families. Since the age of the gods, it is much more peaceful now. Isn't it the kindness of the gods that can make their Han family live more than 100,000 years? The figures of the Ning family hidden in the void shook their heads and laughed indifferently. Okay, don't mention these things in front of Saintess Qingxian in the future. At this time an old voice stunned all the strong Ning family. They were silent, and dared not speak again. Everything is still unknown. Suddenly, Ning Qingxian, the saint sitting at the front of the secret room, spoke for the first time. Oh? Why did the saint say this? The old man asked in surprise. For a while, the holy maiden actually took the initiative to speak. What aroused her interest? Because he's here. In the darkness, the beautiful woman's unparalleled smile reflected a faint brilliance. Hearing the doubts and disdain from the young Tianjiao and the alchemy masters around, Han Ziyun's heart was tense and aching. She was so angry that she turned around and wanted to refute, but she felt exhausted from the sea of consciousness, which made Han Ziyun soft and fell to the ground. The strong arm stretched out, and what was reflected in Han Ziyun's blue eyes was the bright and cheerful smile of the young man. Why put on a bitter face and smile? You are the protagonist today. Han Ziyun's eyes turned red, tears flickered, her white teeth bit her red lips, and she said aggrieved. It's all this time, are you still making fun of me? Laugh at you? I don't have that hobby. I said that if you are the protagonist today, you will be the protagonist. I said that if you can win the first place, you will definitely win the first place. Lin Chen helped Han Ziyun up, smiled, waved and turned around. Just continue the process of condensing the pill, don't worry about me. Lin Chen returned to his position of assisting the pharmacist, the black-robed elder noticed Lin Chen for the first time. Oh? The assistant pharmacist in the Han family, what does he want to do? Just when the black-robed elder was puzzled, Lin Chen shook the abyss furnace with one hand, and a vast energy fluctuation like a vast ocean was faintly transmitted from the Dan furnace. This vision caused all the veteran alchemists and young Tianjiao to be slightly startled. There is still such a majestic energy in his pill furnace? What does this auxiliary pharmacist want to do? No, their pills have already begun to enter the final step of condensing pills, and there are less than 4/4 of hours before the birth of the finished pills. What else does he want to do in such a short period of time? Break the jar? If you add any energy to the pill at this time, it may cause the pill coagulation step to be destroyed. Besides, he is an auxiliary pharmacist, and the process of condensing pills is controlled by the main pharmacist. He has no idea how far the medicinal power has been condensed. Whether it is a young alchemist Tianjiao or a veteran alchemist, all the people on the scene are staring at Lin Chen's position. From the very beginning, I noticed that the 3 alchemy masters who had previously behaved abnormally in Lin Chen were all blinded. This boy, he expected this situation from the beginning. Before the master refining pharmacist was about to step into the step of condensing pills, he was already preparing. He didn't break the jar, nor was he reckless, but he had already planned the result. Good show, just start now. In the square, Lin Chen swung his index and middle fingers on both sides of the pill furnace and slapped his palms. All the energy is churning like a dragon, it forms a golden dragon and shoots away, swept into the fist-sized young pill that is condensing and forming. Han Ziyun stared at Lin Chen dazedly, not expecting his move at all. Ziyun, don't look around, condensate pills. Lin Chen's secret voice transmission, Han Ziyun immediately reacted. A touch of unyielding fighting spirit appeared on her pretty face, as pale as paper. Han Ziyun's mental strength was controlled around the young pill, and the pill was taking shape rapidly. Is he crazy? How dare an auxiliary pharmacist interfere with the main pharmacist condensing pills? Most of the medicine refining geniuses were shocked and lost their voices, and Ning Lanfeng's eyes were fixed on the young pill. Child Dan did not explode, but absorbed this energy.